Volume 1. Prologue Part 1. Earth Alone. The time was April. The university newbie left the room as soon as the lecture ended before everyone else at 2:45. He did not want anyone to recognize him as not an outsider, though no one knew him as such, hence he would not have been stopped anyways. He still resolutely walked onto the hill road outside of the plaza. There, he felt the unexpected change for the first time. No one's around. There was a huge number of people in lectures that ended at 2:45. Sure, not all of them were like Yoo IlHan, an outsider returning home, yet the complete absence of people in the plaza as well as in the hill road was strange. Carnival is not on today. Was there a school event? Even so, there was no need to feel strange. Yoo IlHan exited all invited chat groups ever since he attended his university. It was not as if he left out of pressure, it was solely out of his choice. Sensing sorrow out of vain, Yoo IlHan walked down the hill valiantly in spite of the dearth of people. He wanted to hitch a ride on a shuttle bus, but there were no vehicles to be seen. Was there a military exercise in the university? Perhaps a school-wide hide-and-seek? All kinds of thoughts came into his head, but he dismissed them readily. For 20-odd years he had never held hands with a girl, and the lack of other presences right now was nothing in comparison. However, those musings dissipated as soon as he exited the school entrance. What? There was no one. What the hell? No one was around. What's going on? What's going on? In panic, Yoo IlHan repeated the same phrase inanely as he ran around. No one. To conjure up a crazy idea like a mass picnic was impossible. The situations were too alarming to escape reality. No one. No human to be seen. He looked through the windows of the convenience store he often visited. The meal on a table was emitting warm vapor, the chair was pulled slightly back as if someone was sitting on it moments before. Furthermore, spoons and chopsticks were erratically thrown aside, giving them a sense of their users abruptly disappearing out of thin air. This oddity applied for all shops. Incidentally, how about parked cars? Moving cars that were in traffic had violently collided in such a way that they lost their drivers, with some on the verge of explosions due to leaking, ablaze gasoline. Damn it! His mind may have been in disarray, but Yoo IlHan identified the hazard and escaped to a vehicle-less street. The reverberation of explosions like the ones in films soon tickled his ears. Wind carrying the hot air blew, and Yoo IlHan fled like he was drifting on the wind. Then he shed pointless tears. His mind was puzzled back together at a bus station. Let's go home. Maybe after he washed and ate his mother's meals, maybe after he slept, things would be different. Foolish ideas again sprouted the moment the crises were over. His fantasies were broken quickly this time though. The bus was simply not arriving. What the fuck? What's going on? Yoo IlHan prided himself over his mental fortitude. From primary to high school, he overcame everything by his own effort. As a result, he was attending a quite reputable university, and he was confident to do well on his own for a foreseeable future. The Chinese character person is to symbolize two men relying on each other. He never needed such weak stuff. Yoo IlHan always believed that he was like an upright number one, someone could accomplish anything unassisted. But this was too much to handle. Have I alone moved to a different world? His situation was too outworldly that he said something so stupid. Nothing was changing. The bus was not coming, his knees were swelling in pain due to reckless running. Growing sadder every minute, he noticed his tears falling onto the bare earth like bird droppings. Pathetic, crying over trivial matters as a university student. No, fuck it. If I don't cry now, over what would I ever weep? Isolation during his primary school days has made me dismal before, now the entire district is avoiding me. Knowing crying wouldn't change anything, Yoo IlHan came back to his senses swiftly. It was feverishly hot and tiring. Home was his priority. Let's walk. Despite the knowledge that no one was there to hear him speak, he shouted in hope for someone to reveal oneself. Yoo IlHan embarked on an hour-and-a-half journey shrouded in an added layer of disappointment to the obvious result. Of course, his mother wasn't present. He tried to check the time, yet all clocks, including those in mobile phones and computers, were stopped. Dad wasn't coming either, Yoo IlHan concluded following a couple of hours of waiting as he stared at the everlastingly blue sky. The TV only showed static screens, the radio the same, and the internet was not working. It was like humanity itself had vanished. Except himself, who was trapped in his stagnant time. At least, water and gas pipes worked. He showered and cooked a package of instant noodles. Slurp, delicious. The taste deepened his sadness and more tears flowed down. He was drowsy now that he was full. I don't care for the mass disappearance, and whether or not the night was arriving, I must sleep. Possibly, something may become different as I sleep. He laid on his bed in these complacent thoughts. At that moment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Prologue Part 2. Earth Alone. A beautiful woman wearing white feather wings appeared. Oh, so it is here. Her first words were rude. WH. Who are you? Yoo IlHan had to cover himself with blankets for he practiced nudity as a sleeping habit. The woman stared at his folly grotesquely and then shifted her expressions. HM. You can call me how you see me as. A home invader. I am God's messenger, an angel. She stared at Yoo IlHan and spoke each word stressfully to disclose her identity. Since she emerged without any signs, Yoo IlHan had already figured out her paranormal nature, so he accepted the disclosure with little surprise. Too many strange things had happened already to be astonished again. But he was being unreasonably indifferent to reality. Her next words proved so. Since I am running out of time, I will be straightforward. You have been left behind. Left behind. Yoo IlHan's complexion showed confusion. Being left behind had always been intricately linked to his life. He was left behind by everyone in the primary school excursion, the middle school camping trip, the high school field trip, and even in the university MT. God has recognized the arrival of disaster on Earth, which has led to all humans being sent to numerous different worlds in case of this happening. Somehow, only you have been excluded. No way, being left behind on a scale of entire humanity. Consciousness dwindled. Holding onto his fading mind, Yoo IlHan questioned the angel. What is the disaster? Earth's experience gauge has been filled, so it is leveling up to the next stage. He was full of desire to tackle her like when he was forced to replace Dad in a Sunday league team, but he managed to subside it. Then he asked. What happens when it levels up? Energy of a higher level than that of Earth's is revealed. It is called mana. Also, the archival records initiate contact with Earth, hence humans are permitted read a part of the records. This is termed status. Good concise explanation. I'm good, aren't I? The angel and her huge breasts gloated at his praises. Yoo IlHan promptly continued his questions. Why is there a need to send humanity to different worlds? In fantasy novels, it happens all of a sudden for no apparent reason. Mana being divulged to Earth signifies the obligation to face mana-evolved animals, so-called monsters. He expected it as soon as mana was mentioned. Because animals adapt to mana better than humans, humanity will suffer a disaster and will be driven to extinction without intervention. There are dozens of doomed worlds already, therefore God has decided to move Earth's humanity to safe environments where they could adapt to mana. Do you mean that my humanity has been transported to mana-adjusted human worlds? Of course. Humans of other worlds will train them for a supply of a certain amount of status. Though there will be humans without capacity to do so, God cannot save them all. Indeed, it was obvious. Yoo IlHan thought he had heard enough, but he still had some doubts. Can we not kill monsters with guns, artilleries? Nuclear weapons cannot slay them. So there really is necessity to strengthen humanity. Naturally. God is great and merciful. The angel again gloated about in an arrogant expression and with her huge breasts pointing outwards. Seizing the opportunity, Yoo IlHan made the most despairing face possible and asked, "What about me?" The angel had no words to say. "What about me?" As Yoo IlHan pursued her answer, she turned her head a little and answered in a slightly lower voice. "There was a mistake. Correct it, please. As all tickets have been booked out, you cannot go to other worlds. Not even standing rooms? No. What kind of shitty god is this?" Finally, Yoo IlHan exploded. The angel, pitying the man, muttered as if to pacify him, "There is a rejector bonus. I don't need it. Send me too." The instant the humanity was forced out, Earth's time has stopped. Until they return, you are not affected by the effects of time. In other words, you don't age. Though this includes all Earth's humans too. Send me too. Moreover, God, who has sympathized with your lone rejection, has gifted you with status bonuses when the disaster occurs. Amazing, ain't it? Details about status bonuses appeased Yoo IlHan's tantrum somewhat. Yoo IlHan lifted his head, faced the angel and inquired, "How about mana? I need to learn how to use it as well. Till the upheaval occurs, it is not possible." "Ah, send me too. Send me too." "Nope." His rackets resumed, then Yoo IlHan firmly shook his head side to side. It was not going to happen. For God's sake, he was God. God has adjusted humanity's adaptation period to be 10 years. Be cheerful and wait until then. I will supply meals. I grow famished although time does not pass. Your cells function, but they do not age. That is a bit contradictory from time coming to a halt. Since you cannot train adapting to mana, should you not train your physicality in the very least? Think optimistically, other humans adapt to mana at the expense of their physical enhancements resetting as soon as they return. Yoo IlHan sighed and leered into her eyes. Was that really an encouragement? These useless assholes were responsible for his mess in the first place, now they were pretending to be charitable through some grand, superficial language. If this status bonus was not noteworthy, I am going to lose my temper, Yoo IlHan thought. Who? 10 years. At last he could face reality. 10 years? I can live with that, surely. While his innate optimism persuaded himself, Yoo IlHan spat out his last question. Why was I excluded? Why me? Your name was not discoverable by God, who was recording the list of humanity to be sent. He was astounded by your concealment. And so, Yoo IlHan's Earth life alone had begun. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1 I Live Alone 1. I Live Alone 1. As Chamber was the one to TL this, there are few difference. MC name is a bit different. The disaster as my friend TL'd it is called the Great Cataclysm, probably used that one after this chapter. That's all. Enjoy reading. After sleeping as much as he needed, when he woke up and came to the kitchen, the meal, breakfast by feeling, prepared by the angel was producing steam on the table. The angel herself wasn't there, but he wasn't surprised since she said that meeting her at all was a strange thing in itself and there won't be many times to meet her in the future. It's delicious. Now that he became alone, he was touched at something very trivial. Moreover, it wasn't empty words when he said it was delicous. He felt sorry, but it was definitely more delicious than his mother's food. The meal was nutritiously balanced and at the same time tasty, so it was a perfect meal. And if she earns a lot of money, then she'll be #1 wife material. Who married angels? Other angels, as expected, right? While thinking trivial things like that, when he was about to wash the dishes disappeared silently. It seemed that washing dishes was a service. Yoo IlHan washed up and clothed himself while feeling as if he was seduced by the angel, and when he was about to wear his socks to go to college, he remembered that there was nothing he could do there and stopped. Well, then. What to do now? The answer revealed itself soon. Didn't the angel say to train his body? Although the cells don't age, they are still active, so if he trained them, the result will be reflected on his body. He honestly didn't like moving his body. He had no athletic ability, and he had no good memories in regards to things related to sports. In his middle school athletic meet relay, the baton slipped from his hands and the baton ended up touching the PE teacher's wig rather than the next player. There was one such good memory. However, to use that as an excuse like a little child and avoid training, the situation was too serious. Won't monsters appear in just 10 years? I can't practice mana like the rest of humanity, so I need to do whatever I can do to raise my strength, he thought. Going to the gym, eh? After deciding, Yoo IlHan stood up and sighed. He decided to train his body, so it was now time to research materials on how to efficiently train. After investing half a day to look up how to train the muscles, whisked away the lunch, by feeling, on the table and left. The district gym was open as if it was obvious, and the countless machines greeted Yoo IlHan. Phoo! Yoo IlHan, who now just slightly, had motivation side and approached the bike which would burn his body fat. It was the beginning of Yoo IlHan's body modification. Yoo IlHan went to the gym without complaining at all. For 3 years. Are you really a modern person? How can you do the same thing every day for 3 years? It was to the point that the angel showed up and asked him. But I need to do it, though. You do. That's why I'm doing. It's not much different from studying for 3 years in high school. The angel looked at Yoo IlHan as if looking at a monster. As the angel said, he didn't age, but Yoo IlHan's body, after consuming sufficient nutrition and doing exercises too much, was developed to the point that he looked like a health trainer that appeared on TVs. Well, it was quite obvious since he didn't study at all and trained all day. You aren't an ordinary person. Although, I knew that when you had the hiding skill which could hide you from God's sight. Don't make it my fault. And he went to the gym for 2 more years. The period of time the angel promised him was 10 years, so he had 5 years left now. At this point, he was sick and tired of going to the gym every day. I have to learn some martial arts and some weaponry, right? There's no one to teach you though? Although she said that there won't be many meeting in the future, she showed herself quite frequently and perhaps she got used to Yoo IlHan, but she was not plout with him anymore. If one didn't consider the feathery wings on her back, then she was just a beautiful big sister, so he didn't feel bad at all about her attitude. I don't know why, but internet and electricity is still working, so I will study by myself by looking at some videos on YouTube or something. Well, time stopped after all. You're going to keep using that excuse, right? Yeah. Yoo IlHan stopped staring at the angel and exhaled a sigh. If you recommend me one, then what would it be? Veil Tudo and Spear Arts. Well, I don't think there will be much records about training in the spear, so train the basics until you die. I said 1. Isn't there 5 years? Just get the basics down for both. And what? Was Veil Tudo a systematic martial art in the first place? Yoo IlHan, who was about to complain to the angel, changed his mind when he saw her serious face. It wasn't like she was teasing him. She advised him with the martial arts that would actually help when the earth experienced the Great Cataclysm. Then he had no choice. If it was the angel's recommendation, he had to follow. Yoo IlHan muttered to himself in his heart and woke his body up. The light body movement. His changed body made him feel the time. At first, he was really sad and lonely, but when he lived for a while, he now got used to it. Isn't human adaptation ability amazing? Eating and sleeping was solved, and there was something he had to do every day. Moreover, there was an angel that chatted with him from time to time. Other than the moments he thought of his mother and became sad, it was doable. I need to endure for 5 years. Just 5 years. Let's endure until then. With that thought, Yoo IlHan sat his grown body in front of the computer. He thought that Veil Tudo and spear arts were difficult to learn just from the internet, but he had 5 years. He just thought that it was possible for him to do it if it was just getting the basics down. The first 2 years were a continuation of trial and error. He did train his body, but to Yoo IlHan, who hadn't fought with other people before, Veil Tudo was like a girlfriend to him. It only existed inside monitors. In contrast, there was some progress in spear arts. Yoo IlHan, who didn't know the of martial arts, used a long wooden stick instead of a spear to repeat motions of stabbing, swinging, and blocking. But when it became 1 year and 2 years, his spear had some weight. Yoo IlHan gained enlightenment. Martial arts in the end is the same as studying. Even something undoable would become doable when repeated a lot. That belief led him higher. It was the same for studying, training his body, and now, it was the same for spear arts. Then wouldn't Veil Tudo be the same? Yoo IlHan, who barely succeeded grabbing the edge of martial arts, started looking for books and videos more enthusiastically and got more absorbed in training Veil Tudo and spear arts. When he decided that he would do it, there was some progress. In the first place, Veil Tudo was basically a practical fighting technique to kill the enemy without any rules whatsoever. While researching into other martial arts books and videos, and putting effort to learn it with his body, Yoo IlHan slowly, very slowly, felt like he grabbed something. Spear arts too, he started considering the body movement that rather than just stabbing and swinging. Pre-attack movement, post-attack movement. Movement to enhance attack power. His steps improved, and his spear phases developed and his eye direction developed. It was a positive change that occurred while learning Veil Tudo. Yoo IlHan's muscles, which developed unilaterally, developed in a more battle-oriented way due to the martial arts training. It was to the point that when 8 years passed since he was left out, the angel was shocked after seeing him. You didn't eat some strange drug, right? What are you taking my efforts as? Such a surprising human. Or are all humans like this? Leave me alone. The problem Yoo IlHan had was that he had no opponents. He had to fight with others to know how much his techniques worked, what was wrong, and what should be fixed. How much longer does he have to practice on sandbags and beanbags? On the 9th year of being left out and 4th year of training martial art, Yoo IlHan thought that it was something he could think of since he was more and more confident in his techniques. Fighting with others, if it was the him from 9 years ago, he would be scared senseless and run away. Or call the police. You know? With those words, the angel pointed to herself. Yoo IlHan asked in doubt. You want me to hit you? Angel Nuna? Even though I might look like this, I'm an envoy of God and a higher existence. So I'm unimaginably stronger than you think. You know what Veil Tudo is, right? Veil Tudo was literally merciless practical combat. It was a combat technique that made one wonder if it was not about incapacitating the opponent but killing the opponent. Of course, he was only on his 4th year, but Yoo IlHan knew how lethal of an effect it would have if he used it on humans. Phoo. It was me who told you to practice that. Don't worry and come at me. Is it really okay? You won't say otherwise later, right? Of course. The angel smacked her uselessly large chests and assured him. Yoo IlHan looked at her and after resolutely deciding his heart, he went at the angel with wide eyes. Eat my fist containing the resentment of 9 years of isolation. Phoo. And he got beaten up badly. The angel was a starborn for Vale Tudo. You know now? You can consider me a fighting opponent as you want. It's the biggest service since the birth of angels. No. After getting beaten up and getting bruises all over his body, Yoo IlHan rejected with all his might, but unfortunately he didn't have the rights to refuse. It was because the angel truly wanted to help him survive after the Great Cataclysm after seeing him train seriously for 9 years. From Yoo IlHan's view, it wasn't very welcome, but even if he wanted to run away, he couldn't run away from that angel. Fighting with the angel made his techniques truly rise rapidly. He didn't want to admit it, but his growth was too distinct. I want to stop feeling this pain and hit that woman no matter what it takes. Since this was his objective for moving his body. The angel was proud and Yoo IlHan was in pain. His techniques in Vale Tudo and spear arts increased. Until the promised 10 years came. Yoo IlHan took a shower, shaved himself, and looked at his figure on the mirror. His body was strong to the point that he would be able to fight with a wolf due to training his body for 10 years, but his face was still the college freshman from 10 years ago. So there was a strange disharmony. It would be good if I was a bit taller. Wouldn't you grow after the Great Cataclysm? Your face is a bit disappointing but your body figure is fine, so if you grow a bit taller. HMHM. It'll be not half bad. What about my face? He looked at the mirror. Eyes that were not big at all, loose eyebrows, nose that wasn't high at all, slightly pale lips, and even more pale skin. He couldn't deny that he had a slightly lifeless face. But this was his own face. A unique face in the world. You engraved that much techniques into your body, so you will be able to confront low-class monsters without difficulty. Then your leveling up will be smooth too. So you will be able to handle mana soon. The angel said. She was slightly disappointed as she was preparing for a farewell, but Yoo IlHan asked back since there was something that he had a question about. How can I kill those monsters? I thought you said you can't kill them without mana. That's about high-class monsters made up entirely of a higher system of energy. Low-class monsters can be killed by guns or spears or knives easily, thug? You deceived me, Angel. Foo. I didn't lie. You just didn't ask for details. The angel proudly held out her chest and blabbed. This woman is a naughty woman who boasted sexual appeal whenever she could, even with a chaotic mind. Yoo IlHan thought of these things. His rage was boiling, but it calmed down after some time passed. In the end, it was a deceit for him to grow stronger. She put in effort to fill the gap of not being able to handle mana. When he thought like that, he couldn't get angry, so instead, all the energy left his body. Ordinary college life would be impossible, right? Of course. The majority of society will be paralyzed. And a period where fighting ability rather than academic ability will be needed will come. Phew. When a dropout appeared at first, I thought the skies were collapsing, but due to your effort, I didn't have to worry much. You worked hard until now. You will do well in the future. The time came. It was the same time as 10 years ago. Of course, Yoo IlHan himself couldn't tell the time, so the angel told him. Yoo IlHan purposely moved to the same place. The grass square inside the college campus. It was a scene he hadn't seen for 10 years, but there was no difference. Thank you for everything until now, Angel Luna. Wow. It was the first time he said thank you. The angel also didn't seem to think that she would receive thanks and was flustered for a bit, but in the end, she laughed and flapped her wings and came to his side. It was quite a fun 10 years thanks to you too. Will I be able to see you again? Well, that will depend on you. The angel spoke until there, and hesitated for a bit before adding another line. My name is Rita. Rita. Yoo IlHan kept muttering her name as if he didn't want to forget it. The angel, Rita, watched such a figure contentedly before flapping her wings again. I have to go. Time on Earth will resume soon, and the people will come back. Have a safe trip, Rita Nuna. The two bid their farewells. Rita slowly flew up to the sky, and Yoo IlHan tried his best to suppress his disappointment due to the farewell with Rita, and the excitement of going back to his ordinary life from 10 years ago, and closed his eyes. Nothing happened. Yoo IlHan opened his eyes. He could see Rita in panic in the air. Care to explain? Yoo IlHan said with a quiet voice. Rita slowly came down to the ground and laughed cutely with a tee-hee. And blabbed. I think there was a mistake. Hey, you crazy XXXXXXXX. Perhaps due to stopping the time or some other reason, there seems to be a slight deviation in the time axis. It's alright. It won't be much so if you endure 10 or 20 more years. Aorg. It's that F** king time again. Yoo IlHan went on a rampage while rolling on the grass square. It was because he knew that he would be beaten up if he went against the angel. Like that, Yoo IlHan, who calmed down after putting grass all over his body, muttered while looking at the resentful blue sky. Good. It's just 10 or 20 years. I will wait, no problem. Humans are animals of adaptation. He did well until now, so he would do well in the future. The positive attitude, which was his only good trait about him, but became one of many now, persuaded himself. However, even after 10 years and 20 years, humanity didn't come back. And when 50 years passed, Yoo IlHan stopped counting time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2 I Live Alone 2. I Live Alone 2. At first, he also put in his efforts. He had thought that he need to prepare for whatever he could, since he didn't know when humanity would come back. Veil Tudo and spearmanship are still sloppy. Actually, it's better for me. Such a strange human. Even while receiving Rita's strange gazes, Yoo IlHan immersed himself again in training. Rita provided all 3 meals for him anyway, so he only needed to think about the martial arts that he needed to learn. And like that, 5 years and 10 years passed. It was the moment after 20 years had passed since he was left out. Now, his punches and kicks flowed with fighting spirit that can even kill a bear, much less a human, and the wooden spear he extended powerfully not only pierced the sandbag, but it shattered it. Yoo IlHan himself thought that he had no talent in regards to martial arts, but growing up like this in just 15 years was amazing. Of course, it was also because Rita, who was a great fighting partner, was there for him. I'm turning 40 soon. How is it? Do I look more mature? The only thing you did was punching and stabbing with the spear. Do you think you earned anything other than enlightenment in martial arts? Did you see anyone acting their age after coming out from training in the mountains? You think so too? My mom won't tell me I'm pretending to be mature, right? Don't worry about it and keep training. From this point, Rita, who came once a week, came once in 3 days. It was because she was worried that Yoo IlHan might go crazy after being alone in the huge prison known as Earth for no less than 20 years. Whether it was due to her worry and interest or due to his innate personality, Yoo IlHan endured well. He endured for 20, 30 years. Just how much did it deviate? While looking at such Yoo IlHan, it was instead Rita who was nervous to the point of shouting. However, Rita's position wasn't actually that high, so she wasn't in a position to ask God directly, and she didn't have the rights to reverse the time axis, so she could only restlessly watch Yoo IlHan training his body quietly, day by day. Rita. One day, Yoo IlHan said with a lowered voice. I can't remember my mom's face. I'm sorry. Even when I look at the picture, it feels unfamiliar. Was this person really my family? Wasn't I living here alone in the first place? Everything was my IlHan, and it is a lie that Rita made in order to console me. Don't say such things. Yeah, it was a joke. It might be good if it was actually like that though. He sighed and took back the spear. It was the time after 50 years of being left behind. I'm fed up. I want to do something else. I'm sorry to say this now, but it's not known when the Great Cataclysm will occur. You cannot neglect your martial arts. I know. Now that they had shared several tens of years together, racial matters such as being an angel or being a human didn't really matter. The important thing to Yoo IlHan was a person to look after him and a person who would listen to him. And Rita took that place, so he followed Rita. That was enough. Yoo IlHan was also the only human that Rita came into contact with for several tens of years, so she became to harbor feelings of more than just pity and compassion for the human known as Yoo IlHan. Of course, she didn't say it out loud. The two strange relationship which occurred due to God's error was progressing in a truly marvelous direction. I'll read some books. That's a good idea. Martial arts would become important after the Great Cataclysm occurs, but reading helps widening one's reasoning and building the foundation for one's actions. It would help, but it wouldn't harm. Yoo IlHan, who acted too fast that it may seem excessive after setting his mind on something, he shut himself inside the college library straight away. As he promised with Rita, he trained Veil Tudo in spearmanship for 3 hours a day, but he invested the rest of the time solely on reading. Even the most well-preserved books would change colors after several tens of years passed, but thanks to the stop time, objects didn't get affected by time. It was a good thing for Yoo IlHan. His preferences leaned towards contemporary novels, but he got fed up after reading those for about 5 years and he moved on to others. While thinking that his ordinary college life might continue after the Great Cataclysm occurs, he first studied books related to his major, which was management, and when he was also about to get fed up with it, he considered plural majors and read psychology or other humanities-related books. Unlike martial arts where the progress becomes less noticeable after a certain point, reading piles up knowledge. Yoo IlHan, who was now hooked to that, spread his interests to other books inside the library. Common knowledge, history, geography, Cossacks, physics, chemistry, art, he read every single books existing in the library. After a few years passed, the books inside the libraries were insufficient. There was no one guarding bookstores in Wei, so Yoo IlHan started conquering the bookstores within his walking range in search for books that weren't in the library. However, even this had a limit. On his 67th year of being left behind, of course, Yoo IlHan no longer counted time. He made a big decision. Let's learn another language. Then let's just change locations. I can deliver your meals wherever it is. Where is that food coming from? Secret. While pondering whether to cross the seas or not, he moved locations to China, the closet country. While driving any car to drive until he was out of fuel, when he found a working petrol station, he would refuel, and if not, he would just change cars. License? There was only Yoo IlHan in this world, so it was okay as long as the car he drove didn't fall off a cliff or explode after crashing. Even while moving, he studied Chinese in his spare time. The language studies made him sick after studying even a little became doable due to reading books for several tens of years. And the China he arrived at somehow was too wide. And there were, of course, many texts. Maybe it's a mistake to set China as the first stop. Yoo IlHan screamed in joy at the fact that there was so much new knowledge. Humanity will definitely come back before I get to know all the knowledge of China. At that fact, he even felt sorry for that. However, that was his misunderstanding. Even after adventuring all of the wide lands of China, and studied every book in China, humanity still didn't come back. Yoo IlHan no longer asked Rita how much time passed, and Rita also didn't speak of it. He calmly moved to another country. It was because he felt that he might go crazy if he didn't get new stimulation, no matter what it was. Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Pakistan, India, Mongolia. After learning every language on Asia, he read all the books, records, and even internet logs of all those countries. As if he would die if he didn't read something, he read and read again. Once, he forgot the iron rule of training martial arts for 3 hours a day and was close to getting beaten up by Rita. Are you really alright? It's alright. Anyway. He raised his head. The last page of the last book of the 7.5 million books inside the Russian Academy of Sciences was revealing itself. Even though it was 7.5 million books, there were many books that also existed in other libraries, and to Yoo IlHan, who could now read any book in a short time regardless of thickness due to reading repeatedly for countless years, it wasn't that hard of a task. As expected, I can't understand technical books even after reading them. Yoo IlHan saw through the limits of this brain. It seemed that he wasn't a person who was fit for sciences. He only read because there was text, and just reading the book didn't make him a professional in that area. Now let's go to Europe. You're speaking in Russian right now, you know? Hiva. Okay, we can go to Finland. When he toured Europe, Middle East, and even Africa, his vocabulary became rich. It was the 216th year after he was left behind. Now there's just Oceania and America left. Yoo IlHan cheered like a middle schooler who just checked that there was little summer homework left. At his unchanging tension, even though he had lived for over 200 years, Rita made a bitter smile and asked back. You do know that you have to go by boat, right? It's all right. There are many boats without owners in this world. That's called stealing. The power of time was truly amazing. It had made a clueless college student into an all-powerful adventurer. Of course, there was no need to say twice since one human was given more time than a human lifespan, but Yoo IlHan kept moving without rest as if he would die the moment he stops. Using all the knowledge of geography, he set the sailing distance to the minimum, and he looked for a boat which could hold out for that distance. In the countless books he read until now, there were many specialized books related to ships, so there wasn't any difficulty finding a sturdy and a fueled boat and driving it. Rita, humanity didn't die out by any chance, right? I said there was a deviation in the time axis. I was a fool for thinking it's just twice or 3 times. It seems that it's at least 10 times. How exciting! After he finished preparing for the voyage, Yoo IlHan unhesitatingly left the land he was on. As long as Oceania and America waited for him, there was no time for leisure. And several tens of years passed again. I finished. Such a nasty guy. While looking at Yoo IlHan, who was shouting and rolling around on top of the table inside Boston Public Library, known for being one of the biggest in America, Rita muttered with a fed-up voice. Yoo IlHan finally had conquered all the available books revealed to humanity. Even though she had watched the whole process with her own eyes, it was an unbelievable achievement. After he left the library, sat down on a bench on the street and looked at the sky blankly for a while, Yoo IlHan muttered while tilting his head. What do I do now? Martial arts? I've done that until now too. He didn't only read books while touring around the world. He went to various ruins which remained in some parts of the world. He found traces of martial arts and he kept revising various shortcomings in veiled tudo and spearmanship. Training was 3 hours at the minimum, and sometimes it would go over 8 hours and 12 hours. His fighting arts and weapon arts, which transformed to the point that he couldn't find the original style, was developed into a practical and high-level technique to the point that Rita would have a hard time fighting him without mana. This was something that was unachievable by someone who didn't have talent, even if that person was given countless years. Rita, of course, didn't tell this to Yoo IlHan, since he would get ahead of himself when she did. Rita, other than martial arts or knowledge, is there something that might help after the Great Cataclysm occurs? The question that flew towards Rita, who was thinking about Yoo IlHan's talent, was this. When she heard this, Rita could feel goosebumps. You? His question proved one thing. Yoo IlHan, who experienced more things than a human could experience in one lifetime, still didn't lose hope despite the time that had passed. To him, his life wasn't over. No, perhaps he might be thinking that it didn't start until now. All the things he did until now may be just in preparation for the life after the Great Cataclysm. It was a long time even for Rita, who was an angel, but a human who wouldn't live past 100 on average was treating the past years as prior preparation. Of course, he himself didn't know exactly how much time had passed, but that didn't make Rita any less surprised. "You, how can you be like that?" As she was dumbfounded, Rita spat out the question she endured until now. If Yoo IlHan tried to boast for a bit, he might have answered with a fancier answer, but he, who lived while looking for new knowledge and experienced without being in contact with another human for countless years, only had candidness and honesty left. It might be considered that he regressed back into a child. "You said I need to do it, so I do it. I can't practice mana, so I need to do other things." With Yoo IlHan, who sighed while replying, in front of her, Rita lost her words to speak. The countless emotions and impulses mixed with each other and blew up to the point of bursting and bleached her mind pitch white. Soon, she didn't know what expression to make and turned her head and spread her wings. "I'm going. Tell me what to do before leaving. Think about it yourself from now." Rita disappeared from the place, and Yoo IlHan was dumbfounded. After cool-headedly judging the situation, he muttered again while sighing. "Let's first go back home." This was a historic moment where an angel harbored more than just good intentions towards a human. And obviously, Yoo IlHan didn't notice that. Yoo IlHan didn't know, but this was the 274th year after being left behind. Humanity didn't return yet. Author's notes. In fact, it's insufficient to read all the books in the world even with 500 years. Please think that it's possible only because the MC only read book for 100 years and his reading ability became abnormally high. In other words, novellic exaggeration. Let me introduce myself. I'm the always swooshing Toika. I will write diligently, so please take care of me. In this work, I was going to write how strong a man at the peak of loneliness can become, but now that I'm writing, the angel falls for him in just 3 chapters. This won't do. Then I'll come back tomorrow. Adieu. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3 I Live Alone, 3. I Live Alone, 3. Yoo IlHan, who returned to his home in Seoul, Korea, revised the fantasy novels. What would change when monsters start appearing in society? What else is needed other than strength and knowledge to do well in the changed society? He wanted to learn these. The things Yoo IlHan did right now was no different from Korean youths getting specs and studying early in order to go to a good university or to get employed in a good company. That was obvious, as the only thing he learned before he was left out was that. So perhaps it was an acceptable thing to pile up specs for hundreds of years. No, I definitely can't accept it. Rita, who came back, sneaked back to Yoo IlHan's side while he was researching various things from all kinds of fantasy novels, looked at him and shook her head. No matter how study-stricken Korean students were, was it possible to study for several hundreds of years? Of course, Yoo IlHan's current actions were mostly due to escapism to forget his own loneliness, but not submitting under such a situation and finding new things to do was proof of his strong mentality. No, perhaps the long period of training may have changed him. Rita, since you're here, tell me. I want to try corpse disassembly or smithing. What should I try first? Yoo IlHan looked at Rita with a serious gaze. Rita thought it was absurd, but she had no choice but to reply. To confront monsters, defensive equipment and weapons made with monsters as materials are the most efficient, so I can say both. But I think it's easier for you to learn the basics of disassembly rather than smithing. It's also more prioritized on the scene. Then disassembly it is. Hey, rest for a bit. Animals were abundant in this world, and Yoo IlHan had the confidence to hunt any animal if he had a good spear, so he didn't hesitate. He looked for a suitable weapons factory and acquired a few spears and went into action. Disassembly wasn't easy. Not only was it difficult to hunt the animal without injuring it much, peeling the leather without damaging it and cutting the meat by parts and processing all of it was considerably profound, and the process was different for cows, pigs, bears, tigers, lions, elephants, etc. However, time solved everything. Yoo IlHan hunted and disassembled most of the animals he could hunt in several decades and learned the techniques. It was to the point that he could estimate and see through how he would disassemble an animal he had never seen before. Rita, if I hunted all the animals now, wouldn't monsters not appear then? God has sent humans to other worlds in order for humans and monsters to compete in the same conditions. Excluding me. Rita naturally ignored Yoo IlHan's words and continued speaking. But if you kill all the animals now, then it goes against the balance. The reason I'm also helping you now is to match the balance, so do you think I will let you hunt all the animals? Just obediently hunt the amount I allow you to. TCH. The last task of disassembly was the sperm whale. Stop it, you idiot. Call me Ishmael. Don't tell jokes that nobody can understand. Don't say stupid things. It's not that there's nobody to understand, but there are no people at all. While training martial arts for hundreds of years, and conquering all the libraries in the world, Yoo IlHan became strangely stubborn. He acted first after deciding something was necessary to complete a task. Hunting sperm whales was an example. Of course, as sperm whales were designated as endangered species and was prohibited to hunt, but honestly, Yoo IlHan couldn't care less. Won't the animal population have increased rapidly after humanity comes back? Unlike you, they can't eat and they don't grow either, but like you don't age, they don't age and can't reproduce. And that's all. And you'll say because time stopped. Because time is whoa. He spent 1 month before encountering a sperm whale, but that amount of time wasn't even considered waiting. Yoo IlHan, who was calmly training his martial arts on the deck, finished hunting the sperm whale as soon as he encountered it and he disassembled it. According to what Rita said, there were some monsters which carried parts that had a special effect or some other reason to be exchanged for a large sum, so disassembling a sperm whale which had ambergris was an extremely advisable practice. People usually think of escaping first when monsters appear in the world. Who was it that made them prepare to fight, and now you're speaking nonsense? Anyway, now I've gotten used to disassembly, I will learn smithing. Yeah, you do everything, everything. This was exactly on the 300th year after being left behind. It was a hammer that he picked up without thinking, but he unexpectedly spent a lot of time on it. As he had to learn from existing records since there was no one to teach him, it was too difficult. Still, as he had a body that was developed to an extreme due to hundreds of years of training, he was saved on the point that he didn't feel tired even with all the perilous work. When I read fantasy novels, they all learn skills easily. But why can I not do anything easily? Yoo IlHan spat out each word each time he hammered the piece of metal on the anvil and ground his teeth. Then don't do it. These words came up to Rita's throat, but as she knew that Yoo IlHan wouldn't stop even if she said so, she just called wind and cooled the sweat on his head. Just teach me the skill to call wind. I said you need to handle mana? Arg. It took no less than 5 years for him to become used to using the furnace, extracting various metals such as iron, blowing the bellows, and produce a sword that could be considered having an edge. Rita, who received Yoo IlHan's first work, which was neither a long sword nor a short sword but somewhere in the middle, gently closed her eyes and looked at the sword before voicing her honest opinions. I wonder if you can slice a radish with this. I won't tell you to slash a radish, so give it back. I want it was commemoration. I'll ask Lord God to preserve this even after the world resets. Why do you want to bully me so much? And when about 30 more years passed, Yoo IlHan had the confidence that he made a sword that was better than factory-made ones. And after 50 more years passed, he had confidence that the weapon he created surpassed all the existing weapons on Earth, but Yoo IlHan, who knew well that his ability wasn't good enough yet, couldn't stop there. Like a student who received 97 points on a mock test, Yoo IlHan clung to smithing, which had no clear answer. He created weapons that contained metals such as swords, spears, and axes, and even polearms. He conquered defensive equipment such as battle gloves as well. And 50 more years passed like that. No, you can't even cut a cucumber with this. Are the cucumber you know made of diamonds? It was truly unfortunate, but all humans had something called talent. According to the presence or absence of this talent, there were people who wouldn't be able to achieve something no matter how much effort they put into it, and there were people who would achieve a world record by just trying once, and there were people who achieved as much as they put into it. Yoo IlHan was in no way a genius that mastered a technique by just trying once. However, as he steadily put more effort, his ability was increasing. Slowly, but never stopping. It was truly a coincidence, but to him who was forgotten by God and was left alone in the world, it was a blessing. The centuries became his asset without being wasted. When 200 and a few more years passed since he first picked up the hammer, Yoo IlHan succeeded in creating a weapon to his liking. He pursued weapons that he could create in his personal space, so it wasn't made from anything like titanium alloy or carbon nanocubes and such new materials, and was made from steel, but that spear was overly hard and sharp to be created by a human. How is it? I thought there was a limit to the technology on Earth, but human tenacity brings miracles. Ah ha ha ha. I've finally created a steel sword that can make Emopamo cry. T/N, Emopamo is a master swordsmith in the Jamung myth. The closest English alternative would be https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/Wayland_the_smith according to Google. This is a spear though. There were points that even Rita, an angel, would marvel at. The sharpness, which seemed like one would get cut from just looking at it, and hardness. The spear point in the spear shaft was separated by a socket, but the spear shaft was also made entirely from steel, and it was heavy. Wielding this spear freely was only possible by Rita or Yoo IlHan. Of course, there were only the two of them on Earth right now other than animals. But I kept telling you, though. When mana is released, new materials would be birthed endlessly, so why are you so obsessed with steel? Now that I've gotten used to handling metals, I'll handle whatever material that comes at me. Yoo IlHan indifferently replied and swung the spear after Rita handed it to him. As it was created to fit his body figure, the feeling he got when he swung it was addictively great. A handicraft that can be used for several decades or more if maintained it well, had been created. This was on the 507th year after he was left behind. Then, Yoo IlHan sighed while putting down the spear. What now? Rita's heart sank after she heard those words. She wished for the time humanity would come back when she saw him holding the hammer for more than several decades, but she didn't know that even now, when more than 50 times the estimated 10 years had passed, humanity didn't return. Just how much deviation is there on the time axis to become like this? Rita wanted to nitpick with God, but in truth, she hadn't even met God in person. An existence that forever had to wait without requesting answers. She learned that from a senior angel. The Great Cataclysm must be coming soon, right? You don't know when you have to fight with monsters, so I think it's better to train your martial arts and heighten your senses. Well, I think we're past the 100-year boundary, so it's about time for them to come back, right? Yoo IlHan, who lived by immersing himself in the task in front of him, didn't know the flow of time well. All time observation devices in the world had stopped, so Rita, who was a higher existence, was the only one who could tell him the time. To Rita, it was instead fortunate. And so, Yoo IlHan started training his martial arts again. It was still veiled tudo and spearmanship, but too many things had changed when compared to the beginning. The degree of body tempering and techniques were different, and especially, his concentration was different. The concentration which increased due to reading and smithing was an incomparable achievement. Whoa, I feel like I've swung the spear for 3 hours. Rita, give me food. I'm so hungry that I'm about to die. Perhaps due to concentrating while swinging his weapon, he got more hungry. Yoo IlHan thought that, but Rita inwardly sweated cold sweat even though she was smiling outwardly. The time he concentrated on his spearmanship wasn't 3 hours but 3 days. From then, Rita prepared 1 meal per day, meaning one every 24 hours. Of course the amount was huge, but Yoo IlHan instantly cleared it and concentrated on training again. And when 200 years passed like that, Yoo IlHan felt it was insufficient with just the spear, so he started picking up other weapons. Daggers, greatswords, axes, and even guns couldn't avoid his hand. Martial arts was the same. He researched into and learned taekwondo, aikido, karate, muay thai, kickboxing, and even some martial arts which only existed in records. With that moment as the turning point, his physical body overcame the limit and started transforming. Above all, the power and durability of his muscles became stronger, but the volume was decreasing little by little. It wasn't just something like compressed muscles that people talked about. His body cells, which were exposed to a miraculous state where it didn't age but kept being active, was mutating due to the long period of training. Stronger, but more efficiently in order to not become a hindrance to movement. Of course, the bones, the skin, and even the inner organs were the same. As if it knew that it would have to confront many enemies in the future, it was strongly evolving to optimize itself to battle. Roughly speaking, it was comparable to a mutation that wouldn't happen for several generations was happening in one human's body. Rita observed that and she couldn't hide her disappointment. Thanks to God's mistake, she was able to see a human exceeding humans even without mana, and when the Great Cataclysm happens and Yoo IlHan learns mana, then he might grow up into a truly amazing existence. Did you perhaps intend IlHan's growth? Are you bullying him since IlHan's growth isn't to your liking yet? Just when? Just when is it? He would approach his limit sometime. Please send humanity back to Earth before that happens. Before he decides to give up life, please. As if mocking Rita's prayer, which contained her earnest feelings, time kept flowing. Fortunately, Yoo IlHan was immersed in martial arts, so he wasn't well aware of the flow of time, but unless he was God, he would eventually hit a limit. When the limit approaches, what could Rita do for Yoo IlHan? Just what? If there is something that IlHan didn't experience yet. Rita's imagination, which extended endlessly, arrived at one point. A scene where a man and a woman were passionately entwining themselves on top of bed was playing in a strangely vivid manner inside her head. Among them, the woman's face belonged to Rita. Then the man's was. After looking at Yoo IlHan kicking and punching lumps of steel as fighting partner, her cheeks reddened like a tomato. I'm so superficial even though I'm an angel who precedes God's orders. Even though it was a long time ago when I was freed from trivial emotions and desires. However, the more she thought about Yoo IlHan's figure immersing himself in reading, martial arts, and smithing, her thoughts became more realistic. The most novel and shocking stimulation. No matter how fed up Yoo IlHan was with everything, wouldn't he have no choice but to be fascinated by such a stimulation? Like the time he immersed himself in reading or smithing. To the point that he would immerse himself for 200 years without doing anything else. Rita's face became even more red when she imagined that. To think her face would change due to emotions. If she told this to herself before coming to Earth, she would never believe it. Yes, this is, in the end, to proceed with God's orders and not to fulfill my desires. If there is a person who can't wait for the Great Cataclysm and die midway, that's ruining God's reputation. From the beginning, this was my reason for coming to IlHan, so I'm absolutely in the right. But with a speed that would make Usain Bolt cry, the thoughts inside her mind was justified. From the next moment, she was pondering on the timing to pounce at Yoo IlHan. She wanted to provide a new stimulation straight away according to her heart. No, for Yoo IlHan, but while he's immersing himself in martial arts, she can't bother him. To tie his will here, she had to wait persistently. At this point, Rita was having a huge misunderstanding. Yoo IlHan was, of course, moving to escape from the dull life, but his principles in acting was based in surviving after the Great Cataclysm occurs. If he just wanted new stimulation, there were many things he could do. Whether it was games or sports, or whatever. As she hadn't considered this point, Rita was basically confessing that she loved Yoo IlHan. Perhaps Rita also might have become strange while observing Yoo IlHan for so many years. However, sadly, or fortunately, the time for Rita to erupt her feelings and desires to Yoo IlHan didn't come. When exactly 1,000 years had passed after Yoo IlHan was left by humanity. The world reset and humanity came back. Author's notes. I will even return humanity if it's to block MC's graduation from virginity. Jokes. It was planned as 1,000 years from the start. Then I'll come back tomorrow. Please enjoy your reading. P.S. I added explanations as to why Yoo IlHan can't kill all the animals. Everything's for the sake of balance. All Heil balance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 4. You Can't See Me? 1. You can't see me? 1. The first one to realize that something was wrong was not Rita but Yoo IlHan. Something's moving. What's moving? Your sword. What? Kaya No. The sword was trash amongst trash to the current Yoo IlHan's eyes. That sword which he made on his 5th year after picking up the hammer was vigorously vibrating on Rita's waist. Was it only that? The cars on the street, the clothes Yoo IlHan was wearing, and others which made up the world was showing movement. This meant one thing. The world was returning to the time when time first stopped. They are all the ones that were moved or changed since time stopped on Earth. Rather than that, do something about this sword. I'll make you something better, so why don't you give up on it? Never. While Rita was flustered and praying while grabbing onto the shabby sword, Yoo IlHan's body finally also moved against his will. It wasn't that his physical body was returning to its former state. It was just that he was moving to the place he was at when he was left out by humanity. With a visual that looked like a flying bird. I can fly. T/N, said an En. Ah, IlHan, wait. Lord God, just a bit. Just give me time to say farewell. Rita, who realized the situation after she was focused on the sword, desperately shouted, but God didn't fulfill her request. While Yoo IlHan's physical body was flying to the college campus from his home due to the irresistible, huge force, Rita was dragged to the sky due to another type of power. It was strong to the point that she cried from being sad. You took it easy until now, but why so suddenly? You're going too far, you're going too far. Rita insulted God while complaining, truly unbefitting of a God's envoy. The only thing she could do right now was to watch the distant Yoo IlHan's back and pray for his fortune. While tightly embracing the shabby sword. You left the sword. So I take back the words, you're going too far. Will there be a time she meets Yoo IlHan again? She prayed that they did. She prayed that she will see Yoo IlHan after he is free from the clutches of time. As soon as possible. Even tomorrow. While embracing the hope that she wouldn't even think about 1,000 years ago, when she came to find Yoo IlHan, a dropout, Rita slowly closed her eyes. And she realized one thing. In the end, we didn't even kiss. At the same moment that poor angel Rita was returning, Yoo IlHan also dropped into the campus. Yoo IlHan, who was half thrown at the last moment, balanced himself in midair and landed in a neat pose to reduce the damage done to him. I have a good feeling. Above anything that he experienced in the long years, flying just now was definitely the most interesting. Wasn't that a clear proof that the boring days had ended? While resolving that he would learn to fly by himself after learning mana, he raised his head. and found Rita, who was ascending into the skies. Ah! Yoo IlHan subconsciously moaned. To think she left like that without any farewell, as expected. Was Yoo IlHan no more than just an interesting human to Rita? Was he an existence she gained out with only to serve to fill her boredom? But that didn't matter. No matter what, Rita, who confronted him, was an existence who was kind, pretty, and someone who consoled his loneliness. When he thought that he wouldn't see her again in the future, he felt that his heart was empty. Originally, this was normal. He thought that being with her was natural as he was together with her for a long time, but an angel such as Rita coming into contact with an ordinary person like Yoo IlHan was, in the first place, an extremely rare case. An existence that can never be connected to even in the same space. Didn't Rita herself name herself a higher existence? A higher existence, eh? Yoo IlHan softly muttered to himself and tightened his fists. Pile up techniques and knowledge to not lose behind other humans when the Great Cataclysm occurs. This was Yoo IlHan's objective until now. However, now, he had a grand, but a firm objective. Higher existence. If I become one, then I'll be able to meet and talk to her again. I will finally be able to stand on the same level as her. So I'll become one. There was nothing that didn't work out after I put in effort, so won't I be able to become one if I work hard as if I'm about to die? Yoo IlHan resolved himself as such. Of course, Yoo IlHan didn't know that forget the same level, he had completely caught her heart to the point that he couldn't catch anymore. It was because he was a virgin who didn't even hold hands with a woman for more than 1,000 years. Regardless of whether Yoo IlHan resolved or not, the world was returning to its original state. The exploded cars were restored and returned to their original positions, and everything in the world, which was damaged when coming into contact with Yoo IlHan, returned to its former state. And that moment was approaching. Yoo IlHan calmly closed his eyes and waited, like he did in the distant past. And when a few hours passed, he felt the world, and himself changing. He knew about his physical body more than anyone else. And a small but a clear change had occurred to his body. A cool, luminous, wondrous, strong energy. When his heart beat, that energy also beat along with his heart as if it was originally like that. He didn't even need to ponder about it. This was mana. A new energy that Earth had come in contact with. The energy that humans adapted to in the 10 years they stayed in other worlds. The energy that Yoo IlHan had to adapt to in the future. Well, I'll probably be able to do it. He was different to his past self, who was a childish college freshman. No, well, the two were on the same point in the time axis, but didn't he have a history of the countless years of effort and its achievements? He opened his eyes. There were a lot of people inside the campus, which was cramped. While making expressions that they were surprised, but nervous as if they were waiting for this. People. There were really a lot of people. Due to being too happy, he wanted to scream, but he suppressed it. We really came back after 10 years. According to their words, we can finally. Yoo, I'm scared. Hey, I can open the status here too. Keck, everything really reset. Screams and exclamations happened here and there. It was at this moment that Yoo IlHan felt that something was off. The fact that they said that they came back in 10 years was something that Rita said, and it was nothing strange. However, weren't they too familiar with each other? Normally, when people lived separately in other worlds, it was normal to be awkward with each other. If not, then what? Doesn't that mean that everyone here was in the same world? No, wait, thinking about it, there was no reason to separate the people who were in the same place. And if that's true, wouldn't they find out that Yoo IlHan was left behind? Yoo IlHan became nervous and he turned his head even though the people he had missed for such a long time were in front of him. However, it was impossible. He was in the center of the square. He could only be found. Oh. Eh? Yoo IlHan raised his head. However, the people around him only talked to themselves and didn't spare a glance towards Yoo IlHan. No, it seemed like they hadn't even noticed him. Of course, the special situation of just being returned played a role, but they had a good reason to find out about him. But as if they had planned beforehand, they were all ignoring him. How was this possible? Oh. It was like that, wasn't it? However, after pondering for a bit, Yoo IlHan had no choice but to accept the impossible situation. He had forgotten due to talking with Rita for so many years, but he had a legendary achievement of being left out during elementary school picnic, middle school training camp, and high school trip. Was it only that? Being missed out even if he raised his hand at the very front seat while registration in college happened very often. It was no exaggeration to call him the Phantom Sixth Man. And so, there was no way the excited Earthlings could recognize Yoo IlHan. Once a loner was forever a loner. Great, I say. Great, you Earthlings. He even spoke out loud, but the people surrounding him didn't look like they had noticed him at all. For some reason, the returnees he had waited for such a long time had appeared, but he cried tears of not from being touched but tears of sadness. He really wanted to see Rita, who always recognized him. He wanted to become a higher existence as soon as possible. However, before that, he first. Let's go back faster than anyone, indifferent to everyone. With drooped shoulders, he left the campus while ignoring the returnees' cheers, their unease for the future, and their expectations for change. It was none of his business. I hope everyone falls down and have their noses broken, he thought. The bus still didn't run. Well, it was no time for both the bus drivers and the passengers to sit down on the bus. They would probably go home and wait for the official announcement by the government, or hurrying to meet their beloved ones after the unavoidable separation. In any case, it was Yoo IlHan, who could run at tens of kilometers per hour if he ran a bit fast, so he didn't have the intention to take the bus in the first place. It was no lie that he was faster than anyone. Of course, that was if mana wasn't taken into account. She said that mana was an almighty power. It can strengthen the physical body, make it move faster, or generate strong strength. But if he remembered the scenes where Rita used magic, he could accept it. Human class would once again be divided into those who can and those who can't. Unlike humanity, who had practiced for 10 years, Yoo IlHan awakened to mana just now, so if they were categorized into mana ability, then he would be placed at the bottom. What's so wrong about that? The knowledge and training I piled up is in no way inferior. If 10 years pass, I can grow without having to be envious of anyone. Now that he trained for countless years, he now had such a confidence. Truthfully, even that was under-evaluating his personal ability, but he himself didn't know that. It was because Rita forbid him to say those in order for him to not get ahead of himself. Oh, yeah. Status. It was his thought just before he arrived at home. Rita said that due to the Great Cataclysm, the Akashic records had come into contact with Earth, and humans gained the right to see some of its records. The other returnees also talked about status and whatnot. But how can I see this? As soon as he thought that, green text started popping up in his eyes as if it was being engraved on his retina. Yoo IlHan. Human Jobless LV1. Title: Pan-Cosmic Loner, Concealment Becomes Passive. Strength: 72 Agility, 81 Health, 78 Magic, 1. Active Skills: Concealment LV Max, Evolvable. Skill evolution materials are necessary. Passive skills: Unidentifiable. Dropout bonus was acquired and distributed. Status rises by 5 when leveling up by 1. The 1,000 years of training was showing its results. Author's notes. Humanity's strongest loner. Bang! It's obvious, but Rita is not a side character, so she will come up later. Humanity's loner MC gets along with angels rather than other humans. Tears are covering my eyes. Despite being the beginning, I'm delighted that many people are interested. In some time, if I have enough stockpile, I will release a multiple. Please take care of me in the future too. P.S. There was a big edit. The initial setting was that the status increases were to be reflected in levels, but while answering several readers' questions and explaining, my thoughts started becoming inconsistent. Conclusion, I edited MC's level to level 1. I will also mention his in the next chapter's notes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 5 You Can't See Me? 2. You Can't See Me? 2. Yoo IlHan became silent. He was in a state of being greatly surprised. From the moment Rita mentioned the word status, he was able to predict that human power would be measured using levels. And so, a game stat window that anyone would recognize had appeared, and that wasn't a problem. The monstrous status also wasn't a problem. The results of his training was visualized, so he could only be happy. The distributed status bonuses weren't a problem either. It wasn't a game where you could raise the stats you want, and he also expected that he wouldn't be able to raise magic that way. Yes. Those weren't the problems. The problem was the title and the skill. Hiding which he does not remember learning, and that title which was full of intentions to make fun of Yoo IlHan. What is this? Concealment becomes passive. You mean I'm concealed? Is my life concealed? I'm a loner even if I go into space. A violent rage he never experienced in his life surged. This was the moment where he got another objective other than becoming a higher existence to meet Rita. An objective to beat that Akashic records up. If there was one thing that he had questions about, that was the passive skills. Thinking about the definition of Akashic records on Earth, it was unbelievable that it couldn't record one person's ability perfectly. It wasn't some human who could make mistakes, and it was a universal record. To make it error, one had to be outside of the realm of recognition and record, like a god. How could this be unidentifiable? Yoo IlHan, who thought about this until he reached his house, successfully thought up of one hypothesis. Currently, my physical ability and concealment techniques are revealed so it can record it. However, it might be that it doesn't have any records of the abilities I learnt in the past. All my training happened on Earth when time was stopped. Moreover, that was before the Akashic records came into contact with Earth. Under the assumption that Yoo IlHan's hypothesis was right, it was very possible that all of Yoo IlHan's doings on Earth, when time was stopped by the power of God, aren't recorded in the Akashic records. Yoo IlHan wasn't sure, but in reality, it was like that. Well, I'll know if I move. Yoo IlHan trusted more in the days he had lived and trained than the sudden few lines appearing in his eyes. It wasn't like he couldn't swing his spear just because the skill status is unidentifiable, so it had none to do with him. He opened the front door to his house and went inside. He was planning to have a simple shower before moving around to check what passive skills pop up. But in the next moment, one person came in his field of vision. Really, only that stupid sound came out of his mouth. The moment to realize how foolish he was came next. How could he have forgotten the most important thing? How couldn't he remember his most beloved family? IlHan. His mother was in front of his eyes. Although they were far apart for such a long period of time, to the point that he felt unfamiliar even when he looked at the picture, he realized just after seeing her like this. The fact that the middle-aged woman crying in front of him was his mother. That wasn't remembered by his brain, but his heart. Mom. While saying out loud the word he hadn't spoken for a long time, Yoo IlHan embraced his mother. He cried like a little child that made the past countless years seem like nothing. His mother cried along with him. They cried just like that until his father arrived. After crying their hearts out, they became hungry. His mother, Kim Yi-sul, also seemed to be the same as she started cooking. Yoo IlHan had received his meals from Rita for as long as 1,000 years, though he himself didn't know, but he hadn't seen the scene of her cooking, so he was touched when he saw his mother standing in the kitchen. The savory smell as rice became done, the rhythmical kitchen knife sounds and the sound from the heated-up frying pan were all delightful to him. Thank you for the meal. The dinner, using all the ingredients in the house, was very peaceful. There were some that looked like she had learnt from the another world. However, Yoo IlHan couldn't enjoy the meal peacefully. It was because his parents started talking about the other worlds. Where were you sent to, my son? Mother went to a world called Yoo IlHan along with the people in our neighborhood. A nameless one. He couldn't make them worry by saying that he was left on Earth all alone. Fortunately, his muscles decreased in volume while mutating, so on the outside, there was not much difference before being left out. There was no worry that he would be found out just based on his outer appearance. Hyshia was a truly perfect world if you ignore the fact that there's no rice. And also, that handling mana or whatever was truly hard. Even if I do get used to it, there's no way your father would be able to confront monsters. Yoo IlHan's father, Yoo IlHan, T/N, can mean useful, complained while having the first big spoon of rice he had in 10 years. Kim Yi-sol also agreed. That's what I mean. They brought the newborn babies, elderly, and even pregnant women and made them suffer. It was too pitiful to see them suffering for those 10 years. It would have been better if they just took the young and sturdy ones. They said it's because it would go against the balance. Meaning that even though they knew the most efficient way, they couldn't take it. Sorry? Towards Yoo IlHan, who blurted the truth he heard from Rita by accident, the gazes of his parents were directed. Yoo IlHan realized then. There weren't many occasions to lie in his life until now, but to him who had lived a different life from others, there would be a lot he had to hide from now on. The moment he had to fix the habit of saying what he thought in his mind had come. No. I'm just thinking if that is the case. Balance? Efficiency? To hell with that. When I think about how they brought people away from home for 10 years and put them through suffering, I grind my teeth. So you ground your teeth to your heart's content so you won't anymore, right? Every time I hear you grinding your teeth, I grind my teeth because I'm annoyed. While wishing that the day he had to present them with implants in their gums won't come, Yoo IlHan finished eating his meal. But when he realized, his parents' gazes focused on him. How about you, son? You can kill monsters if you handle mana well, right? When I talked with the ladies around, they said that the people who can kill monsters well will earn money. They sure will. There weren't many that had talent in that, were there? Monsters or whatever bullshit they are dangerous, so if one says they want to kill it, won't the country take care of them? What are you saying? What money would the country give us? It's not that. Their corpses are worth so much money. Looking at his parents talk about fantasy stuff that only happened in novels so naturally, it was quite strange for Yoo IlHan. His feeling of being left out was really serious and he thought about the dropout life. Even though humanity returned, I'm still a loner. He was angry at the fact that it was no different from his life until now and he didn't feel that sad. But I should be more aware of deep-sea fish than my parents. When he thought that, he became even more empty, so he stopped there. I can't use mana. And he confessed the truth. Yes. Let's study well, son. I knew it. You can't win against genes, eh? His parents accepted it too easily, so he instead became dejected. However, that was not unreasonable. To his parents, he was a son who was stuck at home playing games or reading or studying all day, and hated exercise. For them, it would be hard to imagine that their son would suddenly wield mana around his body and rush out while saying that he would hunt monsters. They probably asked with what if only to get their answer of as expected. Just listen to the government's announcement. Apparently, it will come out on the 9 o'clock news. They are so untrustworthy. What if a monster appears in our neighborhood? Should we move to a place where a strong ability user is? It'll be alright. But you shouldn't go to work for a while. How could I? The company already called me more than 10 times. I have to go even if I have to die on the way. Hey! Don't say unlucky things like that. His parents were happily chatting together. As it had been a long time, their longing for each other seemed to have piled up and they seemed closer. Honestly, he was prepared for a reverse effect, so Yoo IlHan could only be thankful. He gave up watching TV in the living room, and he returned to his own room while thinking that he might have a little sibling this time next year. He planned to search materials on the internet about the current situation. However, he stiffened his body with the same amount of shock as when he first met his mother. Why is this here? Was this God's prank? Or was this because Rita's wish flooded in a strange direction? Wrapped in dry cloth, his masterpiece steel spear was in the middle of his room. The moment he noticed that, Yoo IlHan locked the door to his room. His mother would be surprised if she knew that there was a weapon inside her son's room, wouldn't she? Why did this remain? Every change that occurred due to his influence should have been reverted back when the world was returning to the point when he was first left out. Even his spear made with the efforts of his body and soul shouldn't have been an exception. But why? There was no way of finding out. Did God give him a bonus because he felt sorry for just a status bonus? Rita all over the place wanting the sword to remain, was there some over-effect from that? In any case, it was a thankful thing. He was thinking of making a spear he would use in the near future, so he was thankful to God who relieved him of that effort. Yoo IlHan first picked it up intending to hide it in his closet. But at that moment, like the time he saw the status, green text started appearing in his eyes. Yoo IlHan's steel spear. Rank, unique. Attack power, 800. Durability, 500/500. A miracle made by human hands using pure technique to mold the spear without mana. It has hardness and strength comparable to that of a mid-class monster's bones. How should I know if attack power of 800 is high or not? But looking at the description from the Akashic records, he thought that it would help until he acquired new materials, so he put it in his closet. He wished for there to be inventories since there was status and mana and all, so he was disappointed. Then shall I start? The return of humanity, and the Great Cataclysm that happened at the same time as it was waiting for it. People were spread out to countless other worlds, but now that they had returned, they had to cooperate to adapt to the changed reality. Countless people should be pouring out information on what they know through countless routes. Among those, the route that Yoo IlHan selected was the internet. It was because it was the most approachable, the widest, and the one he was most familiar with. There's new text. Yoo IlHan sat down in front of his laptop with shining eyes. The internet pages which weren't renewed for such a long time was now changed to something completely new. Yoo IlHan smiled when he saw that. He now felt delight when there was the slightest of a new stimulation. Did Columbus feel like this when he found the new continent? He became the captain of the boat which sailed the new seas and sailed to the seas known as information. When 4 hours passed, Yoo IlHan closed the laptop. It was because he was assured that he had enough information now. As everyone talked differently, he had a hard time picking out the truth, but Yoo IlHan's analytical ability and concentration was at the peak due to the several centuries of reading. When he used the official announcement from the government as basis, and organized the information inside the articles that other people wrote, it was over easily. In other words, there was not much information that he could fish out. There are too many liars. I hunted a dragon in another world, I subdued a princess knight, made her as a sex slave, I solved the bonus question engraved on the back of throne of a huge empire, so I acquired permanent item, B*LLSH*T, like these were everywhere. The description about levels and monsters were also all over the place, so listening to them, he might as well believe that a kobold killed a demon race. Then shall I pick out the most objective milestones? He first organized the information on levels. Until level 5 was an ordinary civilian. The majority of the standards to pick soldiers in other worlds were 7, and when one became level 10, one could have swordsman, archer, and other classes as their jobs and could think of becoming a captain of 10 men. When one became level 50, then the class advances. It was a sort of second advancement. As it seemed like powerful people and non-powerful people were separated using that line, advancement wasn't done by anyone in passing a strict condition to understand the Akashic records better. If one didn't advance to the second job, then one could not go over level 50, and if someone did their second advancement, then even nobles wouldn't look down on them. Third advancement was possible at level 100. From that moment, one would be treated as a high-class fighting power of the country. Leveling up by one became hellish and there were not many who would grow anymore. It was known that there was a fourth advancement, but at least on the internet, there weren't any that had seen a person with the fourth job. There were only predictions about high-class monsters, such as dragons, on their fourth, fifth, or even higher jobs. This was the information about the levels. Among the rest, there weren't many that were important. First, tomorrow, he had to go to college as normal. It was because the government, joint with the army, said that they would come up with countermeasures against monsters and emphasized everyday life. There were also announcements about making a special corps made up of mana users after creating anti-monster headquarters, but who knows? It wasn't such a credible announcement. I should protect my own body. The training and suffering was for that. He had no thoughts of going to college normally and be dragged around passively with the situation. So let's train in mana. Phew. As he thought that there weren't many differences even after humanity had returned, he sighed. At the same time, he remembered about the kind and beautiful Rita who was always next to him when he was training and he longed to see her. I want to see Rita. If she knew that, she would be very delighted. At the voice he heard from somewhere, he stiffened before abruptly turning back. On the wide-open windowsill, a small, winged something was standing there. If one ignored the fact that it was very small, its outer appearance was similar to Rita. I am sent here to help you adjust to mana, and I'm an intruder of private property? Angel Urta. The second intruder of private property. It was that moment of meeting with an angel. Author's notes. There was an important edit. Please read. There were many people who were questioning about the level, so even I became chaotic while explaining every one of them. I set the settings too hard. And so, I did a big edit. MC's current level is 1. In the initial settings, status bonuses were reflected on the levels, but I've excluded it. This will probably be easier for you to accept. Also, the status distributed from the level up is automatically reflected on the physical body. To use a game word, it's auto-distribution. The details will be revealed in the story later. There's no other change than that. Please enjoy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 6. You can't see me? 3. You can't see me? 3. The small angel who came into the room, Urta, ignored the pre-conversation and started talking whatever she wanted. For humans, the energy they acquired postnatally, mana, is extremely difficult to handle. The reason why humanity had to spend 10 years in other worlds is also because one has to experience that many number of years to acquire the possibility of using mana. Humanity excluding me. At Yoo IlHan's tackle, Urta showed a clear annoyance on her small face and continued speaking. Angel Rita used that point to strongly claim the assistance on the human Yoo IlHan. While saying that it was seriously unfair to leave the dropout, who only trained his body a little, like this, she requested the dispatch of an angel to help him adapt to mana in a short period of time. When he heard that Rita stepped out for him, Yoo IlHan felt his heart pound. Although they separated without being able to say their farewells, she also seemed to worry about Yoo IlHan. Because of her strong claims, her request was approved. Rita wanted to take on the role herself, but due to the decision of the higher-ups who were worried about a human becoming too close to an angel, I was dispatched in her place. Is that so? It would be a lie if he said he wasn't disappointed, but he also thought that it was instead fortunate. He resolved to become a higher existence in order to meet Rita, but if they met for some random reason before that, wouldn't he be fired up for nothing? However, Urta had the expression of not liking the situation. But now that I'm here, the situation is a bit different to what she said. What is? How is this a little? While scanning Yoo IlHan's physical body, which ascended into a new realm without the help of mana, she muttered with a small voice that couldn't be heard by Yoo IlHan. Even considering 1,000 years, the evolution of his body was at the level of being unbelievable. If the strong power of mana was added to this body, how far could this human grow? It was to the point that she was curious about it. If they knew that he had trained his body until this point beforehand, then the dispatch of Urta wouldn't have happened. However, Rita drove this work with a force that was never seen before with her, the moment she returned to heaven, and her request, which looked very reasonable on the surface, was passed, prepared, and realized at the speed of grilling beans with lightning. And the situation Urta met was this. However, an already realized thing wouldn't be reverted. Urta, who descended with a mission, couldn't return until she completed that mission. In other words, they were all perfectly done in by Rita. To think she would use such a sly method even though she was an angel, who is supposed to be the most pure existence in the world. Urta sighed again and spoke with a powerless voice. In any case, I'm planning to help you until you can use mana skillfully. So please learn it fast. How will you help me? It's simple. A higher existence, me, just being near you activates the mana inside you. Recognition, control, use, in these regards, you would be able to adapt 10 or more times faster than ordinary people. In the past, when he didn't have a single inkling of mana in his body, it was impossible even with Rita sticking to him for 1,000 years, but now that the Great Cataclysm had occurred, 1 year was sufficient. This was Urta's calculation. Yoo IlHan also didn't know anything about mana, so he could only nod his head at her words. He would just accept whatever she spoke of. When the conversation ended, Urta flew and placed herself on his head. What are you doing? He said while brushing his head, but Urta didn't budge a bit. I have magic cast on me to prevent recognition from other lower existences, so you don't need to mind. So you will continue to stay on top of my head in the future? That is so. That was no good. Mostly, the 1.7 terabytes of treasure in his hard drive, and one pile up during the countless years, was in a difficult position. Even Rita didn't stick to him all day, but to think an ambush like this would come now. I don't care whatever a lower existence like you does. So you don't need to worry. You read my mind. For that instant, Yoo IlHan seriously pondered whether to return the angel or not, but he couldn't miss the opportunity to adjust to mana in just 1 year. Yes, it's 1 year. He needed to endure for just 1 year. Yoo IlHan cried blood and accepted reality. I really don't care if you breakdance, belly dance, or dance revolution. I care. And you know what the last one is, right? The next day after humanity returned, the Korean morning was mixed with the anxiety that the world would change and a slight expectation for the changing society. It looked very lively on the surface. The people Yoo IlHan saw, after leaving his house with Urta on top of her head, was like that. If one ignored the soldiers in army uniform with guns securing the perimeter while walking due to the joint operation with the government. *CK, I was drinking with a woman at my side until yesterday morning. But it's better than the climbers in the mountains, sir. I heard monsters have already appeared. If I kill monsters, I can at least level up. I need to find my thunder sword quickly. Corporal Co, the entire regiment knows that you didn't earn a skill until the end in Gundia. Yoo IlHan shook away the breath of despair which would come his way in the near future and hurried to college. T/N, all males have to go through a compulsory military service in Korea. He thought that he walked slowly, but as it took the amount of time it would take him by car and he arrived early, he felt funny even when he himself thought about it. He went to the humanities campus of Sungkyunkwan University. T/N, one of the top-tier units in Korea, will be shortened to Sungyu when necessary. Befitting of being built within the city, Sungkyunkwan University was built on a hill that made its students seriously wonder whether it was commuting or climbing, thanks to using a small area of land as efficiently as possible. Of course, that level was laughable for the current Yoo IlHan. The campus was filled with a lot of people. As most of them were young college students, they tended to think positively about what they became able to do rather than the crisis they were about to meet. And most of them were talking about a topic that Yoo IlHan didn't know about. Did you make a skill? How about you? I managed to make one somehow. Phew. 2 for me. Yoo IlHan asked Erda with a small voice. What does it mean to make a skill? It means creating something to use in an attack somehow by combining tiny bits of mana and insignificant records. As a higher existence, in my view, even if you combine all the skills that they are boasting about, I think that it will pale in comparison to your concealment. Concealment wasn't a skill I wanted. One could arbitrarily make skills. Anyway, this was something he didn't learn yesterday. Yoo IlHan perked up his ears and walked. New stimulation. New information. They were all things that he loved. Anyway, the results. In the end, who was Empress? Nobody knows. Does that make sense? It's the sole Sunyu's person who flew her name for 10 years in Lanpa, and we don't know. But wouldn't we know if monsters appear? I don't know. Maybe she would wear a mask again. He learnt that there was a woman called Empress who showed mighty ability in the other world in his university, and when would dungeons appear? Even if it appears, you wouldn't be able to go in, I think. There's a level requirement. What level are you? Level 7. I'm level 4. Phew. *T. He learnt that there were places called dungeons in other worlds and that one needed to have high levels in order to enter it. Other than that, there weren't many information that he could make out, but there was a reward just in knowing about dungeons. Dungeon. It was a word that made a person's heart pound. In the lecture room he arrived quickly, there were already many people. To think that they attended school even after they spent 10 years in other worlds. Did they perhaps also miss the ordinary lives like Yoo IlHan did? While soaking himself in emotion, he looked around the lecture room, but there wasn't a person he knew anyway. It was trivial, but what is the reason that he became sad all the time? Yoo IlHan, who found an empty seat and sat down, was afraid that he might be heard by other people, so he wrote the questions he had until now that he didn't ask Erda. What is a dungeon exactly? And when he held it up slightly, Erda, who was on top of his head, recognized that and spoke. It's a trap. A trap? As he heard an answer that was too unexpected, Yoo IlHan ended up speaking out loud. However, his concealment was truly amazing and that level of voice wasn't found out by the people around him. So sad. It's a trap installed by God. By installing attractive baits for monsters, it attracts them and closes the exit. The gathered monsters become trapped inside the dungeon, and unlike monsters, humans, who can freely enter and exit once they have the qualifications, can hunt with more safety. That's also a consideration from God to the humans, huh? But isn't it over if they're trapped? You can just leave it alone, right? A dungeon is naturally destroyed after a certain period of time, so the monsters inside it have to be dealt with before that. In the first place, there are many monsters who don't get caught in the trap, and there are many which can destroy it, and many that can camouflage as dungeons, so carelessness is forbidden. While Yoo IlHan and Erda were conversing, the professor came and the lecture started. However, the professor didn't seem to have an intention to teach a lecture and the students didn't seem to want to listen properly either. Yoo IlHan, who expected a lecture after such a long time, became slightly disappointed. Every one of you will have to adapt fast to the changing society. The situation is that UN is already proposing the banning of indiscreet use of mana, and a regulation on leveling up, and strong countermeasures including America and China, are focusing their attention to the changing environments and monsters due to mana. According to how Korea would act, countless industries would collapse and countless other industries would rise. During the entire 50 minutes of the lecture, the professor was haughtily spouting out what anyone could think up about. Thanks to that, Yoo IlHan forgot the centuries of loneliness in an instant and waited earnestly for the end of lecture. No, he questioned if he needed to keep going to university in the first place. In his life in the future, how much importance would a certificate of university graduation have? He could only shake his head. He just came as he knew how much worry his parents would have since they knew he couldn't use mana. If he became able to use mana, then he will stop going to a school where he's ignored by everyone. It wasn't his fault. It was the society, and the university who's bad. Erda spoke as if she predicted what he was thinking at that moment. The efficiency in training mana doesn't become different no matter what you do in whatever place. No, there's one. What is it? Hunting monsters. I don't like dangerous things. He couldn't even use mana, but she wanted him to confront monsters? It was Yoo IlHan who rejected, thinking it was nonsense, but Erda spoke as if she knew that such a reaction would come. Like the humans on Earth having low levels right now, the monsters which would appear later in the dungeons too, would have low levels. It is because they came into contact with mana just recently. There may be high-level ones or colonies from natural disasters, but that is, in the end, a special case, and it's possible to recognize and avoid beforehand. That's true, but now that the absolute majority of the monsters are weak, it would be advantageous in the long term to adapt to mana faster by acquiring experience. Yoo IlHan hated dangerous things. The countless years of immersing in self-training was, in the end, for him to not die meaninglessly after the Great Cataclysm. However, perhaps as a side effect, as countless years have passed, when he knew that it wasn't dangerous, he had the boldness to unhesitatingly move his body once he was sure that there was no danger. A typical example would be crossing the world to conquer libraries, and the one where he went out to sea on a fishing boat to reproduce the scene of Moby Dick. At that time, he thought that it was necessary, but strictly speaking, it was close to the domain of amusement rather than the domain of training. He had acted unconsciously to not paralyze his mentality in the flow of the countless time. Good. I'll have a go, then. This was the same. He judged that it wasn't dangerous, and when he was assured that it would help his survival in the future, he expressed his will to do it without a moment of hesitation. Erda spoke as she waited for this moment. You won't be able to go inside dungeons as there is a level requirement. So you would have to hunt the monsters outside. Considering your level now, then wouldn't you be able to kill monsters around level 25? I'm still level 1, you know? I can't even use mana, you know? Instead, you have a monstrous physical body. I even said this considering that you don't have a sturdy defensive equipment. If you have a good defensive equipment, then you will be able to hunt even higher level monsters. The problem was to find such monsters. I'm a higher existence. To get away from you faster. Not that. To help your growth, I can help you finding monsters. How? If there is a monster nearby, then I can detect it. In the end, the route Yoo IlHan chose was the internet again. Honestly, he didn't expect much. He planned to leave with Erda as soon as the lecture ended. However, *CK. People inside the building never set foot outside from now on. Who the hell lied? Outside right now is hell. The inside is also hell. Can't you see the building collapsing? It's the first time I saw soldiers shooting guns since I was born. *T, soldier brothers are so cool. Yeah. You'll be able to shoot them soon, happy face. Before training mana to level up, don't we have to legalize arms first? The articles in a community website were slightly over-exaggeratingly harsh. Yoo IlHan clicked one of those articles, and not a long time later, one photo came up on the screen. A hunting dog which grew to the size of a bull was attacking a human with a fiercely twisted face. It was too terrible to accept as reality, but the dog was too realistic for it to be a CG. Yoo IlHan raised his head. When did the lecture pause? Everyone, including the professor and the students, stuck themselves on the window and looked down on the square. He stood up slowly and approached them. While nobody paid attention to him, he looked down at the narrow grass square over the glass window. They were there. Insects the size of humans, monsters. Author's notes. Rita's interstate is, ... Dance Dance Revolution equals DDR. Dungeons aren't that important in this work. Thank you for the recommendation, Closet Legnim. As thanks, it's a continuous chapter in order for the readers to not insult me after looking at the recommendation article. Start of the Legend of a Loner. I will come back tomorrow at 6 o'clock, happy face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 7 You Can't See Me? 4. You can't see me? 4. While looking at that scene, Yoo IlHan was unexpectedly calm. It was because he always thought that a day where this could happen would come. Perhaps other people may also have some worry about this in some corner of their hearts. In fact, they may have more resolve than Yoo IlHan. They experienced other worlds for the last 10 years. Wouldn't everyone know well that the Earth is different from before the Great Cataclysm? However, they had insufficient preparation. The fighting power to go against the monsters weren't there no matter how they looked at it, and the levels of the monsters seemed quite high. They either judged the situation wrong, or they don't have the leisure to. Tutorials have already ended. Lord God has already given everything that he can to humanity. Humanity has to survive by itself from now on. Erda's voice sounded quite distant. From that, Yoo IlHan felt that she looked at the scene with different eyes. He was convinced that she wouldn't help in any way no matter how much energy she had. Unless an unexpected element comes up. It seemed like there were no casualties yet. However, lest their eyes fall on the buildings, it was a matter of time before a casualty occurs. Actually, they were slowly coming towards the building, that is, the business hall that the students along with Yoo IlHan was in. Kaiawak. What should we do? We gotta run. Everybody calm down. The school has already contacted the... Who wants to party with me and hunt that? Here. One more casualty please. T/N, said as if someone's ordering at a restaurant. Run, F***CK. F, Finance Hall. Let's run to the Finance Hall. Isn't the roof better? The students who realized that danger was approaching, ran out the lecture room while screaming. The professor also sighed and followed them. As a result, in an instant, Yoo IlHan was left alone in the lecture room. If it came to this, it was suspicious whether he had a special skill to become a loner. However, he also had no thoughts of sitting there quietly alone in the lecture room. Yoo IlHan looked over the window again, and sighed shortly. And started moving. You're planning to go, aren't you? They look much worse than a sperm whale. Isn't this a good opportunity? Monsters are different to animals. Skin. Well, in their case, carapaces become abnormally hard, and their motion capacity changes too. However, yes. There doesn't seem to be any that goes over 20, so it's a good opportunity for leveling up. Yeah. I don't move, it's dangerous. While muttering in self-mockery, Yoo IlHan looked around before approaching a desk and taking out its legs. It was insufficient with just one, so he pulled out all four of them and grabbed one in his hand while tying up the rest after ripping a part of his shirt and tied it around his waist and tightened it. That happened in 10 seconds after he was left alone. Your handicrafts are neat. Yeah. I was bored, so I played around with some things and I got better at it. Rita. The abs that were revealed due to ripping his clothes were truly perfect. His physical body, which was trained to its extreme limits to become the peak of the living, was revealed slightly. However, it was his own body, so Yoo IlHan ran out of the lecture room without reacting to that. At first, he was about to go straight to the square, but he soon remembered that he was barefaced. No matter how high my concealment level is, they will recognize me if I stir up the square, right? A mask is sufficient. It will probably increase the effect of concealment. If it was a mask, he could think up of one. The underground stationery store of the business hall. When his thoughts reached there, he quickly ran towards the stairs and jumped over the railings. He grabbed onto the pillar to slide down to floor B3. He ran to the stationery store and randomly picked an IR*NM*N mask and put it on his face. This was another 10 seconds. It was an inhuman reaction time. Shall we go? He jumped over the stairs to go to the ground floor and came out to the square. Coincidentally, a human-sized mantis was in the middle of destroying the spinning door of the business hall. Kwei Pa ha! With a strange shout, Yoo IlHan's body flew across the air. The moment his razor-sharp kick landed on the mantis's head, its head burst with an unpleasant puk sound. It was a refreshing, laughable insta-kill. Experience rises by 800. You have become level 3. 2 health, 2 magic, 3 strength, 3 agility increases. You have awakened close quarters combat LV max. You can evolve it to the next level skill if you have the skill evolution materials. You have earned the record of LV13 Big Mantis. Texts that momentarily appear on his retina and disappear. With those, suddenly, a wondrous strength filled his entire body. This was level, the system of strength that the creatures in the worlds that have come in contact with the Akashic records have acquired. It was the act of stealing the opponent's records and even potential by stealing life. He felt his muscles gaining strength. The millet-sized lump of mana which was emitting a faint light inside his heart, was very slightly increasing its size. This was a truly marvelous and wonderful experience. And the other humans experienced this for 10 years? He felt as if he was dying due to being envious. But from now, I'm no different. Yoo IlHan landed on the ground and slightly smiled. It wasn't just because he leveled up, but because he was satisfied with his first fight with a monster. It was a different feeling from the animals that he hunted for disassembly. It was more fierce and heavy and thrilling. The new information and new stimulation that Yoo IlHan liked so much, was raising him to new heights. At that moment, Erta spoke with an uninterested voice. Did you open your eyes to the pleasure of violence? Yes. I will definitely beat you up sometime. The square, which was full of insect monsters, fell into silence again. They didn't seem to think that their comrade will die so easily. However, that was brief. The monsters' gazes focused on the human that killed the big mantis. Kick. K-eek. Perhaps because their camaraderie was strong, even the monsters that attacked other buildings became conscious of Yoo IlHan and turned their bodies towards him and showed off their hostility. Their numbers were no less than 40. While looking at that, Yoo IlHan spoke with a calm voice. Now that I think about it, I didn't learn how to fight groups. Just cover it with your body. They can't kill you with their ability anyway. Using Erta's words as signal, Yoo IlHan dashed out. The insect monsters also moved as if they were waiting for that moment. Kui-ethi. The first one to come at him was a pillbug which rolled itself up to roll towards him. Above it, there was a fly-looking thing that flew towards him while flapping its wings unpleasantly. Yoo IlHan burst the fly's head first by throwing the desk leg at it, then he took out another short spear from his waist and smashed it towards the pillbug. With a refreshing sound that sounded like splitting watermelons, the pillbug's carapace burst away. The desk leg was amazingly still holding out. You have earned 700 experience. You have awakened spearmanship LV Max. You can evolve it to the next level skill if you have the skill evolution matrials. You have earned the record of LV11 Big Fly. You have earned 850 experience. You have become level 4. 2 strength, 1 agility, 1 health, 1 magic increases. You have earned the record of LV14 Big Vulgar. This is useful. Above. They were giant mosquitoes seeming like the fly's comrades. And it was 3 at once. Yoo IlHan jumped using the pillbug's corpse as foothold while clicking his tongue. After snapping the mosquito's dangerously developed mouth, he swung his short sword to break its head. You have earned 400 experience. You have earned the record of LV7 Big Mosquito. At that moment, one of them swiftly went behind Yoo IlHan and tried to bite him. Its mouth touched Yoo IlHan's back the moment he realized it, but unfortunately it failed to see Yoo IlHan's back. For a low-level mosquito to pierce it, the tough skin had broken its mouth. How dare you! While letting go of the mosquito's corpse, he jumped backwards and swung his short spear. When the short spear which hit cleanly on the mosquito's mouth and smashed its head just like that and was shot down, the remaining one came at him with hostile flapping sounds, but even its tube was grabbed by Yoo IlHan and could only be swung around. You have earned 300 experience. Mosquito strike. T/N, said in English. Qui 3I. Yoo IlHan, who landed on the ground while grabbing the mouth of the mosquito, swung it and bullseyed the giant honeybee that flew at him fiercely. The mosquito was killed by the honeybee's sting, and perhaps a honeybee was just a honeybee even after evolving, as the honeybee also died just like that. It was truly a brave death. You have earned 350 experience. You have earned 580 experience. You have become level 5. 2 strength, 1 agility, 1 health, 1 magic increases. You have earned the record of LV10 Big Honeybee. To think it would die with its own attack, it seems like it wasn't perfectly monsterized. But then, what is this level about? HM. Phew, so refreshing. When he turned his gaze while ignoring Erda's mutterings, coincidentally there was a mantis that looked exactly the same as the mantis he killed first, but just 1.5 times bigger, in front of him. Immediately after he recognized that mantis, its sides, which shined dangerously, swooshed at him with no brakes. TCH. Yoo IlHan, who limboed the scythe, threw the short spear backwards in that position to sever the breath of the fly that flew at him from another direction. And when his 2 hands became free like that, he went and did a back tumbling just like that to distance himself from the big mantis. You have earned 380 experience. There are monster reinforcements. Kei. Kuon. Just where did they hide before coming out? Flies, mosquitoes, mantises, pillbugs, centipedes, and even cockroaches. He moved his body while clicking his tongue. Ha! Keek. He grabbed the 2 remaining short spears in both of his hands and swung it without restraint to break open the insects' heads. The insects that came like a swarm of bees fell powerlessly like mosquitoes in front of mosquito-repellent incense. You have earned 700 experience. You have earned 550 experience. You have earned 950 experience. You have become level 6. 1 strength, 2 agility, 1 health, 1 magic increases. The body fluids of the insects soaked him, but he didn't mind. What if they were insects? The important thing now was the fact that those monsters were opponents that Yoo IlHan could bring out his techniques from the long time of training. Yoo IlHan, who rampaged like a crazy storm inside the monsters, was already in a state of half-selflessness. And when some time passed, something flashed in front of his eyes. The honeybee which was about to sting him couldn't even scream before falling onto the ground. When Yoo IlHan raised his head, he met his eyes with a woman who held his out towards him, no, to be exact, to the honeybee which collapsed over the countless insect corpses. With a woman who was wearing a cheap H*LK mask which was sold in the underground stationery store in Business Hall. No. I'm worse as IR*NM*. Stop speaking nonsense and kill those monsters. As Erta's point was truly reasonable, Yoo IlHan cleaned out the monsters with effort even while pouting. The woman wearing the H*LK mask also emitted lightning bolts from her hands and attacked the monsters steadily. It was a truly strong destructive power. That's an unbelievable amount of mana quantity. How can she grow that much in just one day? Isn't she leveling up like me? Oh, it may be like that. How did you know that mana recovers when you level up? Because my stamina is recovering every time I level up. When H*LK mask joined the fray, the situation settled down soon. There weren't many monsters in the first place, and her attacks also had the power to kill monsters in one strike. But perhaps the military already knew that monsters invaded the school, as not long later, several tens of soldiers on 2.5-ton trucks came. However, the scene they saw wasn't one where a square was full of monsters. It was a scene where a man wearing an IR*NM*N mask was splitting the last insect, a centipede, in half with a dropkick. I'm sorry. The F*King truck couldn't climb the hill. Whoa. You have earned 1,250 experience. You have become level 7. 1 strength, 2 health, 2 magic increases. While splendidly ignoring the soldiers, Yoo IlHan muttered as he was flipping the centipede's corpse. Isn't there some jewel of the 4 souls? If you mean a magic stone, there is one. Oh, there really is one? Didn't you say you learned disassembly? For insect monsters, you have to take out the hardest part of the carapace, which became like that due to mana, and the magic stone. I will tell you the parts, so do it now. Okay. Wait a bit. Yoo IlHan stepped on the joints of the smallest big mantis and pulled out its side. The soldiers who were coming to the square stopped while being frightened after they looked at that scene. Who is that guy? What level is he? How did he acquire that much strength in just one day? That was a drop kick. Whatever the others said, Yoo IlHan started the first monster disassembly of his life. He couldn't eat the meat, so he threw them away, and as Erta said, he took away the hardest part of the carapace and the magic stone. The side of the big mantis was very sharp, so when it was in the hands of Yoo IlHan, a disassembly meister, it sliced apart the monster's corpses as it became a peerless sword. You have awakened disassembly LV max. The soldiers were obvious, and even the H*LK masked woman could only stare at his lively movements dumbfoundedly. When they confirmed that all the monsters had disappeared, the people hiding inside the buildings also started crawling out, but they also couldn't approach Yoo IlHan. Is this it? While cutting apart the centipede, a small blue stone rolled out. When he picked it up and asked Erta with a small voice, Erta nodded her head. It's a magic stone. The crystallization of mana. It's a high-efficiency energy and at the same time, the origin of every artifacts. After Yoo IlHan wiped it on the grass on the floor and put it in his pocket, he changed his target. Of course, as he was a Korean man with manners, he didn't touch the monsters killed by the H*LK masked woman. The corpses killed by the H*LK mask had unique traces of a burn, so it was easy to identify. It was not that every monster had a magic stone, and not every one of them had hard carapaces, so there were less spoils of war than he thought. There were 8 magic stones with the size of a millet, 3 rice grain-sized ones, 1 soybean-sized one, and a few carapaces the size of his head. Phew, whoa. Yoo IlHan raised his head like a farmer that just finished working on his field. But from some time, the H*LK masked woman was staring at him. Without moving from the place she appeared at the beginning. The people who came out to the square, and the soldiers who came too late, gulped while looking at the confrontation of the two heroes. It was the meeting of the two strongest in Seoul, no in the country of Korea as a whole, or perhaps even the whole world. How historical was this scene? The H*LK masked woman carefully spoke. It was an unexpectedly calm and unflustered voice. Can you disassemble for me? Yoo IlHan fell into thought for a brief moment before replying. How much will you give me? It was the first meeting of the dropout and the Empress. Author's notes. Really, I should cut it off at a suitable point, but why do I have so little control? Fu. It's not that Yoo IlHan's power and the Empress's power is the same. It's just that Yoo IlHan was too much of an overkill. Erda's blatant bait. Apparently, there's a plot where Iron Man gets thrashed by Hulk in the Marvel world. The 2.5-ton truck cannot climb the hill. The Jewel of Four Souls, Shirkan no Tama, is an item that appears in Inuyasha. A centipede monster swallowed it at the beginning of the story. Today, I have something to ask of you readers. This chapter is the chapter where Yoo IlHan's first fight occurs. What do the readers think of the fighting scene? No, not about whether the author did good or not, that's a problem with the author's ability, so let's put it aside. T to the power of T. Short, lengthen it. Alright, keep it as it is. Long, shorten it. I would appreciate it if you express your opinions. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 8 You Can't See Me, 5. You can't see me, 5. 30%, no, I will give you 40%. At the H*LK mask's generous declaration, he unhesitatingly disassembled her worth. H*LK mask watched him while exclaiming at his high-level disassembly technique that moved as if he became one with the mantis scythe. Of course, the others weren't like that. That woman. She's definitely Empress. She became a lot weaker, but it's 100% her with that lightning bolt. She came to school today. She's a student, right? Look at that body figure. Quiet. If you get close, then you'll get struck by lightning. That's what I want. But who in the end is that IR*NM*N? As the citizens that they should protect had killed the monsters, the soldiers also stood there dumbfoundedly watching them. The second lieutenant-looking leader was also giving a report while deeply sighing, and the soldiers were all busy sneaking at the H*LK mask's body figure, while calling her Empress and worshipping her. He pitted the soldiers, who became soldiers in less than 1 day after 10 years of being in other worlds, but honestly, it wasn't something that Yoo IlHan could care about. And so, who's that IR*NM*N? Oh yeah, now that I think about it, what was that attack technique? Did he shoot a beam from his palm? Wasn't it an axe? He just swung the monsters around, though? Yoo IlHan's concealment skill was at a point where it half distorted reality. He became very willing to tackle every one of those humans speaking nonsense, but he suppressed it and swung the scythe. From the fly's ass, a magic stone emitting faint light flew into the air. Finished. Yoo IlHan, who splendidly caught that in mid-air, clicked it towards the Empress and passed it. She received it before politely nodding her head. Thank you. The 40% worth was already taken by him under the negotiation with the Empress. Their greetings ended and transaction had ended, so what was left was just the parting. The Empress put her spoils of war inside a bag she prepared beforehand and started walking after turning back. Keck. Perhaps having received an order from the higher-ups, the second lieutenant approached her, but he solidified after getting struck by a weak lightning before he even approached 3 meters close to her. Lightning, which could delicately stop movement to make someone stay away without injury, was running at the peak in regards to not only power, but control. If God looked at this scene now, then he would probably shout, "Yes, I sent humans other worlds to see this." The gallery, who saw this, whispered to each other, "Amazing. Looks painful. He must feel good. He got struck by lightning from the Empress, he must feel good. I want to try getting struck too. Are there only perverts here?" Immediately after the Empress left while attracting the gazes of the people, Yoo IlHan, who organized his spoils of war, also stood up. He peeled the pillbug's carapace to use it as a makeshift tray and piled the carapaces on top of it. The 4 desk legs were disposed of a long time ago. People should start running at him soon, too. It would become a pain to carry his spoils of war out amidst that chaos. But it wasn't like he could throw away the monster byproducts. So what could he do? Yoo IlHan fell into panic like the time he was asked, "Do you like mother or father?" from his aunt when he was 5 years old. However, his agony was meaningless. It was because when the gazes that focused on the Empress turned back to the original position, they couldn't see Yoo IlHan's figure. Whoa, where did he go? Amazing, he must have run at a speed we can't see. Sundayan Bolt. T/N, Sun, Sunkyunkwan, Day, Uni, in, can mean person, and also a part of USAN. Sundayan Bolt. Yeah, I knew this would happen. Even though the situation went as he wanted, Yoo IlHan couldn't hide his complicated emotions. Especially, the fact that the second lieutenant was looking for Yoo IlHan with a serious face but couldn't find him, was heartaching. He left through the crowd of people while pouting. It was because he wanted to eat his mother's food. The time he recognized that he left his bag in the lecture room was after he came down to the bottom of the hill. That day, when he came back home, of course, he went back to get his bag, after Yoo IlHan ate dinner with his mother, who greeted him overly delightedly due to the monster incident at the campus which was broadcasted to the whole country, and his father, who came home with a scared face due to some incident. Yoo IlHan left his house quietly after locking the door while pretending to sleep inside his room. T/N, super long sentence, so hard to tell. In his hands was a bag which contained the carapaces of the insects he hunted that day and some tools. Where are you heading? Anywhere secluded. In truth, knights nowadays were all without human figures. It was because the nervousness of Korea, especially Seoul, reached the extreme due to the monsters that brazenly invaded the college campus in the afternoon. He placed himself inside a random neighborhood playground and spread the carapaces out on the floor. Yes. He came out to make some defensive equipment himself befitting of Yoo IlHan, who couldn't stay still without doing anything. As expected, it is a bit insufficient to make an armor. Moreover, it's non-metal too. It should be possible to make if it's just the wrist and knee protectors. He wanted to make an armor by whatever means possible, but insect carapaces were too hard to handle. As it wasn't like he could melt it and process it like metal, so he had to go with making a DIY furniture feel rather than a blacksmith feel. But, became worried even at that simple process. Monsters' byproducts characteristics are very hard to handle. It's better to not touch it rashly as there is no proper craftsman on Earth yet. What are you saying? Yoo IlHan retorted while wearing the work gloves. Oh. Rita Awaya. Seems to like Rita a lot, Yoo IlHan uninterestedly muttered before taking out a saw from the bag and started working. But who was watching him cutting the carapace with resignation, spoke. Even so, you were in a world without mana, so you don't know about mana crafting, right? What is that awesomely strong-sounding name? It refers to putting a special power inside a defensive equipment or armor using mana crystals, including magic stones. In other words, crafting artifacts. Teach me. Yoo IlHan's eyes burned with passion for new knowledge and technique. He lifted up before placing her in front of his eyes and shouted as if to hypnotize her. Teach me. You're close, too close. I will teach you, so put me back on top of your head. He obediently placed her back on his head. Erda was taking deep breaths to forget Yoo IlHan's face, which came close to the point that she was about to get swallowed up, physically, and spoke. As the generalization of the process of making defensive equipment and armors using mana, which is not only on the physical body, strictly speaking, mana crafting is a concept that developed from blacksmithing. I can't do blacksmithing even if I want to right now. First, tell me the method to create an artifact. Do I owe you something? Teach M. I said I will teach you. She would preach a grand sermon to Rita to manage her man properly when she goes back to heaven. The ingredients are the materials to create the armor and magic stones, or some other mana crystals of similar characteristics. For example, there would be a dragon heart. Don't use something so grand as an example. It makes my heart pound. Yoo IlHan took out the magic stone while complaining. Erta continued speaking. First, the basic form. You create the gear while putting the magic stone near you. After this process, called synchronization, and finish creating the gear, you then grind the magic stone into powder to apply it on the gear's surface and wait for it to absorb. Then? That's it. Artifact masters call this finish. What finish when it hasn't even begun? I cannot acknowledge that as work. Erta's words continued as if she predicted that Yoo IlHan would complain loudly. Of course, there is an applied form. It's a method used to bestow a special ability and not stopping with just raising the defensive equipment, or the weapon's capacity. Yes, you should have taught me that. However, this method is not only very difficult for you, it also requires quite a lot of magic stones. Also important is the will of the craftsman. Tell me first, was he really a human who lived for 1,000 years? With Yoo IlHan, who was stubborn like a short-fused kid, in front of her, Erta spoke while carefully selecting her words. It's the same until the synchronization part, but it goes through a process to bestow a directional nature onto the magic stone. This process is called the bestowal. And to bestow a directional nature? The easiest is for the craftsman to use mana, but even without, you use another magic stone to bestow a will to the magic stone. Will. Yoo IlHan softly muttered. If you want the wielder to become stronger, then you wish for that, and if you want the person to become faster, then you wish for that, and if you want the person to have the ability to defend against fire, then you wish for that, and if you want the person to have the ability to emit fire, then you wish for that. The level of that ability will drastically differ according to the quality of the magic stone, the mana of the craftsman, and the craftsman's will. And so, it was hard for the current Yoo IlHan. Erta spoke as if she deemed as such. It was because whether it was the quality of the magic stone, or Yoo IlHan's mana, or Yoo IlHan's will, in her eyes, it wasn't above the lowest level. As Yoo IlHan also knew that he didn't ask her back. Instead, he spilled out the magic stones inside the bag and silently entered work. Knee guard to protect both of his knees, and wrist guards. He randomly cut, sanded, holed, sanded, connected with a strong leather rope, and sanded. It was easy to think that it was crude due to being a product of a simple work, but the protectors that Yoo IlHan made were created to fit him, so it looked quite, considerably good. It wasn't satisfying in an angel's eyes, but Erta had no choice but to acknowledge the fact that the equipment he made transformed splendidly to the point that it would be hard to recognize it was once a part of a monster. After creating defensive equipments, Yoo IlHan neatly powdered the rough magic stones, which went through synchronization, and applied it on each of the protectors. Despite being a process that he had never done since he was born, all of his movements were extremely efficient and neat. It was to the point that the angel, Erta, thought elegant while looking at it. Is it a familiar process? It's not that, but I realized after doing a lot of things until now. The fact that labor is just finding the trick. If you didn't say that at the end, it might have sounded cool. He spoke as if it was a joke, but that was a huge realization for Yoo IlHan. He acquired the ability to see through the most efficient process and apply it in real work no matter what he worked on. It was a power that was applied to not only just simple labor, but smithing, disassembly, and martial arts. Erda was laughing at it, but if she knew the meaning behind the words Yoo IlHan said, then she would be shocked. This was an absolute power which cannot be materialized even as a skill. You've learned mana crafting. The basic form knee guards and wrist guards were completed. Erda was dumbfounded while looking at it and muttered. You've really made an equipment like this even with those shabby materials. With this level 27, no, you may even be alright in confronting level 30 monsters. Considering your fighting ability, then it should be sufficient. It's not over yet. There's still magic stones left. Magic stones were definitely left. And it was the biggest one of them, the soybean-sized one, and about 4 millet-sized ones which paled in comparison. Erda instantly realized after looking at components. He was challenging applied form right now. It's impossible. I'll try it as experience. Yoo IlHan also didn't assure himself that it was possible currently. He was assured that he would be successful sometime, if he kept trying. Yoo IlHan achieved success until now like that. Alone, he did all of them. This was Yoo IlHan's life. Erda, who realized that Yoo IlHan didn't have any thoughts to stop, shrugged her shoulders and didn't interfere any further. It was because that the equipments that were already finished were products that surpassed her imagination, and that throwing away some magic stones like that wasn't that important in regards to safety. At that moment, Yoo IlHan took out something from the bag. The only part which was not carapace from the spoils of war. It was the big mantis scythe. What are you trying to do? Just watch. On one hand, he held all the millet-sized magic stones, and on the other, he held the left wrist protector, big mantis blade, and the soybean-sized magic stone. While looking at Yoo IlHan's incomprehensible actions, Erda questioned if he understood what she spoke or not. Regardless of whether the angel thought that or not, Yoo IlHan focused with closed eyes. By using the mana of the magic stone, the millet-sized magic stones lost their light and crumbled apart one by one. Yoo IlHan didn't understand well about mana yet, but this process helped him feel mana more clearly. He concentrated more, fearing that he would lose the faint feeling that he caught onto. Scythe, like the mantis. The millet-sized magic stones eventually all disappeared. However, the soybean-sized one, which was on the brink of failing, seemed to emit light before the scythe started emitting blue light as if to respond to it. Perhaps? Erda, who knew what was happening by then, ended up thinking that it was disappointing for his attempt to fail just like this. I don't know anymore. She floated a tiny amount, a really tiny amount which was unnoticeable by Yoo IlHan, into the protector. At that moment, the soybean-sized one flashed brightly before it disappeared with the scythe. What was left was only the left wrist protector. Mana crafting increases to LV2. Did it fail? No. Yoo IlHan confidently replied before equipping the wrist protector and tightening it. After confirming that he equipped it properly, he exhaled shortly and rushed towards one of the swings which was swinging near him. He brushed past it without coming into contact. However, the moment he brushed past the swing, the two chains that connected the swing were severed and the swing was buried into the sand. Yoo IlHan posed himself immediately and raised his left arm. Oh. You see it, right? From the middle of the protector which completely covered the wrist, sharp scythe protruded out at a 90-degree angle to his arm. A sharp scythe which would stay hidden normally and would pop out when he wanted. This was his intention. I'll get busy. Although I did provide some mana, I didn't know that you would be successful in crafting an artifact for real. You've realized its possibility, so you will indeed get busy. No, not that. Yoo IlHan quickly organized his belongings and put his bag over his shoulders. Then started running hard. I broke the swing, so I gotta run. I will use a recovery magic, so get over here right now. Yoo IlHan still haven't let go of his habits to treat things roughly, which he acquired during his dropout days. Author's notes. The reason I've mentioned the university name is for the Sungdine bolt pun. Really? Mana crafting is in fact a type of a similar magic. The staff, Erta, fixed the broken swing later. I have something to say to the readers. It's about the question I asked you in the last chapter. It's not about the length of the chapter T to the power of T. No, honestly, you're saying that the last chapter and the one before that became pointlessly long due to the lack of ability from the author? The chapter may get longer or shorter from normal according to the story's development. Of course, it's a problem because it keeps getting longer nowadays. T. What I can promise you is enough volume of the story which wouldn't be cut absurdly in the middle of the story. Everyone, please trust in me and follow me. Although I may not be able to reply to every one of the replies, I am reading all the comments 2 or 3 times. The reader's precious opinion, I won't ignore it. Then I will come back tomorrow at 6 p.m. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 9 I Hunt Alone, 1. I Hunt Alone, 1. The day after he exorcised the low-level monsters, Friday, that day, Yoo IlHan left home to go to college again. Despite the fact that there were no lectures on Fridays. You're going to college, son? Be careful, run away if you see monsters. It would be good if you just rested home. Today will be all right. Mom, you stay at home and don't go out, okay? Yoo IlHan had succeeded in making a blank Friday somehow during his course registration for first year, which he didn't even remember now, but it was more stifling for him to stay at home now. This was because the only thing he could do at home was to eat popcorn in his room due to his mother receiving a positive bonus on her child worrying skill due to the 10 years of separation. But he also couldn't tell his worried mother that although he couldn't use mana, he was so awesomely strong because his body developed to the extreme. The easiest path was to fool his mother, who couldn't remember her son's lecture timetable after 10 years, and come outside. I know how she feels, but... And that was exactly the reason he had to move. To become as strong as possible before dangerous monsters come out, to acquire strong skills and get used to mana, to protect his mother and father and for him to live well. I want to have a workshop. I want a car too. You need to earn money. I want to use mana quickly. You need to level up. I also want to make a good defensive equipment. You need to kill strong monsters. That's right. All conclusions required for him to hunt monsters. Therefore Yoo IlHan wore a big bag over his shoulders, and was walking with the cloth-wrapped steel spear in his hands. He was looking for monsters himself. Of course, although the current Republic of Korea was in the middle of being on guard as if it were a war due to the simultaneous monster incidents, such as the campus monster invasion incident, for Yoo IlHan, who even evaded God's eye before, evading the eyes of the military humans who were unknown whether they were from the Korean military or were idiots, was easy. No, even so, it would be alright for one of them to find him, but nobody saw him as if they purposely looked away. It was a sad thing. Can we really find monsters this way? Are you looking down on me, a higher existence? I will find it even if a slime comes out through a gap on the ceiling air conditioner, so believe me. Even with the big talk from the self-claimed monster radar, Erta, he only snorted. At that moment, inside a store he was passing by, he saw a somewhat familiar scene inside the big TV. He automatically stopped his steps and looked at the screen. And when he did, he knew instantly. It was the campus of the college he went to. Not only that, the ones rampaging there was the IR*NM*N mask and the H*LK mask. The government is tracking these people who rescued the people by appearing suddenly on the disaster scene and defeating the monster horde. The two ability users, who are thought to be related to Sung Kwan University, immediately appeared after the monster horde appeared inside the campus and defeated all the monsters before a casualty occurred and suddenly disappeared. The researchers named these people overbalanced ability users, and they are estimating that their mana adaptability was way too high and that they had recovered and raised several skills immediately after the return. You don't have the qualification to research yet. Disasters are occurring in many parts of the world due to the Great Cataclysm. Many people are expressing their worry at the rapid proliferation of monsters, and are demanding fast countermeasures from the government. The government is aiming to create an elite ability users unit with these two overbalanced as the center. There was no value to listen to it anymore. He was already annoyed due to not being able to use mana, and they called him overbalanced? If he wanted to follow his temper, he would have swung his spear, but when he thought about how he had to listen to a power sermon from Urta after he snapped the swing, the raging anger also calmed down. He snorted with a humph and left that place. Of course, he wasn't that honorable to cooperate with the government. The things Yoo IlHan had to protect was first himself, then his family. In the end, what remained in his head from the news just now was one person. That H*LK mask, she was called Empress, wasn't she? Are you interested? Although I didn't see her face due to the mask, her body figure was exceptional. Well, if the level is high, then she will become pretty due to the racial correction, so it might be worth it to look forward to. Anyway, men are all. No, I'm not interested in that direction. Really? Yes. It was a very Yoo IlHan-like rejection, who can't lie very well. Urta thought impotent? At that moment when she heard the answer. It was because even in her, an angel's, view, the charm of the one called Empress was unordinary. However, of course Yoo IlHan wasn't impotent. This was something that Yoo IlHan himself had questions about. He didn't feel that much excited even if he saw a very pretty woman or a woman with exceptional body figure. It definitely wasn't like this from the beginning. Before being left out, it was normal. It was the same with the treasure that shone brightly behind the screen and not just real women. Worrying for his son who didn't react no matter how much put his strength into, he could only give it energy after trying many different genres. It was no different now. He didn't think about the reason until now for some reason, but now that he thought about it, he realized the reason instantly. It's probably because I'm too used to Rita's looks. Oh. Urta agreed with a sad voice. It's probably that. You spent so much time with Rita, a higher existence, so you're no different from being impotent with human women as a partner. I'm not impotent, not an impotent. As it was a sensitive topic, Yoo IlHan ensured that point. However, the fact that no one glanced his way even though he shouted impotent, impotent in the middle of the street, made him even more miserable. He lowered his voice, despite the fact that no one paid attention to him, and spoke to Urta as if emphasizing. The thing I'm talking is about that power. The ability to use mana. Oh, as expected. It's not such a special thing compared to you who can process monsters as carapaces without mana. The name of Empress is truly grand, but the reason why God sent humanity to other worlds is to create cases such as that woman. Except me. Except you, who can pancosmically hide his presence. Yoo IlHan thought that Urta became more eloquent with her words faster than Rita. Even while doing that, he was continuously moving his body. Wait. We finally found one. It's near. At one moment, Urta stopped him. Her solid tone of voice indicated that it wasn't anything common. Yoo IlHan asked carefully with a voice comparable to picking potato chips with his hands. How many? 70. I beg your pardon? In his surprise, Yoo IlHan was almost about to reply in English. It's the presence of a monster horde with a level 35 direwolf as the head. Not in a dungeon, but on a field. Do you perhaps remember what you said to me yesterday? You said that high-level monsters wouldn't appear since it's the initial stages of the Great Cataclysm. Didn't you say that even if they appeared, it would be in dungeons? They didn't fall for the trap. Due to the fact that their intelligence was too high. When Yoo IlHan sighed due to the absurdity, Urta sighed even more magnificently than him before speaking. Truthfully, I thought it was strange even yesterday. No matter how I think about it, there's a problem with a large number of level 10 plus monsters appearing. And you reacted so calmly then. I didn't want to show a ripple to a lower existence. Urta's tone of voice while replying was strangely cold. Was Rita also like this in the past? To Urta, who built a too sturdy and thick wall between them, Yoo IlHan became a bit fed up. Emphasizing her own position and secretly disdaining her counterpart made her seem like a haughty Ojusama. He wanted to see Rita's face, who he was used to like his real sister. At that moment Urta spoke as to interrupt his thinking. However, now, I have to request cooperation from you, so I will tell you honestly. The current state of Earth is not normal. It seemed as if just speaking while standing still was a waste of time as Urta pulled his hair to indicate him to go in a certain direction. While experiencing the feeling of a giant robot, controlled by a hero, Yoo IlHan dashed out while Urta continued speaking. You must already know that during the mass migration of humanity, in other words, during your dropout period, all life forms except humans were left on Earth. Well, yeah, since I disassembled some of them. Rita was noisy about killing a small number of them. There was no choice but to do that to match the balance of the world. We can't be too biased towards humans, so. Anyway, you must also know that they weren't allowed changes unlike you. Yeah. Lord God deemed that that was enough. He had thought that it wouldn't be a problem even if he left them alone for 10 years before humanity came back. Somehow, Yoo IlHan felt that he knew what she wanted to say. However, due to an unknown mistake, the time axis of Earth became very off, and while 10 years passed in other worlds, on Earth, 1,000 years had passed. 1,000 years. And as expected, Yoo IlHan was surprised at that part. I thought it was about 150 years. It was 1,000 years. Not 300 years, 500 years? Millennium. T/N, spoken in English. Mommy. Regardless of whether Yoo IlHan was frightened at the past years, Urta pressed on. Although it is said that they were reset at the point that humanity came back, but it didn't manage to revert their mentality. It's 1,000 years. If animals, who are supposed to live 10 years, lived for 1,000 years without dying, then it would instead be strange that they don't change. And it happened at the exact moment the restriction on time disappeared, dramatically. Just the conclusion. It's highly possible that the monsters that will appear on Earth will be absurdly strong and intelligent compared to other worlds. We're doomed. We exist for that to not happen. Urta declared. Even Yoo IlHan, who felt distant at her arrogant, emotionless words just now, felt that she was cool when she said those words to the point that he felt favorable towards her again. I've already reported to heaven, and to tune the balance, everybody is moving. However, it will take time for that to implemented. Yoo IlHan, do you have any thoughts in moving quite busily just until then? A suitable reward will be waiting for you if you do. Urta was saying this, become the human shield until the weapons are prepared. Yoo IlHan replied while smiling bitterly. It sure sounds painful and difficult. I won't deny that. He stopped in his place. And spoke his honest feelings. And so I like it. It was a masochistic thought even when he thought about it, but Yoo IlHan liked moving better than spacing out doing nothing. Now that he had lived for countless years, or as Urta said, 1,000 years, he had changed like this. Moreover, he even thought to be enthusiastic if it was approaching the unknown that no one had experienced. If he didn't die. If I think I'm about to die, I will run away, though. There's no way you will die. You are under-evaluating your own ability. Urta snorted. She already saw a fragment of Yoo IlHan's ability. Yesterday, she saw his overwhelming fighting ability against multiple monsters. She saw a scene where he created an artifact worthy of evaluation using monsters' byproducts. And she saw the steel spear that he took out while leaving his house today. Urta was meticulously misevaluating him. Level 30 monster? Don't joke. He wasn't someone who would struggle with monsters at that level. The power and technique, trained to breach the limits, inside his body was proving that fact. The monsters will show up soon. And they will bare their fangs to devour humans to reach higher heights. So before that, Yoo IlHan's steps became faster. Wearing the IR*NM*N mask on his face, he gripped the steel spear, shining under the sunlight, after unwrapping the cloth and stepped out. Now, he also felt it. A murderous intent on a different level he felt in the campus. Urta shouted. Pull out all their fangs. Old, executor. T/N, apparently, a Type Moon reference. Author's notes. There are other executors other than Yoo IlHan. It will be explained soon, but just in case you're curious. Truly, what higher existences are doing is basically robbing Peter to pay Paul. As many people had guessed, the surpassing existences in this novel are not almighty nor omniscient in any way. To think I'm impotent. Then I will come back tomorrow at 6 p.m. Please put it on your reading list / recommend it / comment if you like it. Happy face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 10 I Hunt Alone, 2. I Hunt Alone, 2. His thoughts became complicated. The time he randomly thought it shouldn't be over 200, right? Was actually 1,000 years, and the animals who had matured well like him evolved into monsters to take revenge for the 1,000 years of solitude. Kuhan. But so what? After finding the horde of monsters that showed themselves on the streets, and the leader-class huge direwolf which led them, Yoo IlHan thought while moving faster. No matter how long the time that had passed was, it couldn't change his current situation. Even if the monsters on Earth were stronger than those in other worlds, I don't even know how strong they are since I never went there. Fuck, so it's none of my business. He thought. There was one thing that was sure. That I'm stronger than that thing. Kuhoang. His steel spear stabbed head-on in the giant direwolf's face, which didn't know that Yoo IlHan was approaching thanks to his passive concealment. The spear, which was accurately stabbed between its eyes, pierced everything from its spike-like fur, hard skin, the complexly formed muscle, its flesh which strangely tightened to block foreign substances, and the bone which developed to be stronger than steel, to smash its brains. You have earned 12,904 experience. You have earned the record of LV35 Brown Direwolf. You have become level 9. For strength, 2 agility, 2 health, 2 magic increases. You cannot become level 10 without obtaining a class. All records acquired before obtaining a class will be calculated after generating a class. All of your records will be materialized into possibilities. From the following jobs, you can select. At the same time, the enormous experience and record that the direwolf had was all absorbed by Yoo IlHan. Countless texts appeared on his retina. However, Yoo IlHan had to move his body quickly without even the opportunity to recognize that. It was because the monsters on the streets attacked him fiercely, much less being frightened after their leader died. Fuck, monsters. So many, one man is fighting them. Wait, I will emit fire from my hands. Soldiers. Really, these guys are never here when we need them. At almost the same time as Yoo IlHan's preemptive strike, the people moved around chaotically after they recognized that monsters were attacking. Whether it was running away quietly, calmly reporting, looking for the military, or looking for signs to shield themselves in. They didn't seem to have gone to other worlds for 10 years for nothing as they reacted calmly to the monsters, but amidst of them, a few clumsy people were trying to show off their non-existent fireballs with their non-existent mana. Kuwa! And a wild dog which disdained that man barked lowly and attacked him. Yoo IlHan, who half expected that situation, swung his spear once to throw them all apart and kicked off the ground. The moment the strength stored in his body kicked the ground, it was purely turned into thrusting force and his body shot out like a cannonball. After focusing his strength by leaning forward in that state, Yoo IlHan pointed the spear towards the front with both of his hands. At the end of the trajectory that the spearhead drew was the wild dog's head, which was about to assault the man. Cac. You have earned 1,700 experience. You have earned the record of LV18 Wandering Dog. For a dog, it has a too cool of a name. While tackling only in his heart, Yoo IlHan landed on the ground. The monsters, which didn't deviate their gazes from him from the beginning, glared Yoo IlHan with a "I will kill that guy and live" gaze while shortening their distances with Yoo IlHan after their comrade died. Anyway, it was fortunate that other people weren't in danger now. Step back. Yoo IlHan warned shortly while looking back. However, the man who was rescued after failing to shoot fire from his hands was surprised when he saw the IR*NM*N mask that covered Yoo IlHan's face and shouted, IR*NM*N mask. Someone who heard that blurted out, "Perhaps, Sundyne Bolt." "What, did you just say Sundyne Bolt?" "That cheap IR*NM*N mask, it's the real Sundyne Bolt." From some time, that embarrassing nickname was spread out loud. Yoo IlHan hid his feelings to cry and turned back. His feelings were complicated. He was slightly happy that his name was known, but he was still sad. "I said step back." "Cheer up, Sundyne Bolt." "Wow, so strong. Just how many levels did he level up in one day to become like that?" "He got his second job, definitely." The returnees were adapting too well to the situation. They all distanced themselves and watched the fight. Someone even took out a smartphone and recorded Yoo IlHan's fighting on a video. Yoo IlHan thought it was truly fortunate that he was wearing a mask and swung the steel spear. His spear, which would have already been ripped apart if it was made of ordinary steel, was in reverse, showing its might by breaking all their teeth. You have earned 3,300 experience. You have earned the record of LV26 Grey Wolf. You have earned 1,950 experience. You have earned 1,500 experience. Countless texts were printed on his retina. He thought that not leveling up despite killing so many of them was related to class or whatever that popped up when he killed the direwolf, but as the monsters didn't even give him room to rest, he had no time to read and confirm it. Of course, these things were insta-kills, so it didn't matter if he leveled up or not. But it was when he decreased the number of monsters about 20. From the hole where the monster horde first appeared, a big-sized wolf popped out and howled loudly. Go! It's the second strongest. It seems like it's passing some sort of order down, so be careful. So they can even pass the authority of control and even give orders, At Erta's warning, which made him instantly realize that the monster's intelligences were high, he turned the gear upwards in his heart. I can't hear what the people were chatting loudly about back there. The important thing was me, and the things I had to kill with my spear. He thought. At that moment, 5 wild dogs, which were distancing themselves from him and only watched while on guard, attacked him simultaneously. Kuhan. Left leg, right arm, left shoulder, head. Their figures of attacking different parts of his body when assaulting him reminded him of the humans bullying. T/N, Ross was slash, it's some martial art, but it's basically bullying martial art. Full, hap. When he saw that, the move Yoo IlHan chose was attacking. If he fell back, then his posture would become unstable and be in a state where he would receive continuous attack easily, and if he defended, then he will get bitten somewhere. Stepping out with his right foot, he leaned forward and shot the spear to smash the head of the one aiming for his right leg. With its corpse still stuck on the spear, he swung it and struck the one aiming for his left leg. The strength stat that should be calculated to several tens of levels suppressing the wild dog's body was truly a frightening scene. You have earned 1,300 experience. You have earned 1,250 experience. However, by that time, the third dog was already within 10 centimeters of his left shoulder. A trajectory that wouldn't hit even if he swung the spear. He let go of his left hand holding the spear and swung his arm. At that moment, the sharp scythe that popped out from his wrist cut apart its mouth. Kaya hak. He retracted his left arm to hold the spear with both of his hands, and he smashed hard on the ground with the spear while stepping out with his left foot. After getting rid of the dog's corpse with that shock, he struck upwards with both the fourth and fifth dog in the trajectory, which were about to bite his head and right arm respectively. Hop. Oh. Ku-hung. The moment after the sharp spearhead shined due to the sunlight, the two's bodies snapped in half and was trashed onto the ground. You have earned 1,400 experience. You have earned 1,330 experience. Lastly, Yoo IlHan finished the fight by stepping on one of the dog's head, which was wailing on the ground and had half of its mouth gone. He had finished 5 of them in a blink of an eye. Ka-hang. However, the wolf which watched that cried short as if he disdained it. The moment Yoo IlHan raised his head while thinking to smash it apart after rushing up, a different scene came inside his view. Kak, please, help me. Kuz. Did it have an objective to distract him from the beginning? It had procured a hostage by moving fast in those few seconds. Where? The hostage wasn't from the streets. The crowd from the streets were also shocked after they recognized that there was a hostage, and that was just now. There were many kinds of humans, such as those who ran away too late fearing that they would also be captured, and humans resolving to rescue the hostage. However, he was able to realize soon. The time that these monsters appeared and the time that Yoo IlHan found these monsters couldn't have been the same. So, in other words, these things have already assaulted once or maybe more, and may have procured the hostage from then. It looked at Yoo IlHan. Its disgusting-looking mouth and the protruded fangs seemed as if it was lagging at Yoo IlHan. Although Erta said that killing humans to earn experience and record was a monster's instinct, it was even temporarily suppressing its instinct to try to corner Yoo IlHan. The aim of that action is to suppress Yoo IlHan's actions. That wolf had the most simplest but efficient scheme to defeat Yoo IlHan by attacking his weak point while he couldn't move properly due to minding the human under its foot. It was a strategy only possible because of having seen through human psychology. And if it really thought that, then it had judged Yoo IlHan wrongly. Because the moment he saw that, Yoo IlHan threw the spear in a straight line without any hesitation. Kak. The moment Yoo IlHan showed movement, the wolf panicked and put a little strength into his foot, but returning the spear that was already out of his hands was impossible even for Yoo IlHan. It had become a situation where threatening didn't work. The wolf, which figured that out not too late, tried to kill the hostage, then avoid the attack. And the moment it thought that and was about to put strength into its foot, the steel spear penetrated its head. You have earned 6,700 experience. You have earned the record of LV32 Cunning Big Wolf. Yoo IlHan thought of himself as an ordinary human. He wanted to save a person if that person was in a crisis, and would help even if he had to exert himself if he could. To him, who had lived for 1,000 years without human presence, a living and breathing human had become a precious existence. However, if he was asked, "Can you put yourself in danger to do that?" then he would just laugh it over. That should be the same for other people. A person had to respect her own life as much as she respected others' lives. Just that was what was different for him from criminals, was that it was possible to judge the situation instantly and move and not show panic in the face of a crisis like other people, who may even be selfish. Gua. Ki. Immediately after Yoo IlHan threw the spear to kill the big wolf, the remaining wolves and wild dogs simultaneously assaulted him. It was obvious that they were trying to do something now that he had lost his weapon, but their current actions were also a bad move. This was because Yoo IlHan's body, which learned all kinds of martial arts with Veil Tudo at the beginning, was a weapon enough to kill them even without the unique rank steel spear. Fu. Yoo IlHan laughed at the fact that he could now relieve some anger when he was coincidentally feeling down, and he threw his body towards them. Kung. Cack. Yelp. Wow, even on dog days I wouldn't be able to kill that much. Did you see that eye poke? Look at him poking the eyes with his index and pinky fingers just because their eyes are wide. Such a meticulous guy, that. Someone save that girl. Quickly. She's about to be run over by monsters. Second platoon, move out fast. And at that moment, the soldiers had arrived at the scene. Fortunately, as they had arrived before the monsters' indiscreet rage, due to having lost their leader, spread to the civilians, succeeded in dragging out the collapsed hostage before she was injured. And after that, to suppress the monsters, they. Don't shoot. Sundine Bolt is inside there. You should have come earlier. Soldiers are as slow as always. Wait. Hold your fire, didn't you hear that there's a person? They had to retract their barrels while panicking due to the people's barrage of complaints before they even got to shoot. Meanwhile, Yoo IlHan severed the monster's breath one by one while moving like water. After he thrashed the two leaders, it didn't seem like there was a new one to take the lead, so the monster's fighting methods became instantly simple, and Yoo IlHan, who was rampaging, could process all the monsters at that place within 3 minutes. It was a truly dominating battle. You have earned 1,100 experience. After Yoo IlHan severed the last wild dog's breath, he sighed at the fatigue that came at him and raised his head. The same type of gazes that looked at him after he rampaged at the college campus yesterday were mercilessly striking him. And there was one that gave him the most fierce gaze, and it was the gaze of the platoon leader. It was a second lieutenant that had a pressed beret on her head. She shouted while looking directly at the IR*NM*N mask that Yoo IlHan was wearing. I finally found you. Sundine Bolt. Are you the main culprit behind the rumors? Author's notes. The activities of the returnees will be revealed bit by bit from now. The brand that MC prefers is on *QL star. Finding him, who has a generalized loner skill attached on him, is harder than finding Wally, but. Then I will come back tomorrow at 6 p.m. Translator's notes. Let's hold back some of those donations, okay? I can't translate all day. This was the first time I received more than 3 chapters worth of donations in one day. I started this for fun. It's not even supposed to be my main project. But THX people for donating. This was around when Chapter 7 was released. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11 I Hunt Alone, 3. I Hunt Alone, 3. The soldiers drove away the civilians with the excuse that monster might appear again. Even if they went to other worlds for 10 years, the civilians couldn't boast about themselves in front of rifles, right? The people obediently left. Fu. It's fortunate that we meet you again like this. How could both of the soldiers that he met 2 times be both women? He was curious, but that was that. He could tell what the soldiers wanted to say to him without asking. As for the reply, Yoo IlHan had already prepared one. I've looked for you a lot. Really, why did you leave when a person was about to speak to you? I didn't go. I was packing up right in front of you, he thought. Ha, I wouldn't be treated like this if I wasn't wearing a military uniform. I'm really frustrated. I should just throw all of it away or something. Second Lieutenant. Sundine Bolt isn't listening to your words right now. Yoo IlHan moved his hand up to hold the spear by the head as he started to dismantle the monster bodies while using it as a knife. It was unbelievably uncomfortable, but he had no choice as the leathers of the wild dogs and the wolves couldn't be cut without the sharpness of his spear. He could schedule a day to make a knife. And for that, too, he needed a personal workspace. Just Listen when a person's talking. I'm not listening. I'm not doing it. I'm not helping. Yoo IlHan replied shortly. So you don't have to say anything. Do you perhaps have any feelings against the country or the military? He didn't have anything against them. He, too, felt proud when the Korean sports representatives in world-scale competitions achieved good results, and he also believed that there was a value in Korean history and tradition. He never regretted being born Korean. It was just that such a sense of belonging to the country cannot direct Yoo IlHan's choices and his fate. Just that. Yoo IlHan, who was peeling the wild dog's skins in a blink of an eye, questioned whether he really needed to take the wild dog's bodies when there were a lot of wolf bodies. Due to the level differences, the dog's leather, teeth, and bones were obviously weaker than that of the wolf's. Of course, it was frightening that it had higher defensive stats than steel plate armor. The dog bodies, would you like to buy them? I will dismantle it for you. With Yoo IlHan, who changed his attitude as if flipping a hand when a matter came up, even after he said he wouldn't talk, in front of her, the female second lieutenant was dumbfounded. However, the moment that Yoo IlHan turned his head while saying that it was fine if they didn't need them, she came to her senses and shouted urgently. I'll buy. We'll buy them. Then I'll sell it to you. If possible, the magic stones too. I won't sell those. Yes, tch. Yoo IlHan bargained with the second lieutenant while he kept dismantling the dogs. The second lieutenant said that she didn't have the authority to decide and contacted her superiors, and those superiors who learned well that they needed to use the monsters' bodies in the end to go against the monsters, accepted Yoo IlHan's offer right away. However, in truth, monsters were appearing in the whole world and not just Korea. Of course, strong monsters, such as the dire wolf that Yoo IlHan killed, didn't appear, but sightings of those as strong as the wandering dog were quite frequent, and those were in the range of what the K2, K3, and grenades from the strong Korean military friends could manage. But why did they nod their heads when Yoo IlHan said that he will sell the bodies? That was because of the state of the bodies. The strong friends from the military shoots guns when they meet monsters. Even soldiers confident in their physical ability would shoot guns. Just those at the level of the wandering dog would have unbelievably thick skin, so they needed to use several tens of rifle bullets, and sometimes grenades to kill them with no difficulties. As a result, the state of the corpses would normally be horrible to look at. The leather would be damaged to the point of being considered trash, and the bones would shatter. So, although it may be possible to use it for research, it would be impossible to use it on its own. In contrast, how was the state of the bodies of the wandering dogs that Yoo IlHan hunted? Even otherworlders would raise up their thumbs as they looked at Yoo IlHan, who would insta-kill monsters, with the least amount of damage, and call him the best hunter. Even that would be a good deal for them, but if his dismantling skills were also accounted for, then they would become speechless. The scene where the intact corpses separated into leather, bones, and meat as if they were like that from the beginning, was passed to the second Lieutenant Han IlHan's superiors without problems, no matter how bad the quality of her phone camera was. Second Lieutenant Han, don't ever let him go. Drag him here using any means other than violence. But he says that he will never talk with us. Even if you have to use a honey trap, drag him here. The strong friend and beauty second Lieutenant Han IlHan, who heard the word honey trap for the first time in a real situation since she was born, was in agony. Did she have to quit the military after beating up her superiors, or did she have to take him to the optometrists to check his eyesight? I will try to persuade him. In the end, her grassroots-sized patriotism and the even smaller soldier's attitude grabbed a hold of her. However, before Han IlHan ended the call with an amazingly small voice after killing her emotions, Yoo IlHan, who finished dismantling the dogs and was about to go into working with the wolves, spoke. I will exchange in cash, so please get it ready. So he says, sir. Han IlHan wanted to cry. This was the tragedy of the middle woman. On another hand, Yoo IlHan finished dismantling while humming. Unlike yesterday, when he fought with the insect monsters, he had gained more. It was because it was easier to process animal bones and leather in comparison to insect carapaces. Of course, the wolf's bones weren't metal, so it would be impossible to melt them down, but he could recreate them into defensive equipment and weapons according to the innate structure of the bones, and the leather would become good defensive equipment without a doubt. Not only that, he would be able to create other artifacts using the magic stones. However, the more important profit were the magic stones. He didn't know while he was killing, but the leader, the direwolf, and the vice leader, the big wolf, both had magic stones. Moreover, unlike the soybean-sized magic stone from the big mantis, the direwolf's magic stone was about the size of an almond chocoball. It looks quite tasty. Never. A magic stone isn't something that a human can intake directly. Do you want to be controlled by the monster's mana? Whoa. Yoo IlHan, who heard Erta's sharp warning, voiced his horror. Because. Wasn't this too blatant of a foreshadowing? Yoo IlHan, a trained loner, ended up predicting the disaster that her words would bring. Sometime in the future, humans would turn into monsters by swallowing magic stones in their greed to become stronger faster, and Yoo IlHan would fight against them. Yoo IlHan could assure himself that this would happen not just once, but many times, as humans are foolish and would repeat the same mistakes. He lost all his strength as he already knew that, so Yoo IlHan rolled the guiltless magic stones in his hands. The magic stones are sure pretty. Yeah, well. Excluding the boss and the mid-boss magic stones, the trivial magic stones that Yoo IlHan harvested numbered about 20. Han Yeorang gulped when she saw that. Combining all of those, it would end up equaling an enormous amount of money even in Gundia, the other world that she had gone to. And as it was one of the key materials to make artifacts that everyone wanted on Earth, its value would multiply by hundreds or thousands of times. Of course, it was a different story as to who could create such artifacts. What, shall I use a honey trap? While Han Yeorang was thinking idiotic things, Yoo IlHan organized the magic stones and the dismantled wolf bodies. To carry them, he temporarily made a bag using the wolf leather, and he put the leather, bones, and magic stones inside it. And when he put all of them inside, what was remaining were the mountains of wolf monster meat. Is this edible? If you have the weak poison resistance skill. At Erta's cool-headed words, he gave up on the wolf meat. However, when he was about to put the bag on his shoulder, Han Yeorang approached him carefully and asked with pitiful eyes. Can you sell some magic stones and some of the grey wolf leather? T/N asked cutely. Nope. Okay. How could he reject so refreshingly? Was he some stiff general in his past life? T/N, actually, this was a pun in Korean. Rosser literally, was he some Danhobak farmer in his past life? With Danhobak being a pun of Danho, being determined. Han Yeorang, who spoke with a bit of cuteness, had to step back with tears in her eyes when her charm didn't work on him. She resolved to beat the soldiers up until they were half dead when they went back. At that time, the cash arrived. It was a cash delivery service with a lieutenant colonel level personnel, and a government personnel attached as bonus. Yoo IlHan wanted to refund just the bonus, but things didn't turn out that way. It was said that the goddess of fortune and the goddess of misfortune always came in pairs, and it seemed like it was true. You're really amazing. To think that you killed all those monsters with your strength alone. Nonsense. Starting with those words were completely chewed by Yoo IlHan, and he just quietly checked the amount of money. T/N, chewed is a Korean way of saying ignored. You can chew someone's words means you can ignore someone's words. 370 million won in total. Is almost equal to $320,000. His hands trembled lightly. Despite the 1,000 years of training, he couldn't not be nervous in front of the enormous sum of money in front of him. It was because despite the fact that he had driven big ships and high-class sports cars, he had yet to steal from banks. No matter how good of a condition that the leather and the bones are in, considering that the wandering dogs are less than level 20, this is quite generous. It's highly possible that they want to leave ties with you. As expected, it's like that, right? Yoo IlHan carried the bag on his shoulders. Yoo IlHan, who confirmed that their gazes were fixed on the bag with the wolf leather in it, which was incomparably more valuable than some wild dog, he relaxed and spoke. The exchange is over, right? This is my money, right? Of course it's yours. However, before that, why don't we tell? We'll probably see each other again soon. Ha! Yoo IlHan retorted icily and ran an app after taking out his smartphone. It was an app he downloaded after realizing something yesterday in the campus square. The app's function was very simple. It would flash an enormous amount of light in one moment. After the flash, everyone there, except Yoo IlHan himself, closed their eyes for a moment and opened. What was that? He's not here. He disappeared. He disappeared in such a short time. Just how high level is he? Just what kind of vision did he acquire in the other world? T/N, the Ross literally says vision, but I don't know what it is, maybe a reference to an anime or SMTH. Amazing, Sundine Bolt. No, M*NNBLCK. Of course, there was no need to explain. Yoo IlHan was still right in front of them. T/N, lol. Even though the passive concealment wasn't active during the fight, if he distracted their gazes, then the concealment would activate again. What Yoo IlHan used was the gap in recognition. Shall we go now? The time it will take for heaven to move due to my report is 1 day. I'm sorry, but during that time, we'll need to keep moving. Dangerous monsters would have shown themselves in other places as well. Okay. Let's go after leaving this in a safe place. And I need to check that class thing. Yoo IlHan left the people who were desperately searching for him and moved his body. His long day had only began. Author's notes. Next chapter, he will get his class. I was trying to shove it in this chapter, but it was too long. I should give him a mask full of originality and strip him of the Iron Man mask. After Yoo IlHan's busy day finishes, in other words, Chapter 3 finishes, I can say that the main novel will start. Please look forward to it. Translator's notes. Disassembly will now be called dismantling, THX guys. Strong friend refers to the military. Poor second lieutenant, lol. What I love about this author is he gives blatant foreshadows, and that the MC knows them. Weak poison - strong poison, the other two will come up later. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 12 I Hunt Alone, 4. I Hunt Alone, 4. Yoo IlHan liked espionage movies a lot. That was a romance that provoked a man's heart. A cool suit, cool moves, and the agents that don't forget to have leisure. Villains that act cool but get beaten up by the protagonist, and a cool sexy heroine for a finish. However, he didn't know that there would be a day where he himself would shoot an espionage film. And with a midget angel on his head instead of a heroine. If I use magic, then you will not be found out. Don't worry. Sup, I believe you. T/N, sup is like bitter intake of air. He was about to have a nervous breakdown due to carrying a bag with an enormous sum of 370 million won. Almost equals 320,000 USD. If I knew that I would be so weak to cash, then I would have robbed some banks rather than training in martial arts when the time on earth had stopped, he thought. You will get used to it soon. If it's you, then there will come a day where you roll around in 1,000, or even 10,000 times the money that you're carrying now. Even if you praise me like that, I won't give you any. I don't need it. Erda spoke seriously, but Yoo IlHan lightly ignored her. He was still under-evaluating himself even after he now knew that his strength worked on the monsters. He always did his best, and he even got good rewards, but his general evaluation of himself was still so low? That was a truly strange personality he had there, but as a result, Yoo IlHan would move without resting to improve himself. Whether it was because he would feel lonely if he didn't do something in those 1,000 years, or whether it was because of Rita's strict education, it was not known. He secretly entered a secluded alley and left all his spoils of war there before looking at the scene where Erta cast magic. He somehow felt light-hearted. Then let's depart. No, the class is left. Don't tell me you haven't even acquired first class. And you swung your weapon with that amount of strength and training. It was the first ripple on Erta. While feeling that the distance has closed somewhat, Yoo IlHan smiled. I scrolled up because there were too many words on my retina last time. Can't I scroll down? Reading the record, I should have told you that this is the change that Earth has met. If you will that you want to read the records related to class, then that will suffice. Erta's words were vague, but they were somewhat directly felt on the skin. It was also like this during his first mana crafting. Yoo IlHan closed his eyes and remembered the record he saw last time. All of your records will be materialized into possibilities. You can acquire one of the classes below. 1. Lancer. 2. Grappler. 3. Swordsman. 4. Blacksmith. 5. Shielder. 6. Hunter. 23. Assassin. Somehow, they were all names of classes that may appear in RPGs, but there was no time to ponder over that matter. Yoo IlHan slowly read over all the 23 classes and fell into thought. First, let's exclude Assassin. Concealment was enough as it was now. If his presence became any fainter, then he feared that his existence would really disappear. Above all, he currently couldn't use mana. Thanks to that, he couldn't even use the max-level concealment as an active skill, and he could only use it as a passive one. No, actually, he didn't want to use it, but it was constantly activated without using mana and he couldn't cancel it. And so, he needed a strong job, but doable without mana. 23 for the first class? Meanwhile, Erta paled in fright when she heard that there were 23 jobs for his first class. 23 within just 2 days of being in contact with the Akashic records. If you had more time, then you might have seen 30, or even 40. What's your recommendation? Lancer, or Grappler? Yoo IlHan also agreed with that. He had achieved proficiency in countless techniques and he was confident that he could bring out maximum power with any kind of weapon, but the thing he was most familiar with was spearmanship and martial arts. The two techniques that Rita recommended to him, the techniques that he put the most efforts into. They were the techniques that made him remember her, and the techniques that he was the most confident in. Choosing a class means that you become specialized in it. However, that doesn't mean that you're throwing away all the other possibilities. It's possible to choose a subclass in second and third jobs, so don't hesitate and choose. There weren't anything like that on the internet, though. The internet is originally a place where incompetent trash boast about what they've heard about. People who've reached level 50 in other worlds wouldn't waste their time on something like internet, right? Do you have a bad memory related to the internet? Erta exercised her right to remain silent. Yoo IlHan kept his mouth shut to respect her mentality and decided after pondering for a bit. I think Lancer is better. Although I'm not curious, shall I hear the reason? The differences in destructive ability due to weapons is big. Grapplers could also use weapons if they felt like it. It was the same with the wrist protector that Yoo IlHan was using now, and it was also possible to make other offensive equipments. In simple words, sub-weapons. However, the spear was different. Without needing any supplementative elements, it was a technique that focused all of one's strength onto the sharp weapon to pierce through enemies. Yoo IlHan had the confidence in becoming stronger through his own ability and his technique, as well as using the new materials that he would encounter to create a spear. And that was an answer he could arrive at due to having perfectly seen through his own ability. Erta also was planning to re-amend him the Lancer, but she was satisfied that he arrived at the answer by himself. If it's this person, wouldn't he have the qualifications to become strong? She even thought this, albeit briefly. In contrast, Yoo IlHan, who had no interest on what Erta was thinking about, closed his eyes as soon as he decided. However, at that moment, a new job appeared below the 23 jobs. 24, BL********D Lancer. T/N, I could only do this as the original only put the pronunciation, it's a pun. Yoo IlHan's body stiffened as he was dumbfounded. Now that he'd decided on one, a new one had appeared. Moreover, in front of the name Lancer, there was a new descriptive word attached. He took deep breaths to calm down and asked Erta. A new job has appeared now. It says BL********D Lancer. A descriptive word. That's a unique job. To think that you will acquire a unique job from the first job. Erta unprecedentedly became excited. Yoo IlHan thought that it was vaguely good without knowing exactly, but it wasn't a problem he could accept just with that. A unique job. That was, in other words, a class that only existed for one existence. A class that appears when his path, achievements and records become one to write a new strike that didn't exist in the world. It was optimized for that existence, so obviously, its performance was exceptional. Choose that no matter what. Moreover, BL********D, the descriptive word looks good too. It must be a job that focuses on destructive ability. No doubt about it. Yoo IlHan also agreed with her. He already planned to become a Lancer anyway, so he chose BL*******D Lancer without hesitation. It was sufficient to think in his heart that he wanted to become a BL******D Lancer. The appropriate class, power, and qualifications for his records he piled up until now was bestowed on him. You have become a blurred Lancer. When attacking while concealed, attack power increases by 10%. The power of spearmanship increases by 10%. Concealment skill, spearmanship skills evolution conditions become easier. You absorb the piled up records. You have become level 18. 11 strength, 12 agility, 11 health, 11 magic increases. You cannot use mana. You cannot learn active skills. At this moment, Yoo IlHan realized his trivial misunderstanding. He thought of blood when he saw BL*******D Lancer, in other words, a spearman of blood. He honestly thought it was awesome. However, the reality was blurred. In other words, a faint spearman. What the hell is a faint spearman? Oh my gosh. It's too fitting that I can't argue against it. At that moment, when he was about to counter what Erta had said, an electric current flowed down his body. The growth of his soul, T/N, check TL notes at the bottom, due to acquiring a class, as well as the rapid changes in his body due to absorbing all the piled-up experience and records made Yoo IlHan dizzy. While adapting to the stronger muscles, faster legs, tougher skin and bones, his consciousness became faint for an instant before coming back to reality. It was a strange feeling that couldn't be explained using words. However, it was not a bad feeling at all. Yoo IlHan became really annoyed, but he decided to accept reality. There was no way that he could not accept it anyway. Well, shit. Let's go with this. I did become stronger. Earning 2 unique abilities in the first job is close to a miracle. Moreover, they are abilities that fit your characteristics. Concealment attack, spear attack. Stacking, it would be a 20% increase in attack power. It was really as Erta said. While thinking that, Yoo IlHan muttered silently after checking his changed body due to the job advancement. At that moment, his status automatically renewed itself and appeared on his retina. Yoo IlHan. Human Blurred Lancer LV18. Title, Pan-Cosmic Loner, Concealment becomes passive. Strength, 96 Agility 102 Health, 98 Magic -21. Active Skill, Concealment LV Max, Mana Crafting LV2. Passive Skill, Close Quarters Combat LV Max, Spearmanship LV Max, Dismantling LV Max. There was a time when Yoo IlHan thought that a change would occur in his title when he advanced. However, the reality was cruel. It was because the Pan-Cosmic Loner title was keeping its place as if it declared that it will stay there for all his life. Did you earn an active skill? No, I didn't. I knew it. Well, you can rest assured since most people don't learn one for their first job. Although, looking at your growth rate, I think you won't be able to use mana even by the time you earn your second job. Hey, isn't that really dangerous? If everyone wields active skills and I don't, it is dangerous. Then, if you are a normal person. Erta's words cut Yoo IlHan's counter-argument off. When Yoo IlHan became quiet, Erta smiled and continued speaking. As I said a few minutes ago, there is no wasted record. If you didn't earn a skill in the first and second advancement, then you will earn a strong skill in your third. An ordinary person would have problems in their growth to their third job if that person didn't have an active skill, but well, if it's with your ability, then I think it's quite possible. So you're saying it's the difference between learning a chain of weak attacks and a single strong one, right? You've understood correctly. Yoo IlHan could rest assured when he heard those words. Of course, it wasn't like he would stop training in mana. However, there was something that Erta didn't tell Yoo IlHan. That was the special characteristics of his situation. He learned a unique job, so he should have originally acquired 2 active skills. However, he didn't, and a record will remain and it will pass on. If the same thing repeats in the second advancement, and he reaps the rewards in the third advancement, just what kind of skill would he earn? She shuddered just thinking about it. Ah, is there another lower existence that is worth watching over like this person? She laughed and pulled at Yoo IlHan's hair for no reason. Well then, move. He hid the items. He advanced successfully. Now all that was left was to do his mission as an executor. Yoo IlHan sighed shortly with a foe and asked Erta. Where do I go? You will search for one now. What the heck, dot. The self-proclaimed almighty monster Radar's, Erta's, words were not surprising now. He grinded his teeth and with her on top of his head, waited until she grabbed some of his hair for safety before leaving that place. You're not the only executor. Albeit unreliable, the moment I reported to heaven, they selected executors to kill the monsters and sent angels. So you can just hunt monsters that are within your capable range. Then that Empress person would also be an executor, right? Of course. Although, I think that it's quite rare for 2 executors to appear from the same university. What was she talking about? Empress is someone who grew in Lanpa, where Sungyu's people were sucked into, and Yoo IlHan was a loner who matured in the 1,000 years on Earth. Yoo IlHan felt uncomfortable being grouped together with her. Anyway, this is a quest from heaven. If your ranking, achievements are higher than the other executors, then the reward will increase. So do your best. That I like. Erta's request was like this: not everybody's in danger, so save them, but you will be rewarded according to your effort, so show your best ability. Yoo IlHan liked Erta for not speaking words of justice or morality despite being an angel carrying out heaven's decree. Looking at the fact that an angel was like this, wouldn't perhaps the existence known as God be a refreshing existence? Well, looking the scale of how he sent all of humanity as well. However, I don't like the fact that I have to run around like this. You should ride a car, then. I'm faster than a car. Yoo IlHan searched the internet on his phone while running at his full speed for the first time in a while. As always, it was an action that stemmed from it should be better than just running blindly, right? Rather than expecting something. However, his actions gave fruit, which was rather rare. While running without a destination and was feeling the growth of his body to his heart's content, he clicked an article, who said that a tiger lived in Bukhansan Mountain, without thinking. F***ck, bears are scarier than tigers. Soldiers are shooting loads but it's not even going through. Jongyung's going down T to the power of T. He could encounter a movie CG-like scene where a huge bear destroyed a store with its paws. Destination set. He raised his head. How could he be so lucky? He was about to arrive near the vicinity of Jiriam Station, T/N, basically, 3-4 km away. In his full speed, he would arrive in 3 minutes. If it's set, then go quickly. Urta urged him. Yoo IlHan accelerated without turning the direction and asked Urta carefully. But I can eat the gallbladder from the bear, right? T/N, thought to be healthy in traditional Asia. Of course. Urta retorted while smiling brightly. If you have the poison resistance skill. Author's notes. You have become a faint spearman. Robin Thicke's Blurred Lines, a song, was famous for various reasons. It's the same blurred. This chapter will reach its climax soon. Then I will come back tomorrow at 6 p.m. A continuous release will happen soon when the reading list reaches 20,000. Translator's notes. Lance equals spear in this novel. Well, a lance is supposed to be a type of spear anyway. Lance is a spear that cavalry use. The same thing happened here. People wanted too cool of a job for first job. The same thing happened in Munpia, it's just the first job. Why do you think he'll get Sage Executioner and other cool things, although Blurred Lancer is cool? The soul, that's the close translation I could find. The original word is which literally means the class of his existence, but I can't use class, it's already there. So I'm guessing MC Soul is becoming more refined. OFC, if you have anything better, do feel free to suggest. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 13 I Hunt Alone, 5. I Hunt Alone, 5. Yoo IlHan drooped his shoulders when he heard that he couldn't eat the bear gallbladder, but his speed didn't change much. He, who ran after changing his direction for a bit after passing the train station, was even faster than a 60 km/h car. This is quite fun. I'll hold tight, so don't you have any thoughts in somersaulting in midair? Am I a roller coaster? Despite running with a lot of booming noises, whether it was the cars or the motorbikes or the pedestrians on the street, nobody gave a glance towards Yoo IlHan. As he was already used to it, Yoo IlHan didn't pay it any mind. People are decreasing. The police are blocking them. The scene became more and more unordinary as he went uphill on Jongyung Street. Empty roads instead of crowded streets, with police cars and military vehicles replacing the people. Soldiers were walkie-talkie messaging somewhere and the civilians were running down the hill. Looking at the people running down while crying and carrying 007 bags, heavy bags, or etc., this appeared no different from a disaster scene with refugees. They would probably think that reality is unfair. They had lived in other worlds for 10 years to adapt to situations like this, but as soon as they returned, monsters they can't fight were breaking their houses. On Earth after the Great Cataclysm, there were no more tutorials. The trial that made people realize that was too cruel. It was to the point that Yoo IlHan, who was moving due to the reward promised by the angel, could feel the sorrow. Will the government really compensate for that? The morale of the populace becomes the morale of the country, and the morale of the country becomes the power and immunity of the country. If the leaders know that, then they wouldn't do nothing. Yoo IlHan pushed one gear up inside his heart. Whether the government compensated or not, the thing he had to do didn't change. That was destroying monsters as soon as possible. While he was in the middle of running, there was a bang, like the sound of something exploding. Did the military use a rocket or something? Yoo IlHan thought idiotic things like that, but the fact was that they didn't. It was just that a 7 m tall brown bear had smashed into a 2-story building, the sound resulting from its collapse. Oh. Yoo IlHan realized that he had arrived at the scene of destruction. Shoot more. A commissioned officer wearing a cool uniform was shouting, and the sounds of machine guns, rifles, and grenade launchers which were emitting fire came from all directions. However, they were too weak to penetrate the skin of the bear that was as big as a 2-story building. Fuck! It's not working. It's only the 4th day after the Great Cataclysm, but what can we do if these fuckers start appearing already? Bite on a knife and charge or something. Ability users aren't ability users here yet. What about the one who expressed cooperation with the government? The bear is changing directions. Fuck, scatter. There was no other chaos that was like this. When the bear crashed into something, it would collapse, whether it was vehicles, signposts, or buildings. Like that, a whole street had become a mess and buildings were collapsing in real time. Erda clicked her tongue while looking at that scene. To think that they break from a monster that just earned its second-class, human architecture is really fragile. There are no materials, you know? The people were already used to worlds with monsters. However, what did that do? They were lacking in everything, whether it was architecture, materials, money, techniques, and even levels, and they only had the knowledge and experience. If it was another world, then it may have been near impossible for a monster at that level to create chaos, but currently, it was the strongest. If there was no tiger, then one would greet a rabbit as one's master. This proverb really fit in this situation. The bear was a disaster that had descended on the modern world. Yoo IlHan decided to name that state as the fuck, nobody can stop me state for convenience's sake. What are you doing, not killing it immediately? You aren't scared, right? If it's you, you can kill second-class monsters without timing. He cut Erda's urging and retorted as if he was scolding her while taking out his spear and holding it. He could feel the strength of the record that was allowed to him, and the power of the blurred lancer that enhanced his physical body as it held the spear. 10% increase in attack power due to concealment, 10% increase in attack power due to using a spear. Someone might say it's only 20%, but to Yoo IlHan, who trained his martial arts so that he could bring out the most of his physical strength, it was a big difference. He felt good. He felt that he might achieve anything like this. He had experienced a lot of things, so Yoo IlHan knew how great his concealment ability was. He felt enormously insulted that his ability was an innate ability and one that he didn't even train in, but that didn't mean that he wouldn't use it. The max-level concealment that was activated as a passive. The concealment that gave him the strongest opportunity of a preemptive strike. The concealment which contained the essence of the insulting title of Pan-Cosmic Loner. Now came a time where he could use it. Yoo IlHan kicked off the ground and met the huge face of the brown bear, which had been exposed when it had raised its arms just now. Kuo? Unless Yoo IlHan attacked first, the bear wouldn't recognize Yoo IlHan. While the bear tilted its head in confusion due to having noticed something, Yoo IlHan stabbed the spear in its wide-open mouth. The brown bear screamed for the first time after appearing in the human world. Was it only that? A huge hole appeared on its tongue and at least several tens of liters of blood was plopping onto the ground. One of the soldiers, who couldn't avoid the blood, was soaked as he was ran over by the blood. He flailed his arms before being rescued by Yoo IlHan, who landed a bit late. And with that, finally, the soldiers recognized the existence of Yoo IlHan. M*NNBLCK. Sungdine Bolt. To think that there was a new nickname because one wasn't enough. However, he had no time to get angry at those soldiers. Unlike the monsters he confronted until now, it was impossible to kill that bear in one shot, and the creature in question was running towards him after becoming angry from allowing a critical hit to land. Blood flowed like a river from its mouth. Yoo IlHan shouted shortly. "Run for your lives! That bear will be killed by our 96 tiger Plato. Then stay if you want. Yoo IlHan kicked off the ground again. Immediately after, the bear's thick front paw smashed into the exact same place and the concrete collapsed with a booming sound. When Yoo IlHan, who was in mid-air, checked the status of the ground, the 96 Tiger platoon was truly courageously running away. Quad-Triple-AO. Ha! The front paw of the bear which smashed into the ground was raised like a mannequinico that may appear in a Japanese souvenir shop. When it was about to strike Yoo IlHan again, he somersaulted backwards and flew down head first, sticking the spear into its front paw. Kahaku! Ho! In addition to Yoo IlHan's strength, on top the direction of the paw itself, the spear momentarily pierced deep into the front paw. A violent shock passed through Yoo IlHan's body due to rebound, but he instead used that to pull the spear out of its front paw and jump into the air just like that. The enormous amount of blood from its front paw scattered in the air to make a rainbow, and Yoo IlHan was even higher up in the air. His figure was like a dolphin swimming in the skies. His grand and fantastic movements, which made one wonder if it was really the movements of a human, made the soldiers who were fighting against the bear dumbfoundedly look in his direction. Woohoo! It's really fun as expected. Don't enjoy it. The bear, which had a refreshing hole pierced into both its tongue and front paw, couldn't win against the pain and was intimidated. However, Yoo IlHan, who jumped high due to the rebound, didn't have any thoughts to let it eat some aspirin. T/N, Ross literally said apply some Fusidin. The brown bear destroyed buildings as it swung its front paw wildly while roaring. However, due to the extreme pain, it seemed like it had forgotten about Yoo IlHan. It would have been alright even if the passive concealment didn't activate, but this was within his expectations. He was just thankful for it. Yoo IlHan corrected his spear hold when he stopped in the sky. The spear of steel created by a human who surpassed the peak of technique was holding out well even while clashing with a mid-class monster's leather, muscles, and bones. Yoo IlHan believed in his spear. It should be able to hold out at this level, right? While muttering with a bit of confidence, he held the spear tight with both of his hands, and aimed at the head of the bear which was thrashing around violently. There was no way a human without wings could fly. His body started dropping. At that moment, Yoo IlHan focused all his body weight into the spear. His body figure was similar to before he was left out, but his muscles, which were condensed and compressed, carried considerable weight. Kuwoohoo! Sukreem. The bear howled in pain and was thrashing around. However, despite the fact that the bear may go out of his range if he was a bit late, Yoo IlHan was calm. It was because he could just attack when he was on the ground as his concealment would remain active. It's dangerous to get hit by the attack. You know that, right? It's alright. I won't get done in by a thing like that. What weak talk was she saying when she was the one to believe his ability? Yoo IlHan kicked Erta's words and tensed his body. I can do it. Let's remember the first time I succeeded in striking Rita successfully. He thought. With all my strength, no. He extended his spear outwards. The spear which contained all of Yoo IlHan's strength and weight struck deep into the brown bear's head. Ka! The bear screamed a single syllable. And didn't move anymore. Kook! Don't tell me he. Everyone at that place recited revival spells. Did it die? But the bear didn't come back to life. It had really died from Yoo IlHan's spear strike. T/N, reciting revival spells, you know, when people say did it die? Then it never ever dies. You have earned 154,928 experience. You have become level 23. 8 strength, 7 agility, 5 health, 5 magic increases. You have earned the record of LV54 Brown Big Bear. You have earned a new title, 1 hit for me, 1 hit for you. Critical hit rate increases by 10%. You have learnt the critical hit skill. It increases the probability of succeeding a fatal strike by cultivating your eyes to see the weak points of enemies. The large body of the brown bear, which had lost the strength to move, started leaning towards the ground. Yoo IlHan became urgent and desperately pulled out the spear embedded in its head, jumped before landing on the ground. Immediately after, with a boom that was similar to the sound of a bomb, the body of the brown bear collapsed. Phew! I didn't know you would finish it in just 3 strikes. You did well when you don't even have a skill. Just tell them to prepare the reward. When Erta praised his achievement while smiling, Yoo IlHan retorted while looking over his spear, looking for any damage that might have occurred due to overexertion. However, it must really have been a great achievement. Otherwise, there was no way that he could have acquired a new title or skill. He was now sure about it. That skill was related a lot to the record, just like mana. The record that is created from all of Yoo IlHan's movements, achievements, and other things that mixed with each other influenced the creation of skill, growth, and change. Critical hit was just the beginning. He would probably be able to acquire countless other skills according to the way he acted. After he finished inspecting the spear, Yoo IlHan raised his head. The moment he was about to leave for other hunting rounds when he finished dismantling the huge bear in an instant. We have arrived. We will take care of the rest. Where is the monster? An offbeat resounded loudly and grandly. T/N, Heroes of Justices have come late. Author's notes. Thank you people for donating. I will strive my best to bring out better stories. P.S. The Blurred Lancer was strong. Translator's notes. The bear's roars? Were all written in English in the Ross. Hence you see capitals in the middle of the onomatopoeia. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 14. I make them, 1. I make them, 1. They're executors. I vaguely expected that. The 5-person group of men and women shattered the half-frozen situation made by Yoo IlHan's fight. The soldiers came to themselves and the leader, who was a major, tapped his cheeks twice lightly and turned his head towards them. The monster was exterminated. Exterminated? I heard it was a second-class monster though. Oh. The man who looked like the leader of the group retorted while looking around and found Yoo IlHan. This was only possible because Yoo IlHan was in the middle of dismantling the bear. Sundine Bolt? It's him. It's the IR*NM*N mask. Wow, then he really finished that bear alone? No way. Just what kind of arcane magic did he learn to get so strong? T/N, vision last time was actually arcane magic. I think. Yoo IlHan didn't like the group a lot when he saw that they were whispering to each other while evaluating him, but they were executors who had the same objectives as him. There was no need to antagonize them for naught. He ignored the 5 and started moving again. It would take a lot of time to dismantle the huge bear, so there was no need to waste time on useless staring caught. When he thought to that point, the huge bear corpse started decreasing in size. To Yoo IlHan, who was shocked, Erta naturally explained. You didn't know? It had a giantification skill. If its real body was 7 tall, then it would have been much stronger. There are all sorts of skills, eh? Honestly, Yoo IlHan was delighted that the size of the bear had decreased as he had nothing to use all that bear leather for anyway. So, he waited silently for its body to decrease, and in the end, he started dismantling the bear that had been reduced to a size slightly less than 3 Hey. Sundine Bolt. You're really strong. Did you really get your second job? Did you perhaps find a dungeon? Hey, if a person's talking to you, then ANS. To a loner like Yoo IlHan, such outgoing and grouped people were people who he was uncomfortable with. Therefore, he perfectly ignored the executors who approached him and quietly wielded his spear. He doesn't seem to have any intentions on confronting us. Give it up. TCH, such a disgusting individual. Why, isn't he cool? He looks like a solitary gourmet. Wow, this woman's preferences are really something, alright? They tried to converse with Yoo IlHan a few more times, but after they found out that he had no intentions on conversing, they clicked their tongues and turned away. It doesn't seem like there is anything we can do here. Let's go. There was a request for support in other regions. Can we request? Of course. It was a truly amazing communication ability. If it was Yoo IlHan, he would have failed at the greeting stage, because his counterpart wouldn't be able to find him. However, whether they went or not, another line flew towards Yoo IlHan, who was dismantling the bear. It was the leader who went Sundyne Bolt? In surprise when he first saw him. My name is Du Woojun. Looking at that bear, it looks like I will lose to you in the first quest, but I will show you that I will surpass you. You should remember my name. What will you do after surpassing me? From an outsider's basic mentality, he didn't want to mix words with insiders when possible, but as Yoo IlHan didn't understand what Du Woojun was saying, he ended up speaking that line. Du Woojun momentarily stood still as he was surprised that Yoo IlHan had replied, but eventually, he spoke while looking at him. The living and breathing world is urging me. Akashic record, the record of power of all existences. Our strengths are expressed in levels, and we can grow however much we want on the condition that we put effort in. Meaning that the strongest will be revealed clearly. So I will stand on a higher place than anyone in the future. It was a more childish reason than he thought, so Yoo IlHan lost his motivation to even reply. How could such a futile and foolish resolve exist? However, as Yoo IlHan knew very well that he had to respect others to receive respect, he tried his best to not to tackle him. As a result, he ended up just going back to dismantling. How could you ask and just ignore me? Well, fine. We'll see each other soon. Du Woojun licked his lips as if disappointed, but he led his group and left that place. It seemed that his sense of rivalry was boiling up after he saw Yoo IlHan defeating the bear alone, but honestly, boiling something like that next to him just made Yoo IlHan hot and annoyed. In the first place, Yoo IlHan didn't like the word rivalry. Just how could one compete with another person shoulder to shoulder? No, before that, how could Yoo IlHan stand shoulder to shoulder with another person when there was no person to do that with in the first place? Is a rival really necessary for improvement? That was called lack of tenacity. Wasn't it enough to just quietly put effort alone if you wanted to improve yourself? Whether it was studying alone at home or practicing Veil Tudo with a sandbag like Yoo IlHan, it was all possible, but why would you drag another person in and embarrass yourself? If one couldn't improve oneself just because there was no one to compete with, then would you be able to call it your own ability even when it's an ability you improved just because of the existence of a rival? What meaning is there to an ability that only improves and is measured when compared? What is the purpose of an ability that only has meaning when it surpasses another person? How dare he compare with others when he didn't even win against his own physical body? If he wanted to surpass something, wouldn't he have to think about surpassing his own self first? How could he neglect something so much when even Yoo IlHan could not say that he did it even with 1,000 years of effort? And what? He will become the strongest? He will stand on a higher place than anyone? It was all laughable. Like that, Yoo IlHan spouted out the rage of a loner in an unfair and twisted way. Only inside his mind though. Yoo IlHan? Aren't you a bit too excited? No, I'm extremely calm. Erta's call returned Yoo IlHan back to reality. He pouted his lips as he retorted at Erta and finished dismantling the body. Disappointingly, the brown bear didn't have a magic stone, but the quality of its leather was great. If it was processed well, then he would be able to make an armor that could withstand machine guns easily. Excuse me. Sir Sundyne Bolt. I'm not selling. He was now used to preventing the approach of the strong friends. However, as if he had heard the matter between Yoo IlHan and Second Lieutenant Han Yeorang, and other military platoons, the government, and the major slowly and carefully approached Yoo IlHan. I heard you were looking for strong monsters to hunt, no? If so, then we can give you the information. Just the information? Yes. Just where did his figure saying bite on a knife and charge disappear to? The major offered him a proposal with a truly amiable voice. We want to get over this predicament with the least amount of damage possible. Of course it would be a lie to say that we don't want the body, but I'm saying that the lives of the people are more important. So if you want, I would like to share the positions of the appearances of the monsters. Although the government is spouting bullshit about wanting to gather ability users to make a group or something, I'm honestly skeptical about it. They aren't even hiding their intentions to control other people. Personally, I understand that you don't want to get mixed with the government and the military. And so, I'm proposing this to you. How is it? It was a reasonable proposal. The country was drawing a large and unrealistic picture, but this major was speaking to him with the realistic thought of having to get over this predicament as the basis. Yoo IlHan hesitated, but honestly, it wasn't something he should hesitate about. Anyway, there would be soldiers where monsters are rampaging around, so if that was true, wouldn't it be better to earn information from them and go directly rather than wasting time searching the internet? Tell me. Fu. Thank you for helping. The major, IlHan, sighed in relief from the bottom of his heart and bowed his head to Yoo IlHan. He had eyes. A person that attacked and killed a second-class monster in just 3 strikes despite the fact that it hadn't been many days since the Great Cataclysm. Currently, Yoo IlHan was a person who he couldn't touch with personal arms. Would he really just stop it there? No way. He didn't know, but he guessed that Yoo IlHan would probably grow up to be an ability user that represents Korea. IlHan had learnt a lot of things while he was in another world. He saw the scene where individual power surpassed that of a country's and saw a scene where a single monster destroyed a country. These told him the fact that existing logic could not lead the military, country, and society after the Great Cataclysm. It was also because of this that he proposed such an offer to Yoo IlHan despite having to go against orders which told him to be forceful. Trying to control a dangerous power may result in mutual destruction. Just why is there a need to clutch at them in their palms and control them? If the opponent was someone who could be talked to, then you should look for a way to profit mutually. Like now. While he may have been a bit violent towards his subordinate, he was a wise soldier. Due to his actions, Yoo IlHan didn't have to antagonize the military, and there was room for conversation. IlHan did more than enough by setting up a positive relationship with Yoo IlHan, who would grow into an exceptional ability user in the future. Despite the fact that Yoo IlHan had read all of his inner thoughts. For the current military, stopping them is the best we can do. Before more people go through suffering. Please. Okay. Yoo IlHan skillfully wrapped the bear bones in the bear leather and hugged it. Then he lightly ignored the gazes of the soldiers mixed with admiration, envy, fear, and etc., and left that place. The fact that he didn't need to use the Flash app made him feel complicated. That human will live for a long time. I don't want to see him frequently. That person values me too highly. Just what can be done towards that self-depreciation? Anyway, let's go to the next place. Run faster. Thanks to the military's cooperation, Yoo IlHan was able to exterminate 3 more hordes of monsters that day. Amongst them, there weren't any that were stronger than the direwolf, much less the brown bear, and thanks to that, he only leveled up once, becoming level 24. Instead, he made a lot of profit. He had sold all the monster byproducts to military personnel in cash, except the magic stone, as he was sufficient with just the byproducts from the wolf horde and the bear. As a result, a slightly shocking amount of money was now in his hands. In words, it was a sum close to 1 billion won, is almost equal to 8.7 million US dollars. I will have enough left over after making a workshop. Shall we go sign a contract right away? It's not wise to use such an enormous amount cash just after you've earned it. What are you planning to do if you get traced? Ah. So I will use magic to erase the contractor's memories for you as a special service just this time. If I use this, it will be done in one go. Good. As expected, an angel's magic was the world's best. Although he was scolded by his mother who said, "Where did you go when it's so dangerous?" when he went back home at night, everything else went smoothly. Yoo IlHan went to sleep while thinking that everything will turn out well starting tomorrow. And when the sun rose the next day, the same text could be seen on all of humanity's eyes after they woke up. The severed connection with the other world will be restored. From now, you'll be able to take quests and receive suitable rewards in the other world you were summoned to. Like that, Yoo IlHan became a loner again. Author's notes. There are returnees who think like that, Du Woo-jun. And there are people who think like that, Yoon Dae-han. And there is a dropout who think like that, was what I was trying to show you in this chapter. For your reference, you can't accept Yoo IlHan's soliloquy so seriously. It's an extremely personal thought which contains IlHan's resentment of not being able to find a rival as other people didn't recognize him. T to the power of T. The start of a new chapter. Humanity, excluding Yoo IlHan, has received a fast growth quest. The thing that God does is like a game developer trying to make game full of bugs normal by continuous patches. Don't tell me there are other problems from this. T, tree of, at #%. Anyway, what will happen to the dropout Yoo IlHan? Will he just eat popcorn at home? Translator's notes. LOL, loner life begins again. Was TOS really full of bugs at the start? Maybe it's just the Korean version. I don't play it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 15. I make them, too. I make them, too. Well then, please give me an excuse that I can accept. With Erta in his palms, Yoo IlHan tried his best to suppress his rage as he spoke. Erta seemed to be pricked by something as she didn't receive Yoo IlHan's gaze straight on, and retorted in a small gaze whilst turning her head away. It's because it was the solution that uses the least amount of energy, probably. Energy? Connecting to other words was something that had already been done before, and it's not hard to revive the severed connection. What's left is touching up on the small details and setting for the quest and reward system. Now, if the Earthlings receive quests that are suitable for themselves and pile up their experience and records, then they'll be able to grow their anti-monster capabilities faster. And so, you're saying that it's the most reasonable method? That's so. Erta, who had regained a bit of confidence after seeing Yoo IlHan's positive attitude, retorted as such while looking at him. Yoo IlHan waited for this opportunity before asking with the saddest expression that he could muster. Then what about me? Erta was at a loss for words. If everyone else is going to and fro from those other worlds, then me? What about me? You were a loner anyways, so there probably won't be a lot that changes though? Even so. You know? Even so. He had never felt such a violent rage in all of his 1,000 years. He was angry at the overall situation, but most of all, he was angry at Erta's words. That couldn't be said to be that wrong. How should I answer when my mom asks me why I didn't go to another world? Answer that you have nothing to learn about anything that can help with your life in such a place. Am I some middle schooler who doesn't want to go to school? Although I think it's very pitiful, it's useless to talk to me about it as this wasn't my decision. Erta, who had reached her limit, eventually had to present a suitable argument like a coward as she pretended not to know anything. Yoo IlHan, who had lost the energy to retort, was mindless for a moment. With a sigh, he sat up on the bed. Yeah, well, I can't do anything even if I complain to you. So in the end, I can't go to another world. If you become a higher existence, then who knows? And how many years would that take? It should be less than the time that you've lived up until now. Well, that's so comforting, hey. When he woke up and went to the kitchen, his mother and father were conversing with each other with serious faces. On the lit TV, people were talking about the notice that had been sent to all of humanity, but it was accompanied by another shocking story as well. A state of emergency. While he was shocked and mumbling at the news that he was seeing for the first time, his mother noticed him and spoke. T/N, his parents may refer to themselves as mother and father. You also know about it, don't you, son? Right now, the outside is dangerous. Whether it's school or work, everything has stopped. Meanwhile, the military is conducting a large-scale monster extermination. I heard they won't allow the monsters to appear on the roads where people live, at least. It seemed that the government had also realized that they couldn't have people go through their daily lives anymore. Perhaps, the other world quest notice might have sped up their decisions. In truth, this was something that had occurred in every other country that possessed a proper government. Everybody had realized that they needed to maintain the survival of the people first before being able to strive for a normal everyday life in the changed world, and so, under the majority of the country's decisions, it had been decided that they would stop the flow of history for a bit. Meanwhile, in that time, people would receive strength from other worlds. Not a power that would disappear like bubbles, like it had 4 days ago, but a power that would remain with them even in the future. At that moment, Yoo IlHan felt hope. Those upper echelons were only putting up temporary measures, like paying a card debt back with another card, but the humans on Earth were seriously considering the change they had to meet while they were moving. Humanity will be able to adapt to the leveled up Earth. As they always did. Excluding me. As they always did. He thought. Mom, Dad. Have a safe trip. But this father hasn't even gotten a second class in all the 10 years that I was over there. Just because the military is clearing up the monsters doesn't mean that they won't appear on the streets. But the other world isn't safe anymore as well. While time was stopped on Earth, there wasn't a case where a human would die or get injured while in another world. However, from now on, it would be different. As the price for being able to acquire a strength that wouldn't disappear, humanity now had to accept the danger that came with it. Even so, it should be less dangerous than staying here on Earth. That's true. Father, do everything you can do to not feel regret afterwards. You shouldn't put your life on the line, but on this changed Earth, you can only live by accepting danger. Doing everything that was possible, doing everything that was impossible until it was possible. This was one of the beliefs that supported Yoo IlHan's foundation. Perhaps his words, which contained his honest intentions, had moved his mother and father as they smiled bitterly while standing up. Yes, then I'll go. You too, son. Don't give up just because you can't use mana and put your efforts into it. After saying that, his father was the one to disappear first. He had gone to another world in an instant. However, his mother didn't do the same. Instead, she looked at Yoo IlHan with a worried face. Son, mother's thinking is a bit different to your father's. Although effort is important, you can't overexert yourself. What overexertion? Isn't it you who's going around and hunting monsters with a mask? He was found out. At this unexpected situation, Yoo IlHan froze just like that. He was aware that his figure, which had been fighting against monsters, would be broadcasted publicly, and he had also meticulously prepared for that, but even then. Did you perhaps think that mother wouldn't even recognize my own son? Even if you wear a mask in different clothes, I can notice you instantly. How could I not know my son? The power of blood was truly amazing, Yoo IlHan muttered in his heart when he heard his mother's words, which caused him to raise both of his hands and feet in defeat. To think that the concealment which could fool the world, and even God, was unable to completely fool his mother. Mother doesn't know how you became so strong. I'm proud, but also worried. But son, you know how scary those monsters are, right? Nobody knows what may happen in what place. So always keep your guard up and move with room to spare. I understand. His mother's nitpicking only sounded affectionate when he heard it after such a long time. His mother finally seemed relieved after Yoo IlHan nodded repeatedly. Then, she added on after putting a serious face back on again. But, the ones you have to be the most careful about are humans. From now on, there will be a lot of people who will be stronger and more evil than the monsters. Okay. If you know, then it's okay. My proud son. Mother will go to Yoo IlHan again, okay? Okay. Don't do anything dangerous. All right. Perhaps due to the conversation with his mother, Yoo IlHan, who had calmed down quite a bit, slapped his cheeks and muttered to himself as if he was making a resolve. I should do my own work. I'll be going back to heaven for a bit. I should bring back the reward for the executor quest as well. Buy me an ice cream on the way back. As he had been too immersed in the excitement that had come from the prophet that the dire wolf and the brown bear had given him, he had forgotten about the existence of the quest. Well, they said that they would give him something, so he had no reason to refuse. He happily sent Erta off without forgetting to tell her to buy ice cream, which he had a sudden craving for. After he did that, he was really alone. Somehow, I'm reminded of my dropout days. As he complained in a small voice, he left his home. His destination was the nearby storage facility that he had bought with his money at a speed that was like grilling beans with lightning. How foolish was it to acquire a storage building at night to use the next day? However, he didn't need anything. With cash, everything was solved. The Republic of Korea was a good place to live for those who had a lot of money. Although, he didn't know that until now, since he hadn't had any money before. Yoo IlHan arrived at the storage, which would be his workshop from now on. He had only prepared the basic equipment like a fireplace and an anvil due to the urgency. There were many lacking aspects, but as he didn't even need to do any proper work in the foreseeable future, it was alright. Well, that was because the only materials he currently had were bones and leather. In other words, things that he didn't need to temper. He was itching to hammer some metal, but the situation didn't allow him to. Of course, that didn't mean that he couldn't do anything at all. Raw leather would rot if left like that, and it was the same for the bones that was dotted with impurities and full of oil. The reason he came to the workshop was to process them before it became too late. Yoo IlHan fully mobilized all the knowledge that he had piled up over 1,000 years, and began to process the leather and bones in the best way that he knew. After the things that could pollute the precious materials, such as blood and flesh, were removed perfectly, the leather would go through an additional tanning process. He had already sold all the materials aside from the ones that he needed, so he could avoid working all day. Even while processing all that leather, Yoo IlHan didn't sweat a single drop. It was only possible because, in the first place, he had a different base strength when compared to others, and it had further increased when he had leveled up to 24. All the work was finished. He would be able to create something with the bones right now, but the leather was the problem. Just the tanning process itself would take several more days, and when he thought about the hardening process, which would come after, he might have to forget about wearing an armor that could cover his entire body. At this rate, when the armor is finished, wouldn't it have no meaning, since my level would be too high at that point? If it was like that, he would kill stronger monsters to earn its leather, and when he created an armor with that, then his level would. There was nothing more of a waste of time than this. You can process them with magic. Oh, you're back? Even if you say that, I can't use mag. Yoo IlHan's words trailed off midway after he confirmed Erta's appearance. It wasn't because she hadn't bought him ice cream. It was because the Erta before him had a similar stature to Yoo IlHan. He first doubted whether or not it was really Erta, but after he had confirmed that it was really her, who, he didn't want to admit, had a truly beautiful face, he fell into thought, realizing the cause soon after. Giantification magic. Instead, my previous appearance was caused by shrinking magic. Just what did you think I was? Erda sighed as she held out her hand. Hold this hand. I'll transfer the rewards to you now. Yoo IlHan, who was slightly overwhelmed due to the holiness that he somehow felt coming from her, which wasn't present while she was palm-sized, obediently held out his hand and grabbed hers. The moment after, he felt an extremely cold, but a bit soft, and horrifyingly delicate, touch as a few strings of words popped up in his view. Heavenly Quest 001. Executor mission completed. All stats have increased by 1. You are the one who has most successfully completed the quest amongst quest applicants. A special reward has been added. You have acquired Eternal Flame. Eternal Flame. While he urgently let go of her hand, thinking that he would start to feel strange if he continued to hold it, Yoo IlHan looked towards Erda's face with an expression that seemed to say, I don't remember receiving something like that though? Then, Erda gave a small smile as she raised her other hand. Look. Oh. In the fireplace that he had prepared, a bright red flame was burning despite the fact that he hadn't put down any fuel. An inextinguishable and living flame that can continuously grow. It's a precious flame from heaven. If it wasn't for the fact that you're in the initial stages of the Great Cataclysm, it would be absolutely impossible to receive this reward with a quest of that level, so please realize the value of this flame. Wow. Just with Erda's explanation, he had more than realized the flame's value. The eternal flame burning inside the fireplace was acting cute while it changed its appearance, as if it knew who its master was. The word living wasn't at all exaggerated when used to describe it. It's a truly fitting reward for me. I knew you would say that. Rita insisted strongly. Rita did. Yoo IlHan was no longer listening to Erda's words. To think that it was an inextinguishable and living flame. Various thoughts came to mind. This would help a lot when he had to process large amounts of metal in the future. And rejoice. For you, who can't go to another world, heaven has prepared a second quest. And so, he had to take a lot of time to listen to and understand Erda's following words. From now, you have to install dungeons on Earth. Author's notes. Mom, why are you so stubborn about not going to another world? Even next door Johnny is going obediently. The quest rewards won't be experience, but status, item, skills, and such. If you are curious about MC's feelings, then click this. T/N, subtitle says I've never felt such a violent rage until now. Answer, there was a special quest for the MC. Just because he's creating dungeons, the novel won't turn into a dungeon management novel, so don't worry. Translator's notes. I keep thinking that the mother is no one ordinary. She can see through his ability, and even see through his concealment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 16. I make them 3. I make them 3. I make what? Dungeons. He asked just in case he heard wrong, but he didn't hear wrong. Yoo IlHan asked Erda with worried eyes. Are you okay? I can cook if it's porridge, shall I? I'm extremely normal. On heaven's orders. I'm giving you a quest to help with the creation of dungeons. Yoo IlHan softly sighed. Then he asked while sharply raising his eyes. This quest, it's not for me but for you guys, isn't it? It's for Earth too, so it's for you as well? Acting cute now won't deceive me. Didn't he hear the full story from her yesterday already? That the traps, in other words, dungeons, that God scattered before was unsuccessful in luring monsters. How can I do what even God can't? We're thinking that the reason why the dungeons aren't successfully functional is because the majority of the monsters were swept by God's power when Lord God stopped the time on Earth. So, the monsters, which have gained immunity to God's power, won't approach the dungeons where God's power is dwelling strongly. You are keep going to saying that it's because the time stopped, aren't you? Yes. She was so shameless that he was about to fall for her. In contrast, you have polished all sorts of techniques in the 1,000 years of stop time despite being an earthling. In conclusion, your blacksmithing skills have reached a level of marvel that even us, as higher existences, have a hard time believing. Your only fault is that you cannot use mana, but the mana crafting skill will solve that. The only existence on Earth who can create dungeons in our place is you. At the praise baptism that poured all over him to the point that he became itchy, Yoo IlHan narrowed his eyes more. His instincts as a loner, which reacted extremely sensitively to intentions that were trying to use him, was warning him that this woman will dump him with a huge piece of work. Now you're just directly dumping me work, eh? It's in everyone's interests. We do our mission, and you receive a quest befitting of your ability and even earn a suitable reward. You can talk well, even though you're a scammer. However, did the fact that Yoo IlHan wanted to do it because of all that make Yoo IlHan a pervert? Was it a perverted mind which can be coded with the words challenging mind and confidence? Wait, doesn't this make him a pervert anyway? Yoo IlHan asked her lightly. What happens if I don't do it? Heaven will create another set of dungeons. Of course, as God's power will dwell in it, it has a higher chance of failing, and as a result, humanity will have to survive in a slightly more wild environment. If I make it, will the monsters really fall for it? At least, with a much higher chance than the one made by heaven, yes. They will. This is the most important question, though. He looked at his body, which didn't look anything special, and the workshop, which only had basic equipment, and turned back to see the angel who was unprecedentedly glowing her eyes. I can make dungeons? Of course. If you have the blueprint and the necessary materials. And those, we have. Yoo IlHan smiled. Good, I'll do it. Let's begin right away. Erta poured out huge piles of metal from nowhere inside the workshop. She took out chunks of refined metal, harcanium, which emitted a wondrous black light, chunks of another metal, fessenum, from which one could feel a red and rough energy, following that, a bottle containing the liquid, el-hadra, which emitted faint blue light, and finally, equipments such as a hammer, chisel, anvil, and the like, which looked plain but not unpleasant. These three metals are materials in higher system worlds. If the current Earth levels up 2 more times, then these will also appear on Earth in extremely small amounts. So this liquid is metal as well? Then I can just think that it's similar to mercury, right? It seems you didn't listen to me at all. Continuing on, she poured out countless numbers of magic stones that would become the ingredients for mana crafting, but they were incomparably bigger and emitted incomparably more brilliant light than the direwolf's one. Weren't these perhaps the magic stones from the higher existences that Erta likes so much? Yoo IlHan asked with a careful voice. The will of the craftsman is important though in mana crafting, is it not? I don't have any experience in making dungeons, and I don't even know how to make them. Are you fine with me handling all these precious-looking magic stones? In the applying process, angels will help you. Did you perhaps think that you will do everything from start to finish? Yes. Loners always worked alone from start to finish as they hated communicating with other people and hated working together. Yoo IlHan was also planning to do everything alone, so he was a little bit surprised when Erta implied working together. Other than the used materials, they are all for rent, so you have to give them back. For the reward, we will prepare something else. For the reward, can't you give me that 4-dimensional pocket you were using? Inventory is magic. Fuck. This was the moment he was the most frustrated after the time he heard that beds were science. T/N, ACE, a company that makes beds, said that beds weren't furniture but science in their commercial, and this saying became famous in Korea. However, his switch flipped automatically while he was clearing away the existing anvil. It was extremely light, and fixed the anvil that Urta brought. It was extremely heavy. A master may not dwell on his tools, but Yoo IlHan did. Whether it was the hammer, or the anvil, and even the tongs, were all in a different dimension to the one he had used until now. He resolved that he would definitely procure tools that wouldn't lose out to these in the future. The basic processing is already done, so what we're asking of you should be the form creation and the inlaying. We're not thoughtless to the point that we'll make you make a dungeon from start to finish. With the materials here, just how can I make a dungeon in this workshop? You're not telling me to make pottery but a dungeon, right? Yoo IlHan spat out the question he had the moment he saw the materials. This was reasonable, as inlaying meant etching the surface and filling it with another material. Amongst them, as an intricate and beautiful technique which ran at the peak of metalworking, metal inlaying was just basically a very difficult and annoying work. Creating a dungeon with a technique that's used in accessories, just how? Did they make some magic which can make goblins pop out if he drew a goblin with inlaying? A dungeon is a huge space. There's no way that we'll directly make them, is there? Specifically, the thing you have to make is a magic tool that would attract the monsters and change the surrounding environment to make a dungeon. This is called the Trap of Destruction. Tell me that from the beginning. Then is that inlaying perhaps? It can be called a type of a magic array. Urta held out a paper which was made from unordinary materials. After he had a look at it, he paled in fright. After he heard that it was a magic array, he thought that the form creation wouldn't be very difficult, but that was his misunderstanding. With one cube at the center, countless metal rings were enwrapping it, and not only on the cube itself, there were indecipherable letters everywhere on each and every one of those rings. If someone saw the finished magic tool created according to this blueprint, then that person would shout, "This artifact looks like it may appear on the last volume of a fantasy novel." This was definitely an object with a higher difficulty in creation than any of the things he had created before. Rather than blacksmithing, it seemed like his workmanship would play a bigger role too. He sighed before he even started. Yoo IlHan clenched his teeth and muttered. "The quest reward, it should be good, right? I promise. I will prepare something that you will be surprised about. According to the level of achievement in the quest, you will be given the most suitable reward." Urta, who knew the difficulty of this work, confirmed with her most serious voice. Then it was okay. Didn't he know that the reward of this quest from heaven was unordinary just by looking at the eternal flame? In this way, they were trustable. Yoo IlHan recognized that the work he thought to be difficult surpassed his imagination in a direction that he didn't think about, and accepted it. He wore a cloth that could absorb sweat well on his forehead, and he picked up the metal tongue which looked plain but its hardness could be well felt from it. Then, he picked up a chunk of the black-colored metal, harcanium, and pushed it inside the fireplace and muttered as if he resolved himself. Let's begin. This was the first joint work of the Eternal Flame and Yoo IlHan. Urta had a look at the steel spear that Yoo IlHan made before, so she knew how amazing his techniques were. However, she had never seen him working on the metallurgy process directly with her own eyes. However, his figure, focusing on the flame and the metal after his switch was completely flipped, made her a bit surprised. The flame is still a bit weak. Does it get stronger if you feed it magic stones? Yes. Good. This is sufficient. He should have only worked with the ores that existed on Earth before the Great Cataclysm. Also, even materials like titanium were difficult to be worked on inside a small workshop, so there should have been a clear limit to the number of ores he had actually worked on. As proof, his masterpiece, the steel spear, was in the end just steel. However, just how was he showing movements like a mastersmith who had handled harcanium for about 100 years? Full hap. When Harcanium was sufficiently heated up by the eternal flame, whose temperature increased exponentially after absorbing a magic stone, he started welding with a serious face. He knew of the metal's hardness at the melting point, so he hammered down with all his strength from the beginning. The moment the hammer and the Harcanium produced a violent clash, he felt it. I can probably do this. His original strength would have been insufficient, but it seemed like this hammer had the ability to increase its user's strength temporarily. Yoo IlHan, who got used to the feeling after striking a few more times, hammered the Harcanium with sufficient strength. Clang, 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 clang. Harcanium tried its best to resist the change, but in this small workshop, there was everything prepared to handle that. The flame of eternity, anvil, hammer, and lastly, an exceptional smith. In the end, it slowly, but surely collapsed. The metal was changing. Yoo IlHan, who perfectly memorized the blueprint after seeing it once, changed the position of the tong, as he heated the metal and struck with the hammer continuously. A contradicting movement, intricate but strong, unrestrained but controlled, that was impossible for it even for a machine. From some time, Harcanium was being played around as Yoo IlHan willed. Just who would believe when told that this was Harcanium? Did the eternal flame make this? The hammer, the anvil, ... No, tools cannot make miracles. It was the human. That human was calling for a miracle that did not happen in the past, and wouldn't happen again in the future, right now. Erda looked at that scene breathlessly. Did I perhaps make a mistake? Shouldn't this human have become a blacksmith instead of a lancer? Then, he might have made something that could challenge against God. Yes, something that can challenge God. Just why do all the angels become blasphemous after coming into contact with Yoo IlHan? Right now, Erda acknowledged that Yoo IlHan had the potential to surpass God. And in technique and not fighting power. The form creation was finished after not a long period of time. After having finished shaping the central cube, and the countless metal rings connected with a thin metallic line, Yoo IlHan picked up the small chisel, also prepared by Erda. Now it was time to do the inlaying. Despite thinking that he was sufficiently resolved, when he was about to go into the process, he sighed subconsciously. Fuck. I don't know if I fail. If you fail, then you can just melt it down and make it again from scratch. Of course, it will take an extremely long period of time. While completely ignoring Erda's words, he put the knife against the trap of destruction which now had its form. This was the moment where an overwhelming record which could not be expressed in experience, was engraved in the world. Author's notes. The tanning, the processing of the leather and bones, processing the metals, metallurgy, and the like is from the author's research. There may be unavoidable flaws or errors. I will fix what I can, but please overlook some of those that I may not be able to fix. Dungeon management won't happen whether it's soon or later. No, I clearly told you that I won't do it right. This novel is about Yoo IlHan, who became OP in various fields, adapt to the changed world. It's not dungeon management. Erda pulls the date where Yoo IlHan can use mana, just by existing. And her quest is a win-win. It definitely helps Yoo IlHan. The angels aren't just scammers. Translator's notes. Thank you for reading. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 17. I make them, 4. I make them, 4. Engraving on the artifact, which had its form created with Harcanium, and filling it with the liquid metal El-Hadra. During the inlaying process it was a more difficult and tiring process than he had thought. It was because one mistake would lead to an overall failure. However, Yoo IlHan perfectly tuned the strength of his arms, which were trained from his many years of practice, and proceeded with the work. As is, he didn't even consider failure and was giving life to the artifact without a moment of rest. Yoo IlHan's figure as he worked with intricate hand movements that were neither overflowing nor insufficient, was truly revereable, purer than anything and beautiful. Rita probably had monopolized this side of Yoo IlHan for 1,000 years. She alone must have kept watching the figure of this lower existence concentrating in one type of work and in the end, surpass his limits. Ah. I think I can understand it a little bit. Erda understood just a tiny bit about why Rita, who was treated nobly even amongst higher existences, fell for a lower existence who had nothing special about him. Just a tiny bit. At that moment Yoo IlHan put down his tools. The tiny metallic sound returned Erda back to reality as two sentences came up on Yoo IlHan's retina. You have awakened blacksmithing LV Max. You have earned the title, Creator of Myths. All effectiveness of productive activities increased by 20%. The sentence, which appeared like a declaration that there was no further realm to pursue, like dismantling, and the title which would be a huge help to Yoo IlHan in the future. Just with these, Yoo IlHan thought that picking up the hammer was worthwhile. He had succeeded. While carefully placing the trap of destruction, he spoke to Erda. I'm done. What? You mean already? What do you mean already? Let's see, 5 hours have passed though. Yoo IlHan would also lose the flow of time while working, so he could only tell her after looking at the clock. After she realized that he wasn't wrong, Erda reddened her face. This was because that meant that she had watched him working while forgetting the flow of time for 5 hours. Even if it's 5 hours, it's way too fast. Did you really complete it according to the blueprint? Don't be like a mother-in-law and check it yourself. She confirmed. It was perfect. It was to the point that she was dumbfounded. Just who would believe that this was made by a human? She could only be dumbfounded. However, like Rita, Erda also couldn't praise other people obediently. T/N, Sundara alert. KHM, I guess this counts as a pass. However, there's still the mana crafting process with the Fessenam and the magic stone. I was waiting for that. That's true. The angels were going to help with that, weren't they? Yoo IlHan also looked forward to how the artifact, which possessed a high level of magic that he couldn't understand despite having made it himself, would be completed. When he looked at Erda with shiny eyes, she kept coughing awkwardly in order to forget the figure of Yoo IlHan working, and continued speaking. Please wait for a moment. I will call my colleagues right away. How about Rita? She won't be coming. After Erda cold-heartedly cut apart Yoo IlHan's question, which was full of hope, she did a truly unbelievable action. She had caused a shiny yellow ring to appear above her head. That's the fluorescent light that only existed when I was young. It's an angel's ring. After retorting against the tackle that she was expecting, what Erda did was none other than communication. She had sent messages to her colleague angels who were on standby in heaven. The angel's ring was a symbol of an absolute bond that surpassed the constraints of time and space, as well as that of the world. It was an exclusive ability to angels that could transfer one's own emotions, intentions, and will to one's colleagues who have the same angel's ring. Soon, 4 to 5 people who emitted brilliant light like Erda appeared inside Yoo IlHan's workshop. There were both men and women, but their common points were that they were all handsome men and beautiful women. Erda, is it true? Check with your own eyes, Fashta. The evidence is here. To think that a human made a trap of destruction, I can't believe it. However, this doesn't smell like it's from heaven. This is indeed an object created purely with a human's power on earth. Erda clapped and called the angels, who were starting to express bits of disbelief, exclamation, fear, and such feelings. There's not much time. We need to get to work immediately. That is true. Yes, that is true. Will the mana crafting go smoothly? I'm curious. The angels started gathering while chatting as they all placed their hands on Yoo IlHan's shoulders, head, and back respectively. At that moment, an enormous pressure fell onto his mentality. Begin, human. We will lead the direction of the will. You only have to will that you want to finish the trap of destruction. Yoo IlHan, this is the same as when you first did mana crafting. If you concentrate with the magic stones and Fessenam in one hand, and the trap of destruction in the other, we will do the rest. Was this what higher existences are? Despite the fact that only their hands came in contact, their souls, high wills, and the noble mana weighed Yoo IlHan, who was only a lowly human, down. Despite the fact that they had no hostility towards Yoo IlHan, just by confronting them, he automatically received damage. A four-dimensional wall which couldn't be surpassed existed between them and Yoo IlHan. If he was an ordinary human, he would have lost conscience immediately. He could only endure with the will that didn't corrode even after living for 1,000 years. It wasn't only his fighting power and techniques that he polished over those 1,000 years. The will to never give up on his life and the belief to continue forward. The steel-like heart that held him up for countless years allowed him able to stand in that place and retain consciousness. Fu. He slowly took deep breaths in order to calm himself and stand firmly. He held the magic stones in Fessenam in his right hand and the trap of destruction in his left hand. The angels were chatting as they wanted while looking at that scene. He ignored all of them and quietly closed his eyes. Then he imagined the scene where all these fused into one. He wished the birth of a dungeon which could imprison all the animals that have evolved after acquiring strength and reason. Focus. Don't show me a scene where you get swept by a human's will. The name of the angel cries. Ha, really, just how did such an interesting human appear? I don't think it's a problem with the 1,000 years. I said focus, Ahata. The angels also emitted mana and will at the same time. If their power was directly applied, then they will achieve the same results from when it was made in heaven, so all their power and will were displayed through Yoo IlHan. Amongst them, some thought, wouldn't the trap of destruction perhaps be finished even without us? For a while when they looked at Yoo IlHan's strong will, but after acknowledging that that was throwing away all their pride as higher existences, they immediately erased that thought from their head. Yoo IlHan's will and the will of the angels interconnected with one another, starting to change the trap of destruction. The overwhelming mana activated the magic engraved in the trap of destruction, and the power of Fessenam transferred inside it. The workshop was filled with bright light. More. Just a little bit more. Oh, human. The mana crafting finished not long after. The Fessenam and the magic stones in his right hand had disappeared as if washed away, and replacing that, the trap of destruction started to emit a faint red light that possessed an unordinary aura. It was the birth of a truly perfect artifact. Meticulous earthly trap of destruction was completed. Mana crafting has become level 7. The quality of the finished artifact increases. Yoo IlHan also opened his eyes carefully after those lines appeared on his vision. As he thought that the weight in his palms disappeared, he saw that the completed trap of destruction was floating on his palm. Several tens of metallic rings enveloping the cube inside as they spun was a truly wondrous sight. Even though I was prepared for about 10 failures. To think that we would succeed immediately. The angels appeared dumbfounded. Although Yoo IlHan also felt proud, as he felt his effort was acknowledged, the limits of his mentality was approaching, so he carefully distanced himself from the angels. First, get away from me. Your consciousnesses are too much of a burden to me. That's true. We even forgot that you were a lower existence. Yes. Well done, human. No, I think it's rude to treat you as those other humans. His name is Yoo IlHan. Yoo IlHan, thank you. I half disbelieved it, but it's a truly exceptional skill. If possible, I even want to watch you while you're working on the metallurgy process. We don't even know whether it will work properly. At that moment, one of the angels tackled. We need to experiment with it. That's very reasonable. Yoo IlHan, we shall go together. Perhaps, it will help your mana crafting if you look at the process of the birth of a dungeon. When the work was done, the angels started chatting loudly again, but this time, they talked differently. Factions were split into those who felt uncomfortable that he had such a firm will and ability despite being a lowly human, and those who wanted to acknowledge his ability and desired to raise him. Of course, as they were good existences, as opposed to evil, at the core, there was no one who harbored ill intent towards him. My thoughts are the same. Yoo IlHan, don't you want to have a look at the scene where the trap of destruction activates? No need to talk twice about it. Let's go. He always welcomed new information and stimulation. There was no reason why Yoo IlHan should reject that proposal. While Yoo IlHan was wiping off the sweat on his face with a towel, the angels started confirming that the trap of destruction was for real. However, one of the angels, who was exclaiming about its aesthetic beauty, suddenly shouted, "Whoa, this has an alpha option and a beta option." What? Meticulous, earthly, it's true. Yoo IlHan perked up his ears while wiping off his sweat. Erda, who noticed that, explained with a sigh. We call the additional attribute which gets attached to the product of blacksmithing and mana crafting option. It appears randomly according to luck, materials, and the ability of the smith. Normally, there are two, alpha and beta, but both appearing in the first creation is unprecedented. Are you satisfied? You know everything, don't you? Yes, I know everything. After confirming the trap of destruction, Yoo IlHan went out with the angels. As he couldn't fly, two angels grabbed his arms while flying, but honestly, although it looked very uncool, Yoo IlHan was joyful just the fact that he was flying in the sky. The streets were still silent. There were the sounds of monsters howling from somewhere, sounds of soldiers desperately shooting guns, and sounds of flying helicopters. He truly felt that the apocalypse had arrived. Hey, this human isn't an angel. There is a need to cast invisibility magic on him. There isn't. Unless he attacks first, there is no way he would get found by humans. What? No way. Yes way. They really can't recognize him? As expected, the soul dropout. T/N, Yoo IlHan can mean soul / unique. The soul used in this line is literally Yoo IlHan. The angels looked at Yoo IlHan, who was realizing a miracle with his human body, in shock, and Yoo IlHan was annoyed. He resolved that he wouldn't mix with these angels, who looked at him like a monkey in a zoo, after he finished this quest or whatever it was called. The place they had arrived was at the top of a hill. In front of Yoo IlHan, who looked forward to how the artifact would activate, Erda, who was holding the trap of destruction, took a short, deep breath before throwing it. Hey! Watch, Yoo IlHan. While the trap of destruction was falling, the metallic ring which were spinning on the outside suddenly expanded in size. The ring, which had a diameter of just 20 centimeters, increased to 1 m, 3 m, 8 m, and without restraint before it became thin to the point that it couldn't be seen as it scattered into the air. No, was it really scattered? While Yoo IlHan was in doubt, at that moment, the second and third ring began expanding and scattering in order. While looking at that scene, the angels nodded their heads in satisfaction. So until now it's going smoothly. That meant that the phenomenon that happened just now was not a failure. Perhaps, were the metallic rings created with that intention in the first palsy? While Yoo IlHan was concentrating his consciousness, the earth trembled. Monsters started gathering towards the hill. Author's notes. MC's not a pushover. T to the power of T. This is in the end, a quest. Meaning that MC had the choice to reject. MC does what he wants, he's not doing it just because he's told to. Erda did not threaten him. In the first place, Yoo IlHan asked a question first and Erda only answered the truth. God is definitely not omnipotent nor omniscient. This is one of the most important reasons why this novel can make sense. God and angels don't scam humans. The difficulty of the quest is directly proportional to the reward, and if even this is doubtful, then one cannot trust in anything. T to the power of T. The reason why the reward was not given prior to the quest was because Erta could not judge whether MC will succeed the quest, and if he does, how successfully, and what would MC need at the end of the quest. I should add this bit. MC did not ask about the reward as he already received a satisfying reward, Eternal Flame, for his previous quest. You can take it that he's trusting them. Eternal Flame is a 2 OP reward. It seems like my descriptions were insufficient. As to how good, it will be revealed as the story goes on, so look forward to it. The prefix option and the postfix option will be changed to alpha and beta. I took this from Mabinogi, and as expected, it's no good. Tee. Translator's notes. Some of the angels speak in ancient form, English equivalent would be thou/thy and the like, but I know none of those things, to hell with that. As seen up there, Yoo IlHan can mean solitary or unique, just anything that has to do with being alone. I guess his name was one of the reasons why he was left out. While his father, Yoo IlHan, can mean useful. This will come up later. Tiny spoiler, a useful skill. Dad's skill? Ehem, nobody's thinking of Tatsuka Saika from Oreguru when they read Trap of Destruction, right? Time to read chapter 65 of ER on Munpia. Red Heart. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 18. I make them 5. I make them 5. It looks like a truly huge-scale dungeon will be born. I don't want to admit it, but this human has a talent as a trapmaker. It was truly a grand scene. Inside a range that was obviously larger than a single district, countless monsters were running towards the hill. Amongst them, there were some which were just confronting human military until just now. Yoo IlHan asked dumbfoundedly after looking at that scene. What's the principle? The power that the trap of destruction is emitting is a magic that deceives all 5 senses of the monsters. The monsters arrive here looking for what they want, whatever it may be, and as a result, get trapped inside the dungeon. Erta spoke confidently, but it was a truly frightening magic. If one thought that it may be used against humans, then it wasn't something to laugh about at all. Is it possible for it to be used against humans? Yoo IlHan was about to ask, but refrained from doing so in the end? It was because he felt like he would be frightened if he heard the answer. It seems like it's starting in other places as well. Next to Yoo IlHan, who was dumbfounded after seeing the frightening ability of the trap of destruction and the stampede of monsters, another angel muttered. Other places? When Yoo IlHan creased his eyebrows, Erta made a small smile as she spoke. In your trap, there was also a magic that could change the aura of other traps of destruction scattered on Earth. We can't just throw away the traps made in heaven just like that. Anyway, it seems like those have also started to lure monsters. So that was it. I did know that the amount of Harcanium was too little to be placed on Earth, but it was for that reason. It's a precious metal. Recycling is the first step to being environmentally friendly. The other angels were looking at Yoo IlHan's and Erta's conversation with strange eyes. When were you so close? At the question their eyes seemed to be asking, the two became awkward and turned their heads. The monsters, which had acquired power for revenge after enduring 1,000 years in a world where time was frozen, were truly futilely crawling into destruction with their own feet. Until the day the dungeon is opened by a human, they would be trapped inside that prison. Despite the fact that this was a result that Yoo IlHan wanted, their figures of rushing into the trap of destruction seemed as if he was looking at the humans not being able to escape destiny no matter how they struggled, so it didn't feel that good. No. Yoo IlHan stopped his thoughts there, shaking his head. Just what could he do by sympathizing with the monsters? If he didn't do that, then humans would just become their sacrifices. It had only been a few days since the Great Cataclysm happened. During that time, didn't Yoo IlHan experience enough and realize it already? Monsters were always hostile to humans, and they wanted to evolve into something even more horrific. So, it wasn't that Yoo IlHan sympathized with the monsters. He shuddered as he confirmed that those heavenly existences have enough ability to do that to him even if they weren't hostile. Even those frightening monsters had, in the end, become playthings for God and the angels. Yoo IlHan thought off his 1,000 years of life. He thought of the overwhelming power that was used to send all of humanity to other worlds, with just the reason that they needed to prepare for the Great Cataclysm, and the fact that he had to spend 1,000 years, even when he hadn't done anything wrong, on Earth alone as he was left out. He remembered that all of his pains and sufferings were summed up in just one word: mistake. At that moment, something welled up inside his heart. The emotions he had hid with comical actions and positive thinking in order to maintain his human mentality during those countless years came up to the surface and shook him violently for a moment. I want to become strong. I want to become so strong that no one can tell me what to do anymore. It was not to meet someone, or to trample on someone, or to survive right now. He wanted to become strong only for his freedom. For the first time, he thought that. The dungeons being made, Yoo IlHan. Yoo IlHan came to himself after hearing Erda's words and lifted his head up. Halfway up the hill, where the trap of destruction had been placed, after countless monsters that couldn't be counted just by 1 or 2,000, gathered, the mana from the trap and the mana from the monsters seemed to clash, and a strange mana current appeared to cover them. It's done. We've done it. Everything according to God's will. The other traps are also smoothly attracting monsters and becoming dungeons. It's a perfect success. The angels all expressed their delight. Some smiled lightly towards Yoo IlHan, but some ignored him. It was good that they were so individualistic. Looking at the size of Earth, we need to make about 27 more. We will give you the reward after confirming the activation of the last trap of destruction. Then I'll make them right away. You don't really have to. We'll only make the second trap of destruction after 2 days at least. Yoo IlHan tilted his head. Weren't you in a hurry? We are, but we don't have the magic power. That was true, they did indeed pour out enormous amounts of mana in the mana crafting process. Yoo IlHan also didn't need them to be quick. Just that. It's not like you're the only angels up there, yeah, like Rita. Yes. Can't they just rotate the members? He just wanted to finish the quest as soon as possible, and it wasn't like he wanted to see Rita, not at all. In truth, he really wanted to see her, but Yoo IlHan's trained poker face didn't show any ripple on the outside. Not all angels are so free. These angels have work related to the dungeons on Earth, and other angels have work to do in other worlds. So, we have no choice but to wait until our mana recovers to proceed. Your work environments are tough too, Rita especially has a lot of work as she accommodated a lot for you and is suffering. For a while, she won't be able to be dispatched on Earth. Of course, his poker face didn't work on Erda. Erda's mischievous smile, as if she knew everything, made him want to punch her. After Yoo IlHan shrugged his shoulders, he turned his gaze away from her and looked at the scene where the trap of destruction used on Earth changed into its dungeon form before speaking with a sigh. Let's go back. I'll do the form creation process first. You really know nothing other than work. That night, after the mass moving of the monsters which occurred in Seoul, the capital of Korea, the world became noisy. The scene of huge numbers of monsters gathering at a hill and disappearing into a fissure in space was captured by a camera and was broadcasted through the news. What remained was the appearance of a dungeon that all the humans on Earth that have been to other worlds were familiar with. With the first occurrence of a dungeon as the center, they could observe that dungeons were appearing in all of Korea, Japan over the sea, and parts of China over the borders. After looking at that, some rejoiced that this was a proof that Earth was starting to stabilize, and some complained why the stabilization occurred in an Asian country, which had nothing much to it. Various humans, who hadn't received quests from other worlds, or those who came back after finishing 1 or 2, were spewing bullshit through the internet. Experts are warning that the animals may become monsters even if they haven't become monsters yet. Meanwhile, under government supervision, work is progressing in regards to picking livestock which have no possibility to become monsters using database from other worlds as basis, and as it was found out to be possible to bring suitable livestock back to Earth as quest reward from other worlds, we're expecting that there won't be any serious impacts in future. Yoo IlHan turned off the TV. His mother and father hadn't come back yet. It wasn't that he was not worried about the two of them, but he consoled himself thinking that they would cope well in any situation as they didn't have militant tendencies, and above all, possessed a plethora of experience in society. He then stood up and headed to the workshop. Shall I make about 5 by tomorrow? No, Yoo IlHan. Well, although this can't be called a reward, but as a bonus for achieving something above my imagination, there is something I want to do for you. If you receive that, then there won't be any time to make the traps. You're going to give me some of that harcanium. Keep your dreams for when you're asleep. IlHan's bonus was none other than the processing of the leather that was currently in the middle of tanning inside his workshop. When all the leather from the bear, direwolf, and other wolves were perfectly dried and sterilized with a wave of her hand, Yoo IlHan couldn't close his mouth. Moreover, it seemed like it became harder and more durable. Perfect. No, I think the quality became better. How is it? Now you have something to work on, right? It was as IlHan said. There was no time to cling on to the traps of destruction which couldn't even be activated. Because there were so many materials waiting for him to work on them. He immediately went into making a leather armor. First, he made an innerwear with the thin dire wolf leather, enhancing it with a few magic stones. To Yoo IlHan, who had even created a trap of destruction, despite the fact that angels were the one leading him, this level of mana crafting had become something he could do with his eyes closed. Especially, IlHan was considerably surprised after Yoo IlHan added a ventilation option using magic stones. When did you become so proficient? Didn't I say labor is finding the trick to it? He also made boots and gloves using the direwolf's leather. He added a ventilation option to these as well, but the thing he thought of as more important was an attacking option. He made sharp teeth protrude out from the end of the boots and the nails of the gloves when he wanted by consuming the wolf's teeth in order to transform them into an artifact. Direwolf leather gloves. Rank, rare. Defense, 600. Attack power, 700. Direwolf leather boots. Rank, rare. Defense, 550. Attack power, 750. After that, he made a leather armor with the entire hide of the brown bear. He put special materials into boiling oil, and proceeded to boil the leather several times in order to increase the already sturdy defense. By the time that he had created a piece of armor that fit him, a day had already gone by. However, to Yoo IlHan, who had acquired superhuman strength, this kind of overnight labor was at a laugable level. He showed extreme concentration as he kept in mind that he was making an armor to protect his body, and in the end, when the sun rose, he had created a boiled leather armor that he could boast as his most exceptional work after his steel spear. Hard bear leather armor. Rank, unique. Defense, 2100. Durability, 850/850. A boiled leather armor made by a peak-level master using the hide of the second-class monster, brown big bear. It's the strongest of its level, and it will be able to endure the teeth of a high-class monster once. Of course, Yoo IlHan didn't stop there. He started putting the sharp teeth and the sharpened bones of the direwolf and the brown big bear in one place. Then, he used all his magic stones to mana craft. He was aiming for one thing. Like the leather gloves and the leather boots, he wanted bones to protrude out from various places of the leather armor when he wanted. His final objective was a hedgehog. A super strong one that could send a tiger to its grave with one spike. Mana crafting has become level 8. Secret of Sharp Hard Bear critical leather armor was completed. IlHan, who saw the entire process of armor creation from start to finish, was dumbfounded after looking at the result. Just how could he do something strange so consistently? Yoo IlHan, why do you like blades popping out from nowhere so much? It's because it's a man's romance. There was not a shred of embarrassment in Yoo IlHan's answer. He spoke so confidently and coolly that Erta momentarily thought, hey, didn't this guy just say something cool? Secretive sharp hard bare critical leather armor. Rank, unique. Defense, 2200. Attack power, 750. Durability, 900/900. A super weapon made by going through a special process on top of the boiled leather armor produced by a peak-level master using the hide of the second-class monster, Brown Big Bear. The completed armor was truly perfect. Not only did the armor do its job faithfully as a piece of armor, it also had attacking capabilities optimized for Yoo IlHan, who could fight with all of his body. On top of that, there was both an alpha and a beta option to enhance it. If someone saw it, they might think that it was obvious for an option to be attached as a result of mana crafting. Even though reality was far from that. After making a few bone knives to use when dismantling by sharpening the remaining bones, he lastly made a mask using the direwolf's skull to replace the IR*N mask, becoming refreshed as if he had just finished a number of piled-up chores. Bare bone knife. Rank, rare. Attack power, 500. Durability, 450/450. Dire wolf skull mask. Rank, rare. Defense, 600. Durability, 660/660. A mask made from a wolf's skull that once possessed a large amount of mana. It has an unexpectedly high amount of defensive power. Now, he was planning to hold out with these until he acquired even stronger monster bones or new metals. He would probably be able to hold out. It was instead a problem that it would hold out for a longer time than he thought. After Yoo IlHan put on the leather innerwear, armor, boots, and gloves, he slotted the bone knife into the leather belt. When looking at the reflection of his figure after equipping the bone mask that he made to fit his head, he thought that he might look quite cool. As expected, I look good when I hide my face. Shit. How is it? Amazing. I don't know what you did to that mask, but your presence is becoming even weaker. I didn't do anything to the mask, To Erta, who definitely said that even when she knew the truth, Yoo IlHan tried to make her pay when he realized that outside was getting noisy. The sound of something breaking, the sounds of hundreds and thousands of bullets, screams and shouts. It was to the point that it made one wonder if this was from playing all of the action movies in the world at the same time. What's this noise? It's probably the military fighting against a monster. It's not like all monsters would be lured by the dungeon. Immediately after the two spoke, a siren came with a good timing. The notice that he only heard when it rained a lot and the river flooded, tickled his ears. Ladies and gentlemen of Jongno District, please evacuate to other worlds if you're still inside the buildings. There's danger of being attacked by a large second-class monster. I repeat. The alarm that a large second-class monster had appeared repeated itself continuously after that. While Erta was facepalming at the fact that there was a second-class monster that hadn't been trapped by the dungeon, Yoo IlHan muttered while sighing. Please let it be weaker than the Brown Big Bear. Are you afraid of the fight? If it's the Yoo I've seen so far, then against second-class monsters. No. Yoo IlHan's shoulders drooped. If it's stronger than that bear, then I need to strip its hide and make a new armor. Here was a master who was afraid of shoveling more than fighting. T/N, shoveling in Korean can mean different things. 1. Literally digging the ground. 2. Hard labor. 3. Grinding. Author's notes. There's extra content because there's a lot of item stats. Be firm Yoo IlHan, be strong Yoo IlHan. The reward will be calculated at the end. In other words, when all the trap of destruction are made. Translator's notes. Stats do count as content, author. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 19 You Want to Hunt with Me. 1. You want to hunt with me. 1. As he was already wearing armor, there was nothing else he needed to prepare. Just that he did some maintenance on his steel spear while he was borrowing the anvil and the hammer. Although he didn't show it, he was worried that the spear may have been damaged during the fight with the brown big bear yesterday. Urta also didn't say anything about it. Wouldn't it turn into a huge incident if his spear broke in the middle of combat? Warriors should always take good care of their weapons. Although Yoo IlHan didn't really know about that, as he wasn't a warrior, he didn't want to go through the trouble of making another spear. Because he had the eternal flame and max-level blacksmithing, he was able to finish repairing the weapon in just a few minutes. The result that popped up was this. Fatally sharp steel spear. Rank, Unique. Attack power, 1100. Durability, 715/715. Option, 20% increase of critical hit chance. A miracle made by human with solely the use of technique and effort and without the help of mana. Thanks to being maintained by top-class tools, its stats improved. What? The attack power increased by 300 just by repairing it. Moreover, it was only blacksmithing, but there were both alpha and beta options. As he was the one to strike the steel, Yoo IlHan knew more than anyone how amazing this feat was. Although he knew that this wasn't the time for this, Yoo IlHan looked at the anvil and hammer alternatively before quietly making a request to Urta. Gimme this. No. Thanks to spending a few days' time with Yoo IlHan, Urta's retorts towards Yoo IlHan became quite considerable. At her clear-cut words, Yoo IlHan gave up getting new tools and had to leave the workshop with Urta, who became palm-sized and nestled on top of his head. What did you become human-sized for? I was doing other work as a human. Now, I'm back to being your support again. You differentiate so meticulously, After lightly waving his hand towards the eternal flame, which flickered as if seeing him off, he went outside, where the noise became louder by a level. He could even hear a building collapsing with a boom. There was no need for him to put any effort into searching it. He just needed to run towards where the dust cloud could be seen. As he neared, the sounds of guns, helicopters, explosions, and collapses resounded louder as if they were trying to make him deaf. Who? At that place was a huge leopard. A leopard bigger than the brown bear that he had defeated the day before. The moment Yoo IlHan arrived at the scene, it was swinging its front paw to strike a helicopter from the top of a high-rise building down. It was as if watching a monster movie, but this was reality. And even at this time, the soldiers, who were confronting this crisis were desperately fighting. RPG, even the RPG isn't working. F***CK, those with advanced jobs go and stab with a knife or something. This is a highly populated area, we know. However, this needs a missile, or else at this rate, the Blue House will be penetrated, the Blue House. T/N, Blue House is the Korean equivalent of the White House. Yoo IlHan didn't have that much trust in the strong friends until now, but he could not be surprised after seeing that even field-grade officers were at the front lines. Although, it may just be that the situation was more serious than he thought it was. It's coming this way. Escape. Scatter. It wasn't only the soldiers who were there. A few armed ability users, and some people who had advanced to their first jobs were attacking the leopard with their weapons. Even though they could pile up experience and record in other worlds, they had clearly given that up and were remaining on Earth, fighting against a monster which had a strength above that of second class. Yoo IlHan couldn't just laugh at them for being foolish. Yes, they were in the right. No matter how strong they could become in other worlds, if the country they lived in, turned into ruins, then wouldn't it all be meaningless? They knew that, so they put their lives on the line. Despite the fact that they didn't have the confidence to defeat that monster. Despite the fact that they could die in a single attack of its paw. He somehow felt pathetic for sharpening his spear in order to defeat the monster for sure. Although his self-guilt disappeared as he knew that he might be in danger if the steel spear broke in the fight due to not maintaining it, in its place, feelings of wanting to help them as soon as possible welled up inside his heart. Although I don't have any thoughts on putting my life on the line for others, if others can live if I just work a little harder, then I'll gladly put in that effort. This was Yoo IlHan's motto. Ha! With a strange shout, Yoo IlHan started running. He ran on the collapsing concrete with each step, pushing the gear inside his heart up by one. The leather armor covering his body didn't hinder him. Instead, it was as if it was pushing him forward by helping the wind. The surrounding objects, the commanders who were urgently calling somewhere, the soldiers who were flicked away by the leopard, they were all passed by. Nobody noticed him. He had no intention to have anyone notice him. I want to use mana quickly. After he had surpassed the limits of humans with training in the 1,000 years of his life, he was never disappointed in his own body while moving. However, now that he was taking several seconds to approach that monster even at his full speed, he felt unsatisfied. If I had learned mana, I could enhance my physical abilities. If I had magic, then I would be able to call wind to fly in the sky. He thought. The leopard started dashing. After swiping 2 armored vehicles and swatting a bomb onto the ground to make it explode, it smashed against a high-rise building again. Some ability users attacked it and were in turn also attacked. It was fortunate that the ability users attacking with long-ranged magic were alright. However, the people who were trying to wound it in close combat were all tattered. There might even be those who had died. It's clearly stronger than the brown big bear. Such a pity, Yoo IlHan. Erda lightly mentioned the joke Yoo IlHan had said a few minutes ago, but right now, Yoo IlHan, who never forgot to make jokes, ignored her and kept running while squeezing out all the strength of his muscles to produce a speed that surpassed the limits of stats. The moment he neared the leopard, he kicked off the ground and jumped high while confirming its position. He kicked off the wall of a nearby building to jump high, and kicked off the wall of the opposite building to jump even higher. After repeating that several times, he was several tens of meters in the air. Even so, nobody noticed him. He was never so thankful that his presence was weak until now. Yoo IlHan muttered while holding the spear with both of his hands. He changed his trajectory by kicking off the wall of a high-rise building nearing him. This was the last. While quickly moving through the air, the figure of the leopard became larger and larger. Was it unsatisfied even after destroying so many buildings? It was holding up a military vehicle with soldiers inside, with its front paw. The soldiers had resolved themselves for death as they threw grenades into its wide-open mouth, but even that didn't give it a fatal wound. Well, even Yoo IlHan had the confidence to not get wounded by grenades, so it would be strange if the leopard got injured from that. While falling towards his target in midair, Yoo IlHan pulled back the spear with all his strength. The leopard's huge face was getting nearer and nearer, opening its mouth to swallow the vehicle whole. At that moment, the figure of Yoo IlHan was reflected in its 2 yellow eyes. Yoo IlHan struck the spear into left eye with all his strength. Critical hit. Cry HRRAA. It was a scream that made world tremble. Its eye bursted with a rupturing zone, the fluids covering Yoo IlHan's entire body. With that, his presence appeared in the world. This was a moment when the atmosphere of the warzone changed. Sundine Bolt. He's changed, but it's him for sure. It's Sundine Bolt. He didn't go to another world. Fuck, we're saved now. The leopard, which was clinging onto a building wall, couldn't withstand the pain and slid down. The fact that it didn't let go of the military vehicle even while it was sliding was truly frightening. Yoo IlHan was holding onto the spear that had been embedded into its eye, only swiftly pulling it out and jumping down when it had let go of the military vehicle. As a result, the half-pulled-out steel spear slid down its face, following Yoo IlHan and inflicting a large wound which covered its face from the eye to the chin. Kuhuo! It moved its feet while twisting its body, but Yoo IlHan was already out of its range. Moreover, while it couldn't come to its senses due to losing one eye, bullets and magic hit its body from all directions. Although small, there must have had been some damage. Meanwhile, Yoo IlHan landed, creating a footprint on the bumper of the military vehicle which was falling to the ground helplessly. Immediately, he lightly swung the spear to slice off the vehicle's roof and hugged the two soldiers who were obediently waiting for death with one arm before jumping off the vehicle. Despite the fact that he was still several tens of meters in the air, his actions had no hesitation. "What level are you?" "I'm 3. "I'm 2. "If you don't want to die, then hold me tight." After the soldiers hugged him, which made him uncomfortable, he landed on the ground with a booming noise. Although the already cracked concrete floor split apart completely due to the crash, he only felt his legs go numb. After landing, he freed the soldiers. They were looking at Yoo IlHan as if gazing towards a hero, but Yoo IlHan had only saved them because he didn't want to see people dying in front of his eyes. There was no reason he wouldn't save them if he could do so. "Run." However, it wasn't like he could explain that to the soldiers in detail. Yoo IlHan, who became awkward, left behind one word before kicking off the ground again. The leopard that had fell onto the ground had its eyes glued on Yoo IlHan. One eye was pouring out blood, while the other eye was looking at him with the desire to kill. Well, it had taken the most damage from him, so it was obvious that he would become its target. That monster was not as stupid as the brown bear to forget the situation due to pain, so it seemed like it wouldn't let Yoo IlHan go back into concealment. However, that didn't matter. It was an opponent that he could defeat head-on. He increased his running speed while smirking a little. "So cool. The leopard's aggro is all on Sundyne Bolt. We need to attack now. Everyone use magic. Aim for that blasted eye." The majority of the people here had probably met for the first time today, and were rolling around in the same battlefield. Despite that, they were matching their breathing with only the desire to kill the leopard in their heads. The desires stacked on top of each other to transform into a sharp blade. Of course, this was only possible as Yoo IlHan appeared to allow them time to breath, but the effect was larger than Yoo IlHan had thought. KKRRRRRRRRRRRR. The leopard's growling sounds towards the humans became more frequent as attacks continued to hit it. It flinched and was unable to move its body as it wanted. It was because all the people were aiming their attacks at its blasted eye, following someone's words. And at that moment, the final strike came. When a bluish-white colored compressed lightning struck its eyes, a devastating amount of blood bursted out from its wound again. "It's the Empress. Even the Empress is here. We're really saved now. Kia karaka aya." Even while it was growling in weird pronunciations after getting struck by lightning, it still didn't turn its gaze away from Yoo IlHan and kicked off the ground. Was it planning to crash head-on at full speed? This was what he wanted. Yoo IlHan also pulled the spear he was holding back a little in a slanted position and increased his speed. Whoa! While he was running, there was something that automatically began to boil in his heart. He didn't hold that in and spat it out as he pulled the spear back even more. There was just 100 meters between him and the leopard. That became 50 meters in a blink of an eye, and under breath's time, it turned to 0. The leopard swung its paw as it threw its body. At the attack, from which he could feel that its desire to trample him flat no matter the cost, Yoo IlHan also reacted in a similar manner. Before its front paw attacked him, he had held up the spear and smashed it onto the ground, flying up from the rebound. However, immediately after that, he smashed into the leopard's face. No! What do we do if Sundyne Bolt dies? But isn't it a bit strange? What was it that covered his body? The shot was large. He felt as if his inner organs were all displaced for a moment. His entire body ached and went numb. However, the expected death by being crushed by the leopard didn't happen. Kekra. Because there was a countless number of bone blades in between Yoo IlHan and the leopard, that had received the shock in his stead, the leopard ended up being stabbed in the face. While trying his best to hold back his nauseousness, Yoo IlHan spoke out with a nasal voice. See? It did its job as soon as I made it. I will say just 3 words. You look hideous. He used the leopard's smash against it and damaged it, but currently, his figure was like a frog flattened by a car. Even 1,000 years of love would vaporize if seen. It was very fortunate that Rita wasn't here. Yoo IlHan thought while putting the bone blades back into his armor. One must not try to look cool or otherwise, they will end up appearing like a fool. Author's notes. The Romanized leopard roar following the bear. The hedgehog attacking with all its body. Translator's notes. Yeah, that's right, leopard roars were in alphabets in the raw. Hence you see capital letters in the middle of them. Am I going to be able to stock some chapters now? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 20. You want to hunt with me? 2. You want to hunt with me? 2. The leopard, which was put in a situation where it was no different from having washed its face with a large-scale hedgehog, ran around wildly while howling in pain. The effects of the bladed armor was better than Yoo IlHan had imagined. He had inflicted more pain and damage than when he had blasted open its eyes, so that was all that needed to be said. Aoo. It's so fucking swaying so much. Yoo IlHan, I'm getting sick. Don't puke on top of my head. This time, Yoo IlHan pulled out the blades from his gloves and boots and fixed himself on its face as if striking a nail into a cliff in order to not fall off from its body, when it was swaying its head so much. Then, he nimbly avoided its front paw which was flung at him, and moved around. In that process, it was continuously damaged by the blades. But that armor seems quite useful. Fu, kook. Krara. The leopard seemed to have realized that it wouldn't be able to shake Yoo IlHan off as it crashed towards another building. It tried to shake him off by smashing into the building. It may be a foolish action, but for an animal, which its front paws were not so free as a human, it was the best method. Yoo IlHan crawled up its face while kicking its face while he was at it. A small amount of damage was inflicted every time he did that. I should have learnt some mountain climbing. You're doing pretty well, now too. Was it because he had learnt the trick to everything due to the infinite labor? Even while making a big fuss, Yoo IlHan could arrive on top of its head by moving his body just before he crashed with the building at a climbing speed that even KN*CKL* guess would cry after seeing him. However, the moment after he fixed himself on top of its head by stabbing the boot blades, he could feel an overwhelming physical shock. He subconsciously moaned and his body leaned forward, so he desperately put strength into his legs and grounded himself on top of its head. Kuhuk. KKKKKHKRRRRRR. The leopard growled even more violently. It had realized that it couldn't shake off Yoo IlHan. It tried to shake him off somehow by continuously smashing its head against the building, but Yoo IlHan, who had firmly nailed his boots in its body, comfortably positioned himself and held on while striking its head. You, wop. Everything's good, but do something about that weird shouting. Critical hit. Critical hit. Critical hit has become LV2. The spear did its worth of having been reborn by the hammer and the anvil while bullying the leopard. Although the level of the leopard was unknown, Yoo IlHan's spearmanship, which was honed to a superhuman level, kept inflicting valid hits, and if a critical burst out, then the effect multiplied and gave a horrifying pain to the leopard. Whether it was the skull mask or the armor or the leather innerwear, it was soaked in leopard blood, but Yoo IlHan didn't stop. No matter how the leopard smashed into a building, collapsing it, or going crazy, he didn't sway and he struck the same place with an accuracy greater than that of a machine's, frighteningly repetitively. His arm muscles, which were trained to be as hard as steel, and the untrembling spear, even with a shocking amount of physical shock, pierced its hide and pulled out blood. At one moment, the leopard stopped trying to smash its head against buildings and it swayed as it couldn't extend its front leg. It had become dizzy due to the blood loss from Yoo IlHan's continuous attacks. This was the opportunity that the humans were looking for so much. It's slowing down. Corner it more. The moment the target was acquired, all the people in that area started an all-out attack. The soldiers threw away their rifles, which were basically meaningless, and shot with heavy machine guns and cannons and tattered its hide, and the close combat attackers approached it from the other side of the artillery fire and slashed its leg and beat it. The leopard was second class, and it had a higher level at that as well, so to be honest, human attacks from around first class didn't have much of a meaning. However, when it stacked 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000 times, it eventually produced a result of the hide being pierced and the muscles being injured. Human wave tactics weren't scary for nothing. At this moment, in front of the humans which agglomerated on survival, the monster kneeled. At that moment, Erda spoke in a serious voice. "Yoo IlHan, finish it off quickly." "What is it? I think it'll be over soon." "This leopard, it might earn a third class at any moment." Before her words even finished, the spear he was swinging bounced off. Was it just that? From its wound, where its hide and bones were ripped off, gross strands of muscles bursted out by cluttering in one place. The scene was as if they had their own will while moving. With the scene which made Yoo IlHan pale in fright, as he had never confronted a monster which wasn't out of an animalistic form at least until now, albeit huge and absurdly hard, in front of her, Erda spouted out some words vaguely as if chewing her anger. "It's mutating. It will evolve into a higher class monster for real. Fuck. The strands of muscles which came out from the wound assaulted Yoo IlHan. He hacked its body while moving with a pale face, but the strands of muscles annoyingly agilely chased him, looking like a leopard's that. He could slash them apart if he swung the spear with both his arms with all his strength, but they came out endlessly from the wound and assaulted Yoo IlHan. On top of the leopard's head, he stood firmly while swinging the spear and shouted courageously. "Fuck you, you nonsensical monster. If you wanted to shoot a tentacle video, then bring an elf archer or a princess knight to do it with, not me. How can you be so leisurely? Do you even know that I can't help you even if you die here? It's because I might cry if I don't spit out some jokes. While spouting out words as if he didn't want to lose, he swung his spear. Erda told him to finish it quickly just before. That meant that this thing hadn't earned its third class perfectly yet. Shit. While swearing when he was slashing apart the strands of tentacles, muscles, a flash of lightning blanched his vision. The effect of the lightning was considerable. A portion of the strands of muscles were destroyed after burning to a crisp, and the rest also received damage and were constricted. Yoo IlHan didn't let go of that opportunity to snap them off completely. At that moment, there was something else other than lightning that came to his ears. They were the loud helicopter noises and a woman's voice which didn't get buried by such a sound. "I can't kill it with my attack. There's too much of a difference in level." Although he expected it the moment the lightning flashed, it was the Empress' voice. "Anyway, what's she trying to achieve by saying that to me?" Yoo IlHan thought while dashing on top of the leopard's head to stab the spear on the wound where the muscle strands were coming out from. "I have a short-term buff magic." A buff? It sounded quite attractive. When he gestured that he was listening without stopping his attacks, the Empress' voice came again. "If I use it once, I'll deplete my mana. Can you definitely kill it? Just give it to me first." Yoo IlHan shouted towards the Empress, who was shouting at him while standing on the helicopter by grabbing onto the door. She should have just given it to him. Why is she talking so much? Isn't the strongest person here Yoo IlHan? However, the Empress's next actions made Yoo IlHan accept it. "Then I'll believe you and leave it to you." With those words, the Empress, who jumped off the helicopter, had landed by grabbing onto his leg. The buff is all good, but it needs physical contact. Did you mean that you will leave your life with me when you said leave it to you? Well, it was very reasonable for her to ask if he was sure to kill it. However, without even a moment for Yoo IlHan to say that don't leave something so heavy with me, with an electrifying feeling, power boiled inside his body. The Empress's buff had worked right away. Thunder spirit dwells in you. For 30 seconds, attack power, movement speed, and critical rate increases by 50%. With a fixed chance, lightning power dwells when attacking. From the moment the buff ends, all abilities will decrease by more than half for 3 minutes. This woman is considerably good for a human. Just how good is she with her control of mana to have both an attack and a buff despite being in first CLA? There was no time to listen to Erda. It was because the moment he heard that the time limit was 30 seconds, Yoo IlHan positioned himself with the bladed boots and started beating up the leopard's head. Woo woo. If we don't kill it, then they said they'll use a missile. Why yeah, dot. And a mental buff from the Empress who aimed for that moment. He struck with his spear at a speed which made one wonder if this really was the speed of a living human. KKKAAAAA. The leopard's muscle strands shot up before cracking apart and bursting out in blood. Its pain-filled scream became higher, but even if it had a heart-wrenching behind story, Yoo IlHan didn't even want to know. He only had the thought that he had to finish it before a missile flew at it and finished him off along with the leopard itself. Critical hit. Lightning additional hit. And while doing that, at one moment, when his spear flew towards its already deeply dug out head, it abnormally pierced through violently, and both a critical hit and a lightning attribute attack bursted out at the same time and a golden light colored their vision. Immediately after, a huge amount of blood, which couldn't be said to be a result of a normal attack, soaked both Yoo IlHan and the Empress at the same time. Poo-ha! Ah poo! You have earned 784,983 experience. You have become level 28. Strength, agility, health, magic increases by 5 points each. You have earned the record of LV87 Giant Leopard. Poohoo, it's dead. You've done well, Yoo IlHan. To Yoo IlHan, who was looking at the green text which floated on his retina, and was dumbfounded, Erda spoke with a tired voice. Despite it being less than Yoo IlHan, who was the one who fought the fight, she had become mentally fatigued as she didn't know that a third-class monster would appear already. However, in the end, they could finish it off before it evolved to a third-class monster. He thought that it might be possible if he worked to death, and it was possible. If Yoo IlHan wasn't here, then as the Empress said, they might have to use a strategic weapon, and if they did, loss of lives and damage of properties would have increased rapidly. Is it really dead? You didn't receive experience, dot. At the Empress' honest question, Yoo IlHan questioned back dumbfoundedly, but the Empress, who was still clinging to his leg, became dejected after hearing his words and replied while looking down. Now that I think about it. We didn't make a party. That was a really sorry thing. However, it wasn't something that he should be sorry about, as Yoo IlHan only knew about the concept of parties as he was a loner. Instead, he had thought that they would earn experience according to contribution when the leopard died, but it wasn't like that. It was meticulously a winner-takes-all system. The duration of the buff ends. All abilities decrease by more than half for 3 minutes. With the buff being over, powerlessness assaulted Yoo IlHan. It was probably because he drew out all the strength from his body. He wanted to rest by falling down just like that, but on top of the leopard's head, it was extremely dirty with all the sliced muscle strands and splashing blood, so he held on with all his might. At that moment, to make matters worse, the leopard's corpse fell down onto the ground as it lost all its power and made him lose balance. Thanks to Erda, who thought that it may be too bad for him to die by being squashed under a monster's corpse and helped him a little, he could hold out a little. We won. We won. We really killed it with our own strength. We did it, we it. Sungdine Bolt. Sungdine Bolt. Last carry from Empress was so awesome. Empress. When the leopard fell, everyone who was at that scene cheered excitedly. Whether it was the military personnel or non-military people, everyone was thinking the same thing. We survived. We won. We did it. Earth will be able to push forward. However, while everyone was cheering, only Yoo IlHan's expression paled rapidly. As it was covered by the mask, the Empress didn't see that, but Erta ignored that and saw through his state. What is it, Yoo IlHan? There's no more enemy now. You have won completely. But he looked at his surroundings. It wasn't that he was looking at the destroyed buildings, but he was looking at the wide back of the leopard. At the hide, which became tattered due to various magic and weapons. I can't make a new leather armor. Ayo. I should really. And he said he didn't want to make a new one too. Currently, Erta truly wanted to smack Yoo IlHan once. Author's notes. The will of a master who's sad whether he has to make an armor or not. KN*CKL*S, a red hedgehog that comes out in Sonic series. He's famous for being able to do mountain climbing fast. Translator's notes. Fuck you, you nonsensical monster. If you wanted to shoot a tentacle video, then bring an elf archer or a princess knight to do it with, not me. OMG, this line is a masterpiece, LOL. While swearing when he was slashing apart the strands of tentacles, muscles, a flash of lightning blanched his vision. Princess Knight is here. Oh wait, unfortunately? She's not a close combat fighter. No, Chamber does not like tentacles. With those words, the Empress, who jumped off the helicopter, had landed by grabbing onto his leg. Yes. The Princess Knight is here for real. No, I repeat, but Chamber-kun does not like tentacle videos. This is from the next chapter's author's notes, but experience is given to the MVP if there was no party playing. Meaning that the one who dealt them most damage takes the experience, not the one who deals the last strike. So kill steal is impossible? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 21. You want to hunt with me? 3. You want to hunt with me? 3. The first thing that happened after the battle was over was the rescue process. The people who couldn't escape to another world and time, the people who were injured during battle, people who were trapped under rubble. As the battle was big, the scale of casualties was big as well. Yoo IlHan and the Empress also went into rescue as soon as they got off from the body of the leopard, but the figure of Yoo IlHan lifting up rubble weighing several tons easily after he looked feeble for 3 minutes due to the penalty time, was truly overwhelming. Second class is really different. His mask changed, didn't it? Isn't that monster's bone? Theory. Watch out for the bioyielding. When the rescue was about over, the huge leopard corpse also shrunk by about a half. Even though it was decreased by a half, the humans were agonized with the huge corpse in front of them. It was because although the distribution of the spoils of war was also a problem, there was no one, with high enough ability, who could do something about that corpse. I'll try it. No. At the moment when one of the soldiers pulled out his knife, Yoo IlHan, who just finished rescuing a soldier by flipping a Ratona, objected and stepped in. Although he was a loner without social skills, he wasn't an idiot who would make losses with his eyes wide open. I think the ratio of the corpse I should get is the highest, though. Kook. Although it was good to fight the monster with one mind, with the spoils of war after the fight, in front of them, human greed will always appear. Moreover, as they had clear proof that they fought with their lives on the line, no one would want to forego their rewards to another person. The problem was that everyone here had put their lives on the line to fight. Yoo IlHan looked back at the Empress and asked, "What's the fair ratio?" As he couldn't judge, he had to request another person, but it was difficult to believe another person's judgment. So, he tried believing in her who left her life with him. 60% to you, 20% to me, 20% to the rest. Unlike at the fight, the Empress replied in a cold voice, and Yoo IlHan, who heard those words, exclaimed, "The world has turned into one where it revolves around MVPs." However, one had to say that her calculation was accurate, as an entire district would have collapsed, much less the people in it, if not for Yoo IlHan. Does anybody have any objections? Yoo IlHan looked around and asked if they agreed to her words. In fact, as they couldn't reject the two strongest people here, Yoo IlHan and the Empress, coming out strong, they also couldn't tackle the Empress' words coming from experience when she was the one who fought more monsters than anyone in another world. 60%, you say, Yoo IlHan cool-heededly judged. There would be a lot of parts on that body which was as big as the brown big bear he fought, even after that leopard's body had decreased in size. Even the leather, he wouldn't be able to make an armor, but that was the armor. He would be able to make partial armors or gloves, and boots, and those kind of things, and as for the bones, there was no need to talk twice about it, it will become a splendid material. And above all, Yoo IlHan nimbly jumped and landed on top of the leopard's head. Then, he shoved his hand, which was wearing a glove, into the wound he made with his concentrated attack to kill it. Then, he protruded the bone blade and efficiently dug up the flesh and muscles while looking for something. As a result, it's really here. I kinda expected for there to be one. As it's one who might have acquired a third class, so the quality of the magic stone must be considerable. The thing he took out was the magic stone, which emitted a clear blue light. It was not rice grain sized, nor was it soybean sized, nor was it almond chocoball sized, and it was as big as AF************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************ ************** Master's magic stone. Gulp. Yoo IlHan looked back at the Empress and asked. Her calculations were worth trusting. No, in this situation, there was no one other than her to believe in. How is it? That looks about 60%. Immediately after the Empress nodded her head, he naturally in my pocketed the magic stone. I'll take this so you guys take the rest by yourselves. No, but it's a magic stone. One of the soldiers raised his voice when he shrank back down after receiving the glares from his surroundings. The gazes of the people who thought Yoo IlHan's achievement was amazing, and especially the gazes from those who were rescued by him, were sharp. However, as humans were always foolish and had always repeated their mistakes, there were quite a few people who were posseed by greed at the big-sized magic stone. Don't we have to at least calculate the magic stone differently? I also put my life on the line, I damaged it a lot too. Our party claims ownership of the magic stone. We can't accept a distribution like this. The battlefield where everyone's will had become one had instantly turned into a mess where greed clashed with each other. How could the situation change so fast? Even Erda, who judged the possibilities of Earthlings highly due to the battle just now, was dumbfounded at this situation. As always, lower existences are no good. I was foolish for thinking that everyone is like you. Even if you praise me like that, I won't give you anything. It's fortunate that you know it's a praise. Yoo IlHan smiled at Erda's words and took out the magic stone which went inside his pocket once. Good, then let's do that. Humph, you should have done that from the beginning. It's fortunate that you took it out before the situation turned ugly. Just who was ugly in this situation? Yoo IlHan had such questions but he didn't say it out loud. They might be thinking that there was a problem with Yoo IlHan taking the magic stone as the reward because they have a magnificent dogma and view of life. Changing people's way of thinking is not easy. Most thought that they were absolutely in the right, so no matter how you bring the truth to them, rather than snapping their thoughts, they even treat it as a lie and attack you. Of course, this didn't only apply to them. Yoo IlHan may also claim what is wrong is right sometime. And so, solving a dispute with words is in fact impossible. His mother, who realized that a long time ago, always told Yoo IlHan this. Why fight with words when you have those splendid fists? Yoo IlHan threw the magic stone with all his strength. The magic stone, which flew past everyone, flew and sunk deep, very deep into the leopard's head where Yoo IlHan took it out in the first place. It was a throw that will make a mark in history. The moment they looked at the unbelievable scene, the humans all became quiet while reminding themselves of Yoo IlHan's ability, which overwhelmed the leopard throughout the entire fight, despite looking slightly hideous at some times. Take whatever you want and give 60% to me, Yoo IlHan declared in front of those people. If there is even a little bit less than 60%, I will beat you all up, so keep that in mind. Yoo IlHan lightly swung his spear and pierced the ground. The undamaged concrete floor cracked apart with a loud sound. Some might say it's a threat, but in truth, it was an action he did to gather attention onto himself, fearing that the passive concealment would activate again. Silence flowed for a moment, but it didn't last long. It was because they all knew that they'll lose even if they fight all together against Yoo IlHan. Especially when he had become stronger, much less recover his strength, due to leveling up by monopolizing the leopard's experience. Take the magic stone. Do as you want. Shit. We were too greedy. The Abili users who courageously went up against him all backed off, scared. However, Yoo IlHan didn't laugh at them or anything. Instead, he confidently went on top of the leopard's head, stabbed his spear, and reclaimed the magic stone without much difficulty. That action, instead, caused the people to shrink back more. It was because they knew that his leisure was not an act, but real. If you dismantle my share, then I'll give you 40%. Although I want to give you half, you took all the experience, so to make up. However, there was someone who was living lively inside that frozen mood, and it was none other than the Empress. Only she kept her pace regardless of what other people said. Like the time she hunted the monsters inside the campus. Which part? Although I need the bones, I think it's better if you give me more of its hide. After the conversation, which sounded like they were at the butchery, ended, Yoo IlHan immediately started dismantling. As the Empress' share was 20% of the body, which counted as 40% after Yoo IlHan took the magic stone, the Empress's share of 20% was half of the leopard's body. After a calculation that was faster than lightning, Yoo IlHan started wielding his knife. It wasn't an exaggeration to call his skills of splendidly stripping its leather and taking out the bones godly. Especially his skills in stripping exactly a half. Only 7 minutes and 30 seconds had passed for the huge leopard to be stripped of its leather by exactly a half. Yoo IlHan's dismantling process was both unrestrained and precise, so it was quite a spectacle, and the people could only look at it dumbfoundedly. The process was done. The high-quality bones and leather which was piled up on one side was bigger than a person's height, so it was truly a spectacle. The Empress quietly muttered while looking at that. I should call for a car. Half of the huge leopard's corpse. Although she had only took the bones and leather without the poisonous flesh, the amount was absurdly high. Even considering that she had to give 40% of it to Yoo IlHan, it was still very large. The Empress took out her phone and called somewhere. While looking at her doing that so naturally, he had already expected it, but it seemed like she was from a considerably well-off family. Or that she had made quite a fortune by herself at such a young age. Regardless of which, Yoo IlHan wanted to distance himself from her as he could feel the aura of a social butterfly from her. Should I move your share as well? I don't need it. I'll leave first. The Empress, who seemed to have grown camaraderie while fighting together, as she showed good intent towards Yoo IlHan, and Yoo IlHan, who made in it feel a wall on his heart due to being uncomfortable with the Empress. Wait. While he was producing an assumption that he was about to leave naturally, the people panicked. What about our share? I don't steal from others, so don't worry. Yoo IlHan retorted in cold voice. Of course, he knew very well why the people were trying to hold him here. We can't strip its hide by our strength alone. Even if we do, it will get all tattered. The bones too. How can we pull those out? Do you want us to cut the flesh apart? I want to earn the reward and go to the other world quickly. When one complaint erupted, it spread around like wildfire. Erda muttered with a rotten expression when she saw the people who were becoming of one mind again after the fight. I feel skeptical about my work. Maybe I should go to the countryside and make a farm or something. Please do that. While you're at it, please send Rita in your place too. I'll try holding on for a while. Yoo IlHan, who managed to shut Erda up, once again struck the ground with his spear lightly in front of the people. If you give me 50%, I'll dismantle it for you. Although Yoo IlHan was a loner, he was a loner with spirit. To him, who did everything alone until now, there was no way he would be scared of 100 people or even 1,000 people gathering up against him, when they won't be able to do anything. Why is it 40% for the Empress and 50% for us? That ratio was very strange from the beginning. It's just peeling work. Wait. If Sungdine Bolt wasn't here, we won't even be able to get any spoils of war. Why are you so upset? Fuck, everyone's so brainless. If you don't want it, then I won't. If anyone says no, then that's that. While everyone was split into two factions, one that supported him, and one that rejected him, Yoo IlHan turned around. In any case, he had enough materials. When he said to give him 50%, that was just to bully them. Like the time with the brown big bear, he tied the leopard's leather into a bag and put the bones inside. During that time, a vote was happening between the people, but their opinions never narrowed down into one. Yoo IlHan laughed at them and left the place without regret. He really didn't care about them. However, I have another thing I want to request you with. How? Although he didn't know when a vehicle had arrived and when everything was loaded, while commanding the vehicle with her share of monster byproducts, the Empress was following him. Yoo IlHan was slightly touched as this was the first time in his life that he was followed by another person. Then, at his question, the Empress truly accurately looked at his eyes between the mask and spoke. When I concentrated without taking my eyes off you, I could find you. It's truly an amazing concealment skill. Leaving Yoo IlHan, who was getting all fired up to tackle that he didn't want to learn the concealment, the Empress spoke. I want to party with you. I don't think there's another person who's worthy to be my partner. But I don't think like that though. Yoo IlHan's wall around his heart was truly sturdy. However, as if she had already expected such a reaction, the Empress retorted without paying it much heed. Like you, I'm also thinking of being active on Earth in the future. I'm not that weak to go to another world and do easy quests. You're the same, right? I think that there will be an opportunity for us to meet again in the future, definitely. Yoo IlHan also thought that. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't go to another world, but that he couldn't. The Empress held out her name card. The name Kong Mirai and the contact address, and there was a name of a company that he had never seen before. He could see that she was trusting Yoo IlHan considerably as she gave out her identity even though Yoo IlHan didn't expose anything about himself. Please contact me. Then she left. He wanted to give high points to the Empress. Kong Mirai that she didn't bother him so much. Of course, there won't be a case where he contacts her in the future. Yoo IlHan, who truly became alone, in other words, got found by no one, shrugged his shoulders and muttered. Let's go home. I have a lot to make now. I knew you would say that. Erda sighed as if she gave up and pulled on Yoo IlHan's hair. She meant for him to go home. The Empress and Yoo IlHan all left the place. Without even realizing that Yoo IlHan had left, the people were still in dispute, and the leopard's body, which looked considerably strange as just one half was completely intact, was also left there like that. And at one moment, The corpse of the leopard twitched a little, but nobody realized that. Author's notes. A stereotypical foreshadowing a while. At field, the wall of a heart that excludes other people. For more information, please refer to the animation, Evangelion. It's not a last hit takes all, but winner takes all. In other words, the MVP, who had the most influence in killing the monster, will take all the experience. This will be mentioned again later. Translator's notes. Nothing to say here. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 22. You want to hunt with me? 4. You want to hunt with me? 4. To think a third-class monster is about to appear already. Just what has Earth come to already? Go ask God for that. At that time Erda, who didn't say a lot at the scene, started chattering 15 hours after Yoo IlHan came back home, had a shower, did maintenance on his equipment, had a sound sleep, and went to work in his workshop. No matter how much I think about it by myself, I can't come up with a conclusion. Even if you ask me, you won't come up with a conclusion. I said go ask God for that. Yoo IlHan, who already made the 5th trap of destruction, retorted while checking that the inlaying process was done properly. Of course, they were all products that didn't have mana crafting done to them. How can you be so calm? This is about your world. Do you know how big of a problem it is for a third-class monster to appear, when the soldiers on the front line of defense haven't even gotten their first classes yet? That was truly a huge problem. Currently humanity was acquiring strength rapidly by doing suitable quests in the other worlds thanks to God's help, but even so, the balance of strength is still tilted towards the monster's side. Just what else could be done for the humans for the balance to be righted? Erda couldn't make anything out of it. It's not that I'm calm. It's just that even if I get nervous, I can't do anything. So I'm just doing what I can while eating popcorn. Yoo IlHan asked while finishing the check and picking up a new piece of harcanium. How about other countries? According to the reports from other angels, there are none. The monster which showed signs of evolving into third class only appeared in Korea. Then isn't it due to the trap of destruction, as expected? At Yoo IlHan's words, Erda became silent. It was because she also was predicting that this happened due to the activated trap of destruction in Korea. The trap of destruction directly strengthened the monsters? Of course, such a thing wasn't possible. However, it could have become the trigger for it. It wouldn't have been strange for the trap of destruction, which locked up countless monsters in the dungeon. It would have become a serious threat to those which didn't get locked up, and stimulate the berserking of the monsters. In other worlds, monsters were locked up in dungeons before they had the chance to become aware of it. Due to that, in truth, the monster's evolution should have happened inside the dungeons. Inside the dungeons, there may be cases where a new, dangerous species appearing due to crossbreeding, and although small in possibility, there may also be monsters which would earn a mutated record through fighting with other monsters and evolving. Dungeons are fucking pandemoniums. Yoo IlHan shouted in shock. It was true. Just because you lock them up in dungeons, it doesn't mean that the monsters are lying down, waiting for the humans to appear. However, if you lock them up, they will evolve not by eating humans but other monsters. Just that monsters don't fight each other unless there's a special case, so their growth deteriorates if you lock them up in dungeons. So dungeons are necessary for humanity in many different ways. If you know, then it's good. Well, it also means that you, who is making those things, is amazing too. So, we've arrived at the conclusion that I need to make the traps of destruction faster. Erda had praised Yoo IlHan, but he retorted blandly and put the harcanium inside the fireplace. The eternal flame, which was now used to processing harcanium, intelligently raised its temperature suitable for processing harcanium while enveloping it, and Yoo IlHan, who earned the wanted results in just few seconds, started hammering the harcanium as if he had forgotten all his worries. Erda sighed while looking at Yoo IlHan working when she shook her head when she was about to feel comfortable looking at his work. Yoo IlHan working had the charm that would make one watch for 1 or 2 days absent-mindedly. Do you feel well if you just keep making something like you're doing now? No, well, it is enjoyable. He had found the trick of making the traps of destruction after a few times, so counting just the form creation, it took 1/5 of the time compared to the first time he made it. Yoo IlHan retorted while bringing out the artifact's form without a single mistake. The reason I'm making something is to experience new things through that. Whatever it is, if it ends after just making it, then it's meaningless. Just this trap of destruction is like that too, isn't it? Is that so? Erda reminded herself that Yoo IlHan was weak to new information and stimulation. It wasn't that she didn't understand why, but when she thought about the background behind why his personality changed to be so, she felt pity. She was surprised at that fact, since she realized that just now, that she, a higher existence, had sympathized with Yoo IlHan. However, Erda, who didn't really hate that feeling, spoke to him purely intending to make him feel better. Become stronger, Yoo IlHan. If you become stronger, then you will be able to see and experience new things. Endlessly. Yeah. I'm also thinking of doing that. Yoo IlHan absent-mindedly replied while continuing his work. Erda was dissatisfied with his absent-minded reply, but she would have been shocked if she knew just how firm of a will was dwelling in his words. When he made about 8 of those traps, the angels, who recovered all their mana, returned. When he mana crafted with the help of those angels, now, a vast heavenly trap of destruction was completed. Yoo IlHan's mana crafting leveling up to level 11 was a bonus. Options were attached without fail. Just what level is his blacksmithing at? Perhaps due to seeing how the trap of destruction was activated, his ability became better. We will install this by ourselves. I will request you with the rest too. Thanks to getting used to mana crafting, completing the trap of destruction had also ended in an instant like frying beans with lightning, E/N, this is my new favorite saying. When the angels, who came like the wind, left like the wind with the trap of destruction, Yoo IlHan, who watched their backs quietly muttered. I don't know which country it will be, but I hope a dangerous monster doesn't appear there. Unlike when making the trap of destruction, there was no need for all the angels to go for installing them. Yoo IlHan didn't go, so Erda was also still on top of his head. And she felt uncomfortable after she heard that. Just because a third-class monster appears due to the stimulation from the trap of destruction doesn't mean that it's your fault. Currently, you're doing an important and great task of stabilizing the current Earth. So, I know. Thanks for minding about me. Erda lost her words, and Yoo IlHan stretched his body after putting down his hammer. I'm tired. I'll sleep for a bit. I need to stay with you anyway. For the activation of mana. Yeah, whatever. Yoo IlHan had another shower after he came back home. However, he washed his hair, and when he was about to wash his body with soap, he realized. I feel like my body has become bigger? You didn't realize that until just now? At Erda's words, he hurriedly looked at the mirror. When he became conscious of it, he could see it properly. He had grown overall. He became taller, his shoulders became wider, and his arms and legs had grown longer by a tiny bit. You will grow more if you level up more and keep advancing classes, so it will be bad if you get surprised now. Don't you think my face became a little more handsome too? Well, shouldn't it have changed using human standards? To a higher existence such as Erda, Yoo IlHan's face wasn't a characteristic trait. The trait which moved her was not outside but inside. Of course, she didn't intend to say that out loud, so she ignored Yoo IlHan's nude fashion show. Even while thinking that he was over-exaggerating things. Yoo IlHan had a nice sleep throughout the night. The reason why he could keep his vitality is, of course, something to do with finding something to do endlessly, but it also had to do with him being able to enjoy sleep. His sleeping time, which wasn't too long, nor too short, gave him the strength to live a new day. Although, there were times where this new day had become 2 or 3 days due to being immersed in training or work. So, Yoo IlHan was more proficient in sleeping than his spearmanship or his metalwork. If one had to pick the one who could sleep the most completely and efficiently, he might take first place in the universe. T/N, maybe multiverse. And perhaps due to that, on Yoo IlHan's retina, after he woke up in the morning after a good sleep, a line came up quietly. You have awakened resting LV max efficiency of all acts of rest increases dramatically. If you have the skill evolution materials, you may evolve the skill to the next stage. Wow, what an alarm! Yoo IlHan shouted while kicking the blanket. He didn't know that such a skill existed. When Erda, who was sleeping on top of his head, woke up and saw the situation, opened her mouth wide, dumbfounded. Resting skill? Just when did you learn a skill with a difficulty of acquiring rank of SSS? SSS rank? This thing is harder to learn than our *S**ing**N. E/N, this author is crack up. Just how did you learn it? Even I didn't learn it yet. Moreover, I heard that leveling it up was more difficult than acquiring it. Yoo IlHan replied honestly. I researched how to sleep more comfortably at nights in those several centuries. There was a reason I couldn't acquire it. Beds are science. T/N, a popular advert in Korea. Beds aren't furniture. Beds are science, refer to I Make Them, 3 chapter. Shut up. This was the moment Yoo IlHan counterattacked for the inventory magic. But what do you use this skill for? For sleeping and resting well, of course. If it's just that, there's no way you should be so shocked. Erda obediently spilled the beans when she heard what Yoo IlHan pointed out sharply. Yoo IlHan was well versed in this, perhaps due to reading so many books, and now had the ability to read the meaning behind actions. And in the first place, she also didn't have any intention on hiding it. Well, it did become the time for me to explain to you about skill evolution. Oh, as expected. Awakening, in other words, it was just that the Akashic records haven't realized, but the resting skill was already on Yoo IlHan from the beginning. And a max level 1 at that. However, Yoo IlHan had no memory of getting any effects from this skill. Moreover, he had only awakened it now even though he had slept every day. In other words, it means that the usability of this resting skill is very small. Also, if the ability's effects ended with just that, there was no way Erda would have become so fussed about it when she always talks about being a higher existence. Skill evolutions are an extension of skill acquiring, and it's a type of achievement, and it has a similar definition to advancing classes. The answer lay in the skill evolution that appeared when the said skill is trained to the limits. It could be said to be a guidance from the Akashic records to offer a new path of a higher order with the special records that the existence has piled up until now. I'm alright, so say it easily as you always did. The skill becomes so OP that it makes a plastic surgery out of before and after laughable. Good, much better. The skills that had the conditions fulfilled for evolution that Yoo IlHan had were close combat, spearmanship, concealment, and lastly, resting. Dismantling and blacksmithing were both max as well, but these two didn't have a next stage. In other words, it meant that Yoo IlHan's techniques had already reached the peak. Let's forget concealment since you can't even use it as an active skill, and let's exclude close combat and spearmanship as well since the requirements for evolving them are too difficult for your current level. This is also the reason I didn't mention anything about skill evolution until now. So resting's a bit different, eh? Yoo IlHan's point was correct. The skill evolution materials for resting skill that Erda knew was different to the evolution materials of other skills. Why don't you check? You already know how to use status windows, right? It's sufficient for you to think up that you want to know the materials for skill evolution for the resting skill. When he obediently did as Erda said, all the requirements for evolving the resting skill had appeared in front of his eyes. The hearts of monsters of sleeping second-class monsters 0 of 500. Trolls blood 0/500 liters. Good sleep 0 out of 100 hours. Third-class monsters magic stone 0 to 1. There was a quest that didn't seem possible even if all the 7.4 billion people of Earth were mobilized. Author's notes. The arc hasn't ended yet. This arc is slightly long, happy face. Yoo IlHan has the niche for rhyming. T/N, lost in translation, in fact I couldn't find them in the Ross, blame my eyes. What's the main meal for those monsters if they don't eat other monsters? It will be mentioned in the future, but the answer is mana. Raisingan's acquiring difficulty is a rank, E/N, pretty keen on seeing that acutely. Erda's role is to help Yoo IlHan awaken and use mana. But this isn't something he can learn just because he's taught. Just by Erda, a higher existence, being next to him, his mana is stimulated and activated so that the speed of adapting to mana, which originally should have taken him several years, is speeding up rapidly. Erda sticking to him is just because of that on the surface. I tried to explain using the chapters, but it seemed like my explanations were lacking T to the power of T. The motif for the resting skill was taken from the trolls from Mabinogi. It was the first time I saw a monster plopping down on the ground to rest in a game. T/N, I don't play Mabinogi. Translator's notes. You know, for the skill evolution, I remember being so shocked when I first read it, but now that I read it, it doesn't seem difficult. As in the latest chapter MC at $% and asterisk and $% hashtag at $$% If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 23. You want to hunt with me? 5. You want to hunt with me? 5. You said it was different. Yoo IlHan shouted, enraged at the unfair reality. However, Erda also shouted with a justified face. It is different. Why don't you take a look at the skill evolution condition for spearmanship? He did as she said. Instakill a third-class monster with a piercing strike 0 to 500. Instakill a third-class monster with a slashing strike 0/500. Magic stones of third-class monsters 0/200. Magic stone of fourth-class monsters 0 to 1. Oh my Zelnaga. As Erda said, it was definitely different. And it was the difference between Mount Baekdu and Mount Everest. T/N, Mount Baekdu is about 2.2 kilometers high. That doesn't mean that it's easy to climb Mount Baekdu. I thought it will be easy for you. Erda had evaluated him correctly, but perhaps due to his force he emitted when he was making the traps of destruction was too big, she was now inclining towards over-evaluating him. No matter how high my status is and how high my martial art levels are, in the end, I'm just level 28, and I can't use mana. Oh yeah, you were like that, weren't you? Third class might be a little difficult for you. The wall of mana was absolute. According to whether one could use mana or not, the power one could produce differed like heaven and earth. The reason how Yoo IlHan can produce an attack power that can overwhelm other people is due to the peak level martial art that was trained to the peak and went over the piled up status on his body. If he was lacking in any of the two, he would have been overtaken by another person. In reverse, if Yoo IlHan acquired the ability to use mana in this situation, then the definition of levels and classes that the Akashic records, which ruled the worlds, may be shaken by him, much less the life forms. That day will arrive soon. It must arrive. Erda realized that she was inwardly looking forward to that moment and she stopped thinking. Even during that, Yoo IlHan was tidying up his bed, washing his face, and changing his clothes while complaining. Just where do you want me to go kill trolls? Do they even appear on Earth? Monsters don't only refer to the existences evolved from the original animals on Earth. If mana activates, the monsters that didn't exist on Earth will start appearing. It's the same as ores that weren't on Earth appearing. Like a lobster cannot live on other environments than first-class waters, there are many lifeforms which cannot live unless the concentration of mana reaches a certain point in this universe. Did you major in the faculty of explanation or something? Yoo IlHan cleared things up while complaining at Erta's perfect explanation. Even if he goes out in pajamas, no one would realize him due to the passive concealment, but he didn't want to admit that as he even put on the dire wolf skull mask. Let's see. The reason he turned on the TV just before he went out was because of the thought that the TV may broadcast him the results of the trap of destruction that should have activated yesterday. Erta told him to not mind about it, but how could he? A master had to take responsibility for the item he makes. However, on TV, a scene out of his expectations was being broadcasted. Isn't that the scene where I fought 2 days ago? You mean the square you left the giant leopard's corpse? The view of the video was shaking as it was taken from a helicopter, but the scene the camera was showing was without a doubt the place a lot of people, including Yoo IlHan, had fought the gigantic leopard. Some high-rise buildings had collapsed miserably, and in some places, even the rubble matched, so this wasn't a recording. However, to think they divided that up in such a short period of time. That's interesting. He couldn't find any traces of the huge leopard's body, even after he rubbed his eyes. The mountains of leopard meat that Yoo IlHan had left on the scene was also gone. With only traces of the battle, the corpse, and the large number of humans had cleanly disappeared. It may be a bit different to what you're thinking. At that moment, Erta spoke with a slightly stiff voice. When Yoo IlHan was about to ask back while tilting his head, he could hear a voice from the screen. The place which had the second-class monster's corpse is, as you see, clean. It had disappeared along with the people who were fighting over the spoils of war after the battle. What? It didn't take long for Yoo IlHan to realize that something was wrong. Some are saying that a dungeon had opened and swallowed them. The authorities are mentioning the possibility that a dungeon's entrance may have opened in the middle of the city, and are cautioning not to approach this area and... The broadcaster's words continued, but Yoo IlHan couldn't focus on that. His eyes trembled. There's no way it's a dungeon. So you know well. Erta nodded her head. Her expression was frozen coldly like an ice field. The dungeons in Korea have already gone through their first activation. If new monsters appear due to the activation of mana, then there may be a possibility of new dungeons appearing at that time, but it definitely isn't now. That means... Immediately after Yoo IlHan muttered. The camera screen which was showing the ruined city instantly colored black with a loud crash sound. Immediately after that, the screen changed to the news desk and showed the dumbfounded newscaster. The newscaster tried to hide the ripples, and said it seems there is an accident at the scene and was proceeding to cover it up, but Yoo IlHan had already seen through the situation. There was another monster. So you saw it? Of course I did. Its strategy seems familiar. Yoo IlHan had acquired almost all martial arts and methods to move his body in 1,000 years. However, this was limited to human techniques. There was no way he would be able to realize the technique that monsters used. However, Yoo IlHan had seen through it. What did this mean? The answer was already there. Concealment, it was a master of concealment. It was definitely a leopard. And it was a pitch-black one too. Erta, you. I didn't know either. The giant leopard was definitely dead, and you even procured its magic stone. 99.99% of monster hunting end at that point. What about the 0.01%? If it was pregnant with a child. I knew it. Yoo IlHan facepalmed. He felt like he would collapse just from that, so he had to endure while clenching his teeth. The black-furred leopard that appeared for an instant on the screen was the child of the giant leopard that died 2 days ago. If you dismantled it properly, then this wouldn't have happened. In the end, this is a disaster that was called forth by human greed. I had to take a step back at that time. Although it's true that the black leopard was born as a result of you not dismantling it, but that doesn't make you responsible for that disaster. To Yoo IlHan, who was muttering bitterly, Erda retorted with a bitter smile. You can't make a mistake about that. Please look back at the reason why you had no choice but to leave that corpse there. I have no regrets about my actions then. However, I can't take the deaths of countless people lightly. Among them, there were some who I rescued, and some who showed me goodwill, and some who intended to take it fairly. Yoo IlHan's despair was bigger than she thought. Erda still hadn't understood him fully. Erda despaired for a bit when she realized that obvious fact just now. She thought that she wanted to console Yoo IlHan. After that, she thought about why this situation occurred. Just why did a higher existence such as her couldn't see through the existence of that monster? If you want to talk about mistakes, then it's with me. I should have thought more deeply about the reason why the giant leopard had gone in a frenzy. So it was to hide its offspring? It's definitely to hide its child in its womb that it had gone in a frenzy when it was near death. Originally, it might have fooled humans, but it shouldn't have fooled me. But Yoo IlHan thought up of the black leopard's figure which appeared on the TV screen a moment ago. Concealment. This is the reason why you couldn't find it. Yes. It's an amazing condition. Even I don't act while thinking that a frenzied monster had a child and that child's special ability is concealment. Moreover, Yoo IlHan, who had max-level dismantling and could dismantle even a huge animal's body in a short time, didn't completely dismantle it. Thanks to the human skirmish, the dismantling of the huge monster was postponed, and as a result, the black leopard was born safely and had. Thinking like that, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that the birth of the black leopard was a miracle. I wish that it wasn't, though. Yoo IlHan asked while looking at the panicked and sweaty expression of the newscaster inside the screen. Is it a third class? Considering its abnormal concealment ability, it probably is. At Erda's report, Yoo IlHan heaved a sigh and turned the TV off. It was just a moment ago when he concluded that he couldn't win against a third-class monster, and now, he felt frustrated. However, he couldn't leave it like that as if he did, there was no knowing how many accidents it would cause. Moreover, although he might be taken over by the people who were doing quests in other worlds, Yoo IlHan was still the strongest on Earth. If he pulled out saying he couldn't kill it, then just who would be able to confront it? Finally, although there was no one looking for him to be responsible for this, Yoo IlHan himself couldn't stay still as he felt disturbed. To Yoo IlHan, who always thought that he should clean up what he's done, that leopard was a mess that he had to clean up with his own hands. He thought up of the figures of the soldiers who were looking at him with admiration, and the figures of the people who cheered after they survived the ordeal. He subconsciously clenched his fists. I should prepare. Are you confident? It may be a bit difficult to deal with it alone, but if I make the necessary preparations, it isn't an opponent I should fear so much, is it? Unlike the Yoo IlHan, who always thought up his path of survival first, he looked very spirited. Erda slightly wondered at that fact, but the reason for Yoo IlHan's confidence was extremely simple. It was because the ability of the leopard, which is expected to be third class, was concealment. If it was a case where its stats were all put into strength or defense, then he wouldn't know, but if its special ability was concealment, then there was no reason to fear. Since Yoo IlHan, who had mastered concealment without even training for it. Immediately after Yoo IlHan showed his confidence, he asked Erda with a careful voice. It's not awesomely strong in strength and defense even after all that, right? Your predictions are correct to a point, so don't worry. It's impossible for an existence to show exceptional ability in all areas. That's especially the case with monsters. In that leopard's case, to gain its high concealment ability, its other stats would have decreased. So it's like that, eh? Yoo IlHan thought and left the house. Just by his feelings, he wanted to kill it after leveling up massive amounts, but he couldn't let it free in the middle of the city. If it was a dungeon instead, then he might have left it alone, but as it was a living, and a third-class monster specializing in concealment at that, he couldn't do that. Kill that monster after making equipments optimized for killing it in as little time as possible and kill it. This was the best method. If that didn't work, then he would just run. Also, there was another method to decrease casualties while killing it. A man shouldn't speak two things with his mouth though. But there was no helping it. There were a lot of things in this world more important than a man's pride. Yoo IlHan licked his lips even while unhesitatingly heading towards a public phone booth he had marked beforehand. Then he checked the ID card that he received 2 days ago, and entered the Empress, Kangmire's, phone number, clumsily with his fingers. This was the beginning of the strategy to save the front line with the dropout and the Empress. Author's notes. Oh my Xel'Naga, in the StarCraft world, Protosses treat their creators, Xel'Naga, as their god. And this line became famous from that. Oh my god. It's the same nunace as that. Of course, Yoo IlHan isn't a Protoss. The most awkward thing in the scenario progress is the fact that Erta didn't notice the existence of the Black Leopard. A mere third class had deceived a higher existence with concealment. I will be thankful if you just think that it's a result from the Mother Leopard's frenzy. You should know from the flow of my story, but in this story, human effort or parental love can easily surpass the limits. There were many readers who predicted that the child of the leopard would appear. However, it's not a pet. It clearly knows the enemy of its mother. T/N, don't blame my translation for those who thought it was a zombie. It doesn't mean that he will get into a permanent party just because of the shared plan with the Empress. Whether you want a party with her or not, please watch. Translator's notes. People are taking a liking to Erta now, eh? Me too. I'm just like you. Rita FTW, Erta FTW, Empress go away. Will there be new girls? Should I spoil? Also, it seems like when MC dismantled half of the giant leopard for the Empress, it seemed like he had cut the front half, and not the left or right half. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 24. You want to hunt with me? 6. You want to hunt with me? 6. You called me quite early, haven't you? Kangmire's voice over the phone sounded very surprised. Although unintentional, Yoo IlHan, who felt like he was a cheap man, retorted bitterly. You saw the TV, right? Yes, you mean the one about the dungeon that appeared in the middle of the city? That's not a dungeon. It's a monster. And it's a strong monster which has a concealment ability. So it was like that. There was no need for an additional explanation for Kangmire. Just with that, she had seen through the situation and fell into thought. He felt like he could hear her thoughts. Yoo IlHan waited for her answer while wanting to end the call quickly and go back to his workshop, and he could hear an answer soon. I see what happened. It seems very dangerous. I'm planning to kill it. Of course, I don't have any intentions in forcing you to do it, Although he actually wanted to take her there even if he had to drag her by the arm, there was no way he could force a person to help with killing a monster which was estimated to be in its third class. If she rejected, Yoo IlHan was planning to go alone. However, Kangmire unexpectedly replied confidently. I don't have any plans on backing out. I also had a fault for not thinking about the fact that monsters would remain at that place. However, I need some preparation. Just in case, I will contact the government and the military. I also have to prepare things, so I will call you again in a while. I understand. Just how amazing was she that she said she would call the government and the military like asking a next-door lady? Although he wanted to ask that, there was no way he would get an answer. He just felt satisfied that the rope that he got a hold of was stronger than he expected. After Yoo IlHan ended the call, he headed to his workshop. The eternal flame was still burning in his fireplace, and the metals including harcanium were also keeping their place. Well, in fact, Yoo IlHan didn't even need to worry since the entire workshop was protected by the angel's protection magic. In fact, the things he were worried about was the byproducts of the giant leopard. The bones and leather amounted to 1/4 of the entire leopard. As he did the basic processing on them after he came back from the hunt with the help of Erda, he could go into work straight away. Good, shall I start? What are you planning to make? There are not enough to make a defensive equipment, and even if you make a weapon, it will be impossible to surpass your steel spear. Although he couldn't use the leather as a whole as there were holes in various places, it didn't hinder at all what Yoo IlHan was about to make right now. Whether Erda looked curious or not, he didn't pay any mind and went into work. First, he selected the thickest of the bones and intentionally shaved it roughly. He also carved out some bits on the surface to make spikes from place to place to look like a spinal bone. I asked you what you were making. Erda, who got mad easily as her pride was high, kept speaking on top of Yoo IlHan's head. She honestly looked cute, so Yoo IlHan smiled and replied to her. A pillar. A pillar? As the answer was too unexpected, Erda blinked her eyes. Well, the carved bone did indeed look like a pillar. It easily reached over 2 m, and had a thickness comparable to a person's entire body. It was a size that made one estimate just how big of a monster the giant leopard was. However, what was the reason that he had to make a pillar? Her head was full of question marks. This happened several times after she came down for his support. I didn't say anything since I already knew you would react in such way. Wait a little more. You will know soon. If a person made one object, then naturally, it would take less time for that person to make the same object. This was because the person would find the trick and remember the experience after trial and error. And the master of labor, Yoo IlHan, had peak-level techniques to reduce the time taken by half when making another item of the same object. This makes no sense. It's just finding the trick to it. The trick. You will keep saying that it's the trick, aren't you? Yes. As expected, Yoo IlHan held grudges. Be honest, you can already use mana, right? Then why would I do such a bothersome work like this? I would have gone to beat that leopard up already. 1 pillar, 2 pillars, 4 pillars, in a blink of an eye, the number of pillars increased and in the end, 6 huge bones were made into spiked pillars. The characteristic trait was that it had a hole at the head. I think I kinda get it. Right? You're planning to make a giant-only necklace by connecting them all up, right? Go back to preschool. The pillar ended with 6. The things that Yoo IlHan made next was very obvious in Erda's eyes. This is a spear. It's not. And Yoo IlHan denied her as always. He selected and sharpened some bones which were a bit thinner than the pillars but not shorter, and in Erda's eyes, it was definitely a spear. However, when work progressed, Erda also changed her expression. It was after she saw Yoo IlHan make a hook at the end of the blade. So it isn't a spear but an harpoon, isn't it? Yes. In spearmanship, there was method of using spear called javelin throwing. In the first place, there were cases where javelins were differentiated to spears. The thing Yoo IlHan was making right now was a harpoon, which was a type of a javelin to throw at the prey, pierce it and drag it. Piercing power was obvious and it was important that it wouldn't be pulled back out once it had pierced something. Like the pillars, he had made 6 harpoons. Of course, he didn't forget to make a hole at the end of the body. This took him a mere 30 minutes. It was an impossible working speed, but Erda, who had watched him making traps of destruction until now, it wasn't that amazing. You're planning to make a rope now, aren't you? Correct. There was a harpoon and there was a pillar. What was left was just the rope that connects the two. Yoo IlHan turned his gazes towards the leather of the giant leopard. It wouldn't do with just an ordinary rope. He had to make a rope that wouldn't snap even with a third-class monster at the opponent. How cruel of you to kill the offspring with the mother's bones and leather. I can attract aggro, it's all good. He used the knife to cut the leather equally to make strings, and he twisted a few of them together to make strong ropes. Although there were a lot of leather, as he was proficient in labor, it was possible for him to make 6 amazingly strong and amazingly long ropes in just 30 minutes. As there were 6 of several tens of meters of ropes, just piling them up would have considerable weight. Now, there's still something else. At this point, Erta was already shocked at Yoo IlHan's ability, but Yoo IlHan didn't stop. The magic stone of the giant leopard he earned after achieving the MVP in front of everyone. He grabbed it and stood in front of the harpoon. Erta was dumbfounded. She didn't understand why Yoo IlHan put every material he had into making a single weapon. Don't you feel wasteful? How could I? However, Yoo IlHan had a different way of thinking from Erta from the beginning. The only thing I value is my life alone. He immediately went into mana crafting. The thing he wanted was an enhancement as a whole. Sturdy pillars which won't get pulled out easily, strong ropes that won't snap, sharp harpoon which won't let go of its prey after biting it. The mana crafting skill, which, thanks to producing traps of destruction with the angels, rose exponentially in proficiency and had become level 11, supported him. 6 pillars and 6 harpoons, and the 6 ropes that connected them all emitted light simultaneously. Violent Cruel Leopard Hunter's harpoon was completed. Mana crafting has become level 12. What was more, his mana crafting activation time was even reduced. Not even 20 seconds after he started, the magic stone Yoo IlHan held in his hand disappeared and the harpoons, pillars, and the ropes became one set of attack artifact. At that time, Erta grumbled. Please bear in mind that mana crafting isn't a skill which always succeeds, okay? Oh, an alpha and beta option again. And please remember that options don't always attach. Ignoring Erta, who was grumbling for some reason, Yoo IlHan confirmed the stats of the completed harpoon. Violent Cruel Leopard Hunter's harpoon. Rank, Unique. Attack power, 1050. Options, critical hit rate and damage increases by 20%, binding force increases by 20%. Durability, 960/960. A hunter's harpoon made from giant leopard's bones and leather. Due to an exceptional maker, it was completed with an absurd strength and performance. Akashic record, this guy knows some stuff. And it's a higher ranking option too. Of course, options had ranks as well. Although it was difficult to differentiate just by the name, if one looked at the performance of the completed artifact, then it would be obvious. Considering HTE fact that options usually increased in area by 5% or 10%, Violent and Cruel were definitely higher ranking options. It came out twice as better as I expected. This should be sufficient. And the fact that you always under-evaluate yourself didn't change, eh? The trick to winning is to plan something that would work in a worst-case scenario, but... He nonchalantly retorted and skillfully tied the harpoon to his back. Then, he left the workshop and headed to a public phone booth again. It was because it was necessary to set a time to start attacking it with the Empress. Are you ready? I'm heading towards the scene slowly at the moment. As if she had seen through that the call was from him, the Empress, Kangmire, immediately asked that. Yoo IlHan rapidly replied. Don't enter. It has a concealment ability so you may get ambushed. Although it should be 2 days ago when it should have been born, judging from the live TV from a few hours ago, it didn't leave that place and was staying there. And that reason could be known too. It was waiting for them at that scene. To receive the price in blood from the people who killed its mother. Although it would be the same with anyone who entered its area, Kangmire, who killed the giant leopard with Yoo IlHan, had to be especially careful. Especially since she didn't have a physical attack-related job. We're prepared for that though. Are you planning something else for that? Yes. He smiled after confirming the object on his back. His workshop was 20 minutes away from the battle scene, even by normal people's standards. He would probably arrive much earlier than Kong Mirai. It won't be able to use its concealment. So wait until then. I will believe and leave it to you. Although he didn't understand how she would believe in him even though they had only fought together once or twice, Yoo IlHan felt good as he felt that she had acknowledged him. He had no memory of acquainting himself properly with anyone before he was left out from humanity, much less the 1,000 years of his dropout. It was truly a good thing to be connected to another person, no matter what the method. Although he was tearfully sad that he had realized that just now, he endured since this wasn't the time to cry. Believe as much as you want. He retorted lightly and ended the call. His footsteps coming out of the phone booth had become a level lighter. The already fast running speed had become even faster. The armor worn on his body, and even the heavy pillars and harpoons that he had on his back weren't able to slow down his steps. Now was the time to hunt for real. Author's notes. End of Book 1. Next chapter, Yoo IlHan's remarkable activities will start. Translator's notes. This author splits his books every 25 chapters. Prologue was chapter 0. Starting next book is paid chapters, yay! If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 25 Call Me Ishmael, 1. Call Me Ishmael, 1. Yoo IlHan stopped his steps while he was running. Although the sky was still blue as ever when he looked up, the unsafe aura mixed in the air was stimulating Yoo IlHan. The killing intent, which was released indiscriminately without a target, told Yoo IlHan that this place was not peaceful. Although he was definitely in the middle of Seoul, his eyesight spotted almost nothing. This was because all the things in the surroundings had collapsed as if there had been a war. While thinking that everyone had rampaged, whether it was the humans or the monsters, Yoo IlHan scanned the surroundings as if it didn't have anything to do with him. There it is. Lucky. The black leopard was nearby. Although it was impossible to confirm its size as it kept moving, as the monster was moving leisurely as if it assumed that its concealment was unmatched under the heavens, it was easy to find its location, much less its movement path. It wasn't aware of Yoo IlHan's position yet. Then, while watching it, Yoo IlHan pulled down one of the pillars from his back extremely naturally. Hop! Then he struck in on the ground. The pillar, which had become an artifact, softly pierced deep into the ground at once like a candle to a cake. First, the other side. It should have noticed Yoo IlHan by now, with this. He ran fast while preparing for its attack, and nailed pillar B, in a place 100 m away from pillar A. It was a much faster speed compared to when he nailed pillar A. As he didn't confirm its exact size, he put the rest of the pillars and the harpoons on the ground first. Although he didn't want to believe that it was bigger than its mother, carelessness would cause death. He decided to move while considering every possibility. But Yoo IlHan tilted his head after finishing it. In my calculation, it should have attacked at least once while I was nailing pillar B into the ground, but why is it still moving around this place? Is it looking for an opening to attack? An opening, eh? Yoo IlHan exposed that opening right now on purpose. His first objective was to attack and fix in place the leopard which would assault him, as it would be confident in its concealment ability. However, it didn't attack him. Even though there was no opening greater than this. Did it lack in hunting ability as a compensation for its concealment? But even so, it's a third-class monster, should it be fine for it to be so lacking? Isn't it that? At that moment, Erta spoke carefully. It can't find you? Yoo IlHan was speechless. He thought no way. No matter how he had a passive concealment ability, he had walked around while nailing two huge and thick pillars into the ground. The fact that his enemy couldn't notice him even despite that was too strange. However, it's not like you directly attacked the black leopard, right? Yes. Because of that, isn't it that your concealment didn't wear off? But what about these pillars and the harpoons? And what about the installed ones right there? It should be under concealment along with you, right? Although Yoo IlHan tried to retort to Erta's sophistry, no words came out of his mouth. It was because he also thought it was like that even when he thought about it. Otherwise, this situation was inexplicable. To think that it couldn't notice even though I was setting traps right in front of its eyes. You're a superstar born for assassination. Why don't you earn an assassin as your subclass on your next advancement? Cool look. How could it be so insulting, even though it was supposed to be a good thing? He couldn't even accept Erta's praise. Anyway, it was definite that this situation was extremely in his favor. Yoo IlHan swallowed his rage and returned to pillar, slowly, and picked up the harpoon, connected to it, which was connected to the pillar with a leather rope. His body remembered the length of the rope. It would sufficiently hold out this distance. The black leopard also seemed to have felt something as it didn't leave this place. Well, it would fail as a monster if it couldn't even feel anything strange even after the ground was cracked and two huge bone pillars were pierced into the ground. Yoo IlHan calmly picked up harpoon, and aimed at it. At that moment, he felt strength filling his body. Not only the 10% additional damage due to concealment, the 10% additional damage from spearmanship was also added. He inwardly exclaimed delightfully that harpoons were under spears. Phew. After taking a small, deep breath, he accurately aimed at its leg while putting strength into his hands. With an accuracy that will be able to destroy that part. The leopard still hadn't noticed Yoo IlHan, and at one moment. Hup. With a strange shout, Yoo IlHan threw the harpoon. Was the mana crafting that was done prior to the weapon's completion effective? Like a bullet leaving the barrel, the harpoon, which pierced through the air rapidly, pierced the left thigh of the leopard, when it was about to pass the collapsed building. Cool. Wow. A scream that felt like the world was collapsing. Yoo IlHan softly exclaimed and jumped backwards. It was because its concealment had worn off as it was bound to the pillar because it allowed an attack to hit, and its whole body had appeared. Erta, who confirmed its size properly, softly muttered while clicking her tongue. It's about half the size of its mother. However, it's definitely a third-class monster. I know when I look at that. Yoo IlHan confirmed the half-nailed harpoon and like her, he said while clicking his tongue. Fortunately, the harpoon had held out and didn't get pulled out even despite its rampage, but it was not a small shock that the harpoon he had thrown with all his strength in addition to the effects of concealment and spearmanship, had only pierced by half. If it was a proper third-class monster, even that wouldn't have happened. You should think it's fortunate that it specialized in concealment. I know already. Ki-I. Its enraged growl shook Yoo IlHan's eardrums. Its eyes looking at Yoo IlHan was abnormally red. This was dangerous. The moment he thought that, it assaulted towards Yoo IlHan like a released arrow. However, during its powerful leap, the leather rope connected to the harpoon became taut and made it smash the ground. The rope was awesome as expected of a master's handicraft. Yoo IlHan, who had already expected this situation, picked up harpoon, connected to pillar, and ran in. Then, he pierced the harpoon on its right shoulder with all his strength. Critical hit. Thanks to the unexpected critical hit, harpoon, pierced deeper into its body than harpoon, While piercing deep to the point that it was almost buried, it had scattered blood on Yoo IlHan's face. The black leopard, which was done in twice by the same tactic, became enraged and swung its front paw. It was the first strong and quick strike that he experienced with a monster as the opponent. As it was a third-class monster, there was too much of a difference in basic stats and mana usability, no matter what. Yoo IlHan had also expected that pulling out safely after striking from a close distance was impossible. However, it was very possible to defend after predicting its actions. Kook! It struck its front paw head-on into Yoo IlHan's arms, which he had crossed in front of him just before he was struck. An enormous pressure descended upon him. It was a strong strike to the point that he lost his breath. Ki-o-o-o-o. Pull up. However, he didn't break any bones. It was because the bone blades which popped out the moment he was struck reduced the damage as first defense, and the leather armor, which had all of his leather processing techniques applied to it, had reduced it again. Although the bone blades on both of his arms became broken, when he thought that he had exchanged his arms for it, it was acceptable. Blades could be stored up later. It's so frustrating that it actually helps. Fu. Although Erda was speaking considerably leisurely as if he had already grasped victory, Yoo IlHan, who was doing the actual fighting, wasn't that leisurely. It was because he still couldn't escape its area of influence. While suppressing the pain he felt from his two arms, immediately after he pulled out backwards, it made blade-like winds while violently slashing apart the air with its front paw. Yoo IlHan, who thought that it had simply cut apart the air, had to become pale and duck the next moment, since the wind had become a blade and was flying at him. What is that? It's a skill, what else could it be? While dodging by stepping backwards hurriedly, Yoo IlHan picked up Pillar C, which he had left on the ground. During that, the black leopard fell down due to the rope which bound him before it could charge at Yoo IlHan. Then it tried to pull the harpoon out which bound him by rampaging but only bled. Then, in the end, after confirming that there was a leather rope connected to the harpoon, it raised its claws. Throw the harpoon before it tears off the rope. I know. Yoo IlHan inwardly felt that he was in a mess even while pursing Pillar C into the ground hurriedly. He had never imagined that it had a long-ranged slashing skill. Honestly, he had thought that the monsters he had fought until now were just ordinary animals, just enhanced hugely, so he had only thought that it would work if he had a strong harpoon. However, reality was different. And it will become more different in the future. So I have to fight with even stronger things than that in the future. First, he had to start by throwing away his common knowledge. Going further, it was important to prepare various strategies and weapons to fight against any monsters. This was the moment Yoo IlHan had a realization bigger than anything. Hop. However, whether he earned a realization or not, it was important to kill the being in front of him right now. Yoo IlHan, who dodged the second set of wind blades that came at him by rolling on the ground, stood up after picking up harpoon C. Then, he shot it before it could attack again. The harpoon pierced deep into its left paw. Even if it manages to cut the rope apart, unless it could pull out the harpoon completely, it wouldn't be able to use wind blade with that foot again. Erda spoke out in surprise. So you have talent in throwing spears as well, don't you? Call me Ishmael. Yoo IlHan still hadn't given up on the Moby Dick joke. However, going by how Yoo IlHan became more positive the worse the situation became, the situation was not that easy to solve. Although it was good to bind it using harpoons, he had no methods of damaging it when it was rampaging so much. At that moment, the person who could solve this situation had arrived. Yoo IlHan noticed that thanks to the noisy engine sounds. Engine? So you really did seal its concealment. The Empress, who had arrived on an armored vehicle that looked very sturdy even at a glance. Twin lightning. Sikaka. With an absurd level of lightning magic, which was capable of stunning a third-class monster. Author's notes. Not applicable. Translator's notes. Paid chapters starting this chapter. Editor's notes. Sorry about the delay in unedited chapters, guys. Angry face, I got food poisoning and was out of action for a day. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 26 Call Me Ishmael, 2. Call Me Ishmael, 2. The black leopard which got hit by a strong bolt of lightning collapsed on the ground with a boom. As the 3 ropes that bound him became taut, it damaged the body even further. Immediately after that, the armored vehicle Kongmire was driving arrived near Yoo IlHan and stopped. Kongmire, who peeked out her body a little through the window, had a small bottle in her mouth, and inside, something luminescent could be seen. Now that he thought about it, she was also wearing a metal mask which covered her nose to her forehead and not the H*LK mask. Just how did you bind such a monster? That's what I want to say. To say the magic just now from Kongmire was first-class magic, it was too strong. Of course, as they weren't in a situation for him to ask that, Yoo IlHan retorted and just kicked off the ground. In his hands was Pillar D. Here. Bang. Yoo IlHan ended up becoming proficient in nailing pillars into the ground, as only one chop down with the pillar D, had dug deep into the ground. After fixing it firmly with a punch, he aimed harpoon D, which was connected to it, towards the black leopard which was just lifting its body up. Kuyu. Kufu a. The leopard didn't seem to have gotten rid of the electric shock despite lifting its body. It had lost its mother before it was even born, and even more, it was bound by its own mother's bones and leather. This was a pitiful scene. And so, Yoo IlHan decided to finish it off quickly. Hop. Kuai. Harpoon D unerringly pierced its right paw. At the instantaneous throw and hit, Kongmire even panicked for a moment as she couldn't understand the situation. Whenever you think you can put a hit in, attack. That guy's so strong, so we don't know when the pillars will be pulled out. It doesn't seem like it will be pulled out at all, though. Ignoring Kongmire's words, Yoo IlHan moved his body again. Although 4 harpoons had pierced its body from 4 directions, it was insufficient to bind it fully. Most importantly, its mana hadn't depleted yet. As though it had decided to escape the bindings first, it grit its teeth while shooting blade winds onto the leather rope continuously. Yoo IlHan checked its state while driving Pillar E into the ground. If it could use its power through its gaze, E/N, if looks could kill basically, it would have killed Yoo IlHan already. A truly overwhelming hostility and murderous intent was endlessly pouring towards him. Even though it had received a considerable hit from Kongmire's lightning just now, it didn't seem to mind her at all. So you want us to die together, . It was a gaze he met a few times while hunting a few animals in order to master dismantling. Although all existences put life as its foremost priority and do anything and everything in order to protect it, there was a time where its desire for survival would be surpassed by another desire. Ironically, an existence would shine the most brightly at that moment. It was like a flame that burned even more intensely as it knew the emptiness that comes after it becomes extinguished. Yoo IlHan threw harpoon E. Striking its left eye, blood gushed out like a fountain. It will attack. When can you counterattack? Without even checking the results, Yoo IlHan asked while escaping that place. Kongmire also replied while turning on the armored vehicle's engine. If you want pocket change lightning, then I can do it now, and I can use a really strong one in 2 minutes. Okay. Please tell me before you use your ultimate attack. Immediately after he spoke, blade winds flew towards him. He had pierced both of its paws to seal its blade winds, but it didn't seem to mind as it kept swinging its front paw. Naturally, the paws couldn't endure the shock as blood erupted from them like waterfalls, but the truly formidable thing was that even that blood was mixed into the blades as it shined even more frighteningly. It's also called blood buff, but, simply speaking, it's berserk. It will be stronger, so be careful. I knew that was it. Immediately after Yoo IlHan rolled on the ground, the concrete floor was soundlessly dug deep. It was a place where Yoo IlHan was at just now. As if panicking at that scene, the armored vehicle Kong Mirai rode also became louder. I don't think I can approach it. While rolling on the ground with Pillar F in his embrace, Yoo IlHan clicked his tongue. The blood blades became more serious and flew all over the place as time went. The leather ropes binding it gradually reached its limits and it was stretching with a worrying sound. It didn't mind even though the harpoons pierced into its body was ripping its muscles and bones while shaking all over the place, and was going to free itself. It was a movement to take its enemy's life while being sure of its own death. Kong Mirai, who was in the armored vehicle, kept shooting lightning but it couldn't stun him like it did last time. He had to hold out for 2 minutes. Phew. Yes. He never thought it would be so easy in the first place. Wasn't it a third cals? How could it be called third class when it became bound due to an preemptive strike and be riddled with holes just like that and even get hit by lightning and die? That was called a punching bag. Can't you use some stronger skills to stop it? How about this? A short reply came. Along with that, a machine gun popped out of the armored vehicle's window and it started shooting towards the black leopard madly. Yoo IlHan shouted one syllable while looking at that. Ah. You're worried that its hide will be damaged, right? You, from when did you know me so well, Dot? If there was one amazing thing, it was the fact that machine gun bullets didn't help at all to the point that it would make Indians shocked. T/N, I don't know why Indians came out here, maybe from a movie, maybe it's from Moby Dick, E/N, the author is one strange guy. There was no need to talk about whether it had a large caliber or whether it was made from special materials. In the first place, due to its violent movements, more than half had missed, and even when they hit, it couldn't even make a mark on its hide. It was overwhelmingly lacking in power and technique. However, if it was Yoo IlHan, it might have been different. Lend me that machine gun. You can even use guns. Kong Mirai voiced out in surprise, which was rare for her. Obviously, the person who mastered all personal weapons over hundreds of years was Yoo IlHan. He had the confidence to shoot guns better than any other humans on Earth that went to a business trip to another world. Moreover, thanks to the monster running all around the place, he couldn't use his spearmanship or close combat without taking a big risk. It seems that the moment he pierces harpoon F into its body will be the moment all the rest of the harpoons will be pulled out harmonically, so that was meaningless, if there was any possibility. Just give it to me. Fred, give it to him, Dot. Although he guessed from the fact that the leopard was still getting hit by lightning despite the machine gun spitting sparks everywhere, it seemed the one shooting the machine gun was not her as expected. After another wave of its blood blades flew at him, when Yoo IlHan nimbly approached the armored vehicle, a heavy belt of bullets came down first. While receiving that, he rolled once more to wrap the belt around his body, then he caught the machine gun which was thrown outside the open door. But the machine gun doesn't have much effect. Although the brown-haired foreigner, Fred, spoke with confusion even while passing the machine gun to Yoo IlHan ignored him and ran to another side. Blood blades flew and it sliced off the armored vehicle's door. Dodge, Dot. At the same time as Kong Mirai's warning came, the black leopard finally pulled out 2 of the pillars. This meant that it had exerted enough strength to pull out the pillars even though the leather rope hadn't snapped yet. Even so, I really made that harpoon and rope well. It even endured such an enormous strength, right? This is not the time to be positive. As the balance which bound him crumbled, the other pillars also became worrying at once. There wasn't much time before it regained freedom. Even while he was joking with his mouth, Yoo IlHan's 2 hands moved busily to check the state of the gun, connect the bullet belt and load before rolling once again on the ground. Now, the leopard was only few meters away from him. The rope pulling it from the other side also looked dangerous, and the pillar was already being pulled out little by little. There was no monster like this. However, Yoo IlHan was also locking onto it without being late. Yes. With the machine gun. Eat bullets, you alien monsters. This monster's from Earth, though? As the machine gun spat fire, one line popped up on Yoo IlHan's retina. You have awakened shooting LV Max. Immediately after that, bullets started hitting its left eye, where Harpoon E had pierced and pulled out from. Kai Hiaakak. Hoo up. Whether Erda thought that shot was strange or not, Yoo IlHan endlessly shot bullets. Even though a human body was supporting the machine gun, he didn't shake at all. Just how hard was it to shoot bullets into the exact place one wants while ignoring the rebound occurring from shooting the bullets? However, such a difficult thing was possible for Yoo IlHan. The machine gun bullets, which shot into its eyes continuously, called forth a miraculous difference, as if it made one wonder it was still the same machine gun that Fred used. Kwawak, KKSUXNCCUCCJC. A blood waterfall flowed. The black leopard rolled around the ground while screaming sounds that didn't seem like it was from the human realm. Even so, Yoo IlHan didn't stop. He nimbly rolled on the ground to follow it and pulled the trigger after aiming its left eye again. The machine gun bullets slowly, very slowly broke its bones as they hit in the same spot again and again. To the point that it made one wonder if it was possible to break its brain like this, if it wasn't a third class. Is there some buff on the gun that I don't know about? Kong Mirai quietly muttered in shock while looking at that scene. The figure of one little human blocking a huge leopard with a single machine gun seemed grand, as if modern civilization was struggling with its last strength in front of the change in environment. Magic! Yoo IlHan shouted. Can you do it now? 7 more seconds. Okay. Attack whenever possible. Yes. Fortunately, he had enough bullets. Yoo IlHan shot bullets into its eyes while calmly moving around to dodge its wildly shot blood blades, and when he thought that about 5 seconds had passed, he threw the machine gun and the bullet belt and jumped. It was to where Pillar F and Harpoon F was. KKKIIIIIIAKDSKDKC. With a good timing, it pulled out all the pillars from the ground. With 5 pillars dangling and dragging on the ground, it jumped to the air. And at that moment, triple lightning. The moment Kong Mirai shortly shouted, Yoo IlHan's vision colored in gold. The absurdly strong streak of lightning streaked through the air and hit the black leopard. Yoo IlHan saw that it had lost all its strength and dropping down. However, Kong Mirai voiced out. Concealment. Third-class monsters were amazing. Even though it was beaten up and burnt, to think it still had the mental strength to plan the fight. Moreover, concealment? It seemed Yoo IlHan's guess was wrong. It was trying to leave this place through whatever means possible. After realizing that it wasn't a match for them, it was trying to escape and look for a next chance. Of course, whether it did or not, Yoo IlHan didn't care. KHHHIACCCKKK. The shortest, but the most fatal scream resounded out. It was a scream that burst out from Yoo IlHan, nailing Pillar F without hesitation into its bloody left eye as it was falling down while activating concealment. Yoo IlHan muttered while clicking his tongue. I said it wouldn't work from the beginning. Bang! The black leopard and Yoo IlHan fell onto the ground simultaneously. Yoo IlHan agilely stuck onto its head to lessen the shock, but the black leopard received a double hit without any of that, so it was in a near groggy state. However, Yoo IlHan didn't even rest and moved. He started to tie it up with the rope tying Pillar F and Harpoon F. He saw through the concealment. Just how much surprise does he have to give her in one fight before being satisfied? While Kong Mirai, who leaned powerlessly onto the seat after shooting out lightning, muttered in shock, Yoo IlHan tied the leopard's entire body with the rope, and as a finisher, he pushed Harpoon F into its butt, hard. You have learned binding skill. You can just kill it without tying it up, though? Erda asked in confusion, but Yoo IlHan shook his head and distanced himself from the black leopard, which couldn't move at all. Then, he slowly approached Kong Mirai, who was dumbfoundedly looking at him. What is it? Kang Mirai, who felt a type of madness from his movements, asked in a slightly scared tone. If someone who knew the Empress heard this, then that person would be shocked. In fact, Fred, who was next to him, was also very shocked. However, Yoo IlHan, who didn't know of the Empress' reputation, nor was he interested, declared firmly to her, who was about to run away. Aren't we gonna party? Should I eat the experience alone this time too? Yoo IlHan was a kind adult who does not make the same mistake twice. Author's notes. Not applicable. Translator's notes. Tired. CYA. Editor's notes. Enjoy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 27. Call Me Ishmael, 3. Call Me Ishmael, 3. Partying was truly simple. It was done with Kang Mirai grabbing the offered hand. A party has been made. Party members, too. At that moment, truly wondrously, he felt that Kang Mirai was much closer to him than before. It wasn't just a psychological element. It felt as if his five senses had extended and embraced Kang Mirai inside it. Yes, if two existences were put inside one community, this kind of thing was possible. What? You're like a person who's partying for the first time. I twitched only because it had been a while. Yoo IlHan, who calmly replied to Kang Mirai's a little too accurate question, thought that he should be more careful in the future and brought out his steel spear and held it. Now that he thought about it, this was the first time he picked up the spear since the battle began. Fu. Yoo IlHan's gaze on the black leopard, which was pouring blood from all over its body, was very cold. Just how much did he suffer while fighting against that, even though he had prepared meticulously? He didn't have any thoughts in keeping it alive even if it begged on its knees. Although it would meet death in a few minutes even without him doing anything, he didn't know what it would do in those few minutes. He first took a short, deep breath, then threw the spear with all his remaining strength. Yoo IlHan 2.938097 experience. You have become level 36. Strength, agility, health, magic increases by 10. You have earned the record of LV-102 Shadow Leopard. After a few lines appeared on his retina, a deep shock assaulted him. The pressure from the change in his physical body by leveling up by 8 levels from level 28 to 36 was very big. Yoo IlHan clenched his teeth while enduring the pain from the squirming of his muscles and bones from the self-evolution. Kang Mirai also seemed to undergo the same thing as she wordlessly shivered inside the car. And here, I thought I monopolized it too this time, phew. Yoo IlHan thought that something had gone wrong as he had received an overwhelming experience compared to the giant leopard, but it seemed Kang Mirai had received the experience normally. Erta noticed his question and nonchalantly replied. There's a huge difference between third class and second class. Of course, first class and second class are the same. That's so. The pain disappeared suddenly like it came. Yoo IlHan lightly stretched his body on the spot to adapt to his new physical body, then looked at the black leopard which was slumped down on the ground without life. More specifically, he looked at its hide. That's no good either. I wondered why you didn't say that earlier. It was a third-class monster. No matter how it specialized in concealment and had less durability than other third-class monsters' hides, it was still leather from a third-class monster. If he could make an armor from that, it would surpass the leather armor he was wearing now by a large margin. Of course, as it was a third-class monster, he had to use all means possible in order to kill it. The result was the tattered hide right there. Sorry, I wasn't strong enough. Don't apologize to the leather. Yoo IlHan cried tears of pity as he dismantled it. Although he couldn't make an armor, there was lots of other things he could do with the leather. Now that it came to this, he had no choice but to make partial armors. The moment he stuck the knife inside its head while resolving to make the best partial armor on Earth. Ha! Yoo IlHan voiced out his surprise. There's a magic stone? The mother and the child both had magic stones? Such a good luck. A magic stone was the remains of the monster's strength. If the mana which should leak out at the moment of the monster's death coagulates, then that would be called a magic stone, and so, it was pure luck whether one would acquire a magic stone or not by killing monsters. The statistics that humans in other worlds had produced was 17%. The probability decreases as their class becomes lower, and as their class becomes higher, the probability of a magic stone being generated becomes higher by a little bit. Anyway, Yoo IlHan could be considered as having awesome luck. Wait, then this. Yoo IlHan couldn't not think of the evolution conditions of his resting skill. Now that he had earned the third-class monster's magic core, which was considered the hardest, couldn't he now just fulfill the other conditions? However, he put away his thoughts after remembering that this was the product of party playing. It wouldn't be too late to think about how to use this magic stone after fairly distributing the spoils of battle. He was picky about his principles in such strange parts. I earned a little less than 1.5 million. How about you? At that moment, Kong Mirai got off the car and talked to him. Yoo IlHan honestly replied. I earned a little less than 3 million. 3 million. She smiled bitterly and repeated that number in her mind. Yoo IlHan also noticed that the corner of her mouth had curved up. But the difference is less than I thought. I thought that my contribution was way too little. If it wasn't for you, Miss Kong Mirai, I wouldn't even be able to kill it. I thought you were a critical help though. He had no thoughts of flattering her, so his words were honest. However, Kong Mirai's voice was still low. Do you think so? In the case of a party, the absolute judgment criteria of contribution is the distribution of experience, so your words are probably correct. Wait, can you tell me your name since I don't want to keep calling you Yoo? Or should I call you Sunshine Bolt? It's Yoo IlHan. The answer came at light speed. He didn't like his nickname that much. Kong Mirai burst out laughing with a pfft after looking at his response. He thought that it was fortunate that her mood had become better. That magic stone is yours, Mr. Yoo IlHan. I told you last time, right? Magic stones have the value worth 60% of the total. The contribution is about 2:1, so assuming that you will do the dismantling for me, then I think it will be alright to split the body in half. Are you alright with that? Is it alright to give you so little? I think you don't know, but the most important thing on Earth right now is not warriors, nor magicians, but a master dismantler. I don't think there's anyone who dismantles better than you, Mr. Yoo IlHan, on Earth right now. So, it's natural to receive that much compensation. Yoo IlHan, who became ticklish, E/N, that fuzzy feeling you get, at her praise, silently put away the magic stone and started dismantling. The black leopard he thought to be smaller than its mother, didn't shrink even after it died, so the quantity of the leather and bones he got from dismantling was way larger than what he got from its mother. While realizing that monsters puffed up their bodies the more they were weak, Yoo IlHan wielded the knife busily. While he was doing that, Kong Mirai ordered Fred to recover the machine gun and the bullet belt and called somewhere with her phone. As Yoo IlHan had thought so in the past, it seemed definite that she had a connection to somewhere, whether it was the government or the military. I think it's good to have a good relation with her. Amongst humans, she's a rare one to have pride, ability, honesty, and background. Getting into a relation with another human is hard in itself, Erda. At the advice Erda gave him purely because she thought about Yoo IlHan, he retorted with a dark voice. Even while she couldn't reply back to him in astonishment, the dismantling process was going well. After peeling all of its hide, in the process of removing useless bits of flesh, he suddenly thought that he might be able to use its tendons and muscles, so he also cut them out. After he separated the parts he could use from the body of the black leopard, the leather, the bones, the tendons, and the muscles, the dismantling was finally over. When he looked back, as he had expected, the vehicle that moved the giant leopard's corpse from last time had arrived. Kang Mirai's figure, meticulously ordering to move only her portion to the vehicle, looked like she was strict with herself as much as she was strict with others. Mr. Yoo IlHan. When she confirmed that she had moved all of her portion to the vehicle, Kang Mirai approached him. Thanks to you, we could exterminate the monster before the damage spread. I also sighed in relief now that I can go to sleep in peace. Me too, thanks for the help. However, please forget our talk form last time. Sorry? When Yoo IlHan tilted his head as if he didn't understand, Kang Mirai spoke while smiling bitterly. Didn't I say for us to go in a party last time? Oh. Why does she want to cancel it so suddenly? Of course, he had no shock or whatever since he wasn't planning to party with her in the first place, but he became slightly unsettled thinking that he might have done something wrong to her. However, his doubts were cleared quickly. Kang Mirai had explained her reasons. Mr. Yoo IlHan is too strong. To say it differently, there's too much of a gap between our level of ability. It's not only impossible to fight efficiently with monsters, at this rate, my pride won't hold out. He didn't know how to reply when she said her pride wouldn't hold out. To be sad, he didn't sympathize; to be happy, he was sorry for her. So, he just listened quietly when Kang Mirai spoke a line that didn't suit her. However, in the future, it will be different. You probably know already, but I'm no easy girl. I'll show you that I will catch up quickly. I will ask you to be my partner then, so please don't reject me at that time. I will think about it at that time. Kang Mirai burst out in laughter when she saw that Yoo IlHan wasn't likely to put away the field even he was about to die. Then, she offered her hand. Just like the time they formed a party. Thank you. The moment Yoo IlHan let go of her hand after lightly grabbing it, a line appeared on his retina. The party was disbanded. With the lightness of gaining freedom and the unknown feeling of loss due to losing a colleague, Yoo IlHan licked his lips. However, it wasn't like he could grab her now. He bid her farewell while looking at Fred starting the vehicle. Goodbye. Oh, before that. Kang Mirai, who he thought would leave with the sunset as her background, asked Yoo IlHan. Can you leave me your contact info for me to contact you? That's. I won't give anyone your name or number, Mr. Yoo IlHan. I promise. Can I trust her? Yoo IlHan asked himself. Astonishingly, as a positive conclusion was reached, he told her his phone number even while hesitating a little bit. Thank you. Definitely, we will meet again in the near future. Kang Mirai, who received Yoo IlHan's contact info, clenched her fist slightly. Then, she seemed to declare confidently towards Yoo IlHan when she left with her men, including Fred. Yoo IlHan, who was left at that place alone, suddenly realized one fact. Whoa! This is the first time a girl asked for my number. You're too pitiful to be rejoicing over that. I never rejoiced. I just received the rights to stand in front of other people confidently. That's even more sad. Other people aren't even aware of you anyway. Yoo IlHan felt strange now that he thought that Erda had come to know him too well. Are all angels as sharp as you? You're just incredibly simple. Yoo IlHan frugally took his worth of spoils while listening to Erda's grumbles and he left the scene. No, actually, he looked around carefully before leaving. Because it would be his mess to clean up if there was a monster egg hidden inside the fucking flesh. Author's notes. Not applicable. Translator's notes. Enjoy. And no, the Empress didn't join him. Yay. Editor's notes. Enjoy and ye thank fuck. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 28 Call Me Ishmael, 4. Call Me Ishmael, 4. Yoo IlHan returned to his workshop. It was after he confirmed that the TV changed the announcement of the dungeon in the middle of the city. As he had expected, the Empress really had some amazing connections. However, he didn't need to know any of that now. The only important thing was his skill. Sleeping second-class monsters hearts 0 of 500. Trolls blood 0/500 liters. Good sleep 12 out of 100 hours. Third-class monsters magic stone 1/1. Yoo IlHan couldn't hide his smile while looking at the renewed resting skill evolution criteria. I knew people who do good things will get good things. I don't hate your positive mind that much. Was it Yoo IlHan's imagination that he heard it as an indirect insult? After he shut up by shaking his head, he looked at the remaining homework. So the biggest problem is the trolls. I haven't heard that there have been monsters from other worlds appearing on Earth yet. If it was someone else, then he could have just received a suitable quest in another world to do it with. Do you think I'm doing this since I don't want to go to another world? Erda, who made Yoo IlHan mad with a joke, consoled him by calling wind to cool his face. The concentration of mana on Earth is getting higher rapidly, so you don't need to worry. You will be able to meet trolls much faster than you think. But you know? When you read fantasy novels, aren't trolls' blood really popular and such? Aren't they like more expensive than their weight in gold as a representative material in potion making? Isn't the requirement for the resting skill to evolve because trolls' blood has a characteristic to heal wounds? Yes, of course. Erda replied positively in a delighted voice. If you have extreme poison resistance. E/N almost spat my tea out. Fuck that. Why does that resistance go up by a level each time? Weak poison resistance, extreme poison resistance. He couldn't imagine what resistance will appear next. Don't trust fantasy novels so much. Just what kind of insane human would drink monsters' blood raw? It isn't that there aren't any potions in another world, but the ingredients to make potions have nothing to do with trolls. Yeah, whatever. However, that didn't change the fact that trolls' blood was needed to evolve the resting skill. A skill that requires a monster's blood that a human cannot drink. Just where did this skill come from, and where is it going? Yoo IlHan fell into half worry and half expectation. Sleeping second-class monsters' hearts are quite difficult too. Are you alright with that? You need to kill it in one go and not 2 or 3 goes. I think I will be able to manage that if I enhance my weapons somehow. When Yoo IlHan's gaze turned towards the Harcanium on one corner of the workshop, Erda pulled on his hair. I said no. Please gimme a little. No. Although Yoo IlHan got mad again, Erda couldn't take a step back in regards to that. The balance will be too tilted. It's a preferential treatment just to let you use the hammer and the anvil. So before the quest ends, just make some good weapons. TCH. Well, it was indeed thankful that he could make his weapons with the wondrous tools that went beyond this world. As he had already repaired his steel spear, he could really feel that fact. However, even if he processed steel, it was difficult to make anything better than the steel spear he already had. Now that it came down to this, was he to challenge processing titanium? Yoo IlHan shook his head after he thought to that point. I should have learned more deeply about processing bones. Even so, considering your talent, metallic equipment will see more light. Yoo IlHan also knew this well. This was also the reason he was thinking to whisk some Harcanium away too. Damn it all. Let's just make what I can make now. I wondered why you didn't say that. The damaged leather which could only be used to make partial armor, and the black leopard's bones which were more sturdy compared to that, and the muscles and the tendons he took just in case, these were all the materials he had. He first repaired the mostly damaged harpoon set. As the pillars and the harpoons made from the giant leopard's bones were mostly intact, he only made the ropes more sturdy and tough by supplementing it with the black leopard's leather. After organizing the 6-in-1 set to use at any time, he now turned his gaze to the muscles and the tendons. The muscle's elasticity is no joke, this is. You're not thinking of something strange again, right? Why not? He grinned as if imagining about something and experimented with the black leopard's muscles. However, no matter how elastic the muscles were, it was impossible to surpass the propulsion power made by modern gunpowder. As expected, even after becoming a monster, is it impossible to surpass the limits of modern gunpowder? While Yoo IlHan was sighing, the tendons, which had just toughness and no elasticity compared to the muscles, were thrown away, ended up falling into the fireplace. No! I was planning to grill it and eat it after I learn extreme poison resistance. It will rot before that. Anyway, I thought he was making weapons, but he had that kind of goal. IlHan thought. However, the tendons which fell into the fireplace showed an abnormal change. Yoo IlHan, who noticed it fast, observed it with lights in his eyes. Look at this guy. Was it because it had come in contact with the eternal flame which cannot exist in this world? Or was it because the birth of the black leopard itself is abnormal? Although no one knew the reason, the thing happening now was neither magic nor miracle, it was reality. As the eternal flame burned more and more while emitting light, the tendons were changing little by little while becoming heated red. You should have told me if there was such a processing method. With shiny eyes, Yoo IlHan fixed his gaze on the fireplace. However, IlHan turned her face away with a humph. I don't have any relations with production and creation. There's no way I will be able to know the change in characteristics of a monster's tendons after meeting the eternal flame, is there? Grill it a bit harder. I need to see the critical point. Yoo IlHan was already not listening to IlHan anymore. The eternal flame raised its temperature as if it had understood his words, and the black leopard's tendons heated up even more while enduring the heat, which was at a level not seen on Earth. Stop. Yoo IlHan saw through the critical point with the instinct he refined for hundreds of years. At the same time he gave a signal, he carefully peeled out the tendon with tongs. After waiting until it completely cooled down, he used all sorts of tools in his workshop to hammer it, pull it apart, smash it down, and even checked its heat resistance and cold resistance. After that, he could come to a conclusion. I will name this the giant's rubber band. The black leopard's tendons were originally tough. It didn't get affected by fire, water, or shock that much. However, when it came into contact with the extreme flames of the eternal flame, a truly amazing characteristic was added, and it was an elasticity that easily surpassed the black leopard's muscles. Although it was hard to pull due to the amazing hardness, the elasticity produced the moment it was pulled apart and let go was truly amazing. Yoo IlHan didn't call it the giant's rubber band for nothing. It was no different to an extreme power source which produced more strength than it was applied with. It is surely amazing, but what are you planning to make with this? There's only one thing. That was the pile bunker. Although the basic principle was the same as a gun's, it was a bothersome but a strong weapon for destroying the enemy by nailing the opponent using metal spikes instead of bullets, shooting it using the power of gunpowder at a super close distance. Yoo IlHan was thinking of making a pile bunker using the elasticity of the giant's rubber band instead of gunpowder. It's you who's strange to think of something like that. Eternal flame, you remember that temperature just now? We will process all the tendons here. Ideas about the device that he could make using the giant's rubber band burst out inside Yoo IlHan's head. He could also calculate how he would process the bones to supplement that. I really need to acknowledge your energy. In the end, IlHan also sighed and decided to watch his work. The biggest and thickest bone was modified to be the barrel, which included the delicate inner parts, and the giant's rubber band, which was enhanced to the extreme due to the eternal flame wrapping here and there inside the barrel and being installed. Such a process was so natural, like flowing water, to the point that it made IlHan wonder if he was working after having learnt the design by heart. It should be good to wrap the handle with the leather, right? Yoo IlHan created it to fit his use. Although, his standards were monstrous to the point that it could be called a problem. If I become stronger, then I can even tamper with the inner parts. I can add more rubber bands to make it stronger, but The thought that you're doing something absurd doesn't seem to leave my head. The pile bunker's bullet was as important as the pile bunker's main body. He made this using the teeth rather than the bones of the black leopard. As its body size was huge, its teeth was also sufficiently long and thick, and as a bonus, it was sharper and harder than the bones. After making a total of 7 bullets, Yoo IlHan fell into worry. I need to enhance them with magic stones. It's already sufficiently monstrous. It will be a finisher if I nail the black leopard's magic stone here. Do whatever you want if you have the confidence to meet another third-class monster before trolls appear. Erda's persuasion was strong. In the end, Yoo IlHan had to give up on mana crafting. While resolving to enhance it after acquiring a magic stone befitting of this pile bunker, he made the barrel and the bullet. The only thing left was equipping. Slotting the bullet inside the barrel was simple. The problem was the process of pulling the loading handle while pulling the bullet inside the barrel and at the same time, slotting the giant's rubber band in the bullet. Yoo IlHan had made the device with a lot of detail, so it had first level, second level, and third level loading. However, as he tried, loading to just the first level was amazingly difficult. Ugh. Mommy! Your mother's in another world. IlHan, savage. Yoo IlHan gasped for breath after barely pulling the loading handle to the first level. It was only possible since it was structured for the bullet to be fixed by a safety device. How many seconds did I take? About 2 seconds. As expected, it will be hard to use it continuously in practice. Fuck, I called mommy in loading the first level, so if I load it to the third level, I might call all my ancestors. IlHan, some of the funniest lines in all of ER. It took 10 seconds to load to the second level, and 2 minutes to load to the third. If he loaded it without stopping from the beginning, it would take much more than that. Anyway, unlike his worries, he could load it before he called his great-great-great-great-great-great-grandmother. After loading, as if it had waited, text started appearing on Yoo IlHan's retina. Lightspeed pile bunker was completed. Rank, unique. Attack power. First level, 1200. Second level, 1800. Third level, 2900. Option, loading speed decreases and attack speed increases by 20%. Durability, 1-240/1-240. A weapon made by a peak-level master smith using the shadow leopard's bones, teeth and tendons. Although it's truly praiseworthy to have implemented such a power without the use of magic or gunpowder, the fact that it's hard to use and is a bother to move it around is clearly a disadvantage. On the pile bunker, which had an alpha option even without going through mana crafting, had a miraculous option attached. It was the reduction in time in loading and attacking. Yoo IlHan was about to cry tears of emotion from the truly excellent option. However, Erda, who had excellent ability in finding negative ISDs to objects, interjected without fail. That really is a disadvantage. The length goes over 3 m after combining the bullet. Humph, this is for the large-scale monsters. Don't tell me you. I will now go into creating weapons to confront small-sized monsters. Just rest. Yoo IlHan didn't even get tired and made weapons with the giant's rubber band. Continuously until the angels came to make the third trap of destruction. Author's notes. If you try to make the giant's rubber band at a meat restaurant and grill beef tendons without eating it, you will receive a back smash from the owner. This work is fiction and the appearing tendons are processed tendons. The pile bunker is one of the author's romance. This work is planning for the protagonist to make a variety of useless-looking weapons. I receive weapon recommendations. T/N, I will tell the author if you like, E/N, oh really? Translator's notes. Pile bunker. Yay! Editor's notes. Enjoy. Also note, one of the funniest chapters in ER to date. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 29. I also go to dungeons. I also go to dungeons. Time flew by quickly. He wanted to try the pile bunker out quickly, but he still had lots of things to do. Not to mention making traps of destruction, there were many other things such as supplementary defensive equipment or supplementary weapons or other things for hunting monsters safely. In the end, he stayed in his workshop for more than 1 month. T/N, it's because he does this that others can catch up. Meticulous underground trap of destruction was completed. Mana crafting has become level 24. You can make better artifacts with less mana. An unknown time has passed after he became used to making the traps of destruction. Yoo IlHan tilted his head in confusion at the mana crafting process, which ended in a blink of an eye compared to when he first did it. It has both options again. We need to change the trap layout. We might end up with an overflow. Whether the angels panicked or not, Yoo IlHan just silently handed the trap of destruction over while asking Erda, "How many is this now?" 17. The plan was to make 11 more, but thanks to your ability, it seems that the number will decrease. Is it because of that overflow thing that the angels mentioned? You really are quick-witted. Yes, that's right. It's because of overflow. Overflow. Leak due to going beyond capacity. Dungeons? No, the flow of mana characteristic to the traps of destruction. The traps of destruction that you make are too exceptional. Not only is the scale large, it even increases the effect of the traps of destruction already scattered on Earth. Do you mean that too much is as bad as too little? If a single trap of destruction calls more monsters from a wider range, then eventually, there will be a remnant trap of destruction. Let's say that there is a trap of destruction which scatters mana to attract monsters even though there aren't any. What will happen? Do humans get caught up instead of the monsters or something? Fortunately, no. Erda, who rejected Yoo IlHan's horrifying imagination, spoke while smiling bitterly. Random records of the Akashic record and the flow of mana in the traps of destruction mesh with each other to create new monsters. I said make it easier to understand. An awesomely strong boss monster swallows the trap of destruction and appears. Good, much more straightforward. I keep having the impression that you're trying to tame me. It's your imagination. At least, he now knew how horrifying overflows are. His honest thoughts wanted to deny confronting third-class monsters for a while. He had such a hard time fighting the black leopard, which blatantly showed him its weakness due to its speciality being concealment, and if there was one which wasn't like that. Just imagining it made him horrified. That is why, we will fix the coordinates of the traps of destructions to prevent overflow. After calculating, it seems it will end after just making 8 more. Ha, really? It's a problem since only unpredictable things happen on Earth. Erda, please manage that person well. Was it the frequent conflict between colleagues? The moment Yoo IlHan thought that, Erda raised one of her hands. In her hands, light gathered to make a sword-like form. However, her voice which came out after that was sharper and colder than that sword. You do your mission, sure Yuta. Just your mission. Okay. I will. When that angel stepped back with a stiff face, Yoo IlHan also realized that Erda was currently angry. The other angels seemed to have noticed that as well as they chimed in abusing Yuta and consoling Erda. Those figures were quite funny. Yoo IlHan laughed, thinking that what angels did were not much different from what humans did. After the chain of disturbance, the angels left holding the traps of destruction. Erda, who looked at that, only erased her sword of light after the angels' presences completely disappeared before shrinking her body. Then, she spoke to Yoo IlHan, who was staying still. To think that we became like this when we have supposed to overcome our emotions. You really are amazing, Yoo IlHan. Whoa! Why does the spark spatter to me? Isn't that obvious? Just now, that Angels was jealous of you. Hearing her words, he thought that it might be interpreted that way. However, Yoo IlHan only made a small smile while picking up the hammer. That's an honor. Anyway, I don't plan on getting involved with them if I get my rewards properly. We're selecting the rewards at the moment. And amongst them. Amongst them? There are two things that I have to tell you beforehand. What is it? What is it? Yoo IlHan's two eyes started shining. Erda thought that he looked quite cute, but soon, she shook her head and drove that thought out of her head. The first is information. The moment he heard that, Yoo IlHan's expression started becoming rotten. I don't receive anything other than items. If you listen, then you will change your mind though? Erda's confident words made him even more frustrated. However, her following words really did make him change his mind. It's the information on location of the dungeon where you can acquire a metal which newly appeared on Earth. Tell me. I knew you'd say that. How much suffering did he make the steel spear go through? He killed third-class monsters with an item used in the Middle Ages of Earth, so there was no need to describe how much suffering it had gone through. Yes, now it was the time to make it rest. The second is a bag. While Yoo IlHan was excited, Erda took out an item from her magic inventory. It was a black leather crossbag which wasn't big at all. You want me to carry this around? For fashion? It's an item with spatial expansion magic on it. You can put about 1,000 of those pile bunkers over there. The crossbag was a truly small. It didn't feel like a melon would fit in no matter how much he stretched it, so Yoo IlHan carefully asked back. I think it will rip while putting it in, though. I will give you a replacement reward if it's ripped, so please test. He tested. It got in. Since he was at it, he also tried putting in the leopard hunter's harpoon set. It got in. At this rate, even an elephant would fit in. Ooh. You re like a country bumpkin, so stop it. Erda, I love you. I don't need such a cheap love. Of course, Yoo IlHan wasn't listening to Erda's words anymore. Starting off with the giant's rubber string, the leather, and the weapons made from the bones, he seemed to put in shovels, pickaxes and all the equipment in the workshop one by one, and in the end, he only became calm before he put the entire workshop inside. Erda looked at his figure with satisfaction before she warned him as she thought of something. You can take an item inside the bag out with just a thought. However, please beware in using it. No matter how it has a spatial expansion magic applied on it, there is a limit to its capacity, and there is no weight deduction magic on it. Now that he had heard that, he thought that it became heavier than when there was nothing inside it. However, since his physical body was enhanced transcendentally, it didn't even itch for him to carry something around 1 ton. The moment he thought that, lightning flashed inside Yoo IlHan's head. Hey, I think I can use this as a weapon. I can just swing it around after stuffing tens of tons inside it. It's probably only you in the entire world who can think like that. Now that he had acquired a bag which he can put his ores inside without worry, there was no need to hesitate. Yoo IlHan left the workshop just like that. Of course, he didn't forget to take the trap of destruction he had already made. This was to proceed with mana crafting when the angels came to him after recovery, even if he wasn't at the workshop. As the dungeons hadn't completely been activated, the world was still like this. Human history had stopped since the Great Cataclysm. Even in countries where dungeons took their place properly, there was still the threat of monsters appearing, so the governments were advising to at least acquire first class in other worlds before coming back. The streets are surely empty. Are you reminded of your dropout days? A little. Yoo IlHan spoke and made a small smile. However, it's different now. Since everything is changing right now. It was different to the time he had to be nervous waiting for the time for humanity to come back. The stop time was flowing, and people like the Empress who stayed behind on Earth to fight monsters, and the people who earned their strength in other worlds, were all putting in effort. As he knew that, he didn't feel solitary. The place Erda told him was fortunately in Korea. Although it would normally be alright for it to be in a foreign country, state of emergency was passed down in many countries. He couldn't get on boats nor planes, so he might have had to start from building. So you mean that you would have built a ship if it was in a foreign country? He ignored Erda's words and ran. While running without rest, he kept accelerating. While thinking that he would buy a car if the world normalized again. Although he could find patrolling police officers, soldiers, and a few ordinary ability users, it was quite meaningless as they couldn't notice Yoo IlHan. He was sad that he wasn't sad due to becoming used to it. It might be a little sudden. While Yoo IlHan approached the vicinity of a nameless hill, Erda suddenly started speaking. Do you know how monsters which weren't on Earth appear? Didn't you say something like they will appear if the concentration of mana reaches a certain point? That's the most basic requirement. Erda started off with that and asked Erda. What appears on a discarded bag of rice? Rice weevils. In a dirty room with bits of chips scattered around without being cleaned? Cockroaches. It's like that. I did understand, but you do really choose the worst examples. She probably wanted to say that monsters are generated in an environment most suitable for them to live. Although rice weevils and cockroaches only crawl inside the environments suitable for them, well, the image wasn't that different. Yoo IlHan asked her while ignoring the mountain path and jumping up using rocks and trees. But why are you speaking about that so suddenly? There are no new monsters on Earth though. No, they did appear. Huh? What did you say? Huh? Erda tilted her head and spoke. Not all monsters are categorized as life form. For you to acquire a new metal, you will need to kill the monsters living inside the dungeon you will be entering and extract their heart. Huh? What did you say? T/N, eh? Nandat, Haganai reference. You did hear it properly. Although he pretended to be deaf, it didn't work on Erda. Fuck, I should have realized when she only spoke he could acquire a new metal without mentioning any mining. The moment after Yoo IlHan exclaimed, he ended up stopping his walking. He had arrived at the middle of the mountain, and had arrived in front of the dungeon that Erda told him. The dungeon was positioned in the form of a blurry gray vortex in front of a cave, and the moment he found it, the text, limited access for under LV50, appeared. Of course, Yoo IlHan's level was still 36. Hey! Who do you think is with you? Embarrassing angel. I'm a higher existence who makes and manages traps of destruction. The moment Erda shouted in boasting, which was rare for her, the text saying limited access for under LV50 disappeared from his retina. I can take such measures since I know of all your abilities. You are unexpectedly useful. Please remember, I'm quite of use to you. Yoo IlHan stepped inside the dungeon with the unexpectedly useful angel Erda. This was the moment where the dropout met a monster from another world for the first time in his life. Author's notes. 1 month has passed. It's the beginning of a mass level up of the Ready Warrior, Yoo IlHan. The rewards of the quest are being given one by one. There are still a lot left. Angel Killer Yoo IlHan. Unlike monsters which are born naturally in an environment with mana, rice weevils lay their eggs in rice, and cockroaches crawl inside dirty environments. They don't appear with a poof in an empty space. Although, in fact, the author thought that it was like that until a while ago. Huh? What did you say, a famous hearing-impaired patient? I will skip the details. T/N, Haganai reference, apparently, Chamber hasn't watched it. Google A? Nandat? For more. I will emphasize this since it's important. It's not harem. T/N, I don't believe you, your previous 2 works were both harem. E/N, please no harem. Translator's notes. Ignore 6, author retracts it later, saying he won't say anything. Apparently, there is an ending he is planning, but who knows? Also, I only found about the Haganai reference through the comments. Editor's notes. Sobs in a corner. Why is it harem TT? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 30. I also go to dungeons, too. I also go to dungeons, too. Yoo IlHan, who had experience in making traps of destruction, but had none in entering dungeons, could not hide his surprise after seeing that the scene in front of him had changed as soon as the tip of his fingers had touched the vortex. Just what is the principle? You just made them until now. Don't you know that Daedalus, who created the Crete labyrinth, got trapped inside it? You sure are good with your words. Was this space really created from the trap of destruction? To think that such a small lump of metal twisted such a large amount of space, separated it and maintained it. Although he had seen the scene where the trap of destruction was being activated, it was a different feeling to see and feel the scenery inside after coming in the dungeon himself. Moreover, even the feeling of the air was different to the outside. The unknown that he loved the most, the unknown which burned his passion for adventure. He fell into a deeply moved state and looked around him. While looking around, he found a huge gray-colored lump of metal rolling around the corridor. For some reason, the excitement which boiled until now cooled down instantly. Normally, novel MCs will shout, "This is the metal I was looking for," like a fool and run to it, then get messed up, but I already know the fact that it's a monster. You sound quite disappointed. Yeah, I feel like when I was spoiled by Mom on The Sixth Sense. His unknown emptiness couldn't be described by anything. He didn't know whether to be angry or be sad. While grumbling, Yoo IlHan took out a weapon from the crossbag. There was a more suitable weapon to confront hard lumps of metal, rather than a spear which used slashing and thrusting as its main attack. That was a weapon which had a huge axe blade on the head, and a heavy hammer on the other end. An ivory-colored weapon made entirely out of the shadow leopard's bones, starting from the handle to the axe blade. Heavy Battle Crusher. Rank, Rare. Attack Power. Hammer, 1250. Axe, 1270. Option, weight increases by 50% upon hitting. Durability, 1350/1350. It was a masterpiece which had an alpha option even without going through mana crafting. The option's add-ahead was a weight increase option which maximized effects in an environment where hammers or axes would be used. Altog, the rank was rare. In fact, it was rare to go above rare in this world. Yoo IlHan's ability, pulling out one rare or above after another, was the abnormal one. However, I will be able to make better metallic weapons when I clear this dungeon and come out, so I will have to throw this away, but... Moreover, Yoo IlHan had no ability to become friendly with others, so he couldn't pass them on to lower-leveled people like in other RPG games. Such a good weapon will be thrown away. When one felt empty, everything else felt empty. With an empty feeling, Yoo IlHan dashed with the axe held high, and shouted while striking down his axe on the lump of metal, feeling empty. Go croak! T/N, this will become a thing from now. What do you mean, feel empty? It's your full strength. The axe with an enormous amount of strength concentrated on it dug into the lump of metal with strong strength, with another level stronger due to the 10% increase due to concealment. It recognized Yoo IlHan the moment it was attacked, but since it was in the middle of being beaten up, it couldn't resist properly. And just like that, it split into halves. Critical hit. You have earned 137,928 experience. You have earned the record of LV51 Metal Heart. Critical hit has become LV4. You have awakened Blunt Weapon Mastery LV Max. You can evolve the skill if you have the skill evolution materials. Yoo IlHan stopped for a moment. He had never thought that it would end in one hit. Since it ended so easily, he thought that it may be an enemy which revived until it became powder, but it wasn't that. That was just the end. However, the next moment, he pretended that he was expecting it to end with a single strike. The title is really one hit for you, one hit for me. I think it would be an insta-kill even without a critical, but, yes, you did well. After checking that there were no enemies around, Yoo IlHan lightly recovered the axe and looked at its body. At first, he thought that a huge pumpkin was rolling around, but it was made from countless lumps of metal gathered together. Amongst those countless metallic lumps, there was a lump which emitted a blackish light, so that made him assume that it was the heart. You did say to pull out he heart. But its body also seems to be quite hard, though? The body is just a bit stronger than steel, but the metal heart's heart is a metal that's in a different dimension. Not only it is the hardest part, it is also the nucleus which contains all its mana. Although, that is also the reason why metal hearts don't have any magic stones. This is... Yoo IlHan struck its body again and made the heart appear. Surely, that thing emitting a wondrous black light looked like it was something good. To Yoo IlHan, who looked at it after pulling it out, explained. Metal hearts, when they notice the enemies, they send their unique mana from their metallic hearts into the part they want to strengthen. Originally, it's a monster even people with second jobs have a hard time to hunt. Normally, one would distract its attention from the front, and another one would ambush it from behind. Thank you, Erdowagon. E/N, Erdowagon? He did think that he had hunted a second-class monster, which was above LV50, too easily, but there was a reason. Metal hearts were weak to ambush. Well, although everything was weak to ambushes, metal hearts were especially so. They can only use their strength after noticing their enemies. How weak was that? However, life was something where you could be backstabbed at all times. Being arrogant after killing just one just might send him to hell. Even in novels, side characters were cleared up like that. He had to run away without hesitation if about 10 appeared at once, so he proceeded inside the dungeon while not loosening his tension. And one day passed. You have become level 38. 2 strength, 1 agility, 1 health, 1 magic increases. There was no twist nor counterattack. Metal hearts were beings which had less population in the first place. He was so bored in adventuring the dungeon, to the extent that he would call out jackpot when he found a metal heart after walking for 10 minutes. As soon as he found them, Yoo IlHan struck them down with his axe, and the metal heart, which could not notice Yoo IlHan in his concealment, always allowed him to succeed in his ambush, and they got split into halves. As said, the metal hearts were disposed of in not 2 hits, nor 3 hits, but in 1 hit. When the fight ended like that, he would just senselessly break its body, take its heart out and put it inside his crossbag. And it was an infinite cycle of that. Yoo IlHan muttered in a tired voice. Were dungeons such an unemotional place? You're just abnormal. Just how did you master blunt weapon mastery to the max as well? You know that 10,000 different weapons all end up to be the same, once they're trained to the extreme, right? Yeah, how about I hit you about 10,000 times? No matter how he thought about it, there was quite a distance to the dungeon adventuring that Yoo IlHan had dreamed about. This was just labor. Moreover, as the period he stayed in the dungeon got longer than he thought, he now had to take care of his meals with the jerkies he had brought. So, the menu for his meal had turned into a choice between cheese jerky or beef rib flavored jerky. If he knew such things would happen, he would have brought barbecue flavored ones too. I want to see Rita. Why so sudden? If you really want to meet Rita that badly, then don't you just have to become a higher existence quickly? Nobody interferes love between higher existences. Threw a slightly suspicious line, but the hungry Yoo IlHan didn't look into it. E/N, IlHan is frustrated? Rita always cooked me rice. Author's note number 4. You want to see her with a reason like that. Ah, the jerky is delicacy. In the end, aren't you eating the jerky deliciously? The time Yoo IlHan sensed the change while exploring the dungeon with the nitpicky Erta was 2 days after that. It was a change incomparable to the mana crafting process with the angels who came to find him midway. Erta, isn't that guy a bit bigger? It is. Monsters also have their individuality like humans, so it is obvious that they look different. But even so, isn't it a little too big for that? This was the conversation they had after encountering an enormous cave in the dungeon. Until now, metal hearts were exercise ball-sized, had become massive beanbag-sized. Even so, it's the same metal no. Erta, who was nonchalantly replying, momentarily closed her lips and looked at the large-sized metal heart in the middle of the cave. Yoo IlHan waited for a while before she flabbergastedly shouted. That's a big metal heart. Drag that bastard who named them with such little enthusiasm in front of me, right now. It's not the time to joke around. Although it's only a word difference, big metal hearts are 20 levels above metal hearts. Just how did something so strong appear already? That just makes it 71 though? Yoo IlHan's level judgment senses had been paralyzed after he defeated the giant leopard and the shadow leopard. Although, with his ability, it was very reasonable that he was numbed. Erta also nodded his head with a ha? After thinking for a while. That's true. Isn't it? It will be fine if I just run if I think I can handle it. Although he spoke like that, Yoo IlHan had no thoughts in running away. Although it was with help, he had finished off the giant leopard when he was level 24. His current level was 38, so just from his pure level of ability, it didn't lose out to the time he was buffed by the Empress. Moreover, at that time, he had just one steel spear, but currently, he had an amazingly strong weapon. With a single strike from this, that will also just. The thing he took out from the crossbag was the pile bunker, which had an imposing manner. The idiotic level-sized weapon boasted of an imposing manner that no one else on Earth other than Yoo IlHan would be able to use it. Moreover, it was already loaded to the 3rd level. When Yoo IlHan placed it on his shoulders, Erta sighed as though she gave up. How is it that the time that the things this human makes become useful always arrives at some point? So frustrating. Phew, let's go, . The pile bunker was a weapon which only focused on attack power and threw away all the other necessary requirements for a weapon. Portability, secretiveness, agility, anyway, the user of the weapon had to make up for the rest. And so, this was the most suitable weapon for Yoo IlHan. Yoo IlHan kicked off. The big metal heart was enjoying its freedom whether Yoo IlHan was jumping or dancing, rolling around within the cave. While looking at it, he took 3 big steps and jumped into the air on his 4th step. The figure of him proceeding forward in the air while moving his feet looked like Michael Jordan's airwalk. You need to prepare in case it doesn't die in a single strike. I know. After retorting roughly to the point that it made her wonder if he really knew it or not, Yoo IlHan picked up the pile bunker. He jumped so high that its enormous body was under his feet. Here I go. Immediately after Yoo IlHan whispered, the pile bunker's bone ammo came into contact with its body. The moment the sharpened bone dug through its metallic body and got buried inside it, the pile bunker, which was provoked, released the 3rd stage, 2nd stage, and the 1st stage lock at once and transferred the enormous strength that the giant's rubber band had onto the bullet. As a result, with a sound like an exploding grenade, the pile bunker spat out the bullet. Immediately after that, a bone bullet which was longer than 2 pierced through from its head to its roots. Author's notes. The main character of The Sixth Sense, Bruce Willis, was in fact, at hashtag $$. Ertawagon, a parody of Speedwagon, which appears in JoJo's Bizarre Adventures, and likes to give out explanations, E/N hojo hojo jojojo. 10,000 different weapons all end up to be the same. Once they're trained to the extreme, it appears a lot in wuxias. Everything is the same when approaching the limit, so if one becomes proficient in one weapon, he can use other weapons proficiently as well. Of course, Yoo IlHan isn't like that. but he just got proficient in everything. Always cook me rice, a famous T/N, only in Korea, line throughout the Pokemon series. T/N, it's become a thing in Korea that Ash only views Brock as a cook, and not a friend. Translator's notes. No. The author's planned ending is not a harem. Just that I don't believe it, since his previous 2 was both harem, one with 7 girls and one with 2. When I said that he retracts those lines, I mean that he just says that he won't say anything about this being harem or not. Not that it is a harem. By the way, his previous 2 works are called Infinite Competitive Dungeon Society and Devil King, both of which aren't being translated yet. There will be slight spoilers in the next lines, so you're reading at your own risk. Oh yeah, now that Rita appeared again, I remember. Rita is actually supposed to be Lita. To spoil a bit, see that all the angels end with a ta? Rita, Erta, Fashta, etc. That's for 5th class angels. When Rita/Lita becomes 6th class, she becomes Liera. 6th class angels end in era. The only other 6th class angel appearing in the story so far was Spyra. Also, somebody mentioned Nephilim in the comments in the previous chapter. No. There is no crossbreed between humans and angels. Well, the angels aren't actually that different. Rita was once human, as Erta once also was. Becoming angels just means that they had become a higher existence. Angels are just a group amongst those higher existences, so they aren't real angels in a sense. Editor's notes. So you might get some wacky as names. Poor IlHan, sorry to ruin your ships, guys, unless of course IlHan becomes an angel too. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 31. I also go to Dungeons 3. I also go to Dungeons 3. You have earned 548,701 experience. You have earned the record of LV74 Big Metal Heart. That was easy. Yoo IlHan, who smashed the Big Metal Heart into smithereens in one strike, landed on the ground lightly with the pile bunker while muttering. However, immediately after that, he was dumbfounded after looking at the state of the bone bullet, which was completely nailed in the ground. It was good that the bullet shot out powerfully after receiving the elastic power of the giant's rubber band in full strength, but not only was it deeply embedded on the ground to the point that only the head peeked out a little, there was even a large crack over its body. As he knew how hard the shadow leopard's bones were, it was even more shocking. There was one thing he knew from this. The bullets are one-time use. I wouldn't be able to accept it if there weren't such prices. The situation was different from the time he hunted the giant leopard or the shadow leopard. At that time, there were people helping him, and especially, the help from the Empress, who could use strong magic, helped out a lot. However, now what? No matter how his physical body and techniques were abnormal, he just ended a monster twice his level in just a single strike. How can I retrieve the bullet? No, now that it came to this, should I make a frag shot under the premise that it's unretrievable? Just retrieve its heart. Erta urged Yoo IlHan, who, befitting of a blacksmith, was designing a new weapon. He retrieved the bigger and brighter heart of the Big Metal Heart, compared to the ordinary metal hearts, and briefly tested its strength. It was amazingly durable. Hey, it's much stronger than Metal Heart. Isn't that insane? The final evolution form of Metal Hearts, the King Metal Heart, is a metal that boasts of superior durability even in worlds one level more advanced than Earth. Although, as a 4th-class monster, it won't appear in this dungeon. You were surprised with just the Big Metal Heart appearing, though? KHM. It's just a coincidence. I can accept that the monsters which were already on Earth had evolved abnormally, but these monsters are in the end, new monsters appearing on Earth. This Big Metal Heart is the mutation. From now on, we wouldn't be able to meet any more of these. However, Yoo IlHan thought while loading the second bone bullet on the pile bunker. If she says that, the opposite will definitely happen. IlHan and, as expected, they ended up meeting the second big metal heart in a cave deeper inside the dungeon. Foo. Fucking Earth. Nothing is going the way it should be. Tell me how much of the dungeon is left. Wait a bit. While wondering whether to take out the pile bunker or not, Yoo IlHan urged Erda. Originally, it was forbidden to leak the information on dungeons, but in truth, Erda, who helped Yoo IlHan until now, honestly told him the information. If she said it was the reward for the quest, then there was no reason why it wouldn't work. We're only halfway there. Okay, let's seal the pile bunker first. Yoo IlHan had the confidence to end something like a big metal heart in one go if he used the pile bunker, but the little ammo left weighed on his mind. Even in novels, weren't there cases where the MC got beaten up by the last boss due to using up all mana, or ammo, or potions? But although Erda strongly claimed that that won't be the case, no matter how he thought about it, there would be a monster stronger than the big metal heart at the end of this dungeon, so he couldn't waste the bone bullets now. However, the ancestors of all time said this, saving up is wasting. The other obvious pattern in novels were that they get beaten up while trying to save up. Should I use the weapon at this time? Should I drink a potion at this time? The characters in novels meet countless split paths and are urged to make a choice. No matter what they chose, if they survive, they are the main characters, and if they die, they are side characters. Sometimes, the main character just dies, but then, the popularity of the novels just dies as well, so that was an exception. However, Yoo IlHan was neither a main character, nor a side character, but a dropout. So, the choice he made was neither the pile bunker, nor going just with his body. It was the other weapons he brought. Violent Thousand Bomb Hammer. T/N, Doryman reference. Violent Thousand Bomb Hammer. Rank, Unique. Attack power, 1974. Ammo, 3/3. Option, spreading force of the frag bomb increases by 30%. Durability 1, 120/1, 120. Yoo IlHan shouted while taking out a hammer which had a massive lump of metal on one side, unlike the heavy battle crusher from last time from the crossbag. Of course, he was still under concealment, so he didn't get noticed by the big metal heart. Why did you make a nasal sound just now? Yoo IlHan ignored Erda's question, and gripped onto the weapon with both of his hands. This weapon was the masterpiece small-scale weapon made from the giant's rubber band. On the head part of the hammer, a cartridge with the giant leopard's and shadow leopard's sharp bones inside was installed, and it would be loaded after installing the giant's rubber band and pulling it with all his strength. After that, if an enemy was hit, the rubber band will shoot from the shock of the hit, and make the cartridge explode. Countless bone fragments will dig into the enemy's body. This was such an evil weapon. As a weapon no different from one which fused close-range weapon and a frag bomb, it naturally far surpassed modern frag bombs. The point which was better than the pile bunker about this was that due to the rebound from the rubber band, the cartridge at the back of the hammer will be automatically loaded. What was even better was that Yoo IlHan had about 50 of these cartridges. A person like you who fights joyfully should be rare too. It will be impossible in just one strike. I need to attack before it splits its body and attacks me. Before jumping at it, Yoo IlHan simulated his movements inside his head. Although a simulation would become much more complex if the enemy can move, as he knew that he could hit where he wanted for the first strike, it was quite smooth. Ha! With a strange shout, Yoo IlHan kicked off the ground. Like the time he confronted the last big metal heart, he jumped after the third step. Following that, he smashed down the hammer right in the middle of its body, and with a popcorn popping sound, the cartridge exploded. KKKKKKKKRRRRKKKKRKKKR. The weapon activated successfully. The thousands of durable sharp bone shrapnels dug through the hard metal, and a bone-shivering sound resounded while they broke everything in their path. Immediately after it recognized the strong attack, the big metal heart soundlessly expanded its body and assaulted Yoo IlHan. KKKKRRKKKKRRKKKKKRKKK. Before he even landed, he was about to get swallowed up by the wave of metallic fragments, but before it assaulted him, the lumps of metal seemed to twist around and in the end, they clashed into each other and collapsed just like that. There was no need to mention the reason. The countless number of bone shrapnels which dug throughout his body had hindered it. While lightly swinging the hammer to nail the bone fragments into the big metal heart's body, Yoo IlHan landed smoothly. Then, he watched its state while stancing himself to attack again. However, in conclusion, that was for nothing. Wow. Although the big metal heart was moving while dividing the metal clumps that made its body as much as possible, the bone fragments which dug through deep inside its body gave an effect of binding it while hindering its movements, just by being there. It was like scattering salt onto a snail crawling on top of lettuces. It was an effect which overturned Yoo IlHan's imaginations of thinking it would be able to break it since it's just some frag bomb, right? However, he tried his best to look cool and shouted. Of course, this Yoo IlHan had calculated everything from the start. Don't lie. You got better. If one's partner is you, then anyone would become like me. Now, he had no reason to use the 1,000-bomb hammer. Yoo IlHan mercilessly struck down with his axe the big metal heart which was crawling around while spreading its body, trying to assault him, and not long later, it collapsed by itself. You have earned 579,192 experience. You have become level 40. 1 strength, agility, 2 health, 1 magic increases. He had become level 40. He leveled up twice in one day. Even considering that he had holed up in his workshop making weapons and traps of destruction, for 1 month, his level should be at the forefront of humanity. Since there won't be many who would kill second and third class monsters for leveling up. And as he knew that, he was worried for the other returnees. Are the other humans leveling up well? At least, the Empress should be doing well. Don't worry. That is that, but I'm worried about my parents. You do seem to worry about the Empress. IlHan picked on something unexpected. Yoo IlHan asked her while asking her. Why are you worried about the Empress? Did some other angels give her a quest or something? No. It's not that. With that, IlHan shut her mouth. Yoo IlHan was suspicious of her behavior, but as he wasn't interested that much, he didn't diss any deeper and just retrieved the heart from the big metal heart. After that, Yoo IlHan kept exploring the dungeon, but only big metal hearts came out, and unlike his imaginations, great metal hearts, huge metal hearts, giga metal hearts and such evolved forms didn't appear. At least, IlHan was right on that. As he leveled up by a little while exploring the dungeon, and got used to the new weapons in combat, he inwardly expected a little to encounter a third-class monster at the center of the cave, but was disappointed as he only found big metal hearts inside the innermost area. In contrast, IlHan was relieved that a third-class monster didn't appear for real. We've cleaned it up, so it should be fine to leave it alone for a while. Let's come here again if we need more metal later. At that time, it will be good if I can encounter King Metal Hearts. At least, we should come after you can use mana. The big metal heart that was at the centermost region, it was almost LV80 unlike the others, of course it was sent to hell with a single strike from the pile bunker, was cleared, and after that, IlHan used something like Angel's Authority or whatever to check the trap of destruction which made the core of the dungeon. During that time, Yoo IlHan checked over the spoils of war and the equipments he had used in the battle. The age of the trap of destruction for this dungeon is quite old. Is there a problem with that? No. Anyway, it's a trap to seduce new monsters, and not the original monsters that was left out with you, so it won't be a problem even if it was created from God's power. It's just that I was surprised that the trap of destruction was quite older than I had thought. IlHan muttered, saying that she was just curious and it had no problems. Yoo IlHan also lightly nodded and passed her words in his mind. Of course, he also thought that an enormous accident would erupt relating to this. This was definitely a foreshadow. And an amazingly blatant one at that. It's really nothing. Okay. I will put effort into leveling up so that it would be alright even if a dragon pops out of this dungeon. I really don't understand if you're trustworthy or pathetic. 2 weeks had passed since he had entered the dungeon. He crawled out of the dungeon after having acquired a useless skill that he would be able to realize what flavor jerky it is even if it was open 200 MOA. The number of traps of destruction that he made additionally with the angels who looked for him was 8. Yes. Now, all the traps of destruction have been installed on Earth. Author's notes. Violent 1000-bomb hammer. A cat robot saying this while taking out a hammer from its 4-dimensional pocket, T/N, Doryman reference. A sharp MC who does not fail to catch a foreshadow. Translator's notes. Keck, sponsored Chapter A? I want to TL more, but now is time for homework. Why do uni profs give me homework? I hate homework. Editor's note. That's why I'm quitting uni. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 32. I also go to dungeons. 4. I also go to dungeons. 4. The less than 30 traps of destruction that Yoo IlHan made were installed in various places throughout the world, and changed the properties of the already existing traps of destruction which were installed on Earth by God and the angels, but could not efficiently attract monsters to fit the property of Earth. When thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dungeons activated in order, no matter how many years the monsters endured and developed specially on Earth, they couldn't hold out. Like that, the monsters which were in cities or highways, and such utilities used by humans, started disappearing. Now the world was stabilizing. Several countries in Asia, following Korea, Japan and China, are stabilizing. In other news, there are reports that restrictions have started to appear on the quests that could be received in other worlds. The higher existences, as said by the otherworlders, are seemingly. It was troubling for Earthlings to only do quests in other worlds, when monsters are now trapped in dungeons on Earth, and even new monsters, which weren't seen on Earth, were now appearing. The higher existences, with God as the center, were probably limiting quests in order to make them return to Earth. It was very effective, and even now, it was making the number of returnees increase. No wonder it's so noisy. Yoo IlHan turned off the TV and muttered. Even now, he could hear some noises outside the workshop. It wasn't the small noise made by military police patrolling. This was a noise made by lively human interaction. I wonder if my mother and father have come back yet. Probably. Erta nonchalantly replied, seemingly not interested. It was no wonder, as she was focused on the equipments that he had just finished making now. Did the options attach? Yeah, probably. I was half sleepy so I couldn't confirm, but I think the message was quite long. In fact, the reason he turned on the TV was to put off his sleepiness, other than information gathering. Erta wasn't a person to chit-chat. The reason he was tired? Simple. It was because he hadn't slept a bit after he came out of the dungeon. Now that the work with creating traps of destruction had ended, to celebrate, he concentrated in blacksmithing with the metal hearts and the big metal hearts. To be more exact, he couldn't stay still due to his body being itchy for work. No, to be more exact, now that the creation of the traps of destruction was finished, he didn't know when the angels would come for the blacksmithing tools he had, so he hurried even more. Anyway, as a result, before the angels came for the tools, he safely completed all work. It might have been even better if there was a magic stone. The form which their magic condenses into are their hearts. Including metal hearts, the metals which are able to be acquired from monsters are called core metals. The equipments made with core metals need less mana in mana crafting. It's easier for an option to be attached to. Right? You understand well. Just thank me for telling you such an information before such a metal was monopolized by other people. Nah, just give me the rest of the rewards. Yoo IlHan retorted while grumbling and checked the things he had made. First, the most important thing was the defensive equipments. From a helmet to a pair of boots, to make a full-plate armor that covers his entire body, he invested almost all of the hearts of big metal hearts. Befitting of a higher metal, they were horribly hard and were terribly hard to melt. However, Yoo IlHan had experience in handling harcanium, which far surpassed big metal heart's heart by several levels. The big metal heart couldn't resist against the perfect harmony of Yoo IlHan and the eternal flame, and was instantly melted and processed. The next was a weapon. The steel spear, which suffered a lot until now, should rest. Leaving aside an entire big metal heart's heart for his spearhead, he invested metal heart's hearts without restraint and made a spear entirely made of metal. Since he was at it, he also made a greatsword and a warhammer. He wanted to make a single weapon of every kind he could use, but it wasn't like the hearts of metal heart were abundant in quantity, so he restrained himself after that. He also made new ammo for his pile bunker. He made the bullets by sharpening monsters' bones, which he had plenty of inside his workshop, and he covered the points with metal to make their piercing powers increase. Using all of the bones he had, he made close to 100 bullets. He made ammo, so could he leave the pile bunker body alone? He wasn't able to dismantle everything, but he touched some inner mechanisms and underwent an additional processing, only able to be done with metals. An awesome weapon was finished. In fact, he wanted to make a new set of blacksmithing tools to replace the current steel anvil and the hammer, but as Erda held him back, he refrained from doing so. He had a guess as to why she restrained him. Anyway, I'm done with all my work now? I didn't miss anything out, right? Really, such a tenacious human. If you're saying that, then everything's done, eh? I should wash up and sleep. Are you not checking the information of the equipments? I'll do that after I wake up. I don't think anything will enter my head right now. Leave the rewards for then too. Yoo IlHan placed the hammer he held for over 24 hours on the anvil and softly wiped the top of it. As he had been with this tool for over 1 month, he was too disappointed to be apart from it. Wait for me, I will definitely bring you back from them. You don't have to speak like a main character saying farewell to his lover. You know me too well. I said you were just too simple. Yoo IlHan dropped his attachment to the hammer and the anvil and stood up. He had already placed all the equipments he would use in the future into the crossbag. T/N, I think I will capitalize crossbag from now on. However, as he was about to gather all the equipments, steel spear included, which he would never use later, he suddenly could see the obedient eternal flame flickering. Yoo IlHan lifted the leather armor up, thinking, what if? The eternal flame emitted a strand of flame outside the fireplace as if sticking its tongue out. Do you want to eat this? The flame flickered. Yoo IlHan asked Erda. Can I feed this to it? The eternal flame is no pet. It's alright to feed it. There is also experience and record dwelling inside equipments. At least, it won't damage it. He had no people he knew, so he wouldn't be able to pass this equipment on anyway. Yoo IlHan immediately threw the leather armor into the fireplace. The eternal flame burned, like a chick opening its mouth, and swallowed it, then it started trembling like it was excited. He then threw the weapons he made from monster bones, and those he wouldn't use anymore, to the eternal flame, and finally, he also unhesitatingly threw the steel spear at it. T/N. The eternal flame swallowed everything and seemed to burn everything cleanly, when it burned while emitting a blue light at one moment. What the heck? Is it leveling up or something? It's similar. Didn't I say that the eternal flame burns for eternity and grows? But to think it proceeded to the next stage already. It wasn't like he wasn't curious how and to what extent it had grown, but any more was a limit to his consciousness. Yoo IlHan waved his hands about twice to the eternal flame, which shook its body as if it was delighted, then left the workshop to head home through the noisy streets. He couldn't see his parents yet. Did they not come back yet? He suppressed his worries and took a shower. He wiped his body and looked at the mirror and thought useless things like, "Didn't I become more handsome?" and dived on to the bed to sleep. When he woke up, the house was filled with the fragrant smell of a meal. At that moment, Yoo IlHan inwardly heaved a sigh of relief. Both of them came back safely. Good for you. Erda seemed to have noticed his such thoughts as she said that. He smiled and put on his clothes. When he went to the living room, his father was already eating his meal. "Why are you hurrying, father?" "I need to go to work, now." Work. Work as soon as the stabilization was done. And it was still night. To the frightened Yoo IlHan, his father spoke with a bitter voice. "The limits on the financial transactions have just disappeared. All the lake companies will be left behind, and if I don't go to work, this father will be left behind by society." At the conversation where households collapsed and society collapsed, Yoo IlHan's heart also collapsed. "I heard that assistant manager Kim of our department decided to leave the company and was going to be a hunter since he had some talent in mana. Son, I'm sorry I gave you bad DNA, but please learn mana and become a hunter." "How about you, did you advance?" "I barely got to first class. Those monsters are so scary." Yoo IlHan felt that he might cry as he could feel his father's sadness. There was one thing he could do to his father. "Here, father." Yoo IlHan gave his father a thin metallic innerwear that he made while making his own armor. That was made from the heart of the big metal heart, which was harder than any material on Earth right now, along with the essence of metalworking that Yoo IlHan trained for more than 100 of years. If anyone checked the information, all the ability users and rich people would want to exchange it using mountains of gold. "What is this?" "What?" Yoo IlHan's father also possessed enough intelligence to judge the worth of the armor through the information, so he asked Yoo IlHan after he received it, seemingly in disbelief. "Son, where did you get such a precious item? I lived for 10 years in Haishia and I haven't even seen an item like this." "I was lucky." "You take it." "Such a precious item, this father can't receive it." "I also have one." "I also have one for mom too." Grown star. Although he was a bit sorry, this was much more amazing than the one he gave to his father. The one he gave to his father was in the end, a clothing he could wear under his clothing, to protect his life in emergency. However, Yoo IlHan's full-plate armor was designed to be mobile during battle, and also, ordinary shock would only tickle him, it was an armor for battle. "Thanks, son. If you've earned 3 of these, you've long since gone past the level this father should worry about. It's good. Good. Wear it when you go out. If you wear this, even if a second-class monster used its strongest attack, you won't be hurt." "Okay, thanks." While Yoo IlHan was emotional, feeling proud that he had such a son, Yoo IlHan's mother came out from the kitchen. She was holding a dish in each hand, and they were both unseen on Earth. As if she had noticed that, his mother explained. This mother only received cooking ingredients as quest rewards. "Sit quickly, son. You haven't eaten yet, right?" A housewife's scale of quests were completely different. He had a lot of things to say, but as it was true that he was hungry, Yoo IlHan obediently sat down and ate. The worry he had in his heart were cleanly washed away while eating the delicious food. "I knew my wife's food is the best. Just eat and go to work. Take this opportunity now that the monster alarm isn't going off." Yoo IlHan ignored the married couple's banter and ate his meal. Now that he was eating his mother's cooking after all the cheese-flavored jerky and the beef-flavored jerky, he felt like he was dragged up to heaven from hell. "I heard that the educational institutes including universities are restarting tomorrow. Son, are you going to go to school?" However, at the point that his father was about to leave after finishing his meal, his mother's attention was moved on him. At his mother's sudden question, Yoo IlHan fell into thought. University, eh? There was a time he missed such things. No. However, it wasn't like that now. The longing of 1,000 years had already been solved. Now was the time to go forward rather than look back. I don't think the things I need would be at that place in the future. Okay, I understand. Do the things you want, son. His mother, who knew better than his father of his abilities, refreshingly nodded her head at his decision. Yoo IlHan also replied with a smile. While standing after his meal, he passed a protective armor made from the heart of a big metal heart to his mother. However, his mother was more interested in the crossbag that he took the armor out from rather than the armor itself. That is the best item for shopping. IlHan, I can just imagine a Korean mom going on a rampage, robbing the whole shop. Never. Was she trying to rob an entire supermarket? Yoo IlHan cut off his mother's eagle-eyed gaze on the crossbag and decided to leave the house as soon as possible. Now that he had decided to ditch university, he wanted to move actively and assure his parents. Therefore, his first priority now was second-class advancement. First, shall I wear the armor and go to the workshop? We're finally checking the options. I was about to die from curiosity. It was the line from Erta, who bought Yoo IlHan's blacksmithing skills higher than his battle ability. Yoo IlHan took out the armor from the crossbag while smiling at Erta's cute urging in expectation. At that moment, the item name appeared on his retina. Shiveringly hard and secretive black full-plate armor. Hey! Yoo IlHan asked Erta in a small voice. Is there a case where 3 options appear? Yes. Erta replied positively. Then she sighed and added. From this moment on. Author's notes. History is not to be followed, but to be made from now on. Translator's notes. Blame editor for spelling mistakes. It's his job. I swear people are going to be disappointed about the steel spear. To spoil a bit, not all of his weapons he made before he made the steel spear have disappeared. There is one, which I won't spoil. If you want spoilers, ping me in Discord. Also, the item info and conversations, do they look better detached or put together? This chapter or previous chapters? In other news. TNC Chapter 240, The Feels Man. The Feels. Editor's notes. Soz, so busy lately. I try, but you have so many mistakes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 33 Overflow 1. Overflow 1. Shiveringly hard and secretive black full-plate armor. Rank, Legend. Defense, 4,800. Options. 40% increase in defense. 30% increase in attack power when attacking in surprise. Durability 2, 550/2, 550. A Peak Master's masterpiece made with only big metal hearts and metal hearts. It's a masterpiece whether in regards to defensive power, appearance, and attack aids. This was the moment when Yoo IlHan made the first legend rank item using his blacksmithing skills. This was a rank higher than unique. Although the 3 options were shocking, the contents of those options were a bigger shock. Forget the higher defensive power compared to the leather armor he was wearing, there was even a surprise attack increase option, As a blurred lancer, Yoo IlHan already had the ability of his attack power increasing by 10% when in concealment. Attacking when concealed was obviously a surprise attack, so when he attacks in surprise, that meant a 40% increase in attack. If he used a spear, it nicely becomes a 50%. In my opinion. With the full-plate armor which had an absurd ability, in front of her, Erta opened her mouth. The shiveringly alpha option must be increasing the effect of the other 2 options. So it's an option that increases other options' effectiveness. So that's why it's possible for 3 options to get attached. Who knows? In fact, I also don't understand. It's the first time I've seen anything with 3 options in my lifetime. Moreover, this armor had no mana crafting done to it. That was true. No matter how easy for items made with metal hearts to get an option, it seemed that the fact that there were 3 options attached to an item which didn't even have any mana crafting done to it, was quite a shock to Erta. Isn't it that your title creator of myths might have made the impossible surpass its limits to become possible? However, even though I'm saying this, I'm not quite sure of it myself. The future history will be made by you. What the hell? That sounds so scary. I want to live a long, thin life. Just who is saying that? Rather than that, Yoo IlHan, do you have any thoughts in selling the equipments you made to other people? Well, a little bit. It was just that only applied to when his customer could notice him. Never, ever, sell an item with 3 options to others. Exposing your ability anywhere is too dangerous. Okay? Then what if I get 4 options? Yoo IlHan wanted to lightly joke like that, but since Erta's expression was very serious, he wordlessly nodded his head. At the same time, he was touched that Erta had opened her heart to her to the point that she would seriously advise him. 3 options. You, to think there will be a day I will make a new word. A new word? I declare that the 3rd option will be called the Gamma option. He looked forward to it a little, but it was a name without any surprises whatsoever. He tried his best to not tackle Erta's words by opening the door to his workshop. When he did, as he had expected, he saw that the scene inside his workshop had completely changed. You don't seem to be that surprised? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm weak in pretending to be surprised. Should I do so now? Fuck off. Of course, the originally lent items such as the hammer, anvil, and such metalworking tools have long since gone. However, as if to replace it, tools made from a black metal which he didn't recognize were inside his workshop, not the ones he himself had prepared. Even the fireplace where the eternal flame was burning was changed to a bigger and more complex one. Heaven marveled at your exceptional ability and the results. Heaven has decided to reward you with what you, who has achieved par 2, surpassing all expectations, with what you deserve. The tools in this workshop right now are made from metals which only appear when Earth evolves 2 levels more. Although it can't compare to the tools lent from heaven, even if you acquire Harcanium, you would be able to process it with these tools. Thanks. Yoo IlHan was satisfied with the feeling he felt when stroking the new hammer and the anvil. No matter how hard he tried, he wouldn't be able to make these kind of modern pieces with the metal hearts he had. It was due to the limitations in material. Seeing him like it, Erta also smiled and spoke. I thank you for your work from the bottom of my heart. Yoo IlHan, the quest was completed successfully. Quest from Heaven 002. Creating traps of destruction, mission complete. All statuses increase by 5. Since you have completed the quest surpassing all limits, additional rewards are rewarded. At that moment, a more delightful news could be heard. The rewards aren't over yet. For levels worth of status, refurbishment of his workshop, information of the Metal Heart Dungeon, crossbag that acts as inventory. Even though he might be treated like a thief, Yoo IlHan was also feeling insufficient with just these. When he looked at Erta with shiny eyes, she, with a serious face, took out an item from her inventory. Record of extreme poison resistance skill. No way. He predicted that it would be a skill the moment he saw that the item was shaped like a book. Even in games, skills acquired from external sources usually look like books. Yes, he wasn't surprised because the reward was a skill. It was because the content of the skill was very shocking. Isn't this very hard to learn? He was expecting poison resistance to a certain extent, but this was extreme poison resistance. When Yoo IlHan exclaimed in shock, Erta laughed with a foo-foo and spoke. So you do realize how much it's worth. Not only is it hard to learn weak poison resistance, it's extremely difficult to evolve it to extreme poison resistance. The difficulty rank of acquiring weak poison resistance is a rank. Its training difficulty is about S rank. At first, we were planning to give you weak poison resistance. However, as your abilities surpassed what we thought, it was increased to weak poison resistance, and as you succeeded in reducing the amount of harcanium needed, it had become extreme poison resistance. Thank you. If you have extreme poison resistance, you will be able to ignore 4th class monsters' poison. Please notice its value. Now I can chew troll meat without worries. Yeah, well, that isn't wrong. Erda looked like she was a bit fed up, but Yoo IlHan had no interest in that. He grabbed the book and closed his eyes in excitement, and his predictions weren't wrong in the words, "Will you absorb the essence of the record?" appeared on his retina. When he expressed affirmation without hesitation, the book soon emitted light and gradually lost its weight. Then, "You have learned extreme poison resistance skill." Opening his eyes, there was nothing in his hand. Replacing that, a clear change occurred to his body. Now he had the confidence that he would be fine with the poison from Monster's body. Now he didn't have to be teased with, "If you have resistance," anymore. Although the one to do that was Erda, now that he acquired extreme poison resistance like this, he did feel that those were trivial. "Erda, I love you." "Yeah, whatever. I knew you'd say that." Erda nonchalantly passed his confession like nothing, and continued speaking. Then, I will give you the last reward." In fact, it didn't seem like she was entirely affected. Of course, Yoo IlHan was already possessed when he heard that there were some rewards left and didn't realize that Erda had bit her tongue. The last reward is also another piece of information. Good, let's go straight away. Yoo IlHan gladly nodded his head the moment she said that. Erda was confused since she hadn't mentioned a single word about the dungeon when Yoo IlHan guessed correctly like it was nothing while he was checking the contents of the crossbag. It's info about the troll dungeon anyway, right? So, where is it? I really hate you. Erda grit her teeth while looking at Yoo IlHan, who had godly wits in reading the situation due to reading books for several hundred years. However, as he was correct, she couldn't retort. Now that it came to this, she just decided to obediently tell him the location. It was because this was the best comeback. Troll Dungeon is in America. America. Dungeon location info attack was very effective. Yoo IlHan's vision became black. That's strange, I opened my eyes, but I'm not in the P*K*M*N center. The place you're going to is not the P*K*M*N center but America. Erda grabbed Yoo IlHan's escapist mentality. Yoo IlHan looked at Erda with the gaze, "Do I really have to go to America?" But she just mercifully smiled and nodded. He hated such smiles. "We have to go to Arizona in America." "Well, then. Let's hurry up." "Wait, Erda. What is it?" To Erda, who really did seem confused, Yoo IlHan replied with a faint smile. "I don't have a passport." Yoo IlHan traveled all the world in several hundred years, and he had even visited Arizona before, but he had no passport. Although it was more correct to say that he didn't need one, even Erda's two eyes blinked a few times at the unexpected situation. Making a passport and going to America will require at least 5 days. Oh my god, what are you going to do if the troll dungeon is cleared in that period? You'd have no choice but to wait for another troll dungeon to appear or for trolls to reproduce in there. It's alright. However, for some reason, Yoo IlHan was very confident. Although I have officially never passed through the gate, if it's now, I'm full of baseless confidence that I can pass through the gate without other people knowing, but bullshit baseless. That's called illegal trespassing. Yoo IlHan cleanly ignored Erda's words. Sometimes, there comes a time where humans have to sacrifice small things, for example, their conscience or their morals, for something bigger. This was Yoo IlHan's such moment. No matter how cool you wrap it with words, it's still a crime. This was the moment when Yoo IlHan's stowaway plan had begun. I will be out for a few days. As he couldn't honestly say that he would stow away to America, Yoo IlHan just said that. Although his mother was a bit surprised, she didn't stop him. It was because from the time he had declared that he would quit university, or perhaps even before that, she was vaguely aware that he was doing something. Yes, be careful on your trip. Don't forget your meals too. Don't worry, Mom. He couldn't say, I have extreme poison resistance so I won't die even if I pick something up on the street and eat it. He even more couldn't say that he was looking forward to which part of the troll meat tasted the best. Yoo IlHan didn't do something like wearing his armor on the street. He just wore the same metallic innerwear that he had given to his parents, then hid it suitably with a leather jacket and black jeans. Finally, he perfectly hid his identity with the dire wolf skull mask. Even if you don't do that, they don't even recognize your concealment, just wear your armor. You don't know how I fell. With the outfit that felt like a boy in puberty might wear, Yoo IlHan left his house and headed to the airport. Although airways were open after the world had stabilized, not only there were very few flights, the price was also astronomical. That was because a few fighter jets would accompany a flight due to the danger of aerial monsters. They were ability users belonging to each government. While reading a few articles on the internet related to that, Yoo IlHan muttered foolishly. Just what bait did the government give them for them to go there? Yoo IlHan, please remember that what you may consider worthless may be very valuable to others. You will get hurt if you keep judging with your own standards. Erda said something correct, wow. To go to Arizona, one had to exchange flights midway. The quickest flight stopped in Los Angeles, so Yoo IlHan also decided to take that flight. He succeeded in getting on board without problems. Amazing, modern inspection system can't even recognize my concealment skill. Even modern magic would probably not notice it. His stowaway looked very smooth. In fact, it was very smooth. Yes, until he arrived in Los Angeles. Monsters. It's a monster army. A monster army is destroying the city. The moment he arrived at the airport, he heard something very bad. People were running around everywhere, and the flights which were scheduled to fly were changing to delayed. Yoo IlHan quietly spoke after he looked at the people who ran around like the zombie apocalypse had happened. Erda, your next line is, I think there was a mistake. I think there was a mist. Whoa. Although he said that, Yoo IlHan had no plans in blaming Erda. When everything happened as he had calculated, humanity would have never suffered in any way. As God wasn't omnipotent nor omniscient, there was no way that the angels under God's command would be omnipotent or omniscient either. They did their best for humanity, so only humanity could bear the accidents that happened despite everything. Yoo IlHan wore his armor and held his spear. Now was the time to overcome the first overflow on Earth. Author's notes. MC reads the plot. In the Pokemon series of the Nintendo game, when you lose in battle, your vision becomes black and you get moved to the front of the Pokemon Center. What should I hide? I like the main character of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure's second season, Joseph Joestar the best. Items ranks are normal rare unique legend epic chaos, in that order, T/N. I think I saw God somewhere though. Translator's notes. Kill me. Kill me now. Editor's notes. What Chambers said. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 34 Overflow 2. Overflow 2. The characteristics of an overflow is very distinct. They are comprised of mostly mutated monsters and not the original ones, and disregarding their numbers, they're clearly stronger than the original monsters. Also, they absorb the energy of the traps of destruction to cause enormous damage to reality by manipulating space. Are you sure it's an overflow that's happening now? Yes. Erta turned her head to look outside. In the middle of the city, a massive boulder was bursting from the ground. The only thing that can change the external environment is an overflow. So you mean that monsters are trapped in the isolated environment known as a dungeon, but monsters appearing due to an overflow make the external environment a dungeon itself, right? Correct. The humans inside the airport were moving around busily. Although the people lacking fighting ability were confused as to what to do at the beginning, from some time onwards, they were directed by the military police to head towards the shelters, and the ability users were making parties to prepare for battle. Even outside, endless siren sounds, the helicopter in the air, and the engine sounds of armored vehicles were alarming the people of the battle. Yes, now there mustn't be any accidents where several hundred and thousands of humans were sacrificed, anymore due to the sudden appearance of monsters. Even as Yoo IlHan ran outside the terminal, Erta's explanations continued. As one of the characteristics of the traps of destruction is that it would not activate once the dungeon is complete, overflows are very easy to occur when the world has just evolved in the time when dungeons appear. Of course, there are also other reasons such as side effects of a grand magic, or the destruction of a dungeon, but it shouldn't be like that right now. The problem is, entities appearing due to an overflow have the potential to make another overflow occur by reacting with a nearby dungeon. In other words, if we don't annihilate them completely, another overflow may happen at another place. He thought please no more, but another foreshadow was coming. Yoo IlHan realized the moment he heard those words that there definitely will be a monster that will escape today, and another overflow would occur due to that monster, and the cleanup will be his job. What the fuck is this? Why is it that Yoo IlHan must suffer like this? He was already sad since he couldn't go to another world. Wow. The world really is a shit game. Yoo IlHan suffered to make those traps of destruction, and now, that was too much and an overflow occurred? The chain of patches and bugs doesn't end. Moreover, this happened coincidentally when he came to Los Angeles, and he didn't come here to gamble or for tourism, but only to exchange flights, but an overflow still occurred. And what? If one escapes, another overflow may occur? He was frustrated since everything was so dirty, but there was only one way for Yoo IlHan to vent his frustration. Give me a quest. Give me one with a lot of rewards. I'm serious. I will. As Erta noticed that he was annoyed, and she obediently nodded her head, E/N, oh, is that a flag? Originally, when an overflow occurs, heaven would move. They would give out quests to the humans who participated in stopping the overflow, and give them rewards according to their contribution. The rewards are? Status points are a given, and according to the achievements, one may even receive a skill. Although it won't be to the point of extreme poison resistance. Good, got it. The moment Yoo IlHan accepted the quest, one of the exits of the terminal exploded. Beyond that were reptilian-looking monsters who walked on 2 feet, and spat fire with their big mouths. The chaos at the airport increased by another level. Cool, records, I look for records. Wow, it really looks like a side mob. Even though it looks like that, it's a mutated second-class monster which can use special abilities, be serious. Erta spoke those words to make Yoo IlHan more serious, but Yoo IlHan wasn't that nervous. Because he was overconfident? No, he was just confident. Speak those words after you see my armor. But I didn't only make armor. He held a spear which emitted a faint black light and leaped. Death God's Black Spear. Rank, Unique. Attack Power, 2400. Option, 30% increase in critical hit rate and damage when attacking by surprise. Durability, 1/700/1/700. A unique masterpiece made by a master smith using big metal hearts and metal hearts. As a spear tempered for only one person to use, it has the death god's power to sever all life from darkness. Since the monsters which invaded the airport obviously couldn't notice him, and Yoo IlHan looked around and nailed his spear on the head of a monster which was looking for a sacrifice while falling down from above. Critical hit. You have earned 418,703 experience. You have earned the record of LV62 Flame Lizard. Yoo IlHan took back his spear while landing. As the effect of a single strike with the options of both his armor and spear combined were truly amazing, just a single spear strike was enough to drill a hole all the way to its groins. Phew, a good strike. There's no magic stone. Let's just put the entire thing away in the bag and dismantle it later. The insides of the airport were full of people who were preparing to stop that monster without damaging the facilities as much as possible, and people who were cheering for them. In that situation, the monster suddenly fell down, and a man wearing iron armor had appeared, so they couldn't not be stunned. Just who is that person? That's an amazing armor. I also did quests earnestly, but I never acquired a full plate armor like that. He butchered a monster with a single strike. Just what kind of amazing skill did he use? He really wanted to retort that it wasn't a skill, but Yoo IlHan suppressed those thoughts and put away the corpse into his crossbag. Due to the noise at the entrance, the monster's gazes all headed this way. Although there were monsters who haven't found him and those who found him and expressed their anger, one definite thing was that Yoo IlHan must run outside. Phew. He held his spear properly and ran towards the exit. Immediately after that, he found that a massive flame was heading towards his way. Yoo IlHan was sure that it was the attack which destroyed the exit. If he wanted to dodge, he could. By his standards, the speed wasn't that fast, and even if he dodged, it seemed like there won't be any casualties. However, he didn't avoid it. I'll try getting hit by an attack. This pervert. It was only to measure the defense of his armor and to think about how to prepare for the attack. He ignored Erta's insult and received the flame with his armor, and momentarily, he felt a flaming heat covering his entire body. However, that was it. The flame just flickered off like that. Oh my god, he blocked that flame. That armor is truly amazing. Yoo IlHan checked the damage on his armor and arrived at a conclusion that he would be fine getting hit continuously. If so, there was only one thing he needed to do. He turned his head. Buildings were being destroyed from all around, people were running away, and ability users were confronting the mutated monsters known as flame lizards. However, most of the humans weren't second class, and they didn't even have the assuring armor that Yoo IlHan was wearing, so they were moving around busily to avoid the flame lizard's flame attack. As there were mages who could use shield magic, they were taking the limelight. Hey, cool armored knight. Don't you need a defense magic? I don't need it. To a handsome mage who spoke to him with a posh English accent, he replied with a cool voice, then he kicked off the ground. It was because a lump of flame was flying towards the back of a warrior who was fighting with a flame lizard with a sword. Ah! When the warrior screamed a single syllable, Yoo IlHan had already blocked the flame after appearing right in front of her. The warrior who saw the situation tried to express her thanks to Yoo IlHan, but he was already kicking off the ground immediately after blocking the flame. Kou, record, strong warrior's record. Give me your records, dot. Although the flames they used didn't affect him one bit, one must return twice the amount one received to be satisfied. Yoo IlHan looked at it and struck his spear inside the flame lizard's circular mouth. Quack! Hey, these sound similar to human. It wasn't a critical hit, nor was it a surprise attack, so it didn't die in a single strike. However, as its mouth was pierced with a spear, it was being dragged around as Yoo IlHan swung his spear, so it couldn't fight back anymore either. Hop! You have earned 420,918 experience. Yoo IlHan unhesitantly swung his spear upwards to make its head explode. He severed the life of an over-level 60 monster with just 2 actions. Queek! A strong warrior, the strongest warrior here. If we eat his record, we can evolve, we can evolve. Not all monsters were crazy about records and evolving. However, monsters from overflows all had some place they were lacking. They were scarier and repulsive. The humans seemed to understand that as they drove them more fiercely. It was different to the past where they were one-sidedly pushed. Now, a fight between them and humanity was possible. Thank you for saving me. You truly have an overwhelming strength. The warrior defeated the flame lizard she was facing with the help of her team members, approached Yoo IlHan and expressed her thanks. Yoo IlHan could feel the increase in the party member's ability when he saw that she defeated a second-class monster, albeit in a party. How should I repay this? Although he didn't realize until now due to the helmet covering her face, the thin voice made him predict that it was a woman. Of course, that couldn't make Yoo IlHan flinch since he had high standards due to spending 1,000 years with an angel. From now on, please watch out for your back in battle. Yoo IlHan only left a small advice and left, but he clearly heard words that the warrior and her party spoke. So cool. A cool guy. His voice is cool. Yoo IlHan boasted about a bit. I knew I am not so bad. Of course, only if you hide your face, that is. Erda's comeback was as quip as ever. As it wasn't wrong, Yoo IlHan couldn't retort and could only shout loudly to find opponents to vent his anger. Come at me. Of course, that wasn't just for venting anger. As he couldn't use the effect of a surprise attack now, he intended to attract aggro from the monsters to raise his contribution. He had the confidence to not flinch even if he was struck by several of the flame lizard's attacks. However, there weren't any monsters who would react to his voice without mana or whatever. It was because they were all destroying buildings or fighting other humans, and doing their best in their own places. Amazing, you killed so many and yet you still get ignored. You really are amazing. Shut up. I will definitely ask for a warcry that I can activate without mana. Yoo IlHan firmly resolved and kicked off. If he couldn't attract aggro, there was only one method. This was the start of the Death God delivery service. Author's notes. The explanation on overflows came out when making the traps of destruction, right? Normal attacks are too strong to the point that they look like skills, lol. Translator's notes. Tackle equals Tsukomi. Death God equals Reaper, Death God translated literally and Reaper written in English. This chapter was funny. Wahahahaha. Especially that blatant foreshadow. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 35 Overflow 3. Overflow 3. It was like a storm of blood. Quack. T/N, quack is like croaking, they just die. Next. Whenever the dark spear, which absorbed even the scorching rays of the sun, blood scattered through the air and monsters' heads flew into the air. That human is too strong. Gather, quack. It wasn't easy to find Yoo IlHan before and after the battle. However, as the battle was ongoing right now, Yoo IlHan was moving flashier than anyone there. It was because blood was scattering on his path. Quack. You have earned 432,729 experience. You have become level 44. 2 strength, 1 agility, 1 health, 1 magic increases. Wow, they're popping out endlessly. Yoo IlHan lightly shook his spear to throw away the flame lizard's corpse and shook his waist to accurately put the corpse into the crossbag at the same time. The crossbag didn't match with the cool design of his armor, but its power of taking in anything was impressive. It's not the time to kill them one by one. Yoo IlHan, the basics of overflows is to defeat the leader first, then to exterminate the small fries. There must be an entity which proactively makes the environmental changes occur. If we don't kill that, then the monsters will keep generating. Yeah, extermination sounds so easy in this environment. Even while sighing, Yoo IlHan moved his body according to Erda's words. As the flame lizards didn't differ too much in strength individually, if there was a leader, then it would clearly stand out from the rest. The problem was, quack! He's here. We have to kill him first. Record, strong humans record. That Yoo IlHan's mob aggro tactic finally saw the light and they were gathering towards him. Aw fuck, annoying things. Yoo IlHan held his spear with one hand and swung it widely to sweep away the ones approaching him in one go, and he ignored the lumps of flame flying at him and kicked off the ground. No, he just received the lumps of flame with his spear and struck. I said get lost. Critical hit. Kook. Ki-heek. The spear strike at the same time as his thunderous roar became a fatal hit and blew away the two heads of the two approaching him. It was very contrasting to the other ability users' parties confronting flame lizards with difficulty. Get out of my way. Kick. It was to the extent that the people watching him were refreshed. He was the guy who raised morale and reduced enemy morale by just his presence alone. If they knew the fact that Yoo IlHan couldn't wield mana yet, then they would all exclaim in shock. Full hap. The moment the monsters all lost their lives and fell onto the ground, Yoo IlHan kicked off the ground and leaped high. With just pure strength, and to the height that it would be unimaginable to think that he was carrying the crossbag with enormous weight. Wow. It's a cool skill, but can he really use it properly? The only man who jumped several tens of meters into the air in a battlefield where flames and magic flew around all over the place. He attracted all the gazes of the humans and the flame lizards instantly. There were no flame lizards who weren't trying to attack him with a flame. However, in the short moment Yoo IlHan stayed in the air, he scanned all the humans and the flame lizards who were battling on the ground. He ignored the monsters who were proactively participating in the battle, and found the culprit, which was changing the normal city into rocks. Found it. Yoo IlHan whispered lightly and smiled. Immediately after that, his body started falling down due to gravity. He weighed several tons right now if considering the crossbag. However, he balanced his body and put strength into his spear to control the falling angle, when he struck his spear to the flame lizard on the ground which was right in front of him. You have earned 411,118 experience. Thanks to using the power of gravity, his spear sliced the flame lizard in half like cutting tofu. Due to the frighteningly destructive strike, the monsters around him shivered. Don't your legs hurt? MHM, I transferred all the weight into the spear, so I'm alright? Your methods of controlling strength has surpassed the bounds of a lower existence. Urta suppressed those words. No, she couldn't make her arrogant. If she said that and made Yoo IlHan place a limit on himself, Urta wouldn't be able to handle the consequences. Instead, she praised him nonchalantly as always. If you become able to wield mana, then it might be worth looking at. I mean, when is that? It won't be long. Definitely. Yeah, whatever. Hap. Yoo IlHan grumbled and kicked off the ground again. He had already grasped the location of the enemy. So he set his path to the shortest possible route and ran straight while slashing all the flame lizards on his path. The Death God's black spear was efficient in both slashing and piercing. If a delicate hand movement was added on top of that, there was no choice for the monsters other than losing their lives without knowing how they lost their lives. You have become level 45. 1 strength, 2 agility, 1 health, 1 magic increases. Hey, I'm doomed. I really won't be able to wield mana before my second job. If it's you, you will be fine until level 100. The moment they exchanged words, something flew towards him. Flames? No, it wasn't a child's toy like that. It was a big part of a building. Hey, dodge. It will explode if it makes contact with the enemy. Someone warned him. It will explode when it makes contact with the enemy? Yoo IlHan looked back. Coincidentally, he saw a few flame lizards not too far away. Get over here. E/N, he Mortal Kombat. Queek. Yoo IlHan forcefully grabbed the flame lizard, which was trying to resist by spitting flames, and threw it towards the lump of the building. 1 splash, 2 splashes, 3 booms. Boom. Boom boom. The moment Yoo IlHan threw the third one, the building couldn't endure the shock and exploded. As the power of the fragments was considerable, even though Yoo IlHan was standing far away, the thrown flame lizards would be gone without a trace. Wow, there was such a method, but good kids don't do that. While the humans were dumbfounded watching it, Yoo IlHan was mesmerized by the grand explosion and muttered, "Wow! Art is an explosion." E/N, Naruto reference right there. I knew you would say that. Due to the huge explosion, the lump of the building, the obstacles around, and the flame lizards all disappeared without a trace. Thanks to that, Yoo IlHan could meet the clean battlefield. The first thing he found was a huge monster which was in a different league with the other flame lizards. With the height of about 3 m, the scales covering all his body were threateningly pointing outwards. It was probably that which threw the massive lump of building at him. It was snorting while looking towards him, and it was funny that its breath became flames and spread around. There were also monsters guarding it. Although it was unknown how many of them died during the battle, there were 5 guards right now. They were all a head taller than the ordinary flame lizard, and they even had a dangerous-looking weapon, such as axes or greatswords, each. Moreover, despite being lizards, they were even wearing armor. Hey, is that better than metal hearts? You're even thinking about stealing monsters' armor. You crazy? It's not for me to wear. I'm gonna melt them down and process them. It wasn't only monsters in the middle of the environmental change. Ability users numbering less than 10 were also confronting the monsters. Although he noticed the moment the man's warning came, there indeed were some people who were trying to take out the source of this problem. Wow, that's a full plate Hajinapa. Full plate. So cool. Don't be so excited, Yuna. E/N, TMM readers, is this a reference? Although he was surprised that there were some Koreans amongst them, as he covered up his identity using his armor, there was no need to mention that he was from the same country, so Yoo IlHan shut his mouth and approached. These guys are strong. If we approach any further, then we'll be considered enemies. What nonsense are you talking about? We're already considered enemies. Yoo IlHan chicly replied to one of the people's warnings and approached another step. However, at that moment, a rock pummeled up from his foot. The end was sharp, to the point that it would skewer a human. KRRRR. What? They used environmental change to attack. Erda shouted in shock. However, that wasn't because she was worried for Yoo IlHan, but due to the shock at the monster's intelligence to attack with the overflow's effects. Of course, the situation where Yoo IlHan became a human skewer didn't happen. He was balancing himself on top of the sharp point of the risen rock. There was no way a mere rock would pierce the essence of the big metal hearts. This is laughable for me, who even fought against waves to kill the Moby Dick. Stop acting cool. However, the next moment, the risen rock exploded and Yoo IlHan couldn't joke around anymore. That idiot, TCH, when it's making something explode, it can't move. Although it's a pity that he died, we have to add a CK. The humans who sighed in pity lost their words at the next moment. It was clear what they saw, as they stopped their reaction after thinking that Yoo IlHan was dead. They saw Yoo IlHan. He was clearly alive, and made an unimaginable result. Fuha! That shout is strange as well. Yoo IlHan didn't like to joke around at moment where he needed to be serious. Although the problem was that there weren't many occasions where he needed to be serious, he was able to control his emotions according to the situation. So, as long as he joked around, the situation wasn't that serious. It was the same now as well. As he had already seen a building exploding right in front of his eyes, it wasn't difficult for him to predict that the rock would explode. As he had already seen the explosion once, it wasn't difficult for him to calculate the power of the explosion, the aftermath, and the ratio of energy transfer. As such, it also wasn't difficult for him to use that force to drive himself forward. At that moment, he took out the pile bunker which was loaded to the fourth stage and aimed at the leader of the flame lizards. This was as easy as pie. Meaning, a little difficult. Flashing insane pile bunker. Rank, unique. Attack power. First stage, 1400. Second stage, 2100. Third stage, 3300. Fourth stage, 4500. Options: 20% increase in loading speed and attack speed, 20% increase in attack power. Durability, 1-341/1-350. A weapon made by a peak master smith using shadow leopard's bones, teeth, and tendons. Although it is truly amazing that he had implemented such device without the use of magic or gunpowder, it's definitely a disadvantage that it's not easy to carry around. With the modification using the metal hearts, the disadvantages and the advantages were magnified. The pile bunker, with the latest ammo, was aiming towards the flame lizard's leader. The guards which realized the situation too late and threw their bodies, but it was impossible for them to block Yoo IlHan, who used the force of the explosion to approach them. Although the leader had the power of explosions, it didn't have the power of instantaneous movement, so it was impossible for it to block Yoo IlHan's attack. Yoo IlHan didn't allow it to dodge and struck the bullet into its head. Kuhuk! What in the world is that? What the hell? Is that a pile bunker? Fuck, just what other world has that kind of weapon? He didn't even mind the surroundings, and just shot the pile bunker. Author's notes. I played a game called Ciphers a little, and there was a character whose skill was to jump and strike the spear while falling onto the ground. I wanted to portray such a cool scene, but the mob was a small fry. T to the power of T. Translator's notes. Bah, another one soon. Editor's notes. Come on, Chamber, the fans are waiting. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 36 Overflow 4. Overflow 4. Critical hit. Qua-ak. At the same time as the release of the bone bullet, it embedded itself onto the flame lizard leader's head and shot through the ground. Its power was so strong that the ground was about to collapse from it. Kook. We have to save boss. Hey, block. Yuna, shield. Yup. The guards confronted them hurriedly, but at that time, the other humans also came to themselves moved. Magic flew around, shields and morning stars blocked their weapons. Even so, there were two guards who arrived at Yoo IlHan's location, but at that time, Yoo IlHan had already recovered the pile bunker and took out a greatsword. The swap of weapons in mid-air was very fast to the point that it looked like magic. Ignorant Giant's Black Greatsword. Rank, unique. Attack power, 2300. Options: 50% increase in weight, 20% increase in user's strength. Durability, 2-100/2-100. The blade was slightly blunter than the Death God's Black Spear, and the attack power was low as well, but it was heavy and even increased strength, so this weapon was perfect for thoughtlessly swinging around. At the same time of taking it out, he struck down the leader's body to embed it deeper into the ground, then landed on it and swung it whole. Huot. That shout is strange. You have awakened swordsmanship LV max. If you have the skill evolution materials, you can evolve the skill. The spear and the greatsword which the two guards used got swept up by Yoo IlHan's attack and flew far away. He just overwhelmed two monsters simultaneously with strength. However, as the other people had seen the pile bunker already, they didn't get stunned by something like that. Record. Strong, human. The leader under his foot was speaking nonsense as it tried to sit up. Yoo IlHan lightly smiled and kicked on the bone ammo which was half embedded its head. Critical hit. Quahawk. Although it was amazing that it didn't die after the ammo was stuck on its head, it was no different than dead. The guards assaulted towards him looking at their boss pains, but Yoo IlHan pushed them back with a swing of his greatsword and didn't forget to kick the ammo. The leader's head vibrated like a mobile phone vibration mode, and blood and flames scattered everywhere. As a last resort, it even made the surrounding buildings explode, but as Yoo IlHan was covered by a legend rank armor, he didn't flinch a bit. Unless it made Yoo IlHan himself explode, it wouldn't be able to kill him. It couldn't overcome his defensive power. That was its loss. Did he get a shield buff somewhere? Nayuna, did you give him a shield buff? No. Even the humans confronting the guards couldn't believe reality and looked for other reasons. It was unbelievable to think that he was holding out just because the armor was sturdy. However, that was the truth. The reality was always unrealistic. Hop. They thought Yoo IlHan was only pushing the guards back, but the greatsword swung by Yoo IlHan was destroying their helmets. He destroyed their defensive armor, so there was only a strike left. The greatsword swung by him like flowing water pierced guard, A.'s face. Bones and blood scattered everywhere. Yoo IlHan kicked on the enormous bone ammo again, and he swung the greatsword with the guard skewered and blew away guard, B. You have earned 660,839 experience. You have earned the record of LV-78 Elite Flame Lizard. Guard, A, which was struck by Guard, B's corpse, flew away several tens of meters before crashing with the ruins of a building. As he had to move violently, Yoo IlHan's mind drifted away from the leader for a bit. However, as if it had waited for that moment, the flame lizard leader, which was almost dead, widened its eyes and shouted. Kawala o kakagagaga. What the hell is it saying? Whoa. The ground shook. The pipelines and the wires underneath the ground all snapped, and the nearby buildings all collapsed. At the same time, underneath his foot, with the flame lizard leader as the center, the ground shot up by several tens of meters instantly. Yoo IlHan, it's the same method as last time. The other humans are in danger. I know. Yoo IlHan replied shortly. Then he raised his greatsword. Replacing humans. Top of the world. You're dreaming. The several tens of meters high mud and concrete all emitted heat. He didn't want to imagine, but this thing was trying to make the entire hill a bomb. Now that it realized its chance of victory was small, it was trying to perish together. I will make you dream forever. However, before the several tens of tons of bomb was ignited, Yoo IlHan's greatsword struck down with enormous strength. The greatsword violently hit the bone bullet on its head, and the bullet finally completely pierced through its head. Its vitality was truly amazing, as it stayed alive even after the bone ammo made its brains into mush. However, Yoo IlHan thought that it may explode the hill at any time, so whenever its mouth opened, he struck down with his greatsword with all his strength, and eventually, its limit in opening its mouth arrived. Cac. You have earned 1,897,565 experience. You have earned the record of LV-97 Flame Lizard Wizard. The exothermic hill lost its heat. He was worried whether it would explode or collapse, but it didn't change after that. The humans looking at the scene nerve-wracking could also finally set their minds at ease. In contrast, Yoo IlHan was disappointed. No matter how small and weak it is, it even changed the landscape all by itself. Isn't it too much that its level is lower than the black leopard? Mutants are originally stronger than the monsters at their level. However, as such, Heaven would send out quests, and as the group occurred by absorbing the trap of destruction, their byproducts are also extraordinary. Trap of destruction? Then Harcanium. There is no way Harcanium would be fine in the process of monsters being generated. Ah fuck. There was a bad angel who played around with people's hearts, right here. Even while grumbling, Yoo IlHan put the flame lizard wizard's body into his crossbag. Then, he used the greatsword as a sleigh to slide down the hill. Yahoo! Your talent in finding something to enjoy wherever you are really is extraordinary. It's even uselessly good. The sleigh landed on the ground in exactly 4 seconds. If the hill was bigger, then it would have become more exciting and enjoyable. Thinking such useless thoughts, Yoo IlHan stood on the ground when the people gathered around him. Is it clearly dead? Are there no after effects? Are you hurt anywhere? Shall I give you a heal? Knight, you're cool. It was a perfect maneuver. Just what job do you have to have such a high instantaneous destructive ability? Let's grab a drink after this. As the people originally gathered to confront the leader, their skills were not lacking in any way. This meant that Yoo IlHan's skills were overwhelming to the point that even they were overwhelmed by it. Obviously, gathering towards Yoo IlHan and chatting noisily was set in stone. Yoo IlHan didn't think that Korean people were kinder than the people of other countries, but coincidentally, the first ones to approach him and were worried about his injuries were the 2 Koreans. Yoo IlHan became jealous of their perfect appearances and hearts, along with their fluent English, so he retorted coldly. I'm alright. Rather than me, please hunt the monsters. It will be a disaster if even one escapes. I don't think that was cold at all. While ignoring Erta's tackle, Yoo IlHan moved. It was to finish off guard B, which he threw along with the corpse of guard A, and take their corpses. Meanwhile, people who were left behind all whispered to each other, but as the 2 Koreans whispered in Korean, he could listen to them more easily. Haji Napa. Do you think that guy has 3rd class? No way. Not only is it impossible to level up to 100 in this short time, I cannot believe that he already finished the 3rd advancement quest. If he did, then at least he would be famous to the point that we would have heard of him. Then he's that strong despite being only 2nd class? Yes. Frustratingly. T/N, no, unfortunately, he's 1st class. So cool. E/N, fangirl alert. Even while chatting amiably amongst themselves, they headed to other monsters to kill them as Yoo IlHan had said. Meanwhile, Yoo IlHan clearly finished off guard B, and took their corpses. If there were other guards left, he would kill them, but the 3 guard were already killed by the other people when he was fighting with the flame lizard wizard. As expected of elites, their skills were quite good. However, now that it became to this, there was only flame lizard trash which can't even explode the ground or the buildings or the rocks left. Yoo IlHan moved his steps while sighing. No matter how much I suffer in taking them out, there will definitely be one which escapes alive. That won't happen if you kill all of them. No, Erta. Even if I leave LA after I'm sure that they're exterminated, there will be exactly one which will survive and hide to watch for the plane I'm in. Then, the moment I return to LA, there will be another mutant chaos due to that single one. Stop with your uselessly realistic predictions. I won't make that happen. So move. Move already. I'm already moving. While listening to Erta's criticism, Yoo IlHan moved around his body busily. Even though he said that, he didn't want to suffer twice. If he lost even one of them, and damages occurred in LA due to that, he didn't want that either. Of course, there was also the intention to widen the gap between him and the others to clearly take 1st place in the rankings. Quack! You have earned 422,989 experience. Home run! Queek! You have earned 407,633 experience. While swinging around the greatsword freely, Yoo IlHan swept across the battle zone. It was unbelievable to think that he was grandly having a battle with their leader until just a few moments ago as he moved around like nothing had happened. many flame lizards lost their lives at his greatsword. Thinking about it, it hadn't even been 15 minutes since he left the airport. However, during those 15 minutes, their leader, along with its guards, all died, and the small fries were also scattered. To the monsters, the situation was frustratingly unfair, and it was a balanced destruction, but Yoo IlHan didn't care about that. Fool you up. Yoo IlHan kicked off the ground and swung his greatsword violently. The three flame lizards, which were inside the sword's trajectory, not because they wanted to be there, but because Yoo IlHan's actions and attack were too fast, all got cut in half and fell down. That's definitely a skill. He used that skill last time and had 4 of them. I thought he was a spear knight, but is he a greatsword knight? Amazing. No matter how us earthlings are growing rapidly, to think that there was such a strong person in just 2 months. Hey, aren't we people of Earth the strongest? Don't chat and kill the monsters. Qua! He wanted to shout this to them, but as if they knew they would be criticized if they stayed still, they were moving around even while talking. He was happy and sad at the same time that people acquired the strength to be leisurely even while confronting monsters. But what could he do? Yoo IlHan himself was the one to give them their leisure by killing off the boss. Yoo IlHan, you're returning humanity's laughter real time. No, I don't need that. Go away. The Flame Lizard army started decreasing rapidly after the Flame Lizard wizard was defeated. The distorted power of the trap of destruction disappeared, the environmental change stopped, and the elites who were tied up by the boss and its guards also stood up to fight against the monsters, so the monsters' grand ambition to spread to the city was stopped. Some of the ability users followed those elites, and even more than that, there were people who followed Yoo IlHan after being touched by his actions and supported him. Although, he didn't need that much support. It's ending. Miss Angel? If you don't want to give me another quest, then say the locations of the small fry mobs right now. Wait for a little, I also don't want to increase my work, 2 of them at 11 o'clock. Okay, dot. Although in novels, there would be a foreshadow at moments like these, Urta didn't allow such a foreshadow. She also didn't want to replay the insult of the birth of the Black Leopard. Yoo IlHan used the Angel GPS E/N, imagine a GPS with Urta's snarky voice, to move around quickly and kill the mutants who were trying to hide or run away. After 20 minutes passed like that, he was sure that all the monsters had died. Phew. I did all that, so I'm definitely first, right? Those words are the foreshadows you like so much. If you say that, another person will always take first. It was me who killed the leader and 2 elites. If I'm not first, then I'll go to God to have a showdown. TCH. While being assured that he was the first, Yoo IlHan moved towards the airport. Because due to all the weight of the flame lizard corpses in his crossbag, the ground was sinking. While looking at that, he spoke in a small voice. Hey, give me the crossbag weight control function first. This was the moment when the sudden heaven quest was perfectly ended. Author's notes. Some of the characters in this chapter are from the characters that this author has used in my past novels in Munpia. T/N, I don't know who, wait. I think it's Hajin. Translator's notes, N/A. Editor's notes. Enjoy the sponsored chapter, guys, happy face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 37 Overflow 5. Overflow 5. Heaven Quest 003, Executor Mission Complete. All stats increased by 2. You have completed the quest most successfully amongst the quest applicants. A special reward is given. Before he went into the airport, Yoo IlHan went into an alley without anyone noticing. Although he had the confidence that no one would find him even if he just went back to the airport like that, he was frustrated to move according to his assurance. As such, he took off the armor to shake the blood off before putting it in his crossbag, then he did the same with the spear. He also loaded the pile bunker to the 4th level as he used it in that battle. As he didn't know when the need to use it will arise again, loading the pile bunker to shoot at maximum output anytime was the basics. While doing that, Erda thought about Yoo IlHan's request and sighed while speaking to him. It can't be helped, give me the bag first. Yoo IlHan obediently handed the crossbag over. Erda seemed to mutter something after being handed the bag and an angel's ring appeared on top of her head. When Yoo IlHan saw that, he immediately knew what she was trying to do. Didn't he learn that the angel's rings are not just exothermic devices due to his previous quest? As he had expected, soon, a few angels appeared. Oh, it's the executor. This person made the traps of destruction of Earth. Anyway, Erda, why did you call us here? Somehow, Yoo IlHan had the memory of seeing them before while he was doing his second quest, but to pick out their common points was that all of these angels had a good attitude towards Yoo IlHan. When Yoo IlHan noticed and looked at Erda, she only shrugged her shoulders and acknowledged it. Don't you think that the ones not biased towards you would help more? As it was the truth, Yoo IlHan couldn't say anything about it. Meanwhile, Erda explained to the other angels what she was about to do. The reason I called you is to grant the executor, who accomplished Heaven Quest, his wish. I'm planning to upgrade the power of the reward we gave him previously, so I want your help. I think I know what you want help with, looking at that crossbag. The angels gathered towards the crossbag. Looking at that, Yoo IlHan realized subconsciously. Are you trying to do mana crafting? Then what do you think we'll do? Mana crafting isn't only reserved for blacksmiths. In almost all processes of making artifacts, mana crafting is necessary. Erda smiled while replying and immediately started mana crafting with the other angels. The scene where all of them held each other's hands and putting mana into the crossbag looked very beautiful. Thinking about the product of that process, it looked even more beautiful. However, even if Yoo IlHan used good magic stones and the same materials to do mana crafting, he wouldn't be able to make something surpassing logic like the crossbag. This was a higher existence's real power. As their levels were completely different, Yoo IlHan treated the artifacts he was making and the crossbag differently. He now came to a realization. How long did it pass since he was looking at that brilliant light? He thought that not even several tens of seconds had passed, but the angels had already let go of each other's hands. The process had ended while Yoo IlHan was appreciating the scene. Well then, you can control the weight as you want. There won't be a case where the ground will shake when you take a single step anymore. You'll be able to get on the plane without worries too. Thanks. Yoo IlHan received the crossbag and put it on. Meanwhile, the angels didn't go back straight after they finished their work and stayed around Yoo IlHan and Erda while chatting. I didn't think much time has passed since I last saw you, but you sure have changed a lot in such a short period of time. So you obliterated the Metal Heart dungeon. How did you know that there was an overflow here? Thanks to you, the overflow ended cleanly. You're an amazing human. Even if you praise me like that, I won't dance, you know. Rather than praises, give me money. Then I'll dance or whatever. Yoo IlHan replied cold-headedly, but the angels were laughing with all their might. These angels were really weird. One of the angels spoke to him while laughing. In fact, I was watching your actions nearby. The ability user I'm helping also participated in today's battle. What? Yoo IlHan twitched when he heard that. Although he vaguely predicted that it wasn't only him who would be in contact with angels, they blatantly acknowledged that they were helping the humans? Moreover, it was also slightly insulting that he didn't realize that amidst the battle. He glared at Erda, and she sighed while nodding. Let's say that there's a rare and strong ability user. If an important fighting power of Earth just died like that, then the balance between monsters and humans will be no more, right? Some angels in charge of managing Earth act as guardian angels in order to prevent that. That sounds like cheating, though. It felt very new to hear that the world was unfair from Erda. Well, there was Yoo IlHan who was left behind alone for 1,000 years, so that wasn't anything big in front of Yoo IlHan. To provide comfort to only one entity goes against fairness. As such, it is only allowed after a strict discussion, and even if one was allowed, it is not like they can proactively interfere with the Tarja's life and death, so what they can do is on a similar level as me. So in other words, useless, eh? No. I told you last time, I'm helping you quite a bit. The angels were looking at Yoo IlHan and Erda's conversation as if they were interested. At that time, the self-proclaimed guardian angel spoke again. The child I'm watching isn't a bad child, so please help if you meet her again. Who is it? She's called Nayuna. It seems you're from the same country? Oh, that couple. Couples die. T/N, Ryajus explode. E/N, people die when they're killed. Oops, his true feelings leaked out carelessly. While Yoo IlHan was taking deep breaths to control himself, her words continued. She's a child who has a very rare ability on Earth. She's a priestess who was blessed by the goddess of beauty. It wouldn't be a bad idea for you to become close to her, I think? At the time that he thought that she spoke too much of private things, Erda seemed to have become wary of her, as she thinned her eyes and interrupted. Feta, I understand that you buy Yoo IlHan's ability highly, but do not tell others of his ability or intentionally make others approach him. He has the right to have his personal information protected. It's rare that Erda gets so worried by a lower existence. Erda, do you like that guy? No, you will get killed by Lita. T/N, Rita will be renamed to Lita from now on. The mana crafting is over, so get back already. Erda chased all the angels away. Even while being chased away, the angel called Feta didn't forget to tell Yoo IlHan to take good care of Nayuna. While thinking that she was very hard working with her guardian angel job, Yoo IlHan moved towards the airport. What will you do? I am going to go to Arizona on the plane quietly as if no one is there. But Feta requested you to take care of that human woman. I am going to go to Arizona on the plane quietly as if no one is there. If you help her, then she might give you a reward. I am going to go to Arizona on the plane ka. Okay, I got it, so receive the rest of the reward. To Yoo IlHan, who climbed to the peak of a universal loner due to his innate talent and postnatal training, approaching others of his own accord was an impossible quest. He'd rather kill a dragon than proactively talking to a pretty girl. Not only you have killed the leader of the monsters, the flame lizard wizard, you have killed 2 elite flame lizards, and countless flame lizards, and you have ranked an overwhelming first in this quest. Although you have proceeded an upgrade with an existing reward, even so, you still have a lot of remaining achievements. So, with the records you have acquired in the battle, we will process it with Heaven's energy to provide you a useful skill. Dad's skill? T/N, Yoo IlHan means useful. E/N, that's the name of his dad. I'll get angry. Sorry, my bad. Although he himself had countless records, the records of the enemies he confronted were also inside him. In fact, the skill to hand to him was already made. Rejoice. It's a skill that even you, who cannot use mana, can use. Because of who can I not use mana? I'm sorry, my bad. Is a peaceful conversation not possible between them? Yoo IlHan could only receive the reward after they dealt a strike to each other. You have learned the skill, Superhuman Strength. Upon activation, muscular strength would be temporarily enhanced, and you can exert a strength beyond your limits. However, the fatigue after the fight also increases. As the skill level increases, it becomes possible to enhance your muscles for a longer duration, for less fatigue, and more effectively. Although it wasn't a Warcry category skill that he wanted, no matter how he thought about it, it was a much better skill than that. However, Yoo IlHan could only cringe when he saw that. Hey! Yoo IlHan asked. This isn't something that a human learns, is it? That's why I said it's a record you've acquired. Heaven quest rewards are originally like this. Moreover, you've learned all that a human could learn, so you don't even need one. Although he was quite uncomfortable that he acquired a skill that a monster might learn, as Erta said nothing wrong, he couldn't retort properly. Moreover, as he had thought the first time he received this, wasn't this skill exceptional in itself? In the end, Yoo IlHan obediently received the skill and moved his steps. Although there were countless people at the airport, there was no one who could catch him. It wasn't anything new. We really can't see him. Feta said that person would be on this plane. I'm worried that you're trusting that angel too much. Be quiet for a bit. There might be people who can speak Korean around here. At that moment, he thought that he heard a familiar voice, and as he had expected, it was the two Korean couple. Yoo IlHan instinctively shrunk away, but even if he didn't worry, they could not see through his concealment. How would he look like under his armor? Would he look strong and courageous? He might be unexpectedly a fragile young boy. T/N, young boy here is the Korean equivalent of Bishamanut. Is that important? Weren't you going to recruit him as an ally as he was strong? The jealous Appa is cool too. I'm not jealous. In the first place, While thinking that they were an unpleasant couple, Yoo IlHan left the place. Please don't let me meet them again. However, the next moment, he was confident he would meet them again, somehow, and became depressed. Life is really tiring. You're saying it really doesn't sound like a joke. As the situation was completely cleaned up thanks to Yoo IlHan's actions, the plane headed to Arizona could also depart. As always, Yoo IlHan secretly passes through the gate and got on board the plane, and sighed after finding and sitting in a safe place. I did all I could. Take a rest, even though it might be a short time until we reach Arizona. You've worked hard. If it was in the past, she would never say something like that. No, there was no need to be touched by this. This would become the norm from now. Yeah, you've worked hard too. Yoo IlHan replied while smiling. Although, there will be another overflow later. Ah, really? That won't happen. It's a joke. Although he wasn't sure whether another overflow will occur or not, as he had done his best, he had no regrets. So what if it happens again? Yoo IlHan will have become stronger by that time, and sweep them out even easier. Rather than that, the most important thing to him now were the trolls. Trolls! Yoo IlHan became excited at the fact that he would kill trolls and lay down. Let's go to the Grand Canyon when we arrive. The Grand Canyon. Nah Yuna, we're not going there to play. The next moment, all his excitement died down, wonderfully, E/N, supposed to be ironic/sarcastic. Yoo IlHan called Erta with a voice like a zombie pierced by a harpoon. Erta. Their original destination is also Arizona, so what can I do about it? Moreover, unlike you, they aren't illegal stowaways. Fucking law. That's quite a creative resentment. So like that, a plane, along with one stowaway and a couple of a handsome man and a pretty woman, headed to Arizona. Yoo IlHan decided to leave the airport faster than anyone as soon as he arrived in Arizona, but it was unknown if he could escape the Korean couple even if he did that. Author's notes. A weight control option was added to the crossbag. Lita's presence is too strong. What do I do? She won't appear for quite a while. T to the power of T. The repeated text that appear in this chapter is not the author's intention to expand the text, but a parody of a line from the Harry Potter series. Translator's notes. Enjoy. Editor's notes. I hate you WordPress. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 38. I also do second job advancement, 1. I also do second job advancement, 1. Phoenix Sky Harbor Airport, Arizona. Yoo IlHan stood up as if bouncing up the moment the airplane landed. What's the location of the troll dungeon? It's the Grand Canyon. Ah, shit. His bad premonition just increased by a level. They said that they didn't come here to play, so he could only believe in that for now. Yoo IlHan left the terminal while sighing and started moving. Only the pouring sun rays were consoling his heart. As always, he wore a leather jacket and jeans, covered his face with a mask and ran assiduously. As his physical ability had increased due to leveling up, his running was comparable to a sports car. Of course, as always, no one could find him. While running assiduously, Yoo IlHan reconfirmed the evolution criteria for the resting skill. Sleeping second-class monsters, hearts 0 of 500. Trolls blood 0/500 liters. Good sleep 100 out of 100 hours, E/N, confirmed, IlHan is a Snorlax. Third-class monsters magic stone 1/1. There were 2 criteria left to evolve the skill. These were, the troll's blood he could get from the dungeon he was heading to now and the hearts of sleeping second-class monsters. Yoo IlHan confirmed with Erta. You're sure that the trolls are second-class, right? Although there are various types of trolls, in the dungeon I told you, there are definitely second-class trolls appearing. You are trying to finish the quest in one go, aren't you? Of course. Why do you think I made a new weapon? Wasn't it to acquire enough strength to kill a second-class monster in one go? Trolls definitely are monsters that sleep a lot. Instead, their senses are quite sensitive, but since you have the ability known as concealment, you don't apply in that case. Then the problem is. Erta spoke like it was nothing. I don't think there would be 500 trolls in the dungeon we're going to, though? No, you angel. Although the Grand Canyon was known for its magnificent scenery and geological value, what it's even more known for is its enormous size. Standing at the entrance of the south rim, Yoo IlHan gaped in shock when he saw the endlessly wide rift. Oh, my God. I thought it would be like Summoner's Rift. You lived on Earth for 1,000 years. Haven't you been here? What were you doing? Wow, it really is amazing. Yoo IlHan wasn't listening to her. No matter how the situation on Earth was now stabilized, as there were no people who thought to travel around for tourism right now, so despite its fame, the Grand Canyon was empty, and as such, the scenery was for Yoo IlHan alone. It's really fortunate. Seeing that Yoo IlHan was rejoicing from the bottom of his heart, Erta didn't feel that bad. The fact that his eyes were glowing felt a bit proud of her. Was this how a parent felt, teaching their child? When she, who misunderstood her own feelings by a large amount, was about to speak, Yoo IlHan's words continued. If it wasn't for Erta, I would have gotten lost in this wide place looking for a single dungeon. I hate myself for agreeing with you, even for a moment. Yoo IlHan ran across the rift with Erta on his head. If he couldn't control the weight of the crossbag, he would have made a big dent in this beautiful Mother Nature, so solving the weight problem for the previous quest was a truly wise thing. While running through the rift, which was literally unexplored, Yoo IlHan thought about how large the Grand Canyon was, and how nature was being preserved, and what would be in this kind of environment. There was only one conclusion. I feel like there would be monsters even though this isn't a dungeon. There's one right there. That really had a point, which made one think up of field hunting in games. What was especially similar was that monsters would appear occasionally over a wide area, and one had to run around all over the place in order to hunt. It even made one wonder if they were doing a running competition or a hunt. Of course, as Yoo IlHan's original aim wasn't a field hunt, he was running towards the dungeon in a straight line without minding where the monsters were, so there was no loss for him. There are only 2 kinds of monsters which do not get caught by the trap of destruction. Smart ones, and lucky ones, and their common point was that they couldn't see through concealment skills. In other words, they were very good experience providers for Yoo IlHan. You have earned 333,395 experience. You have earned the record of LV-53 Sand Scorpion. Yoo IlHan grumbled while piercing a scorpion with a light brown armor in a surprise attack. Why are sand scorpions appearing in a place without sand? Starfish don't live on stars, though. T/N, this is originally a Korean pun. Dolgari, dolphins, live in places without stone. Starfish is the closest I can think of. Go apologize to every starfish, dolphins, in the world. He avoided the ones he thought he could not kill in one blow and killed the ones he could without restraint while proceeding through the rift. He got off the developed tourism route and was going to his destination in a straight line. thought that Yoo IlHan was overwhelmed by the miracle of Mother Nature, but Yoo IlHan ignored everything on his path to his destination and was only running. Don't you feel anything after you saw this grand scenery? I do. It's fortunate that you're here. At $%. Bit her tongue since her heart pounded due to Yoo IlHan's words for a brief moment, but annoyance welled up in her heart after she figured out what he meant. E/N, smooth IlHan, smooth. As Yoo IlHan stopped in place at that moment, she was shocked since she thought that Yoo IlHan found out what she was thinking. No. Whatever you say, my heart won't even flinch. I'm a higher existence. This is a dungeon, right? Of course, Yoo IlHan didn't even notice that she had spoken something, much less figuring out her heart. However, she couldn't ask him for responsibility, since the scene they were confronting was that amazing. What is this? Don't ask me, you higher existence. That was a huge vortex. He might have thought that this was normal if he hadn't seen a dungeon entrance before, but as he had experience in cleaning the Metal Heart dungeon, the vortex with a diameter of 7 m in the middle of the Grand Canyon was not normal no matter how he looked at it. It definitely isn't a normal dungeon. I definitely remember hearing from the other angels that this was a normal troll dungeon when I asked for opinions on your reward. Why do strange things happen wherever I go? Was I K*ND*CH*H*J*M*M in my past life? It's better than a human without the ability to solve this situation. Wait a moment. I need to observe it for a bit. Got off his head while sighing. Although she did run around in panic, in fact, she knew what was happening to a certain extent. I think this occurred due to two traps of destruction being too close to each other. In such cases, the dungeon will expand rapidly due to supersaturation of mana. Not to mention the gathered monsters. If something goes wrong, the unbalanced dungeon might collapse and affect reality. However, it isn't an overflow, so do be rest assured. As it was the angels who oversaw the process with the traps of destruction, this was a very rare occasion. However, he didn't feel anything new since there were several rare situations that have occurred on Earth. So that's why the dungeon's scale is so large? It's not only that. It's highly possible that there are other monsters than trolls in this dungeon. Although it's easy for monsters of different species to fight each other, they do get along well if there is a definite enemy called humans. No matter how it's those ignorant trolls. As this place is Earth, where everything is strange including you, it's better to be careful. Yoo IlHan retorted. Shorten it, You can do it. The situation is that there are two field bosses. Good, much more direct. I really think you're taming me. Yoo IlHan ignored grumbles and confirmed the level requirement for the dungeon on top of the vortex-shaped gate. Unlike the frightening scale of the vortex, the level limit was very low, it was only LV40. That's fortunate. It seems the monsters gathered are weaker than trolls. What if there are no trolls? Then we can just leave. The only other entities that dungeons block entrance to those not meeting the level requirements monsters. Moreover, after patting her chest, spoke confidently. You didn't forget who you're with right now, did you? That's why I'm worried. You really are too much at times. Although it poked where it hurts, so I can't retort, but please be restrained with your words. While imagining a more wild dungeon than the one he had predicted, Yoo IlHan decided to hone his mind. It was very important to evolve the resting skill. Not only was it the skill with the highest possibility to evolve amongst the other skills which looked like nonsense, wasn't it a very difficult skill to learn and raise its level to the point that Erta was surprised by it? His senses were whispering to him that although he would definitely meet another pain-in-the-back matter in this dungeon, he wouldn't regret it if he evolved the resting skill. No pain, no gain. Erta clung onto Yoo IlHan's hair. He firmly gripped the death god's black spear he took out from the crossbag and walked into the vortex confidently. The dungeon's insides was a highland. After realizing that, the quite sentimental higher existence, Erta grumbled quietly. The background became ordinary. Wow, there really are trolls. In contrast, Yoo IlHan didn't mind something like a dungeon's background and started looking for monsters. Although it was quite ironic that he found one immediately since the monsters had no intention of hiding. Although no one taught him that it was a troll, Yoo IlHan figured out at a glance. An enormous body and a saggy, gray skin, ugly appearance and 2 arms and legs like a human all told him that it was a troll that he read from books. However, there was an absolute characteristic which overwhelmed all the other characteristics. Restats. The troll lied on its back on a tree which was even bigger than its body and was closing its eyes while muttering something utterly ridiculous. Seeing something that he might see with an old man in a market bench or pavilion, Yoo IlHan spoke an exclamation. Amazing, it speaks English. That's not the important thing. No, well, it is important. Not all monsters spoke monster speak. It was the same with the mutant flame lizard monsters in LA, and it was also the case with the trolls right now. They were granted a part of a record the moment they appear on Earth. In that process, some monsters might acquire a special strength, and might be restrained. They might become an entity to make up the dungeon or might become a leader to lead the group. Some said that it was the mutation or stealing of records, and some said it was a whim of the Akashic record, but as Yoo IlHan would react the same way no matter how she said it, Erta just explained it like this. It's crammed knowledge. How is it? Direct, right? Good, much more dir, whoa. But why aren't you killing it? That's no difficult opponent. I'm waiting for it to sleep. Can't you tell, It's sleeping, though? Nonsense, it just rested on the tree saying it would rest. Yoo IlHan turned his head to the troll while smiling when he heard Erta's short reply, and shouted in shock at the fact that the troll was really sleeping. That ability is a secret technique of the resting skill, falling asleep in 3 seconds. That's because most trolls have learned the resting skill. Moreover, Yoo IlHan falling asleep within 3 seconds after getting onto bed was a secret technique? Erta acquired the most useless knowledge in the world. Meanwhile, Yoo IlHan gripped the spear firmly, and checked his armor just in case, and quietly approached the troll sitting under the tree. The so-sensitive troll was sleeping well while snoring loudly even though Yoo IlHan was right in front of its nose. It was probably sleeping so well since it believed in its danger detection ability so much. As such, it would be hunted by Yoo IlHan. With a cruel smirk, Yoo IlHan swung the spear to cut off its head. You have earned 560,705 experience. You have earned the record of LV-72 Highland Troll. Despite the fact that it wasn't a critical hit due to the effects of a surprise attack, he could hunt a monster over level 70 with a single strike. Even though he hadn't even got his second job. Sleeping second-class monsters hearts 1/500. Trolls blood 3/500 liters. This is easy. For you, it is. Yoo IlHan put the heart he pulled out from the troll and the blood he extracted with a syringe in a special container and put it inside his crossbag. Although the fact that he could only extract 3 liters of blood from one troll bothered him, as he had to hunt 500 trolls, it didn't really matter that much. Good. This means that I will have over 1,000 liters of troll blood after I kill 500 of them, right? I feel reassured even now. I beg you to drink the blood where others can't see you. Yoo IlHan's troll hunt smoothly started like that. As all trolls had a max-level resting skill, it wouldn't be that difficult for Yoo IlHan to fulfill the requirements of the resting skill, but... Meanwhile, after 3 days had passed since Yoo IlHan and Erta entered the dungeon, in front of the vortex gate were another 2 humans and 1 angel. Wow, it's a ginormous dungeon but the level restriction is only 50? Be careful, na Yuna. We don't know what may happen inside the dungeon. Let's go it. I also want to get the scorpion poison and go back to Korea fast. This is a dungeon date. Didn't I say to look for another man? You guys don't even listen to me, do you? These people who were entering the vortex with attention no less than that of Yoo IlHan and Erta, were, obviously, the Korean man and woman that Yoo IlHan hated so much. Author's notes. The Grand Canyon. I want to go once, but as I have no experience in going there, the lacking descriptions within the chapter are from photos T to the power of T. No, You Angel, a parody of a famous translated subtitles of a famous movie, Green Lantern. T/N, apparently, someone translated No evil shall escape my sight as No, you devil. Summoner's Rift, welcome to the Summoner's Rift, E/N, EW League. Field Hunt, something you get sad while doing it. K*ND*CH*H*J*M*, the Kendaichi case files. Along with Conan, he's famous for murder crimes occurring wherever he goes. Translator's notes. Enjoy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 39. I also do second job advancement, 2. I also do second job advancement, 2. This dungeon. While ripping a fully grilled troll hind leg meat to eat, Yoo IlHan spoke. Why can I only see trolls? It's possible that this dungeon is wider than you imagine. As Erta said, the dungeon was really astonishingly wide. Although it was a jackpot to find a monster every 10 minutes in the Metal Heart dungeon, Troll Dungeon was not inferior to that. Even so, as this was no cave but a highland, if Yoo IlHan arduously ran around, he could hunt many trolls in a short period of time, but to do so, the disadvantage was that he would get more active, resulting in faster exhaustion and thirst. At first, Yoo IlHan thought that he should finish this early, but now that it came to this, he now thought that something bad may happen if he kept going on like that, and which led to him currently taking a break. He had removed the heart and the blood of the trolls and was grilling them to eat them. The original purpose of dismantling, i.e. butchering, laid in eating the meat after taking out the bones and the hide. Yoo IlHan could finally initiate the real objective of dismantling. Ah, delicious. To think you will satisfy your hunger with troll meat. You want some? No, thank you. It's delicious though. Regardless of the fact that troll meat had poison or extreme poison, it was really delicious once he ate it. Of course, although there was the help of some salt and pepper that he had brought, the meat didn't lose out to any other meat that he had tasted until now. How should that taste be described? It was a little tougher than beef and had an unknown taste despite being sticky. As he was grilling on the scene, he could not get rid of all the blood, but even so, the troll's blood was adding to the eccentric taste. I'll grill the arm too. You're going to eat a whole one at this rate. Leveling up will result in muscles being developed. Naturally, calories spent in activities would rise accordingly. Even mages who do not move around their bodies much would naturally eat twice their normal amount if they become high level, not to mention close combat classes. As such, how would it be for Yoo IlHan, who had developed his physical body before the Akashic record had even come into contact with Earth? Although the time he could endure without eating was long, befitting of someone who trained tenaciously, if he started eating, it was normal for him to easily eat 4 to 5 times more than an average person. When he was about done eating the grilled arm and leg of the troll, a joyful message came up on his retina. Extreme poison resistance skill has become LV2. Ooh, extreme poison resistance levels up fast too. That means that the things you're eating now are that horrible. It's poison. Of course, Yoo IlHan ignored Erta's shouts. Didn't he have no problem since his extreme poison resistance was holding out well? I should have learned to cook beforehand if I knew other skills would grow like this. Lita always cooked me food. I take it that you will learn to start now. Correct. Whether he liked it or not, in the future, there would be a lot of matters where Yoo IlHan has to fight monsters. There will be a lot of cases where he would be stuck inside dungeons for a while, like now, and there would be a lot of cases where he has to spend the night in a cave without a single restaurant. For such occasions, cooking skill was a must. He now refused to eat cheese-flavored jerkies and beef jerkies. Shouldn't I be able to earn the cooking skill if I grill and mess around with all the things in my inventory? You're looking down on skills.